Cold, painful, and numb, that was how Chiao Mai felt when she regained consciousness. After lying there in confusion for about 10 minutes, she finally managed to curl her fingers slightly. With great effort, Chiao Mai lifted her eyelids and slowly looked around. All she could see was a vast stretch of white. Snowflakes were still falling heavily from the sky. No wonder her whole body was stiff with cold. In such freezing weather, even the bravest person wouldn't dare wander outside. She was lying on a deserted hillside, and behind her head was a patch of bright red blood. She must have hit a sharp rock when she fell. The original owner of this body had already died from blood loss and the freezing cold, making way for Chiao Mai, a young woman from the 21st century. Yes, as unbelievable as it sounded, Chiao Mai had somehow traveled into the body of a 15-year-old girl with the same name, born in 1945. It was now 1960, the final year of the Great Famine. The original Chiao Mai had lived in a small village in northeast China called Geijiatun, now renamed Victory Brigade. It was December, the coldest time of year in the northeast, and most people were staying indoors to survive the harsh winter. The famine still hadn't ended. The reason the original girl had gone out and met such a tragic end was simple. Her family had run out of food. All that was left were a few shriveled cabbages, barely enough to fill a mouse's stomach. With no other choice, she had bundled herself in the thickest cotton clothes she owned and even wrapped her late mother's old scarf around her head, not caring how worn it was. She had gone up the mountain hoping to find something to eat, but one wrong step sent her tumbling down. Her head hit a rock and she fainted. In the freezing temperature of -30 degrees, she froze to death, and that was how our new Chiao Mai came to be, now groaning and muttering in frustration. Seriously? What did I do to deserve this? Sure, I wasn't exactly a saint. I didn't give money to beggars, and I didn't always give up my seat on the bus, but I never did anything truly bad. Why would fate treat me like this? I don't even have a single useful skill. Without my phone or food delivery, how am I supposed to survive in this age? Half an hour later, Chiao Mai finally stopped complaining, exhausted. She dug out a wooden stick from the snow and used it to help herself stand up shakily. It wasn't really her fault for losing her temper. Like many young people in modern times, she worked hard every day at her company, barely getting by on her small monthly salary. She didn't have any special skills. As an accounting major, she earned only 3,500 yuan a month. At the beginning and end of each month and year, she worked endless overtime. Her meals were mostly instant noodles or fast food. Sometimes she ordered takeout, but not often. Delivery fees were a luxury she had to calculate carefully. Why didn't she cook? Because her cooking tasted terrible. Eating out was better, and honestly, who among office workers had the energy to cook every day? Though she was an orphan, that didn't mean she had to be good at everything. Poor cooking wasn't her fault, right? She wasn't particularly pretty either. Otherwise, how could she have stayed single for 30 years without even holding a man's hand? Ahem, back to the point. You see, when Chiao Mai found out she had somehow traveled back to the 1960s, with no phone, no entertainment, and no cooking skills, how could she not panic? From the memories of the body's original owner, she already knew that this person was also an orphan, living alone in a half-collapsed house. Her father had been reported dead in the army 5 years ago. Her mother had been frail for years. When she heard the news of her husband's death, she fell seriously ill but forced herself to recover for the sake of her young daughter. However, her health never improved, and this summer, she finally passed away. So now, the once lively home had only one person left, and that person was gone too. Thinking of this, Chiao Mai felt a bit sorry for the original owner, but also relieved. Whether or not she could return to the modern world, at least she didn't have to worry about being discovered. Since she lived alone, no one would notice that her soul had changed. Having figured that out, Chiao Mai leaned on her stick and walked home slowly, following the memories in her mind. Huff, huff. I'm exhausted and freezing. After walking for half an hour, Chiao Mai finally reached her doorstep, too tired to take another step. Luckily, she made it home just before her strength gave out. Xiao Mai rubbed her cold, stiff hands, then loosened her scarf and slipped her hands inside to pull out a key tied with a red string. She lowered her head, unlocked the door, went inside, and quickly bolted it from the inside. She was the only one at home now, and she could only feel safe when the door was locked. After closing the door and turning around, Xiao Mai froze in surprise. The large northern courtyard left her stunned. As someone from the south, she was used to the compact houses there and had never seen a home with such a big open space in front. Her house faced west, with no neighbors across the road. The nearest house to the east was about 50 meters away, surrounded by a tall stone wall about 2 meters high, which gave a strong sense of security. Back when her father was still alive, he would collect stones from the mountain during his leave from work. It took him 2 years to build the entire courtyard wall. In a time when most people used wooden fences, having a stone wall was quite impressive. Xiao Mai's home sat at the foot of a mountain, and the stone wall helped keep out wild animals like wolves and boars. The front yard was about 20 meters wide and 40 meters long. Most villagers grew vegetables in their front yards, but after Xiao Mai's mother passed away, both the front and back yards became overgrown. During the famine years, Xiao Mai planted some seeds, but the harvest was poor. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life going up the mountain. The backyard was even larger, nearly an acre, used mainly for raising poultry and growing grain. It was considered private land, divided by household size. Each person was allowed a small portion. The reason Xiao Mai's family still had nearly an acre of land was because her father had served in the army. Soldiers were highly respected, and no one questioned the extra bit of land her family had. After her father died in service, only Xiao Mai and her mother were left, and the villagers pitied them, so the land was never taken back. Now that her mother had passed away too, leaving Xiao Mai alone, no one mentioned it anymore. However, even though the courtyards were large and the stone wall looked grand, the roof on the east side of the house had already collapsed. Since Xiao Mai and her mother had always lived in the west room, they never used the east one. After it fell in, they simply left it that way. In times like these, when food was scarce, no one could afford to hire help or spare grain to fix a roof. After roughly looking around outside, Xiao Mai walked into the west room with trembling steps. The house was simple in structure. The door was made of 2 wooden panels that hadn't been repaired for years, and the paint from long ago was now badly faded. Inside, to the right, was the inner room. Its door was the same as the outer one, except it had only 1 panel. Along the south wall inside was a large heated brick bed, with a window above it facing south. The window was covered with plastic sheeting, which let in light while keeping out the wind. At the east end of the bed stood a traditional northeastern-style cabinet, on top of which were neatly folded quilts left by the original owner. To the right of the outer room's entrance was the stove, connected to the heated bed in the inner room. To the left of the stove, separated by the inner room's door, stood a 3-drawer cabinet. It held some bowls and dishes, and the bottom layer used to store grain. Unfortunately, Xiao Mai's family didn't have a single grain of corn left, only an empty sack lying at the bottom of the cabinet. On the wall directly opposite the outer door hung a portrait of Chairman Mao. Below it stood a table with a chair on each side. One of the chairs had a broken leg, supported by 2 small bricks underneath. The west wall on the left side was usually used to store cabbages and potatoes. Winters in the northeast were too cold, and since Xiao Mai's family didn't have a cellar, they had to keep the vegetables indoors to prevent them from freezing. Now, only 3 shriveled cabbages sat at the base of the wall. Turning her eyes further left, she saw a washstand by the door. On it sat an enamel basin with chipped edges and bottom, her mother's wedding dowry. A dull gray towel hung over the stand, frayed in many places. To the right of the washstand were 2 water jars, one large and one small. The large one reached Xiao Mai's waist, and the small one her thigh. In past years, the small jar was used for pickling vegetables. But since her mother had passed away, Xiao Mai no longer knew how to pickle, so it sat unused. The large jar was now used to store water, half full, with a thin layer of ice on top. After taking a quick look at what would be her future home, Chiao Mai couldn't wait any longer. She ran outside to the kitchen by the west wall, grabbed a bundle of firewood, and stuffed it into the stove in the outer room. Then she broke the thin ice in the water jar with a gourd ladle and scooped 2 ladles of water into the pot. She was really cold and hungry. She lit a fire by the stove to warm herself while peeling the dry outer leaves off a cabbage she had just brought in. Even though she could cook well, there wasn't much she could make in this poor home. All she could do was boil the cabbage and add a little salt. When the cabbage was almost done, Chiao Mai took it out and put it in a large bowl, about the size of the ones used for noodles in restaurants. She didn't need to drink water. The cabbage was watery enough. She sat by the fire, warming herself as she finished the simple meal. She didn't waste the water left in the pot. She scooped some into a basin and soaked her hands. The weather was cold, and frostbite was common. When her mother was alive, she often had Chiao Mai soak her hands in warm, salted water to prevent it. Remembering that, Chiao Mai did the same. After she felt a bit better, she added more water to the pot and filled the stove with firewood. Then she went into the inner room and touched the heated brick bed. It was getting warm. She quickly spread out the bedding, then lifted the small cabinet by the bed. Feeling underneath, she found a key. The key to the cabinet. Yes, Chiao Mai wanted to see what was left in this poor home. She opened the cabinet and found 4 or 5 summer clothes, all hers, and 2 dark blue cotton jackets and pants that had belonged to her mother. Cotton was hard to get, so people didn't throw away clothes even after someone passed away. Chiao Mai had kept her mother's clothes to wear herself. She only had 1 cotton jacket, so these 2 could be used as spares. They were a bit big for her thin frame, which was why the original Chiao Mai hadn't worn them outside. The new Chiao Mai sighed at how foolish the original had been. The jacket might have been big, but she could have worn it over another one to stay warm. Maybe then she wouldn't have frozen to death. But it was too late to think about that now. After taking out the clothes, Chiao Mai noticed a small cloth bundle. She opened it and found a gray handkerchief inside, then another black one wrapped around it. It looked very old-fashioned. When she finally unfolded all the layers, she saw what she had been hoping for: money. Chiao Mai tried to calm her excitement and began counting the money. When she finished, she fell silent. This family was truly poor. Everything she owned added up to only 16 yuan and 24 cents, plus 2 taels of kerosene coupons. Yes, just 2 taels of kerosene coupons. Unlike in the city, where people received fixed monthly rations, the countryside only distributed a few types of coupons at the end of each year, and even then, only in small amounts. Without careful planning, they would never last a whole year. These kerosene coupons had been saved by the original owner through great effort, going to bed early after dark in winter, and avoiding lighting the lamp whenever possible. Once again, Chiao Mai sighed. This family was truly poor. What kind of fate had sent her to such a place in time? After checking what little the family owned, Chiao Mai went to the outer room to add some firewood, then returned to bed. Even though the fire had warmed the room a bit, she still wanted to be cozier. She couldn't fall asleep, so she began thinking about how to survive the cold winter while also searching for any kind of special ability or advantage. But in the end, she was disappointed. No system, no secret space, nothing at all. It felt like fate was against her. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in such a poor and freezing place? There was no food at home. Chiao Mai thought about secretly buying some from her second uncle's family. Private trading wasn't as strictly controlled yet as it would be in a few years. If she kept saving money and refused to buy food, she would starve just like the original owner. Her father, Chiao Weijun, had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Chiao Weihua, was a timid man who always listened to his wife and rarely cared about anything else. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Chiao Dong, was 32, married, and had a daughter and a son. The son, Chiao Ziping, was 10 and the daughter, Chiao Zian, was 6. The second son, Chiao Shi, was 30, married, and had 2 sons, Chiao Ziqiang, 9, and Chiao Zizhuang, 7. The daughter, Chiao Nan, was 26 and married in Kaiguzi village, now called Hongqi Brigade, about 20 li away from Xinli Brigade. She had a daughter named Li Dia and rarely came home. The youngest son, Qiao Bei, was 23 and had just married. He had used 10 jin of rice as a bride price, which was quite generous in such hard times when few people could afford to marry. The second brother, Qiao Weigua, Qiao Mai's second uncle, was the leader of Xinli Brigade. His family lived better than most in the village, but only by comparison. Everyone was thin and hungry. Even the better-off families weren't truly well off. Qiao Weigua had 2 sons. His second wife gave birth to 5 children, but because of wars and disasters, only 2 sons survived. The older son, Qiao Jiang, was 31 years old. He was hardworking and honest. His wife was kind and capable, and they had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest, Qiao Zimao, was 9. The younger son, Qiao Zixing, was 4, and the little daughter, Qiao Zixio, was 2. The younger son, Qiao Hai, was 27. He was clever and good at dealing with people. Since childhood, he had been lively and knew how to please his parents, which also made him a bit spoiled. He married a woman who had finished middle school, and they had a daughter and a son. Qiao Zishan, 6, and Qiao Zifeng, 3. Thinking about this, Qiao Mai realized that even if she spent money to buy grain, she wouldn't get much. But it was still better than having no food at all and waiting to starve. So, when her body finally warmed up, Qiao Mai put on her own cotton-padded jacket inside and her mother's jacket outside, wrapping herself tightly. She took 2 yuan and set off again to her uncle's house. "Uncle, are you home?" Qiao Mai called out loudly as she reached the gate of her second uncle's yard. "I'm here, come in," answered her second aunt, Lu Guifang, who was cooking dinner in the kitchen. When she saw Qiao Mai, she quickly pulled her inside. This niece was pitiful, so young and already alone. She rarely came by, so coming out in such heavy snow must mean something was wrong. Why did you come at this hour? Have you eaten yet?" Lu Guifang asked as she led Qiao Mai into the main room. "Auntie, I have something to ask you, and uncle." "I've already eaten," Qiao Mai said hesitantly, worried that her uncle's family might not have much food to spare. "What is it? Just say it. If your uncle can help, he surely will," said her second uncle from the heated brick bed in the inner room, where he was rolling a dry tobacco leaf. Once inside, Qiao Mai explained, "Uncle, Annie, I'd like to buy some grain, any kind will do. There's nothing left at home, and I just want to get a little to get by for now." Her uncle turned to his wife and said, "Give the child 20 jin of sweet potatoes and 10 jin of corn. Don't talk about buying or selling. You came to your uncle's house because you're in trouble. How could I take you money?" He took a drag from his cigarette and said, "But, you know, times have been hard for everyone these years. Our family doesn't have much grain either, so we can only give you this for now. When the grain is distributed later, you can pay me back if you have enough. Living alone isn't easy. If you ever need help, just ask." Qiao Weigua truly felt sorry for his niece. The villagers pitied her for being on her own, and with her uncle, the team leader, helping out, she managed to get a job feeding pigs. Every day, she not only had to feed them, but also cut pig grass. Feeding pigs earned her 4 work points a day, and each basket of pig grass earned 1 more. Now that it was winter, and there was no grass to cut, she only needed to feed the pigs twice a day. While everyone else stayed indoors to keep warm, Qiao Mai could still earn a few work points, which was already a kind of help. Hearing her uncle's words, Qiao Mai felt touched, but she didn't want to owe anyone grain. When the grain was distributed, she wouldn't get much anyway, not enough to eat, so she thought it was better to pay with money now. "Uncle, I'd better pay you," Qiao Mai said, shaking her head. "You know I work alone and I won't get much grain. I probably won't be able to pay you back later." Her aunt agreed. Since the girl had little work and her mother had passed away, even the grain she earned wouldn't last a year. So she said, "Then let's go by the market price. Corn is 7 cents a jin, sweet potatoes 2 cents a jin, so that's 1 yuan and 10 cents in total. You can just give 1 yuan and we'll cover the rest." Qiao Mai thought her uncle and aunt were truly kind, but after receiving the grain, she still insisted on giving Lu Guifeng 1 yuan and 10 cents. "Auntie, I'm already grateful that you're willing to sell to me. How could I take advantage of you? Everyone's short on food now, and I really appreciate that you're willing to share yours. I can't let you lose out," she said, then quickly ran off with the 30 jin of grain, afraid her aunt might refuse the money. "Oh, this child." Lu Guifeng sighed, looking at the money in her hand, then turned to her husband. "Let it be," Qiao Weigua said, taking another puff of his cigarette. "Since she gave it, we'll keep it. When the weather gets better, tell Qiao Jiang and Qiao Hai to bring her some firewood from the pine forest. She's just a young girl, not very strong, and probably doesn't have much firewood at home." "All right, I'll tell them later," Lu Guifeng replied, then went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After both of his sons got married, Qiao Weigua divided the family property. Now only he and his wife lived at home, so Lu Guifeng had to cook by herself, and someone always needed to look after the firewood shed. When Xiao Mai returned home, she stood at the door, stomped the snow off her shoes, and carried the grain inside. She placed the sweet potatoes under the cabinet. The corn kernels couldn't be eaten directly. They had to be ground into cornmeal or coarse grits first. Xiao Mai took the corn into the inner room, walked to the north wall, and lifted a sack covering something. It was a small stone mill. That's right, even though her home was simple and bare, they had a small stone mill. It had been brought home by her late father, Qiao Weijun. He had felt sorry for his wife and child, who had to go all the way to the village mill whenever they wanted to grind grain. The lines were long, and he worried about their safety, so he asked a comrade to help him get a small mill. It made life much easier for the family. After cleaning the mill with a broom made from sorghum stalks, Qiao Mai began grinding the corn. She didn't have much strength or skill, so she decided not to grind it into fine meal, but into coarse grits instead. This way, one pot could last several meals and save firewood. Half an hour later, the 10 pounds of corn were finally ground. Xiao Mai quickly took about 2 pounds of grits, rinsed them twice in cool water, poured them into the pot, and started cooking. There were still about 10 days left before the team would slaughter pigs and distribute grain, so she had to be careful with her food to make it last. While the fire was still burning and the grits needed more time to cook, she decided to feed the pigs before it got dark. They had only been fed once earlier in the day, before the original owner went up the mountain, and hadn't had their evening meal yet. After walking for about 10 minutes, she reached the back of the team's office building. The office was also made of adobe, but it was built taller and looked more impressive. Behind the building were 2 oxen, 5 sheep, and 6 pigs raised by the team. The oxen were cared for by old Zhang, the village cart driver, who also drove the ox cart to the county. The sheep were looked after by a 13-year-old boy named Xiao Guden, who lived with his widowed mother. The village gave them this job to help them get by. When Xiao Mai reached the pigsty, she could smell it even in winter. Because the pigs had been fed late, they were already squealing loudly. "Stop squealing, stop squealing. Eat well these days and grow plump so we can all have a good new year," Xiao Mai said as she fed the 6 pigs. In truth, the pigs weren't very fat. Each weighed only about 150 pounds. That was already the result of the whole team's hard work. In times when even people didn't have enough to eat, the village always made sure the livestock were fed first, since the year's supply of meat and oil depended on these pigs and sheep. But in a year of disaster, even with special care, the animals didn't fare much better. People had already picked nearly all the edible grass and wild vegetables just to survive. On her way home after feeding the pigs, everything was covered in thick snow. Most people stayed indoors to keep warm, so since Qiao Mai arrived in this place, she hadn't met a single villager yet. That made her feel a bit relieved. Back home, she continued cooking the coarse corn porridge. By the time it was ready, the bit of cabbage she had eaten in the afternoon was long digested. She quickly scooped a bowl of the hot porridge and drank it with satisfaction. Nothing beats the taste of simple, natural food. "So good," she said after finishing the bowl. One bowl was enough to make her full. After eating so little for so long, her stomach had grown smaller. After washing the bowl, she looked outside. It was already dark. Without a watch, she couldn't tell the time, so she followed the habit of the body's original owner. While the heated bed was still warm, she crawled under the quilt and went to sleep. Days passed like this. Xiao Mai fed the pigs twice a day and ate 2 simple meals herself, sometimes steamed sweet potatoes, sometimes coarse corn porridge, and occasionally some salted cabbage. While thinking about how to survive and how to live better in this time, the day came when the village team distributed grain. My father asked me to tell you that the team will be handing out grain tomorrow. Don't forget to come, said her older cousin, Xiao Jiang, from second uncle's family. He came in the afternoon to deliver the message and also brought a bundle of pine logs, about 6 or 7 pieces. Cousin, I remember. But why did you bring me firewood? I live alone, and what I have should be enough, Xiao Mai said, hurrying out to greet him when she saw the wood. Seeing the logs, she felt both grateful and embarrassed. The snow hadn't melted yet, so Xiao Jiang must have climbed the mountain through the snow to cut them. Still, it solved her urgent need for firewood. She was so thin now that there wasn't much strength left in her. Even if she went up the mountain to chop firewood, she wouldn't be able to gather much, and she might even freeze herself. So she only added a bit of firewood during the coldest part of the day to warm the bed before sleeping. Every piece of wood had to be used carefully. Hey, you're just a young woman. How much firewood can you really have? I'll chop some for you while I'm at it. These logs aren't too dry yet, so leave them in the yard for a while before burning them, said her cousin Xiao Jiang. He knew her situation well. His parents had told him to bring her some firewood, guessing she didn't have much left. He also came to tell her about the grain distribution. Cousin, come inside and have some water. You've been outside for so long. You must be freezing, Xiao Mai said, feeling her own face sting from the cold after just a short while in the yard. No need. You'd better go inside. I still have work to do at home, Xiao Jiang replied, striding away quickly. Xiao Mai ran back into the house, blowing on her hands. It was really too cold outside. She couldn't imagine how the original owner of this body had managed to survive before. Coming from the south, she had never experienced temperatures below 10 degrees, let alone this freezing weather of -20 or 30. It wasn't too bad at noon when the sun came out a little and warmed the house, but mornings and evenings were bitterly cold. Xiao Mai still hadn't gotten used to the harsh, northern winter. Early the next morning, she was woken by the sound of a gong in the village. Usually the gong was struck when the brigade had something important to announce, like a meeting or grain distribution, so they didn't have to go door to door calling people. Xiao Mai quickly put on her cotton pants and jacket, actually 2 jackets, which made her movements clumsy but kept her warm. She wrapped her mother's scarf around her neck and hurried to the brigade office. When she arrived, the yard was already full of people, each carrying a bundle of sacks under their arms, ready to fill them with grain. Looking around, most people wore black, blue, or gray clothes. Only a few women wore red cotton jackets, usually newly married ones who had prepared them for their wedding day. Most people preferred dark colors because they didn't show dirt easily. In the freezing northeastern winter, washing clothes was difficult, so everyone chose sturdy, practical colors. I wonder how much grain we'll get this year. The last 2 years' rations didn't even last half a year, Zhang Erju said to a middle-aged man beside him, Qiao Guodong. There should be a bit more than before. This year isn't as hard as the last 2. Since it even snowed this winter, next year shouldn't be too dry, said Qiao Guodong, keeping his hands tucked in his sleeves and stamping his cold feet as he replied to Zhang Erju. Sigh, I just hope we can have a good harvest soon. Too many people have starved these past few years, said 24-year-old Zhang Erju. If times were better, he would have already married, but now people could barely feed themselves, let alone another mouth. Those whose names I call, come to Accountant Zhang to check your work points, then move to the side to weigh your grain, shouted Qiao Weigua, known as Second Uncle Qiao, as the grain distribution officially began. The Victory Brigade had about 100 households and over 1,200 people. It wasn't big, but not small either. The grain distribution alone took half a day. When it was Qiao Mai's turn, Accountant Zhang said, "This year, you and your mother earned a total of 1,045 work points. Please check if that's correct." Xiao Mai glanced at the record book. In the first half of the year, when her mother was still alive, the two of them could earn about 10 work points a day. After her mother passed away, she worked alone. When the pig grass grew thick, she could cut 3 or 4 baskets a day, but in spring and autumn, only 1 or 2. In the Northeast, winter starts in October, so her total work points this year weren't many. Uncle Zhang, your calculations must be right. You've done this for so many years. How could you be wrong? Xiao Mai said after checking that the numbers matched her own records. You're a sweet girl, but you should still double-check, Accountant Zhang said with a smile. Who wouldn't appreciate being trusted so completely? Xiao Mai received 280 gene of sweet potatoes and 120 gene of corn, still in the husk. Compared to the past 2 years, it was a good amount, enough to last 8 or 9 months if eaten carefully. She packed the sweet potatoes into 4 sacks and the corn into 2. Second uncle asked Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai to help carry them home for her. Xiao Mai asked her cousins to leave the grain in the main room. After thanking them, she took a large winnowing basket and poured the corn into it. The corn had dried enough after being stored for a while, so now all she needed to do was thresh it. Right now, threshing could only be done by rubbing the corn with both hands, since there were no machines like in later times. Some clever families made simple tools. They used a piece of wood, carved one side into a half circle, then dug a small hole in the middle. A nail was fixed into the hole at an angle. When the corn cob was pushed down along the wood, the nail would scrape off a row of kernels. After a few passes, several rows would be cleared, and the rest could be rubbed off easily by hand or with another clean cob. But Xiao Mai's family didn't have such a tool, so she could only use her hands. As Xiao Mai rubbed the corn kernels, she thought about how to live from now on. She couldn't just rely on the small amount of work points she earned each day. After the pig was slaughtered tomorrow, she wouldn't have any work points again until the team started raising piglets next spring. If she wanted a better life, she had to find another way. Right now, she had nothing valuable, no special luck, no magical help, just an ordinary person. No, even less than ordinary since she wasn't very strong either. Weight, strength? Yes, she could train her body. Strength was something she could build herself, and in the countryside, everything needed strength. She had thought about using her old skills to earn money, but that was easier said than done. Even though she had accounting skills, she had no connections and only a middle school education. Who would offer her a job so easily? Jobs were hard to find, and she didn't believe she had any kind of main character's luck to suddenly get a good one. So, she gave up on changing her fate through knowledge for now. After thinking it over, she decided that during the winter it was best to focus on training her body. When spring came and the mountains were full of wild food, she could gather more supplies. That way, next winter would be easier than this one. Besides, next year wouldn't be a famine year. People would live better, and her goal wasn't big. She just wanted to save a little and build a small foundation for the future. That would be enough. Yes, Xiao Mai didn't have grand dreams. She never thought about changing the world. She was just one of the many ordinary people. In her past life, Xiao Mai had been an ordinary person. In this life, she was still ordinary. She never imagined she could live like the heroines in stories, eating rich food every day. She knew she didn't have that kind of ability. How could it be that other families with a dozen people were struggling to get enough to eat, while she alone could live so well? She wasn't that capable, so all she could do in these hard times was work steadily and honestly. For now, she set a simple goal. While everyone stayed indoors for the winter, she would use the time to strengthen her body so she could earn more work points next year. After figuring out her plan, Xiao Mai's hands moved faster as she rubbed the corn cobs. When she finished, the 120 pounds of corn cobs left about 100 pounds of kernels after removing the cores. There was no helping it last year. Some poor families had even eaten the cores. Since the harvest was bad, the village now weighed the corn with the husks and cores included. No one could complain. There just wasn't enough food, and nature had been harsh. This time, Xiao Mai didn't rush to grind the corn into coarse meal. She didn't plan to eat only that, and the kernels weren't completely dry yet, so she needed to spread them out to air. With no other place to dry them, she spread the kernels on the heated brick bed. When the fire burned, it stayed warm and dried things quickly. 1 or 2 days would be enough. After finishing her work, night had fallen. From the food she had bought earlier, she still had about 7 or 8 pounds of sweet potatoes, 3 or 4 pounds of coarse meal, and half a cabbage. She needed to find more vegetables. A person couldn't live on staple food alone. Too many sweet potatoes caused heartburn, and too much coarse meal led to stomach trouble, so vegetables were necessary. According to the memories of the body's original owner, she didn't need to buy cabbage, potatoes, or radishes from second uncle's house. On the 15th and 30th of each month, there was a market at the commune where people sold winter vegetables. In 3 or 4 days, it would be the 15th of the 12th lunar month. She planned to go to the market then to buy food and learn more about this time period. After dinner, Chiao Mai pushed the corn kernels to the far end of the bed. She slept near the head, where it warmed up faster. Once the fire in the stove went out, the bed would cool down, so she lay down quickly while it was still warm. Chiao Mai was really looking forward to tomorrow. She wondered how much pork and money she would get. She was very poor now, with only 15 yuan and 12 cents left. Last time, she had spent a yuan and a dime on grain, and since she hadn't earned anything for a long time, she was getting anxious. As she kept thinking about it, dawn came. After hearing the sound of the gong, Chiao Mai went out dressed the same as yesterday. When she arrived at the office, she found it much livelier than the day before. Many children were running around, showing how much everyone looked forward to the annual pig slaughter. In the past 2 years, life was so hard that we couldn't even raise livestock. We only kept 2 cows. This year, we can finally see some meat again. Exactly. My boys, Taidan and Gooden, have been craving meat for days. They wouldn't stop talking about it yesterday. My child has never even tasted meat since being born, said a family who had a baby during the famine years. I just hope we can get enough pork. The oil we use all year depends on these few pigs. The crowd was noisy and cheerful. People chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere in front of the brigade office was as lively as New Year's. Once the pigs are slaughtered today, you won't have to go out in the snow to feed them anymore. Honestly, that job is too hard. You're a young girl. You should stay home and rest in winter. That was Aunt Chao Shuping speaking. She had always been unhappy that her niece could earn work points so easily. She thought her own grandson, Chao Zipping, could do the same job. Chao Weigua felt the same way. He thought it was unfair that such a good job was given to Chiao Mai. In his mind, a girl didn't need to earn so many work points. She could just eat a little and get by. Why should she still earn points when others stayed home in winter without any? Now that the pigs were being slaughtered, he wanted to see what she would do next. Suddenly, a sharp, unpleasant voice broke through the noise. The tone alone was enough to make people uncomfortable. Chiao Mai frowned slightly and turned her head. It took her a moment to realize it was her aunt, the same woman who always liked to take advantage and never wanted to lose out. She replied, "Annie, that's a funny thing to say. If I don't earn work points, how will I eat? Will you feed me? Besides, if it's cold, I can just wear more clothes. It's been this cold every winter since I was little. You've lived this long and still haven't gotten used to it? You rude girl. How can you talk like that? Who are you calling old? Is that how you speak to your elders?" Aunt Chao, who had always cared deeply about her looks, exploded the moment Chiao Mai called her old. Chiao Mai had hit her right where it hurt most. The way I talk depends on how you talk to me. I respect you as an elder, but you should act like one too, Chiao Mai said, glancing at her aunt with open disdain. She wasn't afraid at all. "I'll tear that rude mouth of yours apart," Aunt Chao shouted, trying to rush at Chiao Mai, but Uncle Chiao Weihua quickly stopped her. "Enough. You're the elder here. Why are you arguing with a child? You blind old man. Didn't you hear how she talked to me? Is that how a junior should speak to her elder? I was just trying to care about her." Aunt Chao's anger turned toward her husband, who stood silently with his arms crossed, head lowered, letting her vent. He knew better than to let his wife hit his niece in front of everyone. If he did, the whole team would gossip about him. He decided to let her scold as much as she wanted. He was used to it by now. Seeing that her uncle had stopped her aunt, Chiao Mai ignored them and turned to watch the pig catching. By then, 6 pigs and 5 sheep had been tied up, their legs bound, squealing loudly on the ground. The louder they cried, the happier the team members became. After all, it was meat, and they hadn't eaten any in a long time. The pigs and sheep were to be slaughtered. The team kept sheep mainly to support national policies, encouraging more livestock raising. Since there were no strict quotas yet, the team could decide for themselves when to butcher animals, except for the cattle. 2 large iron pots were boiling nearby, ready for scalding the animals to remove their hair. Once the butcher finished his work, about 30 or 40 women would scrape off the hair, while the men cleaned and prepared the meat. When everything was done, the meat and bones were neatly separated. Team leader Chiao Weiguo announced, "Based on the total weight of the pork and mutton this year and our team's population, each person will get 1 gene of pork and half a gene of mutton. We'll distribute tickets according to work points. After collecting your share, if anyone wants to buy bones, there'll be 1 cent per gene." The crowd immediately burst into cheerful chatter again. "There are only 3 people in my family, so we can only get 3 gene of pork." Old Master G's family got a lot more. "They haven't split up yet, so they can get 16 or 17 gene," one team member said enviously. Old Master G's family was one of the biggest in the village. He had 4 sons and several grandchildren, so there were many mouths to feed. 3 gene isn't bad. I live alone, so I only get 1 gene, an old man said. Those who got less envied those who got more. Some were thinking about buying a few bones to make soup, just to have a bit of meat flavor. In those days, bones really were just bones. If you could scrape off a little meat, it meant the butcher hadn't done a clean job. So not many people wanted to buy bones, but there were still a few who did, including Chiao Mai. Others saw bones as worthless, but not Chiao Mai. She thought lamb bones were great. Drinking lamb bone soup in winter not only warmed her up but also helped her stay healthy. 2 benefits in one. After the Victory Brigade finished distributing the money and meat in their usual noisy but orderly way, Chiao Mai received 1 gene of pork, half a gene of lamb, 10 gene of lamb bones, and 5 gene of pork bones. In her pocket, she carried her yearly income, 10 yuan and 8 mao. She also got some ration coupons, half a gene of cotton coupons, half a gene of kerosene coupons, and 2 feet of cloth coupons. Chiao Mai was very pleased with her harvest today and went home happily. No one envied her. In fact, they thought she was a bit pitiful, too poor to buy much meat, so she bought bones instead. Fatty meat was the most popular thing at the time, and few people wanted to spend money on bones. They'd rather buy more grain with that money. At that time, the pigs raised by the state were still the big black kind, which didn't grow much fat. A pig weighing 150 gene was already considered large. A few years later, the country would start raising white pigs, which grew faster and fatter. That's why pork fat was especially precious now. When Chiao Mai got home, she no longer had to feed the pigs every day. Her quiet winter days had finally begun. She took out about 2 gene of lamb bones, washed them clean, filled a big pot with water, added the bones, a bit of salt, and some sliced ginger. Then she planned to grind some cornmeal to make corn cakes. She got right to work. After lighting the fire in the stove, she ground the cornmeal and made 3 or 4 corn cakes. Although Chiao Mai wasn't a great cook, food was scarce in those days, and no one could make fancy meals. She was quite satisfied with what she had made. She felt she could still work on her cooking skills. After all, she no longer had to work endlessly like before, so with more free time and a better mood, she could try different dishes for herself. After a full hour, the lamb bone soup was finally ready, and its rich aroma filled the air. The cornmeal flatbread she made turned out well too. It didn't fall into the soup. For the first time since arriving in this world, Chiao Mai finally got to enjoy something flavorful again. Even though there wasn't any meat, she happily drank the soup. It was delicious. After eating, she tied up the meat with a rope and hung it from the beam, just like everyone else did, to keep mice from stealing it. The large bones were placed in a bamboo basket and hung on the wall. She didn't plan to render the pound of pork into lard. First, there wasn't much fat on it anyway, and even if she did, it wouldn't last long. Second, she preferred to slice off a bit of meat whenever she wanted to cook. It would last longer that way.
The same went for the lamb.
Once everything was organized, Chiao Mai went inside and turned over the corn kernels drying on the heated bed. When they felt dry enough, she took an empty sack from the cabinet and poured the kernels in. After finishing her chores, she began her exercise plan. First, she decided to use the heavy stone from the pickled vegetable jar to train her arm strength, taking it slow at first. Next, she planned to make a target and a slingshot to practice her aim. Why a slingshot? Chiao Mai was thinking ahead. The area was surrounded by mountains full of plants, and probably animals too. After some time, she wanted to go into the mountains to see if she could catch a wild chicken or a rabbit. Otherwise, with all her hard work only earning her a single pound of pork a year, it would be tough for a meat lover like her to keep going. The beginning was always the hardest. The stone for the pickled vegetables weighed about 20 pounds, and after lifting it 10 times, her arms were already sore. She had to stop and then started gathering materials to make the slingshot from memory. As the days passed, filled with bone soup, corn porridge, corn cakes, and sweet potatoes, along with her daily strength and slingshot practice, the time came for the commune's market day, held once every 2 weeks. That day, the north wind howled, and snow had fallen the night before. Chiao Mai lay in her warm bed, not wanting to get up. But she had no choice. The last half of her cabbage was long gone. If she didn't go buy vegetables today, she wouldn't have any fresh greens to eat before the new year. After half an hour of mental preparation, Chiao Mai put on all the clothes she could, washed up, and felt a bit more awake. She wrapped a scarf around her neck, carried a large basket on her back with a rope and a sack inside, and gathered her courage to open the door. By the time she stepped out of the yard, the cold had already seeped into her bones. She locked the door, put her hands in her pockets, and started walking step by step toward Xinglin Commune, which was about a 40 to 50-minute walk away. When frost had formed on her eyelashes, she finally saw the busy market ahead. The crowd in the distance confirmed that she had reached the right place. She rubbed her face, moved her legs faster, and soon felt warm all over after walking for so long. She had planned to buy vegetables and go straight home, but now she was in the mood to look around a bit more. The Xinglin Commune market was shaped like a square, with stalls set up along the 4 sides. Private trading wasn't allowed at that time, so all the vendors were from production teams. If a team produced more than it needed, it could sell the extra goods at the market. This way, the team could earn some money, and when there was more income, members could receive higher payments. It also helped other teams or commune members get what they lacked, easing the country's burden. A win-win situation. Chiao Mai didn't rush to buy vegetables right away. She walked around first and saw piglets, chicks, ducklings, and even a stall selling lambs. But since the weather was so cold, it was hard to keep them alive, and there wasn't enough feed anyway. Most people waited until spring, when wild greens were available, to start raising animals. There were also stalls selling bowls and chopsticks made from clay kilns, as well as wash basins. They were heavy but durable. One could last for many years. The wash basin in Chiao Mai's home had been used for over 10 years. It was part of her mother's dowry. The enamel basins sold at the supply store were prettier and lighter, decorated with red double happiness symbols or peonies, but they required ration tickets, which most families didn't have. So, ceramic basins were more common. Some stalls sold household items like baskets, mats, and bamboo trays. Chiao Mai didn't need those, but she thought about buying a ceramic basin, one for washing feet and another for washing her face. She wasn't overly particular, but she couldn't stand using the same basin for both. Finally, she found what she came for: vegetables. There were cabbages, radishes, mustard roots, and potatoes, all good for storage. It's too late to make pickled cabbage now. Usually, people start making it soon after winter begins. Since Chiao Mai's mother passed away, she hasn't made any, so the pickle jar has been left unused. Chiao Mai plans to buy 200 jin of cabbage, enough to last 3 or 4 months until fresh vegetables are available again. She also wants to buy 100 jin of mustard roots to make salted vegetables. Even though she doesn't know how to make them, she can ask Auntie Zhang for help. She plans to buy 50 jin of potatoes. Xiaomai doesn't really like carrots, but since they're good for vitamins, she decides to get 20 jin. There are 4 or 5 vegetable sellers at the market, and after comparing prices, she chooses one. In the end, she buys cabbage and potatoes for 2 cents per jin, and mustard roots and carrots for 1 cent per jin. Of course, with several hundred jin of vegetables, Xiaomai can't carry them home herself, so she decides to take the village ox cart. Every market day, old Zhang from the village drives the ox cart to town, taking anyone who needs a ride. They leave at 7 in the morning and return around noon. Each person pays 1 cent for the ride, or 2 cents if they have a lot of goods. This way, the cart doesn't get overloaded, and everyone has space. When Xiaomai got up that morning, it was already past 7. To save money, she hadn't taken the cart to town, but now she definitely needed it to get back. There was no way she could carry all those vegetables herself. After paying 6 yuan and 20 cents for the vegetables and telling the seller she'd pick them up later, Xiaomai went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Since she planned to make salted vegetables, she needed to buy more salt. Luckily, salt didn't require ration tickets and cost 2 cents per jin. She also bought some kerosene and 2 boxes of matches. She was tired of spending nights in the dark, so this trip was a good chance to stock up. She didn't plan to use her cotton or cloth ration tickets yet, since she didn't have many. She wanted to save them up and maybe make herself a new quilt later. The old quilt was stiff and uncomfortable. Her mother's quilt had been turned into a mattress on the heated brick bed, and she used her own quilt on top, with a layer of cotton-padded clothes for extra warmth.
It was just enough to get by at night.
Still, Xiaomai hoped to make a new quilt someday. Using the old one always made her feel uneasy, but given her situation, she had no choice but to keep using it for now. She went into the supply store and bought 10 pounds of salt. This winter, she planned to go out as little as possible, so she bought more salt. She didn't dare look around too much, afraid she might see something she wanted and couldn't resist buying. She had already spent quite a bit at the market and couldn't afford to waste more money. Then she went back to the market to buy a wash basin. When choosing one, she held it up to the sunlight to check the bottom. If light passed through, it meant the basin would leak. After looking for a long time, Xiaomai finally found a good one. She paid 5 cents and happily walked away with the basin, ignoring the seller's disappointed look. Here's what happened. While choosing, Xiaomai found a basin that didn't leak but had a small chip on the rim. She thought it didn't affect its use. However, she didn't want to pay the full price of 6 cents, so she bargained with the seller until he agreed to 5 cents. The seller wasn't too happy about earning 1 cent less, but the girl was right. It was a flawed item and couldn't be sold at full price. So, the deal was made for 5 cents. Xiaomai was pleased to have saved a cent, which explained her cheerful mood earlier. Xiaomai went to the vegetable stall and helped the seller load her purchases onto old Zhang's ox cart. She put the carrots and potatoes into a basket, placed the salt and the bottle of kerosene on top, paid old Zhang 2 cents, and sat on the cart waiting for the others. When everyone was seated and the time was right, old Zhang slowly drove the ox cart toward Xingli Brigade. "Oh, I haven't seen you since winter started." Xiaomai had been lost in thought when she suddenly heard someone call her. She turned and saw her neighbor from the east side, Lu Xiulan, a warm and friendly woman. Xiaomai tightened her scarf and smiled. "Yes, sister-in-law, it's been so cold. I hardly go out unless I have to. Now that I don't need to feed the pigs, I stay home even more." "That's true. It's freezing," Lu Xiulan said. "You live alone. If you ever need help, just call me. We live close, only a few steps away." In winter, Lu Xiulan rarely went out either. She usually sat by the stove, sewing shoe soles for her husband and children. Shoes wore out quickly, so she used the quiet winter days to make new ones. Xiaomai thanked Sister Xiulan warmly, then stopped talking. It was hard to speak in the freezing wind. Every time she opened her mouth, the cold air rushed in, chilling her inside and out. But the women who were used to the cold didn't mind. They sat on the cart chatting about village gossip. "Hey, did you hear? A few days ago, someone caught Xiao Dafu's wife with another man. One woman whispered.
What?
With who? Another asked in surprise. They say it was a young man from the next village. He just got married not long ago, and his wife caught him sneaking around, the first woman said. Oh my, Chao Defu hasn't been gone for even 2 years, and his wife already couldn't stay faithful? A third woman joined in. Let me tell you more. Chiao Mai listened to gossip about widow's son all the way back. Finally, the ox cart wobbled into the village. She was the last to get off because she had bought too many vegetables and needed old Zhang's help to carry them home. So they arrived together. Uncle Zhang, you know my situation. It's not much, but please take this penny and buy your grandson a couple of candies, Chiao Mai said after he carried all the vegetables inside. She didn't have anything else to give, and though she had to be careful with money, she still believed in showing proper manners. Mutual kindness made life easier. You silly girl, it's just a few vegetables. How could I take your money? What would people say if they found out? Old Zhang said. Helping her was no trouble, and he couldn't take money from a child who already had a hard life. It's fine, Uncle Zhang. Please take it, or I'll feel bad riding your cart next time, Chiao Mai insisted, slipping the penny into his hand. After some back and forth, old Zhang finally accepted it. As he left, he thought even more highly of Chiao Mai. She was sensible and knew how to treat people right. When he was gone, Chiao Mai looked at the pile of vegetables in her main room and realized she needed a cellar. Next year, she planned to grow her own vegetables, and there would be even more. She couldn't just leave them all out in the open. If someone came by, they'd see everything she had, and she didn't like that lack of privacy. Once she decided to do something, Chiao Mai acted right away. After finishing her first meal of the day, she planned to dig a vegetable cellar in the main room by herself. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor, and there wasn't enough food at home to feed helpers anyway. Doing it herself would also count as exercise. She chose a spot near the west wall of the main room and began her second big project since winter started, the first one being her daily workouts. The next day, Chiao Mai planned to visit her second aunt to learn how to pickle mustard roots. The 100 pounds of mustard roots she had bought were still piled up in the main room. If she started pickling early, she could enjoy the pickles sooner and have something different to eat. But just as she stepped into the yard, she saw her neighbor, Sister Xiulan, pouring water outside. Xiulan noticed her and called out, Mai, are you heading out?
Chiao Meno dead.
Yes, sister. I'm going to my second aunt's house to ask how to make pickled mustard. Oh, you don't need to go that far for such a small thing. I've been making pickles for 20 years. I can teach you, said Lu Xiulan, patting her leg. She was happy to help and didn't want the young woman walking so far in the cold. Really, sister? That's great. I'll learn from you then. It's much easier since we live so close, Chiao Mai said happily. She was glad not only because it saved her a long walk in the freezing weather, but also because it gave her a chance to get closer to her neighbor and feel more at home in the village. So Lu Xiulan came over to Chiao Mai's house and taught her how to pickle the mustard roots. First, they had to wash them clean and let them dry completely. Then, in a dry pickle jar, they spread a layer of salt at the bottom, added a layer of mustard roots, sprinkled more salt, and repeated the process. After more than 2 hours, with Sister Xiulan's help, Chiao Mai had a full jar of pickles ready to ferment. While working, the two women chatted and found they got along very well. Before leaving, Xiulan told Chiao Mai to call her next time she wanted to pickle something. She also said that when the vegetable cellar was almost done, Chiao Mai should let her know so her husband, Chiao Jianjun, could come help pack the ground firmly. Chiao Mai thanked her again and deeply felt the warmth and kindness of people in those times. After Lu Xiulan left, Chiao Mai practiced with her slingshot for half an hour, then went back to digging her vegetable cellar. The work also helped strengthen her arms, so she stopped using stones as weights. Life went on like this, a bit rough but steady until the little new year arrived. In this region, people usually made sticky bean buns for the occasion, but Chiao Mai didn't know how. Her cooking skills were limited to stewing potatoes, frying potato slices or shreds, and cooking cabbage with a few pieces of meat now and then. She had never made bean buns, a traditional northeastern dish. When her cousin Xiao Hai's daughter, Xiao Zishan, came to invite her to celebrate the little new year. Chiao Mai tasted sticky bean buns for the first time and immediately liked them. That morning, Chiao Mai got up, cooked some porridge, and ate it with leftover shredded potatoes from the night before. After washing up, she continued digging the cellar. Thanks to her hard work over the past few days, half of it was already done. She planned to make it a bit larger so it could hold more food, and she figured it would be finished just before the new year. While she was digging, she faintly heard someone knocking on the door. At first, she ignored it, thinking it wasn't for her. But the knocking continued, so she put down her shovel, climbed out of the cellar, and went to open the gate. Since she rarely went out, her gate was usually closed, and anyone who came had to knock. Other families would just walk into the yard and call out. When Xiao Zishan saw the door open, she said happily, "Auntie, Grandma wants you to come to her house for lunch." Before Chiao Mai could respond, the girl ran off. She didn't want to be late, or the good food might be gone. Chiao Mai stood there with her hand half raised, not having said a word. Back inside, she thought about what she could bring as a gift. It didn't feel right to go empty-handed, but after thinking for a while, she realized she had nothing suitable. "Ah, I'm so poor," she sighed. "I never thought I'd live like this one day." In the end, she took about 2 pounds of dried sweet potatoes to her aunt's house. She had made them a few days earlier by steaming the sweet potatoes, slicing them, and drying them indoors instead of outside in the sun. Once they reached the chewy texture she liked, she stored them away. They were tough but tasty. When Chiao Mai arrived at her second aunt's house, she could already hear the laughter of children before even stepping inside. It turned out that her second uncle's 2 sons and their families had all come to the old house to celebrate the little new year together. "Chiao Mai, you're here. Come in quickly. Your aunt just steamed a pot of sticky bean buns. They're delicious right now," said a kind-looking woman as she pulled Chiao Mai into the house. This was Zhou Lanhua, the wife of her eldest cousin Xiao Jiang. She was from the neighboring village and had been a popular young woman before marriage. In the end, Xiao Jiang had been the lucky one to win her heart. "Big sister-in-law, do you need any help? We can start working first," Chiao Mai said as she noticed her aunt and a younger woman still busy in the kitchen. She guessed the younger one must be her second sister-in-law. Since they were still working, Chiao Mai thought she should lend a hand instead of just sitting around. "You don't need to help. There's not much left to do in the kitchen. Why don't you stay here and keep an eye on these little troublemakers for me?" Zhou Lanhua said with a smile, handing Chiao Mai a warm sticky bean bun and motioning for her to eat it while it was hot. Unable to refuse her kindness, Chiao Mai sat in the main room, watching her nieces and nephews play. After taking a bite of the sticky bean bun, she immediately liked it. It was a bit like southern rice dumplings, soft and sticky, with a slightly sweet red bean filling. Sugar was scarce in the countryside and required ration tickets, so only a little was added, but the sweetness was just right for her taste. She thought to herself that she would make some next year too. When all the dishes were ready and everyone sat down, Chiao Mai saw Chiao Hai and his wife, Li Lady. From her name, it was clear that her family had hoped for a son. Li Lady had grown up with that mindset, but her husband's family didn't care much about such things, so she didn't dare treat her daughter too harshly. As a result, their daughter, Xiao Zishan, though not as spoiled as a son might have been, still lived a fairly good life. The meal was better than usual. There were sticky bean buns and cornmeal buns, along with dishes like minced pork with eggplant and cabbage stewed with noodles, with a few slices of meat visible. Of course, no northeastern table was complete without soybean paste and green onions. Though the dishes weren't many, they were rich and flavorful, much better than the usual plain stews. "Chiao Mai, treat this as your own home. Don't be shy, eat whatever you like," said her second aunt warmly, placing a piece of pork into Chiao Mai's bowl. At that moment, Chiao Mai noticed that her second sister-in-law didn't look very happy. It was funny. She was eating at the eldest aunt's house, not the second sister-in-law's, so why was she upset? Chiao Mai didn't care what others thought. As long as her eldest uncle and aunt truly invited her, no one else's opinion mattered. "Auntie, don't worry. Even though my parents are gone, you and uncle are just like them to me. I won't be shy, but don't feel bad if I eat a lot," Haha, Chiao Mai said with a smile. You're right, Mai. Even though your parents aren't here, you still have us. Treat our home as your own, and eat more. Your aunt really put effort into today's meal, the second uncle said, nodding in agreement. After all, even though his younger brother had passed away, he and his elder brother were still the child's elders. Chiao Mai nodded repeatedly as she listened. After taking a bite, she realized her aunt's cooking was much better than her own. She praised the second aunt's skills while eating, and the aunt was delighted, sharing a few cooking tips in return. Every cook loves to be praised, and though there were only 2 dishes today, the second aunt had done her best. After the meal, Chiao Mai planned to go home. She still needed to keep digging her cellar. The second aunt packed about 20 sticky bean buns for her. Ignoring her second sister-in-law's unhappy face, Chiao Mai chatted briefly with her uncle and aunt before leaving. On her way home, Chiao Mai felt warm inside. Her eldest uncle and aunt weren't especially kind to her, but the second uncle and aunt truly cared. She promised herself that once she had the ability, she would repay their kindness. After the little new year, Chiao Mai stayed home and worked diligently for a few more days. She chopped the branches her older cousin had brought earlier, cut them to even lengths, and stacked them neatly in the woodshed. Finally, on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Chiao Mai couldn't hold back her urge to go hunting any longer. It was almost New Year's. She couldn't keep eating plain cabbage and potatoes every day. The small amount of meat she had was long gone. How could she stay strong without proper food? So she hadn't saved any, but eaten it all. It had paid off. She was now much stronger than before. She could easily lift 30 or 40 pounds with one hand. Her arms felt firmer, and her face had lost its pale look, showing a healthy glow. She mainly felt that her slingshot skills had improved a lot. At first, even when she aimed carefully, the stones would still miss the target. Now, hitting within the 8th ring was no big deal for her. In short, she believed she was capable of exploring the mountain. Maybe she could even catch some wild game. Even if she didn't, it would still be good exercise. Early in the morning, she filled her stomach with 2 bowls of coarse grain porridge, something that kept her full without feeling heavy. Then she carried a basket on her back, packed with a rope, a newly sharpened machete, a slingshot, and a small bag of stones. She tied her cotton pants around her ankles with cloth strips to keep the snow out of her shoes and legs, filled a flask with water, and set off. After walking for about 20 minutes, Chiao Mai reached the foot of the mountain. Because of the cold weather, the snow from earlier hadn't melted yet, which was actually a good thing. Otherwise, the path would be muddy and hard to climb. She didn't plan to go too deep into the mountain today. Reaching halfway up would already be good enough. As she climbed, she kept an eye on the bushes around her, watching for any movement. After about another hour, Chiao Mai decided to take a break and explore sideways along the slope. Explore might sound a bit much, but she didn't plan to climb any higher. It was her first time going alone, and she felt a little nervous. After resting, she would look around this area, and if she found nothing, she'd head home. It wasn't that she hadn't seen anything. She had spotted a gray rabbit earlier, but it was too far for her slingshot to reach, so she didn't bother trying. Taking a sip of the still warm water, Chiao Mai looked down the mountain. It was the first time she had carefully observed the village she now lived in. From above, she could see rows of earthen houses with thatched roofs, smoke rising from almost every chimney. Families with plenty of firewood kept their stoves burning all day, while those with less, like Chiao Mai's family, only lit the fire when cooking. The house might not be very warm, but at least it didn't feel too cold or empty. Just as Chiao Mai was lost in the beauty of the northeastern countryside, she suddenly heard a fluttering sound. Quickly, she pulled out her slingshot and turned toward the noise. It came from a patch of bushes to her left. There were a few wild pheasants there. Holding back her excitement, Chiao Mai drew her slingshot, carefully aiming for the best shot. Now was the moment. Just as quick as a flash, Chiao Mai shot out a sharp pebble with her slingshot. In that instant, 2 pheasants flew out of the bushes. One of them was hit on the head and flapped its wings helplessly on the ground. Chiao Mai quickly pulled her slingshot again, hoping to hit another one, but she missed. The pheasants scattered in panic, and when she ran over, only the one she had hit earlier was still lying there, struggling a little. There was nothing she could do. Her arm strength was still limited. She could hit but not kill. At home, she practiced on fixed targets, but wild pheasants were alive and moving, which made it harder. Still, Chiao Mai was quite pleased to have caught one. She wasn't a greedy person. One pheasant was enough to make her happy for the season. After tying the pheasant's legs together, Chiao Mai followed the tracks in the snow, hoping to find a nest. After walking about 40 or 50 meters, she really did find one, with several pheasant eggs inside, probably from the same birds. Without hesitation, she collected them all, 9 eggs in total. Very good, she thought. She was satisfied with her hunt. As long as she didn't come home empty-handed, she was happy. With her catch secured, Chiao Mai decided to head home. The freezing weather was starting to numb her legs. By the time she reached home, the sun had lost its warmth. In the northeast, it started getting dark around 3 or 4 in the afternoon during winter, just in time for her to make dinner. Once inside, she changed into a pair of cotton shoes. The ones she wore up the mountain were wet from the snow. She planned to dry them later by the stove while cooking. Chiao Mai set down her basket, but didn't unpack it right away. She was hungry and needed to eat first. Tonight, she planned to cook cornmeal cakes and steam 3 eggs. She boiled water in the pot, planning to use it later to pluck the pheasant's feathers. After lighting the fire and setting the corn cakes to cook, she decided not to make any stir-fried dishes since the big pot was already in use. Instead, she sliced a potato to make a simple cold potato salad. With her increasingly practiced cooking skills, Chiao Mai soon had dinner ready. When she took her first bite of the egg, she sighed softly. It hadn't been easy. She had been here for almost a month, and this was the first time she'd eaten an egg. The original owner of this body had it even worse, not having eaten eggs for years. Life had been so hard before that even raising chickens, ducks, or geese wasn't possible. But next year would be better. Chiao Mai planned to buy a few chicks and ducklings in the spring. Since the planned economy hadn't started yet, she wanted to raise more while she could. It would be tiring, but she hoped to improve her health and maybe sell some eggs to earn a little extra. After eating the wild egg, Chiao Mai began to make new plans for the coming year. Once she was full, she took advantage of the hot water in the big pot to clean the wild chicken. Her hands trembled with nervousness, but she had no choice. There was no time to be afraid or hesitant. After some clumsy effort, she finally managed to clean the bird, though the process was messy. The chicken looked quite battered compared to the neatly prepared ones sold in markets today. Chiao Mai didn't mind. She tied up the clean chicken with a thin rope and buried it in the snow in the yard to freeze. She stuck a stick beside it and tied the other end of the rope to the stick so she wouldn't lose it. She planned to cook the chicken on New Year's Eve instead of going to Annie's house for dinner. Still, she would bring half of it to Auntie and Uncle as thanks. They had helped her many times in just 1 month, and she didn't want to seem ungrateful. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Chiao Mai finished digging the cellar. Everyone was busy cleaning and preparing for the new year, so she didn't ask Xiao Jianjun, Lu Xilan's fiancé, to help her tamp the foundation. Instead, she found a large, flat stone outside and used it to pound the ground inside the cellar bit by bit. It was hard work, and after a whole day of effort, she finally managed to make the foundation firm. On New Year's Eve, at noon, she cut half of a chicken and brought it to her second uncle's house. She didn't tell them she had hunted it herself, but said she found a frozen wild chicken while gathering firewood in the mountains. She instinctively hid the truth about hunting. Her second aunt wanted her to stay for the family dinner, but Chiao Mai refused, saying she also had chicken cooking at home. Since she hadn't brought much meat, and her aunt's family would be eating together, there wouldn't be much for everyone if she stayed. The chicken was just enough for everyone to have a taste. When Chiao Mai noticed her sister-in-law's unhappy face, she thought, so it's fine when she benefits, but not when others do. As usual, Chiao Mai ignored her, not wanting to deal with her attitude. After chatting briefly with her uncle and aunt, she excused herself, saying she had to go home to tend the fire. Back home, Chow Mai cooked the remaining half of the chicken with some salt and a few slices of ginger. She didn't know any complicated recipes. When it was done, she fried the last 4 wild eggs she had. She had eaten 2 the day before, so these were all that was left. In her mind, food should be eaten while you have it. Once it's in your stomach, it's truly yours. Otherwise, who knows who might end up with it. When the dishes were ready, she heated up 5 or 6 sticky rice buns her second aunt had given her for the holiday. That completed her New Year's Eve dinner. A bowl of chicken, a plate of fried eggs, and a few sticky rice buns. During the 1960s, when food was scarce, Chow Mai felt her meal was one of the best in the village. Though her chicken stew was simple, good ingredients only needed simple cooking. It wasn't greasy, and the taste suited her southern palate. After finishing, Chow Mai felt full for the first time in a long while. Then she took a basket with a bowl of chicken and fried eggs she had set aside earlier, along with a pot of hot water covered with a cloth, and walked toward the graves of her parents. Chow Mai had come into this world and taken over their daughter's body. Since it was New Year's Eve, it was only right for her to visit and pay her respects. After about 10 minutes, Chow Mai arrived at the place. She knelt in front of her parents' grave and didn't say anything emotional. Dad, Mom, hello. I don't know if your family is together now. Your daughter passed away before I arrived, but I have taken her body, and I think I should do my duty to honor her. In my past life, I was an orphan. Now that I have parents in this life, even if I haven't met you, I am happy. At least I know where you are and who you are. Chow Mai sniffed. The weather was very cold, and she was starting to feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, her nose would have started to run. I've been working hard to live this past month. Life is poor, but it is also full. I will try to do better in the future. Please don't dislike the food I brought today. There's no wine at home, just some water. Next year, I will prepare wine for you. After the prayer, Chow Mai felt a big relief in her heart and body. As it got dark, she returned home, hearing firecrackers going off from time to time. Back inside, Chow Mai added several pieces of firewood to the stove. She planned to indulge a little today, burn the stove longer, and keep herself warm for the new year. On the first day of the new year, when she went to visit her grandfather and grandmother, her grandmother gave her a cold look. Chow Mai felt confused. She originally thought she didn't want to argue during the holiday, but Chow Damao suddenly said, I am your real grandmother. How can you forget about my family when you go to deliver chicken to your second grandmother? Today is New Year's Day. It's not too late to bring it over. Once you send the remaining half of the chicken, I won't argue with you. Chow Mai was really annoyed by her shamelessness and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you still remember you're my real grandmother? When I was starving, I didn't see you help me even a little. If you want that half chicken, go find it in my house's outhouse. Chow Damao was about to speak. Your grandmother is joking. Don't take it seriously. We wouldn't really want the younger generation's things. Grandpa Chow Wei Huang heard his wife and the child talking about food and felt embarrassed. He also thought that Mai probably finished eating the meat already.
What?
If the second family wants me, I won't give it to them. You old fool. Ever since I married you, I haven't had a good day. Your niece's meat, but she doesn't think of you, Grandpa. Hearing her husband speak so disrespectfully, Chow sure got angry again. She started scolding Grandpa Chow loudly, not caring if anyone around was listening. Chow Mai didn't stay even a second longer and was too lazy to watch the couple argue. As her elders, they didn't fulfill their duties, and they often tried to take advantage of her. How could they be so shameless? When she arrived at second uncle's house, she paid her New Year's respects to her grandparents and received red envelopes from them. Chow Mai didn't want to accept the money. Although she was poor now, she had started earning work points, so she didn't think she should take money from her grandparents. Listen, if Grandpa gives you money, you should take it. Otherwise, it means he's giving too little, her grandmother urged, trying to persuade her. Auntie, I'm already grown up. I shouldn't be asking you for money, Chow Mai quickly replied. No, you can still take it. When you're older, you'll call me Grandpa, and then there won't be any more red envelopes, her grandpa said with a smile. In the end, since most people wanted her money, Chow Mai accepted the red envelope. On the way back, she thought about how different her two uncles were. One didn't care about anything, and the other was very caring and honest with her. When she got home and opened the red envelope, it contained 5 cents. Jo-mai felt relieved. 5 cents was acceptable. If it had been more, she might have felt burdened. She never thought she'd receive red envelopes in her life, even after living 2 lives. She chuckled happily. After feeling happy, she carefully put the 5 cents and her savings together. In the Northeast, the New Year isn't over until the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Jo-mai's mother didn't have many relatives. She had come here fleeing hardship and had no family left, so Jo-mai had no relatives to visit. She was quite happy with her current life. She liked being alone. Having many relatives and friends would only make her feel overwhelmed. So, during the New Year, Jo-mai's days were the same as usual, exercising daily. She increased the difficulty of her slingshot practice by shooting from farther away. She also moved most of the dishes from the main room to the cellar, looking at the salted vegetables, estimating they'd be ready to eat in about half a month. She also thought about how to make delicious dishes with cabbage and potatoes. After several attempts, her cooking skills had definitely improved. During this time, she also visited Sister Xiaolan's house for a while. Since it was the New Year, she thought it was good to visit. When she arrived at Lu Xiaolan's home, she was warmly welcomed. Brother Jianjun was also a gentle person, and with his height of about 1.8 meters, he looked like a capable worker. There is also Sister Xiaolan's daughter, who is 4 years old this year and will turn 5 after the New Year. Her name is Qiao Miao Miao. When she sees her, she is a little shy, but she has been well taught and is very polite. Sister Xiaolan's parents-in-law passed away during the 3 years of famine. At that time, there was little food, so they tried to eat less to save more for the children. Sadly, they eventually starved to death. Such situations were common across the country. After the New Year, it will take about a month for the temperature to rise again. So, the winter hibernation will end in a little over a month. During this time, Qiao Mai often goes up the mountain every few days. When lucky, she can catch a wild chicken or a rabbit. When unlucky, she catches nothing. But usually, she doesn't go home empty-handed. Even if she doesn't get much, she will chop a few dead trees to bring back. It's not a wasted trip. Although she goes to the mountain every few days, she often comes back with some food to fill herself up. She seems taller now and feels stronger. Overall, after a good year, Qiao Mai has really managed to make a living through her own efforts. Days pass by quickly, and before she knows it, spring has arrived. This year, the team caught 10 piglets and 8 lambs. Like everyone else, Qiao Mai also has to work. Since they raised more pigs this year, her daily work points increased from 4 to 6. Feeding the pigs costs 1 basket of grass per work point. This means that when there is plenty of pig feed, Qiao Mai can earn full work points. Although spring has come, she still can't take off her padded jacket. She wears a woolen shirt underneath, then a padded jacket and a coat on top. It's enough now, unlike during the deep winter when she had to wear 2 padded jackets. On her first day of work, Qiao Mai checked on the new piglets in the pig pen. They're probably new to the environment and not very lively. There isn't much pig feed available, so she mixes bran with cornmeal or sweet potatoes. Since the piglets are still small, they need good care. If she loses one, she will be responsible. After feeding the pigs, she tidied up the pig pen. Then she carried her basket and went up the mountain to look for wild vegetables. Even if there isn't much pig feed, she can gather some wild vegetables for herself. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw many children already gathering wild vegetables. Poor children often have to grow up quickly. By the age of 4 or 5, they're already working with the older kids in the family doing whatever chores need to be done. Looking at the green wild vegetables and grasses sprouting up, Qiao Mai felt a bit confused because she didn't know which ones people could eat and which ones pigs could eat. After thinking for a while, she decided to go home. She wanted to find Sister Xiaolan to go out and pick wild vegetables together. She wasn't sure if Xiaolan was free. Currently, Xiaolan wasn't working much, and they only had 1 child. Since the weather was still cold, She thought it was better to stay at home to take care of the child and also turn the soil in the front and backyards so they could plant vegetables and grains later. When Xiao Mai arrived at her house, she saw Lu Shilon working in the front yard, with Xiao Miao Miao chattering nearby. "Sister-in-law, you're busy," Xiao Mai called out as she entered. "Mai, you're here." Xiao Miao Miao looked up and recognized her. She remembered her from the time she visited before. "Oh, Miao Miao, you're so well-behaved." Xiao Mai happily patted her head. "Hey, isn't it spring now? We need to turn the soil, or it will be hard to plant vegetables later." "Why are you here now?" Lu Shilon heard the voice and saw it was her neighbor, Xiao Mai. "I wanted to ask if you have time. We could go to the mountain and pick some wild vegetables together. It's good to have a companion." "Sure, I was planning to go pick wild vegetables this afternoon. Since you're here, let's go now. I'll turn the soil in the afternoon." Lu Shilon agreed happily. She also planned to check on the wild vegetables on the mountain today. "Am I bothering you?" Xiao Mai still felt a little worried about disturbing Lu Shilon. "Oh, what's there to bother? Wild vegetables only grow for a few days. Even if you don't come, I'd still go. Otherwise, they won't last long," Lu Shilon replied. Xiao Mai felt relieved. Lu Shilon changed her daughter into a thicker cotton jacket because it was colder on the mountain than at home. She told her to wear warm clothes to avoid catching a cold. Then, the two of them, one adult and one child, headed up the mountain. When they arrived, they talked and picked vegetables together. Xiao Mai didn't know much about wild vegetables and was afraid to ask, worried about revealing her ignorance. She just watched Lu Shilon pick different kinds and followed her lead. Lu Shilon explained how to prepare and eat each type. For example, she described the tender, crispy, and refreshing taste of thistle shoots, which could be blanched and eaten cold or stir-fried with meat for more flavor. She also talked about small root vegetables, a favorite among Northeasterners, which could be dipped in sauce after boiling, tasting very fresh. Once dried, they could be stored and used for making dumplings, which was also very delicious. There are also willow shoots. Xiao Mai listened and nodded, feeling she had learned a lot. People still need to live in groups. Look at Sister Shilon going out to dig wild vegetables. She learned so much just from that. Xiao Mai thought that was enough for now. Once she knew enough about wild vegetables, she planned to ask Sister Shilon about planting vegetables. That was a good idea because the original owner never grew vegetables herself. When her mother was alive, she did all the work, and the original owner just watered the plants. Around noon, the two of them returned home tired but happy. Xiao Mai put down her basket and went to feed the pigs. Since they started working, the team members now eat 3 meals a day. Otherwise, they couldn't manage 2 meals a day. The animals also eat 3 times a day. After feeding the pigs, Xiao Mai sorted the wild vegetables she had collected. She took out some tender shoots to prepare a cold dish later. The rest were washed and left to dry in the yard. Over time, this would add up, and she would have plenty of wild vegetables to eat in winter. No more eating only cabbage, potatoes, and radishes every day. It's worth mentioning that the mustard pickles Xiao Mai made a while ago are ready to eat now. The pickling was very successful, so her meals always include mustard pickles. This year, she plans to develop more new dishes. In the afternoon, Xiao Mai didn't go out to dig wild vegetables. Instead, she decided to clean the yard just like Sister Shilon. This way, she could plant vegetables and grains later. Cleaning such a big yard isn't easy, especially since the ground is still frozen about 15 centimeters deep. She needs to use a strong iron shovel to turn the soil, or she won't be able to do it. After 2 hours of work, Xiao Mai was too tired to continue. Her arms were sore. Even though she exercises often, she wasn't sure if she could keep going. Since she couldn't continue, she stopped and went to turn over the wild vegetables she had dried in the sun earlier. Then she headed toward the collapsed house on the east side of her home. It was winter before and it was cold, so Xiao Mai didn't want to go outside. Now that the weather has warmed up, she couldn't stand her broken house anymore. She plans to fix it up because it might be useful in the future. The door of the east house is still intact, but the roof has completely fallen down. After moving a few piles of dirt and broken bricks, I can see that the beams are still whole and not broken. I think when they replace the thatch, It wasn't laid properly, and maybe someone accidentally stepped on the beams, causing the roof to collapse. The surrounding walls are still good, with some soil and debris falling from above, but that's not a big problem. Later, I can find someone to patch up the walls with new mud bricks. After inspecting everything, Chiao Mai swept the dirt and broken bricks from the ground into the yard outside. She didn't throw them around. She wasn't sure if she needed the soil for rebuilding, so if not, she would discard it. The main beam was too heavy for her to move, so she left it inside, planning to hang it back up later. Once she tidied up the east house, it was getting dark. She went to feed the pigs, then came back and scooped some cornmeal to make porridge. She also took out 2 wild eggs, boiled them together, and planned to dip them in soy sauce for dinner. Everything was ready for the evening meal. It was still cold in early spring. When Chiao Mai got up in the morning, she shivered from the cold. She took out her warm clothes from under the quilt and put them on. After washing up, she quickly went to feed the pigs. When she finished feeding the pigs and came out, she saw Uncle Air coming out of his office. "Uncle, have you eaten yet?" Chiao Mai stopped and greeted him. "Yes, I have. Did you just finish feeding the pigs?" Uncle Air saw it was Chiao Mai, and he put his pipe back into his belt, planning to ask about her recent situation. Even though she lived in the village, she rarely came to visit home. They only met occasionally at the office, so they didn't see each other often. "Yes, I just finished." "Uncle, I want to ask for your help," Chiao Mai said. "What do you need?" Uncle Air asked curiously. Usually, she didn't trouble him. The last time was last winter, when she bought grain from his house. He wondered what difficulty she was facing now. "My east house's roof collapsed, so I want to ask you to find some people to help repair it. I can pay them or offer food," Chiao Mai explained. She couldn't do the roof repair herself, and she didn't know how to do it.
That's easy.
"I'll find some people to come and fix it for you. Honestly, your roof should have been repaired long ago. A good house, and now it's fallen. If it stays like this, even the walls will become unusable over time." When second uncle heard about this matter, he quickly agreed. Since his younger brother passed away, his wife and daughters have been struggling to live on their own. A few years ago, when the harvest was poor, they had no money or grain to repair the house. It's best to fix the house as soon as possible, or else the better house might be affected. Second uncle was very quick. At noon, Chiao Mai had just finished feeding the pigs when she saw several men with tools waiting outside her house. They included her cousins from the Dage family, Chiao Dong, Chiao Shi, and Chiao Bei, and her cousins from the Erju family, Chiao Jiang and Chiao Hai, as well as brothers Jianjun and Erju, all of whom are her peers. "Brother, when did you arrive? Have you been waiting long?" Chiao Mai hurried to greet them and took out her keys to open the door. "Not long ago. My dad said your house needs a new roof, so he called us to come. He asked me to tell you that since we're working now, each of Jianjun and Erju will get half a day's work points, which equals 5 work points. We don't need ours. They'll be deducted from your work points later," Chiao Jiang explained, pulling his hair back and clearly conveying second uncle's instructions. "That's not right. You're also delaying your work, so you should still get your work points," Chiao Mai said wisely. She understood what second uncle meant. These days, money and grain are very valuable, but work points aren't worth much. Second uncle even thought of this. Still, her cousins also need to support their families, so she can spare a few dozen work points. "No worries, little sister. Let's get to work first," she said, signaling everyone to start making mud bricks. These bricks aren't for repairing the walls but are made, dried, and then sent to the brigade office. They estimate how many bricks are needed and fetch them from the brigade, so they can work efficiently without wasting time or taking advantage of public resources. They also need straw, which is exchanged for work points, 5 gen of straw per work point. This is fair to the team members. Otherwise, those who like to take small advantages would take more straw than they need, which would be wasteful. After making the mud bricks, they brought the finished bricks and straw to the house. They first lifted the beams into place. With many people working together, a few young men spent an afternoon repairing the roof. The old brick bed was also dismantled because it was badly damaged and beyond repair. Chiao Mai decided to remove it entirely. Since she's living alone now, Just one bed in the inner room is enough. After finishing, Chiao Mai brought out 3 large bowls of hot water for everyone to drink. It's not that she didn't want to bring more, but she only had 3 bowls at home and no others. Luckily, no one minded. Everyone drank quickly and then prepared to go home. Really, thank you all, brothers. There's not much to offer at home. Take some sweet potatoes back as snacks for my nephews and nieces, she said, stuffing a handful of dried sweet potatoes into each person's pocket. They looked golden and very appealing. Girl, what are you doing? I've worked hard too. You can't keep taking things, said Zhu, a big man, trying to stop her. He couldn't argue with the girl, so he stepped back and blocked her. But Chiao Mai was eager to give, and her hands moved faster than Zhu's. Everyone left carrying their pockets full of dried sweet potatoes. Food is very precious now. Even though sweet potatoes are common in every home, not everyone is willing to dry them into snacks. Both sides were happy and thought Chiao Mai was very generous. They felt this work was worth it. After seeing off her cousins, Chiao Mai went into her east room to look around. She touched her chin, thinking about how to make better use of this space. She wanted to earn money so badly, she almost went crazy. She only had less than 20 yuan left, which made her feel anxious. As the saying goes, when you have grain, you're not worried. But now, with little grain and little money, she couldn't help feeling worried. While she was thinking about how to make money, the grass grew greener, wild vegetables increased, and she started planting seeds in her small garden. Every day, after feeding the pigs, Chiao Mai would go cut 2 baskets of pig grass. She didn't cut more because she only needed a little. She wanted to earn a few cents and then do other things. She worked hard, gathering wild vegetables and drying them to store for winter. She hoped to sell some in the county or nearby city when the time was right. She also planted vegetables and grains in her backyard. She worked from dawn until dark. The meat she raised in winter became very lean, but her health improved. She could feel her body getting stronger. Every few days, she secretly checked her traps near the mountaintop. Yes, she had dug 2 traps on the mountain some time ago. Animals came out to find food now. She dug the traps deep, filling them with sharp wood and bamboo pieces. She wanted to make sure they worked perfectly. If the traps were shallow, animals could escape. If the wood and bamboo weren't sharp enough, the animals wouldn't get hurt or killed. Don't underestimate these 2 traps. Chiao Mai has already caught 5 rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and 1 silly roe deer using them. Wild chickens are quite common on the mountain, but they can fly, and some can flap away if they fall into the traps, so fewer are caught. Chiao Mai ate 2 rabbits and a roe deer leg. The rest were skinned, dried, and coated with salt to preserve them longer. She plans to go to the town in a few days to see if she can sell them. This afternoon, Chiao Mai carried her basket and went back to check the traps. After climbing the mountain many times, she can now reach the trap site in one breath without stopping. When she was about 20 meters away, she heard a wild boar squeal. She quickly climbed a tree. Even though she is stronger now, she still can't fight a wild boar directly. From the tree, she held her breath and looked around. 5 minutes passed, but she only heard the boar's calls and saw no sign of it. After some hesitation, Chiao Mai decided to check the trap first. If nothing was there, she would go home quickly. She was already at the trap's entrance, so it would be a waste not to look. She carefully slid down from the tree, trying not to make any noise, and slowly moved toward the trap. As she approached, the wild boar's squeals grew louder. A surprising thought crossed her mind. Could it really be a wild boar in the trap? She suppressed her excitement and tried to calm her nerves. When she was about 2 meters from the trap, she saw a corner of the boar sticking out inside. Upon closer look, it was a black mountain pig, probably weighing around 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. It wasn't very big. Its belly had some wood stick stuck in it, and it was bleeding a little. It seemed to have just fallen into the trap today and hadn't attracted other animals yet. But it didn't look very lively either. Chiao Mai thought that she could kill it and carry it back herself. However, it was still early in the evening, so she couldn't openly carry it down the mountain. Also, she needed to prepare some things before killing the pig. She looked up at the sky. It would probably be about an hour before it got dark. She decided to gather some grass to line the bottom of her basket to prevent blood from leaking out. She also planned to cover the pig with some wild grass, so it wouldn't be obvious if someone asked. After about half an hour, Chiao Mai took out her axe, ready to prepare for butchering the pig. Usually, when she goes up the mountain, she often sees suitable branches to cut, so she always keeps an axe in her backpack. This time, it made killing the pig easier. Chiao Mai walked to the trap, looked at the pig's head still slightly raised, and aimed her axe at the pig's throat. She swung the axe down quickly, and blood started to spurt out. The wild pig squealed loudly as it was cut, making Chiao Mai feel a shiver. The sound was very harsh, and she could only think silently, "No blame, no blame." The first strike wasn't strong enough to kill the pig outright, so Chiao Mai kept chopping several more times. The pig was also suffering, with its belly injured and its neck badly cut. After about 10 minutes, the pig finally collapsed into the sharp trap. Chiao Mai took a deep breath, worried that the strong smell of blood might attract wolves. She hurriedly dragged the pig out, despite the difficulty. The pig weighed over 100 pounds, and her teeth almost ground to dust as she pulled it up. After placing the pig in her backpack and lining it with grass, she checked to make sure nothing looked wrong. Then she carefully started down the mountain toward home. Luckily, she didn't meet anyone along the way and arrived safely. When she got home, Chiao Mai was exhausted. Her shoulders were almost purple from the strain, but she couldn't rest yet because she still had to feed the pigs. Those pigs were her livelihood. Before leaving, she lit the stove, packed in plenty of wood, filled a large pot with water, and prepared to clean and pluck the pigs after she returned. By the time she finished, the pig meat was already chopped into pieces. Fortunately, she had cleaned the pig's lungs and liver, and the pig's hooves had been singed clean. She also cleaned the pig's head. It was already midnight when she finished. Chiao Mai didn't plan to eat all the pork herself. First, she needed money. Second, storing so much pork without proper preservation could cause it to spoil, especially as the weather was getting hotter. She often caught some game, so she wasn't worried about running out of meat. The pig's head, hooves, and internal organs didn't fetch much money, so she kept them for herself. She also kept one pig's hind leg for herself. The rest she planned to sell the next day, after asking her uncle for a day off. That night, Chiao Mai was so tired she didn't even eat, and just went to bed after tidying up. She woke up early the next morning, knowing she had to ask her second uncle for a day off and also to get a letter of introduction. These days, traveling without an introduction letter was risky. If caught, she could be taken away. When I arrived at Uncle Air's house, he and Auntie were having breakfast. They looked surprised to see Chiao Mai so early. "Mai, why are you here so early?" "Come inside," Auntie said as soon as she saw Chiao Mai. "Uncle and Auntie, you're eating. I want to ask for a day off today. We have no more salt or soy sauce at home. I plan to buy some, and I also want to see if there are any little chicks. So I want to go to the county town," Chiao Mai said at the door. "Are you planning to raise chickens this year? Can you do it alone?" Uncle was a bit worried because his niece was still young and might not be able to take care of the chicks. "Yes, Uncle. I want to raise a few chickens. When they lay eggs, whether I sell or eat them, it will be good," Chiao Mai replied. She couldn't tell Uncle that she was going to sell pork, as that was risky. Even though the authorities weren't as strict as in later years, it was safer if fewer people knew about it. "Good. If you have this idea, that's great. I'll write you a referral letter," Uncle said, and got up to go inside to write it. After finishing, he took the official stamp from his waistband and pressed it onto the paper. Chiao Mai folded the letter carefully and put it in her coat pocket. It was very important, so she couldn't lose it. After refusing to stay for a meal at Uncle's house, she headed home with 2 cornbreads and the pork she cut last night. She carried it all and headed to the county town. To sell well, she cut the pork into 24 pieces, about 2 jin each. The rest of the meat she kept for herself. She needed to earn money and also needed to nourish her body. It took about 2 hours, and by around 9 in the morning, Chiao Mai arrived in the county town. The town mostly had single-story houses, but there were fewer mud brick houses than before. Many brick and tile houses could be seen. The county had a Red Star machinery factory and a Hongguang textile factory. One was in the west of the town, and the other in the north. The machinery factory was built in the middle of the town, with a large workers' compound of 5-story buildings, about 10 in total. The textile factory's workers' compound had only 4 buildings. Outside the compounds was the main road of the town, where the post office, bank, and a 2-story department store were located. Xiaomai first walked along the main road to get familiar with the area. Then she went into the machinery factory's compound, took a walk around. The factory had 2 gates, a front gate near the main road, and a back gate on the opposite side. After becoming familiar with the layout of the machinery factory's staff housing, Xiaomai stopped going to the textile factory's staff housing. With limited time, she decided to sell some pork at the machinery factory first. She quickly took down her hair in 2 handfuls, wrapped a scarf around her face, and put on her padded jacket over her coat. With limited resources, she didn't have advanced makeup skills, so she did what she could. Then she entered building number 1. When she reached the 2nd floor, she saw a few elderly women gathered in the corridor, knitting and mending clothes, patching shoes. They looked at Xiaomai with curiosity, as she was a stranger. Elderly Lady Zhao spoke first. "Girl, who are you looking for?" "Ma'am, I want to ask if there's anyone named Zhang Cuihua in this building. I am her cousin, and she told me her family is nearby. I've looked everywhere but couldn't find her," Xiaomai said, frowning and looking worried. "Zhang Cuihua? I don't think I know anyone by that name." "Sister Sun, do you recognize her?" Elderly Lady Zhao thought for a moment but couldn't recall anyone with that name. "No one in this building knows anyone named Zhang Cuihua. You must have the wrong place, girl," Sister Sun said. "What should I do? My cousin also asked me to bring her some meat. The kids are craving it so much. If I can't find her, I'll have wasted my trip," Xiaomai said anxiously. When the elderly women heard about the meat, their eyes lit up immediately. They looked at each other and then pulled Xiaomai over. Come, girl. Maybe your cousin doesn't live here. Next time, ask clearly, okay? You said you have some meat. How much do you have?" Elderly Lady Zhao quickly moved to stand beside Xiaomai, taking the best spot. "Maybe about 20 or 30 jin. My dad just slaughtered a pig yesterday. My cousin has always been kind to our family. Things have been tough these past 2 years, but she's helped us out. My dad finally caught a wild boar, cut it up quickly, and sent it over," Xiaomai explained, looking around nervously. Seeing how straightforward she was about the meat, the women realized she had a lot. Although some family members worked at the machinery factory and earned wages, money was hard to spend. The last time they had meat was during the New Year, when they bought a small amount. One of the older women, who was straightforward and honest, directly asked Xiaomai if she was willing to sell the meat. "Ma'am, I'm not selling this meat. It's still useful," Xiaomai said, pretending to be hesitant and stammering. "Oh no, you haven't found anyone. If you don't sell us this meat, you'll just have to carry it back yourself. That must be tiring." Finally, under the persuasion of the older women, Xiaomai gave in. "Just to be clear, this meat is fresh and just as good as outside. 1 jin costs a yuan 50 without a receipt, or 1 yuan per jin with a receipt. Any kind of receipt is fine." Before starting to sell the meat, Xiaomai stated the price. 2 older women thought it was too expensive, so Xiaomai turned and walked away. Hey, kid. Why are you leaving?" The old lady stopped Xiaomai. "You're not being honest.
My meat is already cheap.
I wasn't planning to sell it at first. It seems you're not really interested in buying. If you don't want it, I'll just go. You can take it home and eat it yourself," Xiaomai said angrily and stubbornly. When there's meat on the market, it usually costs a yuan per jin with a meat ticket. Xiaomai's wild pig meat can't be compared to farmed pork, but the price shouldn't be too low. In the black market, it would sell for double or more, but black market trading is too risky and easy to get caught. Xiaomai preferred to sell small amounts openly rather than risk black market dealings. "Girl. Alright, it was my fault earlier. Don't be angry. I was just used to bargaining. We can sell as much as you want," the old lady apologized to Xiaomai. She really needed meat, and Xiaomai's prices were fair. Everyone craves meat these days. The situation is tough, and lowering her head isn't shameful. So, the 24 gene of meat Chiao Mai brought was quickly divided among 6 or 7 old ladies. Some bought 3 gene, others 4 or 5. They didn't want to miss out on this village store, knowing how hard it is to hunt wild boars. Half an hour later, Chiao Mai, with a pouch of money and tickets, left the residential building. She found a corner, quickly took off her coat and scarf, tied her hair into 2 braids, and confidently walked out the back door of the building. At this moment, Chiao Mai really wanted to count how much money she had made from the meat, but she didn't dare. Meeting a thief on the street would be terrible, so she patiently waited until she got home to count. It was already 11 o'clock. She still needed to go to the big market at Xingling Commune to see if there were chicks and ducklings. Salt and soy sauce didn't need to be bought in the county town. They cost the same everywhere. Buying them early and carrying them around was inconvenient, so she preferred to buy everything together at the supply and marketing cooperative in the commune. At 12 o'clock, Chiao Mai arrived at the commune. By then, the market was already less crowded. She didn't dare to delay and went to a stall selling chicks and ducklings, asking about the prices. The chicks cost 8 cents each, and the ducklings cost 10 cents each. All stalls had the same prices. Chiao Mai didn't compare prices this time because she didn't know how to choose good chicks or ducklings. She picked based on her instinct and bought 10 chicks and 6 ducklings, paying a total of 1 yuan and 40 cents. She placed them all in a basket filled with wild grass. She took out a soy sauce bottle and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy salt and soy sauce. Inside the cooperative, she met the village widow, Sunday. It was the first time Chiao Mai saw her in person. Last time, she heard from the village women that it was Sun's first time coming to the market. On the way back in the ox cart, she overheard gossip about her. Surprisingly, despite the times when women either looked like bean sprouts or appeared bloated, Sun was still quite attractive, with a curvy figure. While Chiao Mai was admiring her, Sun saw her and greeted her. Chiao Mai felt a bit embarrassed, as if she had been caught spying. "Hello, sister-in-law. Are you here to buy something too?" Chiao Mai chuckled. "Yes, Mai. Are you buying chicks?" Sun heard the chicks calling from Chiao Mai's basket, but didn't go over to look, which made Chiao Mai feel a bit more comfortable. "Yes, sister-in-law. The weather is getting warmer, so I thought I'd raise a couple of chickens. It might bring in some income later." After a few more words, Sun left. Her things had just been bought when Chiao Mai arrived, so she took the opportunity to browse the cooperative carefully. She saw some towels. The family needed 2. The previous owner's towels were almost just rags now. Should I buy a towel and a piece of cloth? Not yet, she thought. The one at home could last a little longer. She also saw a thermos. She really needed one, but it cost money and required 2 industrial tickets, which she didn't have.
She couldn't buy it.
Seeing the soap, oh, this one can be bought. A bar of soap costs only a dime, and it cleans hands and clothes very well. Finally, when Chiao Mai left the supply cooperative, she not only bought salt and soy sauce but also 2 bars of soap, 5 rolls of toilet paper, still pink at this time, and a toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste. Her wallet had shrunk by 3.5 yuan. When buying the toothpaste, Chiao Mai couldn't help but smile because it was so expensive, 1.5 yuan for a tube. No wonder many people didn't brush their teeth. Families with many members spent a lot just on toothpaste. As a young person from the 21st century, Chiao Mai had already tolerated rinsing her mouth with salt water every day for a long time. Now, she took this chance to buy both a toothbrush and toothpaste quickly. When she got home, Chiao Mai put the chicks and ducklings in the east room. It was a bit warmer inside, so she didn't have to worry about them running around. She found a broken porcelain bowl, poured some water in, and mixed a little corn mash for them. Seeing that they could walk over and eat, Chiao Mai felt relieved and then left them alone. After entering her house, Chiao Mai closed the door from inside and propped a piece of wood against it. Now, she was going to the inner room to count her earnings for the day. She sat cross-legged on the khom, a traditional bed, with a pile of money and receipts scattered in front of her. As an accountant, Chiao Mai felt uncomfortable seeing the money not neatly arranged, so she carefully straightened each bill and note. After counting everything, she couldn't help but cheer quietly. Today, she earned 61 yuan and 50 cents. That was a huge amount. Last year, she had worked herself to death and only earned a little over 10 yuan by the end of the year. Now, she had made over 60 yuan in one day. How could she not be excited? Then, Xiao Mai started looking at the receipts she received today. A 4-foot cloth ticket, a wine ticket, half a jean of sugar ticket, a cigarette ticket, half a jean of kerosene ticket, half a jean of pastry ticket, and 2 industrial tickets. She smiled happily, thinking, selling meat really makes good money. It's sustainable too. Her lips couldn't help but curl up with joy. After feeling happy enough, she carefully packed the money and tickets together and placed them in a small gap inside the Kong cabinet along with her previous savings. Xiao Mai thought the place where she kept her money earlier was not safe, so during the winter, she made a hidden compartment inside the Kong cabinet near the wall, especially for her little treasure. Usually, no one could find this secret spot. After putting away the money, Xiao Mai was thinking about when to go to the county town again. She wanted to sell her dried meat soon and buy some things for her family. To do that, she needed to exchange the meat for tickets. Xiao Mai thought that rural areas were not so bad, but she was unhappy about receiving fewer tickets. With fewer tickets, she couldn't buy many things she wanted. After complaining enough, Xiao Mai cooked herself a simple lunch. Then she went to the yard to plant vegetable seeds. It was April now, and many vegetables could be planted. She had previously exchanged seeds with her neighbor Xiaolan and Aunt Air. Xiao Mai divided the front yard into 12 plots, some big, some small. While planting the seeds, she also wrote down how to plant each type and what to watch out for. Each seed packet was wrapped in paper with instructions written on it, making it very convenient. She followed the planting methods for each seed, learning as she went, until it was almost dark and she finished planting. This year, her dinner table will be very rich. Today, she planted tomatoes, eggplants, cucumbers, long beans, yard-long beans, yellow beans, loofah, winter melon, pumpkin, chives, and celery. In the last patch of land, she planted some chili peppers, scallions, and ginger. When she first planted them, they didn't look like much, just watered the top. She still had some watermelon and melon seeds, but she didn't plan to plant those in the front yard. She would plant them in the backyard in the next few days, so visitors wouldn't see them and she wouldn't have to share them later.
She was quite stingy that way.
After finishing these tasks, she checked on the chicks and ducklings she bought. Seeing that they had adapted after a whole afternoon made her very happy. Tomorrow, after feeding the pigs, she would go pick some wild vegetables to feed them. Although they are small now, her family's resources couldn't support feeding them cornmeal every day. They needed wild vegetables as extra food. She also planned to cut some good branches to create a small area in the backyard to keep the chickens and ducks. Keeping them inside all the time wasn't good. Once her plans for tomorrow were set, she went to prepare dinner. After eating, she thought about the water in her water jar, which was almost empty. The east room couldn't stay empty either, so she needed to use it. As she thought about this, she fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, the chickens had already crowed several times. Xiao Mai finally stretched lazily and got up. After finishing washing up and eating 2 bowls of corn and sweet potato porridge, I took a walk and fed the pigs. Then I carried a pole and water bucket to fetch water from the well. There are 2 wells in the village, one in the center and another closer to Xiao Mai's house, at the northern edge, about 60 or 70 meters away. It was a good time to fetch water, because most people had gone to work. Those who didn't work usually waited until they finished their chores at home before coming out. I chose this time on purpose to avoid queues. When I arrived at the well, I saw a young girl washing clothes. She looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, I remembered she was my elementary school classmate, Xiao Shui. We used to play together when we were young. Later, when I went to middle school, her family decided not to send her to school anymore because they thought it was too expensive. We gradually lost contact. Xiao Shui has a younger sister, Xiao Yu, and a brother, Xiao Debao. She is not treated well at home, and her parents prefer boys. Her mother started washing her brother's clothes and diapers when Xiao Shui was only 6 or 7 years old. I heard her family plans to arrange a marriage for her this year, but I don't know the details. Xiao Mai, are you here to fetch water? Xiao Shui was washing clothes and saw her. She has always envied Xiao Mai since they were young, but now she doesn't anymore. Without parents, she has to do everything herself, and she thinks it's better to be herself. In the past, she envied that Xiao Mai was an only child and lived in a yard surrounded by stone walls. Her mother didn't let her do much work, so her clothes were always clean, with few patches. Later, her father passed away, and she felt a little proud, thinking her mother would remarry. She believed her biological father and stepfather were different, and her tough days would come. But unexpectedly, her mother never remarried and raised her well. Even though she lost her father, her mother took good care of her, so she still envied Xiao Mai. Her mother made her do all the chores, but Xiao Mai's mother rarely made her do hard work. After her mother died, Xiao Mai's life became worse, even worse than her own, which made her feel better inside. Many villagers talked behind her back, saying she was unlucky and cursed her parents, but because she had an elder village leader as a guardian, no one openly said anything bad about her. Yes, you're washing clothes, I replied stiffly to this childhood friend I didn't know very well. It's not like that. I don't just wash my own clothes. The whole family's clothes are waiting for me, Xiao Shui pouted. Xiao Mai felt confused by Xiao Shui's hostility. She usually didn't provoke her, right? After thinking for a while, she concluded that Xiao Shui was probably overwhelmed by her parents and had gone a bit crazy. Xiao Mai sighed regretfully, such a good kid turning into a nervous wreck. Oh, if you want to wash, I don't mind giving you my clothes. Yes. Even though Xiao Mai thought Xiao Shui was mentally unwell, she still believed in standing up for herself. She didn't need anyone to pay her wages. She wouldn't spoil anyone. If you don't agree, just fight back. Who wants you to wash my clothes? You have no parents now, so you have to do everything yourself. Do you think you're still the same as before? Xiao Shui no longer felt inferior. She used to be weaker than Xiao Mai, but now that Xiao Mai had nothing, she felt much stronger. Oh, I don't have parents, and that bothers you? My father was a hero who sacrificed himself. I am proud of him. Do you have a problem with that? And I handle my own affairs. I can't rely on others like your family does. Your family acts like capitalists. Be careful, or I might report you. When it came to talking, Xiao Mai was never at a loss. Hearing Xiao Mai mention capitalists, Xiao Shui felt a bit scared. Nowadays, everyone avoids such topics. She decided not to say anything more and kept quiet. Xiao Mai scoffed and walked away, carrying 2 buckets of water. She thought, let her fight with her sister. Maybe she needs 10 more years of practice. When she went back to fetch more water, no one was at the well. She didn't know if Xiao Shui had finished washing or had been scolded away. She decided it was better not to see or hear anything unpleasant. The water in the tank was full. Xiao Mai carried her basket and went to pick wild vegetables. In recent days, she found shepherd's purse and gray-green vegetables growing. She loved shepherd's purse and planned to dig more in the next few days. The gray-green vegetables she fed to the chickens and ducks because she didn't like eating them herself. Morning wild vegetables were fresher than those in the afternoon, so she usually went to pick them in the morning. When she reached the mountain, she saw many children nearby digging wild vegetables and cutting pig grass. Xiao Mai didn't want to join them. With so many people in such a small area, there was no point in fighting over the resources. She chose to go to the mid-mountain area, where there were more wild vegetables and pig grass. It was a bit more dangerous than the outskirts, but the children's parents warned them not to go too deep, which made it easier for Xiao Mai to go unnoticed. When Xiao Guden saw Xiao Mai walking further inside, he called out to her, Sister Mai, don't go in there. My mother said it's very dangerous. As someone who often feeds pigs and sheep, Xiao Mai was familiar with him and knew he meant well. She smiled and said, I know, I won't go far in. I'll just go a little ahead, or I might not be able to compete with you guys for the wild vegetables. Don't worry, I won't go deep inside. Seeing that Xiao Mai didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Guden stopped paying attention and turned around to continue playing and working with his friends. After climbing about 50 meters, Chiao Mai stopped. There were many wild vegetables and lush grass here, and she thought she could fill her basket soon. But that wasn't the main point. The important thing was that she found a jujube tree. It hadn't flowered or borne fruit yet, but its leaves were thick. She guessed it would have many jujubes come autumn. Chiao Mai remembered this place and planned to come back in the fall to try her luck. While Chiao Mai was busy cutting grass, a big event happened in the village. Young people from the city had come to the countryside. This morning, old Zhang and Chiao Mai's cousin, Chiao Hai, went to the commune to pick up 10 young people, 6 men and 4 women. It was the first time city youth had come to the countryside. The villagers watched like they were seeing something from the west. The city people looked well off, with no patches on their clothes and fairer skin than the local youth. They carried large bags and small bundles. It was said they came to help farmers build a better country. The villagers didn't understand much. They only knew their families had just enough to eat, with no extra money for new clothes. Some families had many children, and only one pair of complete pants, which the children wore when they went out. The young city newcomers were full of enthusiasm and pride. Seeing the villagers' envy made them feel even more proud. They were lively there, but the team leader was worried. The county had sent these young people, but where would they stay? How long would they be here? No one said. They only told the young people and the team members to work in the fields to earn work points. The government had given each of them some money as a subsidy, but the team had to supply the grain, 100 jin per person. Where would they get so much grain? The past few years had been bad, and many people had starved.
Sigh.
Captain Xiao Weigwa smoked a few puffs of dry tobacco, frowning deeply. However, he couldn't ignore these few people's situation. Accountant Zhang saw their worry and suggested, "Second brother, a few families in our village haven't had homes for the past 2 years. Why don't we tidy up and let them move in first? Those houses are still on the villagers' minds. If we let these young workers move in, the villagers might cause trouble," Xiao Weigwa said, exhaling smoke with a worried look. "We can't just give them the houses for free. We could charge 1 yuan per month as rent. That way, the villagers probably won't mind. If the young workers refuse, they can find their own solutions." As expected, Accountant Zhang's plan was clever. It not only increased the team's income but also solved the housing problem for the young workers. After thinking for a while, Xiao Weigwa nodded in agreement with Zhang's idea and stood up to go talk to the young workers. "Comrades, I am Xiao Weigwa, the leader of the victory team. I will now explain your housing arrangements." The young workers were mainly concerned about where they would stay. Some had to share rooms with villagers, paying daily or weekly, but the food wasn't very good. They wondered how their new place would be arranged. "Our victory team currently has 5 empty houses, and no one is living in them. You can stay 1 person per house or several per house. But we can't give you the houses for free. We will charge 1 yuan per month per household." The villagers, hearing about the young workers moving into the empty houses, wanted to speak up. But before they could, they heard about rent and kept quiet. "If everyone agrees, Zhang and Xiao will take you to choose your houses. Also, the state will give you some grain subsidies. For now, each of you will get 50 jin of grain. The rest will be given at the end of the year when the grain is distributed. Tomorrow you don't need to work. You can clean your new homes or call your families to check in. The day after tomorrow, at 6:30 a.m., everyone will start working together to earn work points. This is important because it affects how much grain you'll receive at the end of the year. Please pay attention." After speaking, Xiao Weigwa returned to his office, feeling quite unmotivated. The 10 young educated youths followed 2 people to look at the 5 houses in the village. In the end, 4 of the girls chose a slightly larger house with a good location, surrounded by neighbors for safety. The 6 boys also split into 2 groups. 4 boys lived together, and the other 2, childhood friends who didn't like being around many people, chose to live alone, separate from the others. No matter how lively things were among the young educated youths, Chiao Mai didn't know. When she returned at noon and saw brother Chiao Haidang walking home, she realized that the youths had already started their work in the countryside. Despite the outside hustle, Chiao Mai continued her simple life. Sometimes she thought it was okay this way. In her past life, she had lived alone, working hard but earning a fixed salary. In the 1960s, she was also alone, and whatever she did, she kept for herself. The more she worked, the more she gained. Though she was poor now, she felt fulfilled every day. She liked her current life better, and she had relatives who occasionally thought of her. It was quite good. On the day the young educated youths started working, Chiao Mai fed the pigs around 7 o'clock. She saw the pig pen was a bit dirty, so she swept it clean. Then she carried her old basket, ready to gather 2 baskets of pig grass. While she enjoyed her peaceful days, a storm was brewing in the fields. Xiao Weiguo was furious. He knew the new youths might not be very skilled at work, but he didn't expect them to be so clueless as to confuse millet seedlings with wild grass. Now, the millet seedlings had grown about 10 centimeters, but a girl named Shin Lily had pulled out 20 or 30 of them, mistaking them for weeds. If a nearby worker hadn't seen and reported it to him, he wouldn't have known how capable these young people were. These days, grain was very precious. From planting a seed to harvesting, farmers put in a lot of effort, especially after experiencing years of famine. Seeing grain was more exciting than seeing money. Comrade Shin, didn't you learn how to tell wild grass from millet seedlings before going to the fields? Why did you pull out all these seedlings? Xiao Weiguo said angrily, feeling distressed for the millet seedlings that had been pulled out. Team leader, can you blame me? The person who taught us only gave a few simple instructions, and before I understood, he left. Despite this, Shun Lily kept making excuses to avoid work. She didn't expect the street office to say that going to the countryside to support construction meant just pulling weeds in the fields. She imagined going to the countryside as being treated like a guest of honor, guiding the local farmers on how to build the country. Instead, she was working in the fields with these farmers. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In the afternoon, she decided to ask for leave and called her family to tell them she was returning to the city. Xiao Weiguo saw that Shin Lily made a mistake, but didn't bother to explain. He simply called the scoring officer. Taozi, deduct 2 work points from Shen and assign her to clear the land. There are no seedlings there, so she can pull weeds freely. After saying this, he turned and left. The other young workers saw what happened and didn't say much. They weren't very familiar with Shin Lily, but they noticed her attitude. They all pulled weeds on their own plots of land. The more they worked, the more work points they earned. According to villagers, this wasn't tiring work. If they didn't earn enough points, they might end up owing grain at the end of the year. Shin Lily arrived at the clearing site. Her new task was to pick out stones from the soil and remove wild weeds. Someone would come later to till the land. No matter how much she resisted, the scoring officer watched her closely, so she had no choice but to sit down and work honestly. Most of these young people were spoiled children. Even if their families weren't wealthy, they had never done such hard work at home. By noon, after work ended, they had no energy left. Their arms and legs ached terribly. Thinking about going home to cook and how bad the food was, they felt hopeless and unmotivated. Xiao Mai was very busy and had no time or interest in listening to gossip. After lunch, she went to the backyard to plant corn and soybeans. The corn would be harvested later as food. She had planted about 10 days later than the team, so her schedule would just match the busy farming season. The soybeans would be pressed for oil. Since there wasn't much profit from oil that year, she decided to grow her own soybeans and press oil herself. She planted 2 patches of watermelon and 1 of fragrant melon on the edge of her 1-acre backyard, then started her scientific farming journey. What kind of scientific method is that? She plants corn and soybeans together, which is different from the villagers who only plant what they are told. Planting millet like this can increase yield because, in middle or high school biology classes, she learned that soybeans produce an enzyme that helps corn grow better and boosts production. She forgot the exact enzyme, but she still remembers this planting method after all these years. It took her half the afternoon to finish, and the rest will probably be done tomorrow. She put her tools aside, fed the pigs, and prepared to make herself a good meal. She worked hard this afternoon and needs to rest. The wild pig still had 1 pig's head uneaten. Usually, she cuts a piece of pig's thigh to cook, but tonight she plans to stew pig's head meat. She cuts scallions into sections, slices ginger, puts the pig's head into a pot of cold water, adds salt, and starts boiling on high heat. It needs to cook for 2 hours. During this time, she begins exercising again. After an hour, she starts practicing with a slingshot. Now she's shooting in the yard because her aim has improved. She's increasing the difficulty by shooting from 30 meters away. This tests her eyesight and arm strength. When the time is almost up, she takes out 2 pieces of wood from the stove, lowers the heat, and lets it simmer slowly. She also throws in pig lungs and liver. Then she fetches a bunch of mustard greens from the salted vegetable jar outside to make a cold salad. Tonight, she doesn't plan to eat rice or bread. She wants pure meat. The salted vegetables are to help cut the greasiness. It's almost May, and the weather is around 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. She moved the fire to the wood shed instead of outside, sleeping comfortably on a cool bed with a blanket. When the pig's head stew is ready, the whole yard smells wonderful. The broth has turned a milky white, and she didn't even add soy sauce, just the natural flavor. Just as she's about to scoop out pig's lungs with a big bowl, she hears a knock on the door. She instantly becomes alert, puts the lid back on the pot, and walks to the door with the prepared salted vegetables, ready to block anyone unfriendly. She stands behind the door, squinting through the crack to see who's outside. She looks carefully at each person. She's sure she doesn't recognize them. One looks delicate, about 1.78 meters tall. The other is darker-skinned, about 1.80 meters. Since she doesn't know them, she decides not to open the door. She asks, "Who are you?" "I'm sorry to bother you suddenly. I am with the person next to me, who is a young worker who just arrived a few days ago. My name is Song Shuyen, and his name is Zhao Junjie." Song Shuyen spoke kindly. "I don't know you. Is there something you need from me?" Qiao Mai didn't expect to have any connection with young workers. "Well, it's a bit awkward to say, but Zhao and I just passed by your house. We smelled some meat and thought we could exchange some with you. We're not good at cooking, so we wanted to ask if it's okay for us to take a look." Song Shuyen's name sounds elegant, but he's a foodie. When he smells meat, he can't resist and pulls his good friend over to ask. They are the 2 young workers living alone in one house. Also, Qiao Mai's pig head stew is quite good. She only used salt, and the aroma of the pig head was fully cooked out.
Qiao Mei hesitated.
She really couldn't finish the pig head, but this is the village. If these 2 guys spread the word, there might be gossip. "Comrade young worker, my cooking skills are average. If this gets out that we exchanged meat, it might not look good for me." So, Qiao Mai wanted to trade, but she also needed to be cautious with these 2. "Don't worry, comrade. Zhao and I are very discreet. We'll be living in the village for a while, and this might not be the only trade. Please trust us. We will keep it a secret," Zhao Junjie, who had been silent, assured her, sensing her concerns. Qiao Mai thought for a moment. She figured she might as well take the risk. If she didn't, she wouldn't get anything. She decided to go ahead. "All right, since that's the case, come in," she said, opening the door. "But I only have a pig head. It's not the best meat. You can see how you want to trade." Song Shuyen and Zhao Junjie discussed briefly, then agreed. "We want half a pig head. How about 5 yuan plus 5 jin of grain tickets?" Song Shuyen thought since they were getting ready to eat meat, it should be worth more than raw meat, so he increased the price. "That's fine, but can you exchange the 5 jin of grain tickets for 2 jin of grain tickets and 2 chi of cloth tickets?" Qiao Mai made a concession. She didn't want 3 chi of cloth tickets. Since they increased the price, she couldn't be too greedy. She could use 2 jin of grain tickets to go to the county town for emergencies, and she still needed to save cloth tickets to buy a new quilt. They had grain tickets and cloth tickets, and Qiao Mai didn't ask for many cloth tickets, so they agreed. Finally, the 2 exchanged half a pig's head for 5 yuan, 2 caddies of grain tickets, and 2 feet of cloth tickets. However, when Zhao Junjie saw the pig's liver in the pot, he was tempted. Pig's liver and chicken liver have always been his favorites. It looked like there was a whole pig's liver in the pot. He wondered if Comrade Qiao Mai could exchange half of it with him. "Comrade Qiao, could you trade me half of the pig's liver? I'll give 1 yuan and 1 foot of cloth tickets." Qiao Mai didn't expect such a surprise. These days, everyone loves eating fatty meat, and few people like the stuff from the pig's stomach. Xiaomai can eat it, but he doesn't love it as much as meat. So, both of them agreed to exchange half of the pig's liver. Xiaomai used a plate to hold half of the pig's head and a large bowl for the pig's liver, also serving them a big bowl of pig's head soup. They planned to return the bowls later. It was around 8 or 9 p.m. now. Most villagers had finished dinner and were resting. It was better to send the food over when there were fewer people around. No one knew what these two people were doing late at night, passing by her house. This incident gave Xiaomai a new way to make money. The educated youth lacked food. She lacked money and tickets. They each needed what the other had. But she knew she couldn't do this recklessly. She needed to understand the other person's character first. After today's experience with these two, she planned to find out more about their personalities before deciding whether to continue trading. Meanwhile, Song Shuyan and the other person returned home. In the dark, they lit an oil lamp, and the pig's head was put directly into the pot. They didn't have a plate at home, and the bowls couldn't hold it all, so it went into the pot. On the way back, both of them smelled the meat and felt very hungry. Although they had just moved to the countryside a few days ago, they rarely ate meat in the city. Meat was limited, and sometimes even with tickets, they couldn't buy any. Strictly speaking, they hadn't eaten meat for about a month. And this was half a pig's head. Just this meal was enough for both of them to eat their fill. Despite their hunger, Zhao Junjie first took the bowl to Xiaomai so she could eat while it was hot. Otherwise, she might rest after they finished eating. He told Song Shuyan to start eating first while he went to deliver the bowl. "Do you want me to go with you?" Zhao Junjie was comfortable going alone at night. His brother had learned some self-defense skills as a child, and there was little danger in the village. "No need. I'll just go and come back." "You eat while it's hot." Zhao Junjie refused and got up to leave. "Then I'll wait for you to come back, so we can eat together." "Hurry up. Today is the team members' day off, which happens every 2 weeks. Xiaomai plans to visit the commune. She now has an industrial ticket and wants to buy a thermos. Early purchase means early enjoyment. When she arrived at the ox cart, there was just one empty seat left. Xiaomai paid 1 penny and sat down. Old man Zhang saw that the cart was full and decided not to wait. He quickly drove the ox cart toward the commune. Coincidentally, the person sitting next to Xiaomai was Xiao Shui. Although she was scolded and sent away last time, today she felt proud again because her family found her a matchmaker. She was going to meet the suitor at the commune. "Shui, I heard your family found you a match," a gossiping lady said, her eyes full of curiosity. "Yes," Xiao Shui replied shyly. As a young girl, she felt a bit embarrassed when asked about this. Xiaomai watched her with her head slightly lowered and her face turning red. No matter what others said, at this moment, she was truly innocent and pure. "Where is he from? What does his family do?" The women on the cart started asking questions all at once. Xiao Shui couldn't handle the pressure and shared what she knew. Xiaomai stayed silent and listened. She learned that Xiao Shui's match was a worker. As for why she agreed to meet him, it was because the man was 30 years old. His wife had died 2 years ago after a difficult childbirth, leaving 2 children. He was remarried but didn't want more children. The girl didn't like him, so he decided to seek help from a matchmaker to find a young girl from the countryside who was not lazy and could help take care of the children. He wanted someone decent-looking, and the idea of a man who loves tender grass was suitable for any era. Xiao Shui's parents were initially reluctant. However, the man said that if the match worked out, he would give 30 yuan as a bride price. Last year, Xiaomai's cousin from her uncle's family could buy a wife with just a bag of grain, so 30 yuan was quite impressive. Her parents were tempted. Plus, the man was a worker earning 20 yuan a month. He was a bit older, but that meant he knew how to care for others. They didn't think about the possibility that their daughter might become a stepmother or whether life would be better. Under her parents' influence, Xiao Shui also thought that the other person was in good condition. No one in the village had married into a worker's family from the commune before. She had never even touched $1 before, but if she married him, she would get $20 a month. Her family only earned that much in a year. She didn't mind that he was a 30-year-old man with 2 children. When she married him, she would be in charge of the household. She would at least provide food so the children wouldn't go hungry. It shows that Xiao Shui isn't a very good person either. The commune wasn't far away. Before they finished talking, they arrived. Xiao Mai got off the bus and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She wasn't really interested in shopping elsewhere, but the commune only had a post office, a cooperative store, and a school. There wasn't much else. Usually, if she needed anything, she would go to the county town. At the cooperative store, Xiao Mai quickly finished her shopping. She bought a thermos and some everyday items like needles and thread. The thermos cost 2 yuan 50, plus 2 industrial tickets. She also bought a pack of candles, 10 in a pack, for 5 mao, without using a ticket. When she left the store, she saw Xiao Shui walking with a middle-aged woman, probably the matchmaker. Xiao Shui looked proud and walked confidently when she saw Xiao Mai. Xiao Mai felt both speechless and resigned about Xiao Shui's behavior. It was still early after shopping, so Xiao Mai planned to go to the mountain after she got home. She decided not to take the ox cart because it would take until 12:30. The house was only about half an hour away, so she simply walked back. She also didn't want others to see her with a thermos or ask where she got the industrial tickets. As a single girl, she preferred to stay low-key and quietly get through these years. When she got home, she first checked on the chickens and ducks in the east room. They had grown twice as big, and their down feathers had fallen out, replaced by new feathers. All the chickens and ducks she bought were alive. In April, the east room was warmer than outside, and Xiao Mai took good care of them. She gave them boiling water every day, whether warm or cold, to prevent illness. She also caught insects and brought them back to feed the animals, so they had enough nutrition. Xiao Mai then picked some wild vegetables and threw them in before carrying her tools for mountain work and heading up the mountain. On the way up the mountain, I met a few young workers. Now they are more tanned and less white than when they first arrived, but you can still see they are whiter than the villagers. Xiao Mai didn't know them well, so she just kept walking. Today, Xiao Mai went to a different spot to gather some sturdy branches. She planned to build a chicken coop in the backyard, and she still needed some branches. She decided to gather more today, so she could start building soon. At noon, Xiao Mai felt she had enough branches, and her basket was full. She tied the rest with a rope and dragged it home. After eating, she planned to ask Sister Xiaolan and Brother Jianjun if they had time to help build the chicken coop. After finishing lunch and tidying up, Xiao Mai went to Sister Xiaolan's house, which was just a few steps away. "Sister-in-law, are you at home?" Xiao Mai called out as she stood at the door, tilting her head. Yes, come in quickly," Lu Xiaolan replied, putting aside her sewing to put on her shoes. Hearing someone, Xiao Mai stepped into the yard. "Sister-in-law, I won't stay long. I just want to talk to you and Jianjun about something." "What is it?" Lu Xiaolan asked, opening the curtain. "Well, sister-in-law, I want to build a chicken coop in my backyard, but I can't do it alone. I was wondering if you and Jianjun might have time to help me. It's no trouble." "Jianjun is at home now. I'll go call him from the backyard," she said, about to walk toward the backyard. "Wait a moment, sister-in-law. I have a request if you help me. If you agree, we can go. If not, I won't feel comfortable asking for your help." Xiao Mai quickly held Lu Xiaolan's arm. "How can helping with work come with conditions? Just tell me, what do you want?" "You're making it sound so serious, haha," Lu Xiaolan said, amused by Xiao Mai's serious face. "Sister-in-law, I was thinking you and Jianjun could help me, and I'd pay each of you a dime for your work." She hadn't finished when Lu Xiaolan interrupted. "What money? Helping neighbors is what we should do. If you start asking for pay, I won't agree, my Z," Lu Xiaolan said, getting a bit anxious when she heard Xiao Mai was being so polite. "Oh, sister-in-law, don't worry. Just listen to me first. If you only need to help me build a chicken coop, that's fine. But I have other things I need your help with too. It can't be done in just a day and a half. I can't keep bothering you both to come help me all the time. So I should pay you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to ask you both to come help me every day," Xiao Mai explained quickly. "More work? What other work?" Lu Xiaolan asked with curiosity. "Wait until you come over, and I'll tell you everything. I can't explain it clearly now." But once you come, you have to agree to my request. If not, I'll find someone else, Chiao Mai said, not fully explaining now. She planned to tell them after finishing the chicken coop. But I only have today off with Brother Jianjun. Usually I have to work, Lu Xiaolan said. She wanted to agree because their family didn't earn much, and earning a little money was better than nothing. But if she didn't earn work points, their grain share would be smaller, so she still needed to earn work points. Sister-in-law, just work normally with me and Jianjun during the day. After work, come help me for a little while. Today, you both work longer and earn 1 dime each. Starting tomorrow, I'll give you both a total of 1 dime per day. What do you think about that? Sister-in-law Xiaolan was unsure. She wanted to earn the money, but at the same time, she felt that taking money for work was like what capitalists do. So, she couldn't reply to Chiao Mai right away.
Mai, wait a moment.
Stay inside, and I'll go to the backyard to talk with Jianjun first, then tell you. Lu Xiaolan decided to ask her husband first. Okay, sister-in-law, go ahead. I'll stay in the yard and watch. Your yard is neat, and I want to learn from you, he said. Lu Xiaolan was a quick and tidy person herself. Only you know how to talk. Let's see if you can learn, she said, then hurried to the backyard to find Jianjun. Husband, yes, what's the matter? Jianjun was weeding corn in the backyard when he heard his wife call. He straightened up to ask what was wrong. I have something to tell you. Well, from what you're saying, it seems Mai really needs our help. If we don't ask for money, but she's serious, we shouldn't refuse. Just accept it. As long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know about our family's affairs. After finalizing the plans, the two of them went to Chiao Mai's house to do some work. Brother Jianjun, look, I plan to build a chicken coop here with a duck pen next to it. I'll enclose this area where I planted corn and soybeans, so they can run around when they get a bit bigger. Chiao Mai pointed with her foot. She definitely couldn't just raise a few chickens and ducks. When she has more resources, she wants to raise more, so she thought of making a bigger enclosure. That sounds good, but if you plant grains inside, aren't you worried the chickens and ducks might eat them all? Jianjun asked. Yes, wheat. If they really eat it all, that would be a waste of food, Lu Xiaolan said. She understood that might happen, and if they ate it, it would mean less grain was needed. Brother, sister-in-law, it's okay. If they do eat it, I can feed them a little less and maybe they can find bugs to eat inside the enclosure, Chiao Mai said. She had thought about this possibility. If they ate some of the food, it would just mean they needed less, so it was not a big problem. All right, since you've made up your mind, let's get started. Jianjun and his wife agreed. Jianjun first dug a trench to bury the tree branches. One person held the branches, another buried them, and a third wrapped the line around to make it stronger. Once the line was wrapped, it was more secure. The work wasn't very difficult, but it was hard for one person to do alone. By nightfall, all the branches were buried and secured. They also made a small door for the chicken and duck enclosures, nailed a hook on a nearby tree branch, and tied a rope to hang the door. It was simple. Tomorrow after work, they planned to build nests for the chickens and ducks so they wouldn't get sick if it rained and had no shelter. Chiao Mai didn't have the boards to build the nests. She wanted to use thicker wood to make the top and bottom tightly packed, then cover them with straw, layering horizontally and vertically to block the wind and rain. After 3 days, the chicken and duck enclosures were finished. Chiao Mai herded the chickens and ducks inside, placed their feeding bowls and water basins, and watched them happily run around. Under the blue sky, they no longer had to stay cooped up inside. They flapped their little wings and ran everywhere. These small animals should be free-range. When the corn and other crops grow taller, she planned to let them out into the backyard, where they could run freely and catch bugs. Once the backyard was done, Chiao Mai took Jianjun and Lu Xiaolan to the east room. Brother Jianjun, I want to build a clay stove in this room, with a chimney that runs around the walls before going outside, she said. When Xiao Jianjun heard Chiao Mai's words, he understood her meaning. No one had ever done that before. If you do that, we won't be able to set up the bed in the house. Brother Jianjun, it's just me at home now. The room next door is enough for me. There's no need to set up a bed. Chiao Mai understood Jianjun's idea, but since she was alone at home, she could do as she pleased. Jianjun and Lu Xiaolan were very considerate. They didn't ask what Chiao Mai was doing. They just accepted whatever work they were paid to do. After deciding what to do, the couple went home and planned to come back tomorrow after work. Xiao Mai saw them off and quickly went to water the vegetables in the front yard. She kept watering until it was dark. Watering was hard work. She was tired in her back and had to go to the river at the north end of the village to fetch water. After watering, she looked at the lush front yard with a sense of pride. It was the first time she had grown vegetables by herself and succeeded. She felt a deep sense of pride that she couldn't put into words. There were few potatoes left at home, already sprouting. For dinner, Xiao Mai chose 2 good-sized potatoes, peeled and sliced them to stew, and heated 2 corn buns. Dinner was ready. The project in the East Room wasn't very big. Lu Xiaolan was outside mixing mud, and Jianjun was inside building the stove. When Xiao Mai had free time, she would go help. Sometimes she also weeded the vegetable garden, fed the chickens, and thinned the seedlings, leaving one plant every 10 to 15 centimeters and removing the extras. It took about 5 or 6 days for the 3 of them to finish. On the day it was completed, Jianjun lit the stove to test it. The chimney was clear, the fire caught well, and everything was working perfectly. After paying the workers for these days, Xiao Mai gave Qiao Miao Miao a handful of sugar cubes. She had used up her sugar coupons earlier, and they had expired. So she used the sugar to cheer up the child. During the days her parents helped, Qiao Miao Miao stayed with her. She was worried about leaving her alone at home. When she saw Annie Mai Mai giving her sugar, she was so happy she kept calling her Annie. Lu Xiaolan saw this and wanted to take the sugar back to give to Qiao Mai. Mai Mai, what are you doing? Sugar is precious. Just give Miao Miao 1 piece. You can't be so wasteful. Life should be lived carefully, bit by bit, Lu Xiaolan said earnestly. She felt that the child was suddenly managing her own life and didn't know how to handle it, so she tried to teach her kindly. Sister-in-law, you don't need to be polite. Can I pretend to be polite? I truly like Miao Miao, this child. She's obedient and sensible. It's just a few candies, and I don't usually eat much myself. I'll give some to Miao Miao to sweeten her mouth. Usually, Miao Miao helps me pull weeds and feed the chickens. She's very polite, and I really like her. At 30, I feel that if I could have a little girl of my own someday, that would be nice. Lu Xiaolan saw that Xiao Mai was sincere about giving, not pretending. Since the child hasn't eaten many candies as she grew up, she also bravely accepted them, thinking she would send something back to Xiao Mai later. After sending off Xiaolan and her family, Xiao Mai happily walked around the East Room again and again. She thought about planting vegetables in this room during winter. When the stove is lit and warm, she could eat fresh vegetables even in winter. When only cabbage, potatoes, and radishes are available, the vegetables she grows should sell well. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, feeling like money was calling her. But now isn't the time. If she really set up a greenhouse in winter, she would need to chop a lot of firewood to burn in 2 rooms all winter. She also needed to find someone to make racks, and she planned to ask the old man if he knew carpentry to make a few racks. Thinking about her shrinking wallet, Qiao Mai felt a little disappointed. Luckily, she sold some pork recently. Otherwise, the little money she earned from work wouldn't be enough. So, in her busy life, Qiao Mai added chopping firewood as another task, and she wanted to do as much as possible. After half a year of traveling here, Qiao Mai had become very busy, feeding pigs, cutting pig grass, and trying to gather wild vegetables, whether tender or tough. She kept some to feed the chickens and ducks. She also took time to go to the mountains to hunt for game, managed her vegetable garden, and built trellises for beans, tomatoes, and cucumbers so they could climb up. She also needed to water her backyard garden. She was so busy that as June arrived with the hot summer, the heat was overwhelming. Today, Qiao Mai was picking the first batch of beans at home. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for can come true, she thought. After eating wild vegetables for so long, she could occasionally stir-fry some bok choy. Now, the vegetables in her garden were starting to show results. Some were already bearing fruit, just waiting to ripen. She planned to stir-fry the beans today, and she could also eat the long beans. She was busy picking vegetables and thinking about how to cook them. Mai heard someone calling her, so she put down her basket and went to open the door. "Ma'am, why are you here? Did you just finish work?" Mai was a bit surprised to see Second Aunt standing at the door. Usually, her elders called her over for a meal, and it was rare for her to come by on her own. She thought to herself that she shouldn't say too much now. She needed to let Second Aunt in first and see what was going on. I have something to ask you. I finished work half an hour early." Second Aunt brushed herself off. Recently, the corn stalks had grown as tall as a person, and getting inside was covered in dust. Now that the weather was hot, working outside felt stifling. "What is it, ma'am?" "Let's go inside and talk," Mai said. "It's important. After I tell you, I need to go home and cook." Second Aunt paused for a moment, then organized her words and said, "Here's the thing. This morning, the matchmaker Zhang Tizui from Hongqi Brigade came by. She said that old Wang's family has a good young man, 19 years old, with 5 brothers. He's the 4th in line and works hard every day, earning full work points. This year, the harvest is good, and old Wang is thinking about finding a match for his son. Normally, your parents would handle this, but since they are no longer here and my husband and I can't ignore it, I came to ask if you'd like to meet him. In rural areas, people tend to marry early, and Mai is 16 now, turning 17 next year, so Second Aunt was asking her opinion." After Second Aunt finished speaking, Mai shared her thoughts. "Ma'am, I think I'd rather not meet him yet. I'm only 16, and I don't want to marry so early. Plus, I don't want to marry at all. If possible, I'd prefer to find a man who would come to live with us, so our family line can continue. I believe my parents, if they knew, would support my decision." Mai had thought about marriage before, but she didn't want to marry just anyone or have children too early, which could harm her health. Since she had just traveled here and settled into her original home, every plant and tree was carefully cultivated by her. If she had the chance, she wanted to find a suitable person to marry and live with her. She wasn't the type to suffer abuse, and she preferred her current peaceful life. Marrying into someone else's family might mean endless chores and hard work, and she wasn't sure if she could find a good life. But one thing was clear: she wanted to stay as free and comfortable as she was now. When Second Aunt heard that Mai wanted to marry into another family, she stammered in surprise. She didn't expect this girl to be so bold. In the countryside, there are cases of marrying into other families, but usually, families that can't afford to feed themselves wouldn't be willing to send their son away. Whether Mai can find a good husband later is uncertain. Second Aunt shared her worries with Mai, but Mai said she didn't mind. She's still young and not in a hurry to find a partner. She'll take her time and choose carefully. Since Mai had made up her mind, Second Aunt stopped trying to persuade her. She just needed to refuse Zhang Tizui later. "All right, if that's the case, just pretend you didn't hear anything. It's getting late, I need to go back and cook for your grandpa. You be busy now. Hey, Auntie, please run this errand for me. The beans in my yard are ready to harvest. Take some if you want." No, I have some too. Keep them for yourself. I'm leaving now." After feeding the pigs, Mai returned and lit the stove to cook beans. She saw the sky darkening, looks like rain was coming. The weather in June can change suddenly. She went to check on the chickens and ducks in the backyard and saw they had all gone quietly into their nests. Feeling reassured, she went back to the wood shed to continue cooking. By the time lunch was ready, heavy rain was pouring down. This was great, no need to water the fields. This year's harvest looks good, and the village also planted rice. The rain was truly timely. Everyone was very happy. Some even sat at their doorsteps with bowls, watching the rain fall, afraid it would stop suddenly. The rain kept falling all afternoon and only stopped in the evening. When the sunset appeared in the west, Mai was stunned. The sky was so beautiful, like a painting. The colorful clouds intertwined, creating a stunning scene. Mai paused for a full minute. Please forgive a simple person from the 21st century. When it rained in the city, it was always stuffy, with tall buildings everywhere. There was no such view. Even the most beautiful sunset had to wait until she fed the pigs. After the rain, the village was muddy. Chiao Mai didn't have rain boots, only her worn-out cloth shoes. When she returned, the soles were about 5 centimeters thick with mud. While sitting at the door scraping mud off her shoes, she saw Sister Xiaolan coming over with a fertilizer bag over her shoulder. "Sister-in-law, why are you here at this time? I heard someone was matchmaking for you today." Chiao Mai was surprised. This happened just at noon, and now everyone knew? The news spread so fast. "There is such a matter, but I refused it," Chiao Mai honestly replied. "Well, you're lucky you didn't agree," Lu Xiaolan said, patting her thigh. She sat down next to Chiao Mai, looking eager to chat. "What happened, sister-in-law? Why do you say that?" Chiao Mai took a bowl from the cupboard, poured hot water, and handed it to her. "You don't know, the old Wang family from Hongqi Brigade is led by his wife. Old Wang can't say much, and they have 5 sons and 1 daughter. People in the brigade say the first 4 sons are basically servants to her youngest son and daughter. They do the most work and eat the least." After Lu Xiaolan finished, Chiao Mai understood that even though the first 3 sons of the old Wang family were married, they never moved out. Their daughter was spoiled and lazy, never doing anything at home. She even washed her sister-in-law's underwear daily and dreamed of marrying into the city to eat government grain, with her mother's favor. The youngest son was spoiled from childhood and the family's favorite. Even when the family was struggling, he kept going to school and was now in middle school. A good part of the grain and work points earned by the first 4 brothers went to support this youngest son. As for how this family set their sights on Chiao Mai, it was because she was alone, living in a big house by herself. If she married her 4th brother, they could take over her house and let her youngest son live there, saving a lot of money on building a new house. Plus, Chiao Mai was alone, easy to control, with no family of her own, so her in-laws could say whatever they wanted, and she had to listen. It was clear that the old Wang family had a clever plan, and Chiao Mai was so angry she almost laughed. "Sister-in-law, isn't that family shameless? How can they be so sure I will marry their son? It's because you're all they have now. These days, people believe in having many children for good luck. Their family has many members, and if they weren't so overbearing, many would like to marry into a family with lots of brothers. Then, if anything happens, they can discuss and help each other," Lu Xiaolan said. Her own partner's family only had 1 brother, so sometimes there was no one to consult when something came up. "Well, they're mistaken then. I don't want to marry a family with many brothers, and I won't marry at all," Chiao Mai said happily. "What's wrong with you, Wheat? Why aren't you getting married?" Now it was Lu Xiaolan's turn to stammer. These days, except for a few reasons, most people who can marry do so. If they can find a husband, they marry. Why isn't Chiao Mai getting married despite being healthy and capable? "Haha, sister-in-law, I don't plan to marry into someone else's family. In the future, if I find someone suitable, I might find a son-in-law to come over. It's not that I won't marry at all," Chiao Mai said, trusting Xiaolan as a reliable and discreet person, sharing her thoughts.
"Well,
that might work. Your family situation might actually be better with a son-in-law." Lu Xiaolan initially wanted to argue that girls shouldn't stay unmarried, but then she thought about it. Chiao Mai's family was just her own. Having a son-in-law living at home wasn't wrong. Compared to marrying into someone else's family, staying at her own home was definitely better. Even Lu Xiaolan herself, though she no longer had in-laws, remembered that when her in-laws were around in the early years, life wasn't as free as when she was just a girl at home. "Hey, you still have a thermos at home? That's a good thing." Lu Xiaolan finished gossiping about Lao Wang's family and finally had time to look around Chiao Mai's house. She had never been inside before, even when helping her family. This was the first time she entered after Chiao Mai's mother passed away.
"Yes, sister-in-law.
When my mother was still alive, we didn't know what was in the house. It wasn't until I started managing things myself that I found out we actually had 2 industrial tickets. I think my father brought them back when he was alive." Chiao Mai explained the origin of the thermos, attributing everything to her parents. Even if someone doubted her, no one could prove otherwise. That's why military benefits are good. It was only during the years when my 3rd uncle was fighting in the war that things were tough. If I could survive until now, I might even become a high-ranking officer, Lu Xiaolan said, feeling relieved that her father had obtained the tickets. Without connections, it was hard to get them. But having a thermos at home in winter saved a lot of trouble. At least she could always have hot water whenever she wanted. If my father were alive, I wouldn't mind not becoming a high-ranking officer. But war is dangerous. Guns and blades are unpredictable, Chiao Mai said with some sadness. She hadn't felt much about soldiers before, but now she was a family member of a soldier. She thought about the countless soldiers who sacrificed for the country and wondered what their families endured.
She didn't dare to imagine.
So, she believed that the good days they had now were paid for with the blood of many soldiers. Lu Xiaolon, seeing that Chiao Mai was upset about the matter, quietly slapped her own mouth and thought, I shouldn't have let you talk so much. Why do you always say too much? Is this thermos good at keeping things warm? Is it very convenient? Suddenly, the topic was awkwardly changed, making Chiao Mai laugh. The two of them chatted for a while, and then Lu Xiaolon left. Meanwhile, over at the heir to Yi family's house, the couple was having dinner and talking about the family that Zhang Tizui had mentioned for marriage today. Was that the matchmaker talking about the family with 5 sons and 1 daughter in Hongqi Brigade? Heir to Yi took a big bite of green onion. Probably that family. She said it was their 4th son. Heir to Nyang wasn't very sure, feeling that among so many sons, not many would have the surname Wang.
I've heard of that family.
Luckily, Mai didn't agree. What happened? What's the story? Heir to Nyang was worried when she heard something was wrong. She stopped eating and urged Heir to Yi to explain quickly.
Don't worry.
It's nothing serious, just that family. As it turned out, what Heir to Yi heard was quite similar to what Lu Xiaolon and Chiao Mai had discussed. After hearing this, Heir to Nyang scolded, that Zhang Tizui, no wonder they call her Zhang Tizui, her mouth is full of lies. She even makes the dead seem alive. If this really happens, isn't she pushing Mai into a fire? No. Next time I see that old woman, I must have a serious talk with her. Mai has no parents, but we're still here. Her cousin is quite a few. Who is she bullying? Heir to Nyang was getting angrier and angrier. She had initially thought that Zhang Tizui's family was good, but now she realized she had been tricked. She decided she shouldn't have shown her kindness. Then she remembered Chiao Mai's plan to find a son-in-law to marry in. After Heir to Yi mentioned this, he took a sip of wine but said nothing. Old man, you're silent. I'm talking to you. Heir to Nyang nudged him. Sigh, if third brother were still alive, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. Now it's just her at home. She doesn't even have anyone to help her. If she really gets married, her third brother's line would be cut off. Taking a son-in-law might be a good idea. As he spoke, the two of them fell silent. Chiao Mai's life was hard. Even at a young age, she had to think for herself. No matter how much they cared for her, there was always a barrier. Besides, they had many children of their own, so their help was always limited. Qiao Weigua and his wife are doing quite well now. If Chiao Mai were still the original owner, she might think her life was hard. But since she came from another world, she doesn't see it that way. She feels grateful to the second uncle's family and really enjoys her current life. There aren't many difficult people around. Although her eldest aunt's family has some issues, they don't usually interact much. So, Chiao Mai feels very happy in this era. Let's set aside what Chiao Mai is thinking. The next day at noon, the second aunt steamed a bowl of egg custard and brought it to Chiao Mai. She also told her about what happened at Old Wang's house yesterday. She said she felt bad for not asking more about it before coming to see Chiao Mai. The egg custard was meant to help Chiao Mai strengthen her body. Her second aunt's actions made Chiao Mai laugh and cry at the same time. Second aunt, you really don't have to. You can take it back and eat it with my uncle. Besides, you shouldn't blame yourself. You didn't know about it. And I already promised to meet someone. That's not right, Mai. I just think what happened yesterday was too sudden. If you two really get together, I'd be the one to blame forever. We don't have much at home, so don't look down on it. In the end, the second aunt put down her bowl and left. Chiao Mai tried to stop her, but couldn't. Well, since she brought it, she might as well eat it. Later, she would find a chance to give some meat to her second aunt's family. After lunch, Chiao Mai carried a sack and a basket and went up the mountain. It had just rained yesterday, and now all the mushrooms on the mountain had sprouted. If she didn't pick them now, when would she? When Xiao Mai reached the mountain, many people were already picking mushrooms. She didn't join the crowd. She had been deep into the mountains many times before and felt it wasn't very dangerous. As long as she didn't compete with others, she was fine. When she reached a good height, she suddenly saw a large patch of mushrooms. They were densely packed hazelnut mushrooms. June was the perfect time to grow hazelnut mushrooms. They would be delicious for stewing with chicken. Xiao Mai decided to stay here and not move on. She probably couldn't pick all of these mushrooms. She had to say, the mushrooms here were really good. It seemed no one had come to pick them for a long time, so most of the mushrooms were full and healthy. The faster she picked, the more excited she became. She finally experienced the joy of mushroom picking. In the past, she could only admire pictures on her phone. Haha, who would have thought that one day she could freely pick mushrooms? This mushroom picker, Xiao Mai, has already made her plans. She wants to gather a lot, not only to eat herself but also to dry and sell along with dried vegetables and cured meats. For Xiao Mai, collecting mushrooms is no longer just about picking, it's about making money. This thought makes her very excited. It didn't take long before her basket was full. Then she started working hard to fill her sack. When the sun turned red in the sky, she finally stopped, feeling satisfied. She stood up, patted her aching back, and stretched. She had been bending over the whole time, so her back was sore. After the rain, Xiao Mai enjoyed her mushroom-picking hobby very much. When she felt she had enough, she stopped collecting mushrooms. Today was a good day. Xiao Mai spread the mushrooms she picked out to dry in the yard. The vegetables in the yard could also be picked one after another. She quickly picked cucumbers, eggplants, long beans, and loofahs. She had to pick fast. Working quickly is necessary. If she dawdled, she wouldn't get much done in a day. The tomatoes weren't ripe yet, but they were green and shiny, which was promising. When there are too many tomatoes she can't eat, she plans to cook them into sauce to store for a long time. Xiao Mai couldn't eat all these vegetables herself. The extra ones she plans to pickle as salted vegetables. Later, she needs to go to the county's general store. The family only has one jar for pickling, which hasn't been used for years. This year, she used a jar for fermenting sauerkraut. She thinks she needs to buy a few more jars and some bowls. She also needs some basins. Washing vegetables has become a hassle. The family is still poor. They lack many things. Xiao Mai picks out the best vegetables and puts the misshapen ones in a pile. She cuts the good parts of the deformed vegetables to dry as dried vegetables. The bad parts she chops into small pieces with a knife and feeds to the chickens and ducks in the backyard. With a clang clang clang, Xiao Mai starts knocking on a basin with a small wooden stick in the backyard. The chickens and ducks come running back to eat when they hear the sound. After the corn and soybeans grew taller, a few days ago, Xiao Mai opened the gates of the chicken and duck pens to let them out. The effect was obvious. They could eat their fill in the yard, reducing their grain and wild vegetable intake each day. Seeing these young chickens and ducks, Xiao Mai thinks about buying more chicks and ducklings. If she can find goslings, that would be even better. In winter, she plans to cook a big goose in a heavy pot. On the community members' day off, Xiao Mai didn't hesitate. Early in the morning, she carried her basket and headed to the county. She ate her breakfast on the way, walking and eating at the same time. Today, she plans to sell dried meat. Over the past few months, Xiao Mai has raised 7 rabbits and 5 wild chickens. Watching the meat gradually lose weight, she worries that if she leaves it until winter, it will turn into jerky with little weight left, and she won't get much money for it. Xiao Mai has also carefully packed the rabbit skins. She hopes to find someone who can process the skins, so she can learn and make herself a warm fur coat for winter. That way, she won't need to wear 2 coats. Now, she has about 10 rabbit skins, and after making the coat, she might have a few left to make rabbit fur boots. She left home early today. When she arrived at the county town, it was only around 8 a.m., just the time workers start their day. Since the county, Guangming County, isn't very big or wealthy, most workers walk to work. If someone has a bicycle, it's like driving a luxury car in the 21st century, very eye-catching. When Xiao Mai left, she wore a hat made from old cloth, and her hair was tied loosely in front, partly covering her face. She darkened her eyebrows with charcoal. As she carried her basket toward the textile factory's residential area, a middle-aged man stopped her. "Hey, young sister, where are you headed?" Xiao Mai turned to see a man about 34 or 35, wearing glasses and a shirt. Although his shirt looked a bit old, he was neat. "What's up, big brother? Do you need something?" Xiao Mai asked in a husky voice. No matter how nice he seemed, she stayed alert and cautious. The man took her to an alley near a busy road. Xiao Mai wasn't worried about any tricks. She could shout for help and run if needed. He said, "Sister, my name is Zhou. I work at a machine factory. I see you carrying a basket, and I guess you're from the countryside. I want to ask if there's anything in there to help with milk production. I can trade you some tickets for it." Zhou Dajuan explained that his wife had just given birth to a son, but for some reason, maybe because they were very hungry a couple of years ago, she had no milk. He's just an ordinary worker and can't afford to buy milk powder every day. He managed to get one can through a black market dealer. Now, he only has a pound of meat tickets each month. If they eat some meat, his wife can produce a little milk. If not, her milk supply drops again. He's very worried. He found Xiao Mai because he often bought things on the black market 2 years ago, so he has good eyes for such things. "I have some things in my basket, but they don't matter to you. The meat is for my cousin. If I sell it, it would be considered illegal trading." Xiao Mai isn't stupid. She speaks politely, but hints that she has meat. Zhou Dajuan's eyes light up when he hears about the meat. "Oh, sister, let me tell you the truth. My wife just had a baby, and she has no milk. Our son cries all day because he's hungry. When my wife was very hungry a few years ago, eating some meat helped her produce milk. You see, I only have a small amount of meat coupons each month, so I can't buy meat every day. Please think of your big nephew. I promise to give you some money and coupons you won't lose out. No, I can't do that. It's illegal to trade like that, and these rabbits and chickens are saved up from a long time," says Xiao Mai, her expression softening but still firm in refusal. Zhou Dajuan sees hope and keeps persuading her. "Come on, sister. This isn't illegal trading. It's just people helping each other. I need meat and you need money and coupons. It's not the same as illegal trading." Finally, Xiao Mai is convinced and agrees to give him one rabbit and one chicken, which she still needs to deliver to her cousin. She isn't foolish. She knows she must be honest and clear. Zhou Dajuan keeps persuading her, and they agree on a price: 5 yuan for a rabbit and 3 yuan for a chicken. Each rabbit comes with 2 coupons, each chicken with 1 coupon. Any coupons will do. Zhou Dajuan buys 2 rabbits and 3 chickens. Now, with careful eating, they can last a long time. Xiao Mai feels proud. Her meat can now be sold to city folks for a good price. It was worth all her effort climbing mountains, setting traps, and hunting. Some of the meat she shot with a slingshot, some fell into traps. Usually, she would eat a little when she was hungry. If she didn't eat it all, she might have more meat left, but Xiao Mai can't go without meat. She needs a strong body to earn so much money. Now people are very sharp-eyed. Someone saw her secretly trading and told others. Before she even entered her family compound, all the meat was sold out. However, Xiao Mai still didn't dare to show off. At this time, there were many good people but no bad ones. If she encountered a thief, she might not escape, and she couldn't be sure that someone who bought her meat wouldn't report her. So, Xiao Mai found a corner, tied her hair neatly, took off her hat, changed her clothes, and cleaned her eyebrows. Then she came out from another alley, planning to go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Previously, she had exchanged meat twice with Song Jiqing and Zhao Jiqing. Once was braised wild chicken with potato chunks, and another time was braised pork. The remaining piece of pork leg was chopped and cooked, and she exchanged some ration tickets. So, she could still afford a small meal now. When Xiao Mai entered the state-run restaurant, it was just past 10 o'clock, and there was no one inside. The waiter was leaning against the counter, eating sunflower seeds. This wasn't the era of "the customer is king." You had to order and serve yourself, with no one waiting on you. The restaurant was very simple. Outside, there was a white sign with red characters that read, Guangming County State-Run Restaurant. Inside, there were 5 or 6 wooden tables, each with 2 long benches. Facing the door was the counter, where you ordered your food. Below the counter, the daily menu and prices were written. Xiao Mai approached the counter and looked at the menu. Pork buns cost 15 cents each, 2 buns with 1 liang of meat tickets and 1 liang of grain tickets. Steamed buns cost 5 cents each, 2 for 1 liang of grain tickets. Braised eggplant and stir-fried shredded potatoes cost 20 cents per plate. Mutton soup was 10 cents per bowl. Braised pork was 1 yuan and 50 cents per plate, with 2 liang of meat tickets. Xiao Mai mumbled, marveling at how cheap the prices were in this era. She reached into her pocket, thinking she probably couldn't afford anything too fancy. Hello, I'll have 2 meat buns for steamed buns, a bowl of mutton soup, and a plate of braised eggplant. Total is 8 mao. 1 liang of meat tickets and 3 liang of grain tickets. Pay first, then come back to pick up your food. The waiter didn't even lift his eyelids. Xiao Mai couldn't say much about this attitude. After all, they were the gods here. She honestly paid and found a seat to wait for her food. The buns and steamed buns were already prepared. When Xiao Mai received them, she could feel their weight. The food wasn't ready yet, so she took a bite of a bun first. As she bit down, her mouth was filled with oil, and inside was a big piece of meat. The meat tickets she used were worth it, truly a good deal. Braised eggplant and mutton soup are ready. Before the waiter finished calling, Xiao Mai ran over. The cornmeal cake she ate in the morning had already been digested, and after just eating a meat bun, her appetite was fully awakened. The lamb soup still had many lamb offal pieces, sprinkled with green onions and a layer of oil on top, served in a large bowl. The braised eggplant was piled high on a big plate. At this time, state-run restaurants no longer aimed to make profit. They offered good quality food at low prices. Since coming here, Xiao Mai had never eaten plain flour bread. Last year, when her team slaughtered a sheep, the little meat she got wasn't as tasty as the lamb soup at the restaurant. This meal made Xiao Mai very happy. She finally left the restaurant with 4 steamed buns tucked into a cloth bag. Yes, Xiao Mai planned to take these buns home to eat. Now, since the brigade no longer cultivated wheat, she mainly ate millet flour, and she felt her face was turning yellow from eating it every day. Someone's stealing. Someone's stealing money. As soon as Xiao Mai heard the voice, she saw a young man running toward her. Acting on instinct, she stepped forward and kicked out her loyal foot. The young man was knocked back half a meter and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up and run away, Xiao Mai jumped on him, twisted his arms behind his back, and held him down. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't turn over on the ground. Hey, you little brat, let me go. Do you know who I am? If you don't let me go, you'll regret it later. The thief was bleeding from his nose and still trying to threaten. Shut up. If you want to settle scores, go talk to the police when they arrive, Xiao Mai said, slapping his head. Even though he was caught, he still wanted to resist. Soon, an old woman with bound feet hurried over, taking small, quick steps. Some passers-by had already called the police. You damn thief! How dare you steal my money? I told you to stop stealing my money, the old woman shouted while hitting the thief with her bag. The police arrived, but she didn't stop. It was surprising to see that this little old lady was quite strong and could fight for so long.
Alikt, Mum.
We have the police here.
We will handle this. Just a few hits are enough.
If you break him too badly, it will be a different matter, a police officer in his 40s said, stopping the old woman from hitting him further. Oh, police officer, please help me. I was about to go to the hospital to see my grandson with the money I saved. I finally gathered 100 yuan from different places, but as soon as I stepped out, a little thief stole it. If it weren't for this young girl catching the thief, I don't know if my grandson could be saved. It turns out the old lady has a 5-year-old grandson who has been weak and sick since he was a baby. He is her only child, and she treasures him very much. They spend a lot on doctor visits and medicine. Even though her son and daughter-in-law have steady jobs, the family often struggles financially. A few days ago, the boy got very sick again. The medicine they usually take didn't work this time. The family was worried and rushed him to the hospital. Since they go there often, they knew the process well. They found the doctor who usually treats her grandson, and he brought good news. The hospital had just received 2 doses of a special vaccine from abroad, which could treat her grandson's illness. The family was very happy to hear this. When a child is sick, it's hard on both the child and the adults. The doctor said the vaccine was effective and could cure the illness, but it was expensive, 80 yuan for the first dose today, and if the child responds well, they would get a second dose in 2 months for 40 yuan. The family decided to go ahead and get the vaccine. After setting the appointment, the old man stayed at the hospital with the child, while the others borrowed money for 2 days to gather the 100 yuan. They also needed extra money for hospital fees. Today, the son and daughter-in-law were at work, so the old lady planned to go to the hospital to pay the money herself. Just as she left, a thief stole her money. The old lady was very worried. This was her precious grandson's life-saving money. Everyone was angry after hearing her story. After questioning and investigating, the police confirmed her story was true and took the thief to the station. After the thief was taken away, the old lady, holding her recovered money, kept thanking Qiao Mai and insisted on treating her to a meal. Qiao Mai said it was just a small help and really wasn't necessary. Reluctantly, the old lady asked for Qiao Mai's name, her community, and her team, saying she wanted to visit and thank her in person someday. Qiao Mai didn't think much of it. People these days are often kind and sincere. After saying goodbye to the old lady, Qiao Mai headed to the department store. She needed to buy some pickled vegetables in jars, some salt, and also check if there were rain boots for sale. When she arrived at the department store, Qiao Mai didn't feel very impressed. Having seen the bustling shopping malls of her past life, entering this era's department store didn't surprise her much. Still, she felt curious. She watched as the clerk's receipt floated over her head with a swoosh, then floated away again, things she had never seen before. The department store was only 2 floors. The first floor sold everyday food and household items, while the second floor had bicycles, sewing machines, ready-made clothes, fabrics, shoes, and more. But the ready-made clothes were quite plain, not as good as buying fabric to make at home. That way, she would use less fabric and spend less money. Qiao Mai saw the rain boots she wanted. She asked about the price, 3 yuan 60 cents for a pair, plus a shoe ticket. She had the money, but she didn't have the shoe ticket. In this time when even money was hard to spend, it was really frustrating. She also saw a thermos, both plastic and metal. The metal one cost a yuan more and required 4 industrial tickets, which was quite expensive compared to the plastic one. After wandering around the second floor, Qiao Mai left empty-handed and went to look at the household supplies again. She found some peach cookies, costing 1 yuan per jean with a grain ticket. The broken sugar cubes were considered imperfect and cost 1 yuan 50 per jean with a sugar ticket. Good sugar cubes cost 1 yuan 80 per half jean with a half jean sugar ticket. Qiao Mai bought 1 jean of broken sugar cubes. She figured she'd eat some soon. Maybe cook some meat with it. This morning, Zhou Dajuan had given her a jean of sugar tickets. Finally, Qiao Mai bought 10 jean of salt, 2 liang of kerosene, 1 jean of broken sugar cubes, 1 jean of peach cookies, and 6 jars. She carried a basket heavier than in the morning, heading home. After dinner, Qiao Mai began counting her small savings. No, her hard-earned money. Every penny was earned through her effort. Today, she sold 7 rabbits and 5 chickens, earning 50 yuan in total, plus some tickets. She made 3 jean of sugar tickets, 1 jean of cotton tickets, 5 industrial tickets, 1 cigarette ticket, and, surprisingly, 1 shoe ticket. Qiao Mai regretted not knowing about the shoe tickets earlier. She could have bought the rain boots today. She spent 12 yuan 50 cents today. With her previous savings, she had now reached over 100 yuan. Haha, she now has a total of 113.75 yuan. Qiao Mai excitedly kissed the stack of money again and again. Then she used a thin hemp rope to tie 100 yuan, wrapped it in a cloth bag, and planned to deposit it in the bank during her next day off. She didn't feel safe keeping it at home. Sometimes, Qiao Mai acted like she had paranoid delusions, worried about theft or mice chewing the money. so depositing it in the bank seemed safer. By around 10 o'clock at night, Chiao Mai finally calmed down and slowly fell asleep. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, while she was sleeping soundly, she heard a crackling sound. Detection. Purchase. The voice was faint and interrupted.
Wow, system?
Wow, is that really you, system? Chiao Mai's sleep was instantly gone. Could it be that her prayers were finally answered? Wah. It had been half a year. She didn't know how hard those months had been. Finally, she felt like the heavens had opened their eyes and sent her a system. System, speak. What did you just say? Chiao Mai was eager to meet the system.
Crackle.
Signal restored. It felt like she had waited a century, but finally, the system spoke again. Hello, I am not your system, but the Interstellar Shopping Mall. Because we detected that you are the only person on Water Blue Star who has traveled here and meets the requirements for purchasing space, we contacted you. The robot's voice was cold and emotionless. Chiao Mai took a moment to digest this news. So, she still didn't have a system? But what did it mean by purchasing space? What's the requirement for purchasing space? She asked. The mall detected that your assets exceed 100 yuan. You can use 100 Water Blue Star coins to buy a space of 100 square meters, the robot replied.
Chiao Mai was silent.
She had worked so hard to save up that 100 yuan, and now it was detected, and she had to spend it immediately? She found it hard to accept. There's only one chance. You can choose to accept or decline, the robot said. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of her, asking, do you agree to buy 100 square meters of space, with options, agree and disagree? Chiao Mai was still not willing to give up. She asked if the space could support living things, or if there was a spiritual spring. If not, she could buy a bigger space. What could she do with just 100 square meters? Please respect science. Our interstellar researchers have developed space that is a huge step forward for human civilization. You are only qualified to purchase 100 square meters of space. The things you mentioned, like sustaining life and the spiritual spring, are beyond scientific understanding. However, this space and time are still stationary. The robot coldly shattered Chiao Mai's imagination. After saying this, it no longer fussed with her. Remaining time to choose. 10-9. Although disappointed, Chiao Mai thought having some space was better than none. 100 square meters was still 100 square meters. Plus, since time is frozen, that might mean it has a preservation function.
She decided to buy it.
After clicking agree, the robot's voice disappeared. A dull, gray space appeared in Chiao Mai's mind. When her consciousness entered, everything was blank. It seemed like there was a film blocking the edges. If she pressed hard, her head would hurt, probably because the interstellar people installed a space button in her brain. Oh, right, money. The robot didn't ask her for money. Chiao Mai lit a candle, feeling hopeful about finding a bargain. She looked in the hidden compartment of her bed and found only an empty handkerchief and a piece of string. The 100 yuan she had bundled up was gone. Holding her 13.75 yuan, she forced a smile that looked more like crying. She was about to cry, but had no tears. She was broke again. Anyway, she had spent the money. Complaining was useless. Money is a bastard. Lose it, and you can earn it back. After calming down, Chiao Mai started to figure out how to use this space. She looked at the candle on the bed and thought, collect. The candle didn't move, so it wasn't an automatic collection. She took the candle in her hand and thought, collect again. Instantly, her hand was empty. The candle was lying quietly on the ground inside the space, but it was already extinguished. It turned out that touching real objects was necessary to collect them. After several tries, she got the hang of it. She carefully stored her remaining 13.75 yuan and her stack of receipts inside the space. Now, she wouldn't need to go to the bank. If she had more money later, putting it into the space would be safer than anywhere else. Chiao Mai kept fiddling with it until late at night and finally went to sleep. The next morning, she woke up late. The sun was blinding. She hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face. She threw on her clothes and ran to the pig pen. Sure enough, before she reached the office, she heard the pigs in the backyard squealing loudly from hunger. She ran quickly to the backyard. After feeding all 10 pigs, she cleaned the pig pen before leaving. When she arrived at the office, she saw Uncle Tu smoking at the door. She greeted him and was about to leave because she hadn't had breakfast yet. Maisie, why are you coming later than usual today? Are you feeling unwell? Uncle Tu wanted to visit Xiao Mai's house, but saw her run in first. He sat back down and watched her come out, planning to ask her about it. Grandpa, I stayed up late playing last night, so I woke up late this morning. Xiao Mai touched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. She couldn't tell him she almost spent all her money to buy a space last night. She planned to keep the secret and not tell anyone. When Uncle Tu heard it was because of that, he relaxed. They chatted for a while, and then each went their own way. Xiao Mai went home for breakfast, then carried her basket to gather pig grass as usual. She had space now, but it didn't change much. Yesterday, she sold some meat, and the only thing worth putting in the space was about 10 yuan. Since that was the case, she decided to protect this mountain treasure and work hard to fill her space. There was plenty of pig grass on the mountain now. She planned to gather more and complete her daily task of 2 baskets. Extra grass would be stored in her space and used later, around August or September, when pig grass was less available or if she had other things to do. Then she would take it out to complete her tasks. While gathering pig grass, she also worked hard to pick wild vegetables. Now that she had space, she could store some for winter to feed the chickens and ducks, saving a lot of grain. She hoped the chickens would lay eggs sooner because she was feeding them well. Before, she sometimes found wild eggs while hunting, but no matter how fresh, wild eggs weren't as tender as those from domestic chickens. Boiled wild eggs still felt a bit tough to eat. Xiao Mai worked hard all morning. In the afternoon, she went to her vegetable garden to pick vegetables. The garden was full of ripe produce: tomatoes, eggplants, cucumbers, long beans, yard-long beans, loofah, chives, and celery, all hanging on the racks. She had no choice but to pick everything. After harvesting, she didn't dry the vegetables but stored them all in her space. Who wants to eat dried vegetables when fresh ones are available? Dried vegetables are okay for seasoning sometimes, but eating them every day in winter is hard. Now that she had the conditions, she didn't want to make herself suffer. After harvesting the vegetables, Xiao Mai cleaned the pickled vegetable jars she bought a few days ago. She planned to make pickled vegetables, garlic eggplants, spicy cucumbers, sour beans, sweet garlic, and celery. These are all easy to pickle. She had already asked Anne for advice before. The main thing is that the seasonings are simple now. You just add more of what you want the flavor to be, and there's not much else to add. So nowadays, pickles are very easy to make. Xiao Mai loves spicy food, so she added more chili when pickling the cucumbers. After finishing all the pickling, it was already dark. She went to the backyard to feed the chickens and ducks, then to the pig pen to feed the pigs. It was a busy day. That day, Xiao Mai was coming back from cutting pig grass in the mountains. Before she reached the door, she saw someone with their backside sticking out. When she got closer, she realized it was her aunt, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She was leaning against the door crack, looking inside. "Aunt, why are you here?"
Kiao me chutet ludli.
"Oh my goodness, you little girl. You scared me to death." Xiao Shi patted her chest and looked into Xiao Mai's yard. She was suddenly startled when she saw Xiao Mai. Xiao Mai rolled her eyes and didn't reply. She did it on purpose. How can she blame her for peeking through her door crack? Ahem, it's just that your cousin had a baby. The baby is a month old tomorrow. I came to tell you and to visit her, Xiao Shi said. It's typical of her aunt to show up uninvited. Looks like she's here to give a gift for her daughter. But since it's a happy occasion, Xiao Mai didn't say much. It's customary to exchange gifts, so she just went along. "Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow," Xiao Mai nodded. She didn't plan to invite her aunt inside. She was worried she might take something from the house when she left. Xiao Shi finished her errands and, after getting her answer, didn't say anything and left. Xiao Nand, her cousin, had been married for several years. She only had one daughter with Li Dia. Her mother-in-law had been patient because they couldn't afford enough food before. Now that the family situation improved, the daughter was born. People nowadays are very healthy and don't have many issues with infertility. It's said her husband's family also wanted a big grandson, but her mother-in-law was unhappy about that. It seems Xiao Nan's life isn't easy either. Xiao Mai's mind was full of thoughts, her expression changing from time to time, looking a bit silly. There wasn't much work at home today. In the afternoon, Xiao Mai planned to go deep into the mountains to hunt and try her luck. For lunch, she made a larger meal for herself, including a loofah soup and stir-fried celery. She picked the tender celery just as it was about to grow tougher, adding a little soy sauce, salt, and pork fat. When stir-fried, it smelled very good. Her main food was cornmeal pancakes. She heated up 4 pancakes and also prepared a bowl of loofah soup to put in her bag. If she got hungry while hunting in the afternoon, she would have both soup and pancakes just right. After locking the door, Xiao Mai headed up the mountain. Today, she took a different path from her usual one, a less traveled route. The usual path often had encounters with other people. It's hard to say whether Xiao Mai is brave or just fearless because she is alone and has no worries. Usually, villagers don't dare to go deep into the mountains, and if they do, they go in groups of 3 or 5. But Xiao Mai is used to being a lone ranger and doesn't like to go with others. Even if she asks someone to join her, they might not want to. What can a girl do besides hold others back? As for her fighting skills, they are much better than when she caught a wild boar last time. Her small body is now well-nourished, and she trains every day regardless of the weather. Her arm muscles are now smooth and defined. After about 40 minutes of climbing, Xiao Mai heard some movement. She looked around and saw a patch of white-yellow fur peeking out from between some branches. She didn't care which part of the animal it was. Holding her new arrow, she aimed and shot. The animal let out a loud cry and jumped up. That's when she saw it was a roe deer. Roe meat is very tasty, so she had to catch it. She shot another arrow while the deer was licking its wound, aiming at its eyes. No wonder Northeasterners call it a silly roe deer. It doesn't run away when hurt and keeps licking its wound. Who else would catch it if not the hunter? After the shot blinded its eyes, the deer started jumping around wildly. Xiao Mai grabbed her axe and rushed forward. I'll chop, I'll chop, I'll chop. The silly roe deer was easier to cut than a wild boar. After a few strikes, it was dead. Got it. She put the deer into her space bag. Continuing further, Xiao Mai carefully tapped the grass with a small stick to scare away snakes. She didn't encounter any snakes, but she saw more and more bees as she moved along. Xiao Mai was afraid of being stung, so she wanted to change direction. After walking about 10 steps, she thought, maybe where there are bees, there is honey. I should check. She turned around and continued toward the bees, walking about 100 meters until she saw a large beehive on a tree, about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Xiao Mai was tempted. She was sure there was plenty of honey inside. But how to get the hive down was another problem. After thinking for a while, she decided to use fire and smoke to drive the bees out, then take the hive while they were gone. She acted quickly, cutting some branches and gathering dry wood. The branches produced a lot of smoke, and the dry wood could be ignited. She piled the wood under the tree, lit it, and watched the smoke grow thicker. Standing under the tree, she quickly covered herself with a basket. Soon, she heard the bees buzzing loudly as they rushed out, more and more bees coming out. After about 10 minutes of smoking, Xiao Mai felt it was time and climbed the tree to take the hive. The hive looked quite big from below, but in her hands, it felt even larger, about 30 or 40 centimeters. As soon as she touched it, she stored it in her space, which meant there were no living creatures inside. She quickly climbed down the tree and ran in the opposite direction of the bee's flight. She ran until she nearly reached the foot of the mountain before stopping. Now it's safe, she thought, then patted her stomach, feeling hungry. She took out her packed lunch and ate happily, feeling like bubbles of happiness. Wow, having a space is so great, she could eat hot food even when outside. After finishing her meal and drinking the soup, she let out a satisfied burp, patted her butt, and decided to head home. Today, Xiao Mai had a good harvest, and her steps were lighter on the way back. When she got home, She didn't cook. She was full already. She took out the roe deer and started to clean it. Now, Chiao Mai was quite skilled at cleaning her prey, her movements smooth and practiced. After finishing, she put it into a basket and stored it in her space. Then she took out the beehive and squeezed out the honey using the simplest method. Surprisingly, she managed to fill 2 bottles with honey, each about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilogram. She stored all the honey in her space too. Since it was hot outside, she was worried it might spoil if left in the house. She kept putting things into her space, but when her consciousness entered it, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. In just a few days, she has made this space look quite messy. Over here, there are pigweed and wild vegetables, and nearby, there are vegetables picked from the yard. Next to that, there's the firewood she chopped over the past 2 days. She's too lazy to carry it back, so she just stored it in the space. Today, there's also deer meat and honey. She finished the soup and left the bowl. Wow, it's so messy. If she doesn't clean up soon, there won't even be enough space to step around. After thinking for a while, Chiao Mai decided she needed to build a shelf. She thought it would be best to sort everything and stack it neatly on the shelf. That way, she could also ask someone to make a shelf for the east room. But then she thought, never mind. She only has about 10 yuan now. If she asks someone to make a shelf, she'll have to spend money. What if she needs money urgently in the future? In the end, Chiao Mai decided not to spend money on a shelf. Instead, she thought it might be better to learn how to make one herself. She planned to ask the clever people in the village if they would teach her. If she learns to make it herself, wouldn't that be even better? The next morning, after feeding the pigs, Chiao Mai didn't go up the mountain. Instead, she went to the fields to find Second Aunt. She wanted to ask if Second Aunt was going to her cousin's house. If she was, Chiao Mai wanted to go with her. When she reached the field, Chiao Mai was already sweating. She greeted a few team members she passed by. When she arrived, she saw second uncle talking to the scorekeeper, Chiao Jitao. "Uncle, where is my aunt working?" Chiao Mai shaded her eyes to avoid the sun. "Looking for your aunt? She's right over there. Just call her a couple of times, and she'll hear you." Second uncle called out to her. Second aunt was pulling weeds in the millet field. She just wiped her sweat when she heard her husband call her from home. I'm here. Come out for a moment. Motsi is looking for you," he said. "Okay." Second aunt supported her waist as she stood up, wiping more sweat. It was so hot today. When she left the millet field, Second aunt's back was covered in sweat, and her hair was wet with sweat too. Luckily, second uncle had brought a water bottle. She took it and drank a few big gulps. "Maisie, why are you here now?" "Aunt, Sister Chiao Nan's baby is a month old today. I wanted to ask if you're going to her house today. If you are, I'd like to go with you." When the second aunt heard about this matter, she told Chiao Mai. Now, earning a work point is not easy, so it's fine to just give the gift money when it arrives. Usually, people don't go over, which means not delaying earning work points and also saving the other person a meal. Otherwise, when you visit your niece's house, you have to decide whether to eat or not. It's better not to go at all, which is good for both sides. "Oh, I thought someone was going to go." Not needing to go is great. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable if no one fed the pig. By the way, Annie, how much money do you think is appropriate? Chiao Mai was happy to hear she didn't need to go. The red flag team is 20 miles from the victory team, so a round trip is 40 miles. Walking takes 2 or 3 hours. I and your grandpa are elders, so we give a bit more. You're a peer, so just give the same as your 2 cousins. They each give a dime. A dime? That seems to match the prices at that time. All right, Auntie, I'll give the gift money to my aunt now. You keep working. I'm leaving. Bye, Grandpa and Brother Tao, you're busy too. Second uncle nodded, and Chiao Jitao grinned and waved at Chiao Mai. Chiao Mai then headed to her great uncle's house. When she arrived, she called a few times, then saw Chao Shi come out warmly to greet her. Was she especially enthusiastic because she knew about the gift money? Chiao Mai thought to herself. "Oh, Maisie, you're here. I was just about to call you," Chao Shi said. She couldn't say no to Chiao Mai going, so Chiao Mai had to suggest it herself. Auntie, please help me take the gift money to my cousin. If I go with you, no one will take care of the pig at noon. Chow sure didn't care whether Chiao Mai really couldn't leave. Not going was fine. It meant she could save some food for her daughter. Anyway, once she gave the gift money, it was enough. Her daughter just had a girl, and her in-laws probably wouldn't be happy to provide food. As a mother, she was worried. Plus, since the baby was a month old, she had to go to her family's house. When Chiao Mai handed Chow Sure the dime, it went smoothly. The great-uncle's wife took it without a fuss, even without a stutter. Auntie, thank you. Please say hello to my cousin for me. I won't stay long. You're going to your daughter's house, right? I'll go now. After saying that, Chiao Mai left. Chow Sure also planned to visit her daughter, so she quickly packed her things while the weather was not too hot and headed out. Since she didn't need to go to her cousin's house anymore, she went to find second uncle at the field. What was he doing? She wanted to ask who in the village was good at making baskets and who could do carpentry work. She planned to learn both skills. After asking, Chiao Mai casually made up an excuse and left. Erdage told her there was a man named Hushu in the village who was good at woodworking. As for basket weaving, the widow of Chiao Go Dan was very skilled, having learned from her father since she was young. Knowing about these two people, Chiao Mai had a clear idea. After finishing her chores, Chiao Mai decided to go feed the pigs. When it gets hot, pigs don't eat much, but the water trough must always have water. If a pig wants to drink and there's no water, it could get heatstroke, which would be her fault as the pig keeper. Since it was the hottest part of the day, she didn't go up the mountain. Instead, she stayed home and ground some cornmeal in the inner room. The last batch of grain the team distributed was almost gone, only about 30 jin left. The corn wouldn't be ripe for another month, so she could only eat about a jin of cornmeal each day, or she wouldn't make it until the corn was ready. Today, Chiao Mai planned to grind all the remaining corn. Once ground, she would steam it into corn cakes. She'd store them in her space, so she only needed to cook vegetables for each meal and no longer needed to heat up dry food. What a convenience. She had to admit, Chiao Mai had found a new use for her space, making her life easier, though she wouldn't admit she was just being lazy. After working for about 3 hours, she took a break and ate 2 pieces of peach pastry. By 2 o'clock, the first batch of corn cakes was finally steamed and ready. She quickly packed them into a basket, then stored them in her space. She started steaming the second batch. She steamed 3 large pots of corn cakes in total. She ate 2, and the rest she stored in her space. She also took the opportunity to stew a dish of 3 fresh vegetables, potatoes, eggplants, and peppers, with some sauce, no salt needed. It tasted really good. She put half of the remaining dish into a large bowl and stored it in her space, so she wouldn't need to cook dinner later. She could just take it out and eat. Seeing that in 3 hours the villagers would finish work, Chiao Mai decided to check her trap. Sure enough, she caught a rabbit in the trap. She immediately twisted its neck and stored it in her space. On her way down the mountain, she caught a wild chicken. Using a slingshot, she shot it unconscious. The chicken, like the rabbit, ended up in her space. Jo Mai also picked up a few large dry branches and carried them home. After cleaning the wild chicken and rabbit, Jo Mai cut the rabbit in half. She planned to learn a craft, and one family sent her half a rabbit as a gift. The rabbit was quite fat, about 2 jin of meat, which was a generous gift. Since she was going to learn a skill soon, tonight Jo Mai went to Uncle Hu's house. She arrived just as his family was eating. There was soy paste, stewed green beans, and a few peeled green onions on the table. Everyone held a bowl filled with sweet potatoes. Jo Mai, who usually ate plain rice or porridge, was considered to have a relatively good life in the village. Uncle and Auntie, are you eating? I've arrived, Jo Mai said as she entered, but they didn't notice her at first. Oh, Mai, why are you here? Have you eaten yet? Auntie, who looked surprised but then warmly stood up to greet her. The old man in the family often did woodworking, so Auntie, who was quite experienced in hosting guests.
Eve eaten, Auntie.
You don't need to get up. Sit and eat. I just came to see my uncle about something. There's not much good at home. Luckily, I caught a rabbit yesterday, so I brought some for you to try, Jo Mai explained. Uncle Hu and Auntie Hu saw that the rabbit meat was good, but the children in the family weren't interested. They held their bowls without moving, staring at the rabbit meat, afraid it might run away. You came just to visit and bring something? Take it back with you later. Do you need any help? Uncle Hu finished his meal quickly while Auntie Hu was still entertaining guests. Since she brought a gift, he didn't want to neglect the young girl. Uncle, I want to learn how to make wooden shelves for a couple of days. I've cleared out the East room at home, and I want to make some shelves to put things on, Jomai said, sitting on a small bench and giving the rabbit meat to Auntie Hu. This isn't hard. You don't need to learn it from me. I can make it for you later. Just tell me what you want. Uncle, you don't need to make it for me. I want to figure out how to do it myself. I don't have enough wood stored up, so I thought I'd come learn a little craft from you first. That way, I can work on it myself when I go back. I just wonder if it's okay for you to teach me here. Xiaomai was worried that people at this time wouldn't easily share their skills. Although making shelves and similar things isn't very complicated, she still needed to learn so she could do it herself. There's nothing hard about teaching you. Making shelves is simple. Tomorrow after work, I happen to be making a table for someone. Come along and learn. Since you don't need me to do it, I'll ask you to come here every day for the next few days, said Uncle Hu. Most men in the village could make shelves, and her family didn't have many people, so she had to do all the chores herself. It was okay for him to teach her a little. When Hu uncle agreed, Xiaomai was happy and ready to leave. Aunt Hu pushed a rabbit meat into her hand, and Xiaomai ran off quickly. This kid, learning to make a shelf isn't worth giving away so much, Aunt Hu said, but she was still very happy inside. They hadn't had meat at home for a long time, and now she could give some to her family to satisfy their hunger. After leaving, Xiaomai didn't go home. She took the other half of the rabbit meat and went straight to Joe Dog's house. Their family was very poor. Their house was old and broken, with blackened walls from smoke. But Joe Dog's mother, Zhang, was a quick and tidy person. She kept the yard very clean, and the vegetables she grew looked well cared for. When Xiaomai arrived, Zhang was patching shoes for Dog. The boy ran outside every day, so his shoes wore out quickly. Seeing Xiaomai, she was a bit surprised because she had never been to her house before. After Xiaomai explained her reason, Zhang happily agreed. Thank you so much, Auntie. You can keep this half of the rabbit for Dog to eat. Don't think it's too little, said Xiaomai. Child, I was just making a basket. It's not worth giving you things. Hurry up and take it home to eat, replied Zhang. They argued back and forth until they reached the yard. Dog was standing nearby, smiling. Xiaomai threw the meat to him, and he caught it quickly, scared but happy. When Zhang took the meat from Dog, Xiaomai had already run away. Wow, I didn't expect giving gifts to be like stealing. If you walk too slowly, you might get caught, she muttered as she headed home. Anyway, Xiaomai managed to do two things without spending any money, which eased her mind. The next week, she first went to Uncle Hu's house to learn how to make shelves. She also learned to make simple wooden boxes. Then she went to Aunt Zhang's house to learn how to weave baskets and containers, using the thorny branches she cut from the mountain during the day. Those branches were very tough, and every household in northeast China used thorny branches to make tools and baskets. At first, Xiaomai's weaving was messy and uneven, but it was still usable. She didn't mind the imperfections because it was just for storing things in her space. As she practiced more, her weaving became smoother. When she finally made a perfect basket, Aunt Zhang told her she was ready to start her training. Once she had a usable tool, Xiaomai worked like a busy little bee. Every day, she went to the vegetable garden to pick fresh produce. She stored the leftovers in different baskets inside her space. Now, instead of weaving baskets every night, she cut down a few trees in the mountains to build a shelf. This way, she could stack the baskets on top of each other, making more room for storage. While Xiaomai was busy collecting and storing things like a little squirrel, her childhood friend, Xiao Shui, who she didn't get along with anymore, came to visit. That day, Sister Xiulan brought Xiaomai some pancakes from Shandong. Her mother, Lu Xiulan, was from the northeast, so she learned how to make these pancakes. Today, her children wanted to eat them, so she made extra and brought 10 for Xiaomai. They were talking in the yard when Xiao Shui arrived. She called Lu Xiulan's sister-in-law, and Lu Xiulan replied, "Why are you free to come over now?" Instead of weaving baskets every night, she cut this way, she could stack the baskets on top. While Xiao Mai was busy collecting and storing things like a little squirrel she didn't get along with anymore, came to visit. The Northeast, so she learned how to make. I've been very busy lately, so I probably won't have time to go. She almost rolled her eyes. Xiao Shui said sincerely, "If you can, try to come. My fiancé's colleague will be there too. Maybe you'll find someone as good as my fiancé. Don't forget, the day after tomorrow. I have to go now." Did Xiao Shui really want to introduce Xiao Mai to someone? Of course not. She just wanted to show off that she was married and her husband had a job. TSK, is this girl really so clueless or what? Her mother married her off young to a second husband with 2 kids, who would push children into a dangerous situation. Yet she still thinks it's a good match. After Xiao Shui left, Lu Xiulan couldn't help but complain. Everyone in the village was talking about Xiao Shui's situation, criticizing the couple for not being good people. They found a family for the children, so what if he was a formal worker? There will be more issues like this in the future. Xiao Mai nodded in agreement. It's not normal for a 16 or 17-year-old girl to marry a man in his 30s. She can have children herself, but instead she goes to raise someone else's kids. What's wrong with her? They repeated their complaints about this. Lu Xiulan's disdainful expression made Xiao Mai laugh out loud. It wasn't enough. After returning home, Lu Xiulan also complained to Qiao Jianjun. No matter what Xiao Shui said, Xiao Mai didn't go to her wedding. She was busy every day, like a spinning top, with no time to join the celebration. After a month of work, the big harvest of August corn finally arrived. During this month, it rained twice, but Xiao Mai didn't miss the chance to gather wild mushrooms on the mountain. She picked hazelnut and small yellow mushrooms, filling baskets and tossing them into the space. She took out a new basket to continue collecting. In the end, she gathered 10 baskets of mushrooms. But after drying them in the sun, she could only get 3 or 5 baskets. She planned to keep half fresh and not dry all of them. Harvesting corn was a big event for the team. Everyone, young and old, helped. Even when Xiao Mai was feeding pigs, she still helped peel corn husks at the threshing ground. Each person peeled a pile, about 2 centimeters thick. It wasn't tiring work, just sitting and peeling. Usually old people, children, and young women did this. Xiao Mai didn't like the sun, so she wore a homemade straw hat and a long-sleeve shirt, which helped protect her from the sun. Most people in the team worked day and night. During the day, they worked on the team. At night, they went home to tend their own corn. These days, Xiao Mai ate dried food every day, cooking different dishes. She also cooked wild chicken she caught before. She felt she was losing weight, and most of the team members looked thinner too, especially the laborers at home. Without oil or good food, it was hard to regain weight, even if they ate better than usual. Xiao Mai is fortunate because her corn was planted half a month later than others, so she doesn't need to harvest it immediately. She can rest at night and wait until the corn harvest is finished in the village, which is just when her backyard connects to the field. By then, she no longer needs to go to the village to pick corn, so after feeding the pigs, she spends 4 full days harvesting her 1-acre field. The harvested corn is left in the backyard to dry in the sun, placed on top of corn stalks for good airflow and convenience. The soybeans are not yet fully ripe and need a few more days. In the front yard, the beans, cucumbers, eggplants, and celery are all ready to be harvested. No new plants are growing. Xiao Mai pulls out the roots and cleans all the fruits, making space to plant cabbage. Northeastern people rely on cabbage during winter, so she must plan enough. When she has free time, Xiao Mai also goes to the big market in the commune to buy about 10 ceramic pots and bowls for future use. She also bought 20 chicks. This year, she gathered a lot of wild vegetables, estimating that the pile in her storage is about 800 to 900 jin, roughly 400 to 450 kilograms. Feeding 20 chickens is more than enough for her. However, these 20 chicks were bought secretly by Chiao Mai. Although households are allowed to raise chickens and ducks now, raising too many can attract suspicion. She didn't buy any goslings, but she doesn't mind. Later, she plans to roast a couple of ducks, which will be delicious. Chiao Mai also finished building the shelves in the East Room. She set up a circle of shelves around the walls, planning to place wooden boxes on top for planting vegetables in winter and raising chickens underneath. The shelves have 4 layers. The wooden boxes haven't been made yet because she hasn't had time to go to the mountains to cut wood. Making sturdy wooden boxes requires thick trees, but she isn't in a hurry and plans to do it gradually. Time slowly moved into September. Now, Chiao Mai has a more important task. The mountain produce is ripe, and she needs to harvest it. She begins running all over the mountains to gather mountain goods. First, she picks the dates from a date tree she saw earlier. They are small red dates, crisp and very sweet when bitten. She collects about 15 genes of dates from that tree. She has already decided how to eat them. Some will be eaten fresh from the storage, some will be dried to add to porridge later, and some will be soaked in wine to make drunken dates. There are also walnuts and chestnuts on the mountain. Villagers often carry baskets on their backs to collect mountain goods. Many children are out helping, especially during this time. Even those who usually stay at home working are out gathering supplies. This way, they can prepare well for winter since all these are food supplies. Chiao Mai still ventures deep into the mountains, where there are many things. Occasionally, she can see villagers gathering chestnuts in the deeper areas. At those times, she continues climbing higher, where there are more chestnuts, so she doesn't have to compete with the villagers. Picking chestnuts can be a bit dangerous because the shells can cut you if you're not careful. But Chiao Mai always collects the chestnuts along with their shells and takes them home to peel slowly. She also uses the leftover shells for fire starting, which is very effective. After peeling, she dries them in the yard. In winter, she uses them for fire, which saves both chestnuts and firewood, 2 things at once. Chiao Mai also found 2 or 3 hazelnut trees on the mountain. The hazelnuts are big and full. She couldn't resist collecting these nuts, and in the end, she returned home fully loaded. After 10 days of gathering mountain produce, Chiao Mai decided not to look for more. She hasn't eaten meat for about half a month and is craving it. So today, she plans to spend a whole day hunting. During this time, she sometimes checks her traps, which she set up earlier. But each time, they are empty. Probably, the traps have been there too long, and the animals around have learned not to fall into them anymore. She takes an axe, a slingshot, a shovel, and some rope, all packed in her space bag. She sets out. Today, Chiao Mai goes to a mountain behind the one she usually climbs. She calls it Mountain 2. The mountain she often climbs is called Mountain 1. Mountain 2 has no paths, so she finds it very difficult to climb. She has to clear obstacles as she goes. After an hour of climbing, she hasn't even reached halfway. The underbrush is thick at the bottom, but as she goes higher, there are more big trees. Chiao Mai has decided that if she can't find prey, she can cut down some trees to bring back. The trees on Mountain 2 are old and thick. Some are as big around as she can hug. After another half hour of climbing, she stops. She doesn't dare go higher. She's reached her limit. But she must say, the mountain's resources are rich. Look at this. As soon as she starts searching, she finds a rabbit burrow. They say a clever rabbit has 3 holes. Chiao Mai calmly continues looking for other rabbit holes. After finding 3, she blocks 2 of them. Then she sets a pile of firewood at the 3rd hole and lights it. Meanwhile, she goes to wait at a 4th hole, hoping for a rabbit to come out. She stood at the entrance of the cave, holding a wooden stick. Within 10 minutes, the first rabbit ran out. Chiao Mai quickly hit it on the head with a loud clang, then came the 2nd, 3rd, and so on. Haha, a total of 8 rabbits came out. 2 ran away, and the remaining 6 were knocked out by Chiao Mai. She didn't hold back. After knocking them out, she immediately threw them into her space. By noon, Chiao Mai's stomach was growling. She stopped hunting and took out a plate of cold cucumber salad and a bowl of gourd soup from her space. She also ate a cornmeal cake. In these mountains, she couldn't eat slowly, so she finished quickly and continued hunting. By the time she stopped, she had caught 5 wild chickens, 12 eggs, and 8 rabbits. She also saw a foolish deer, but she didn't catch it, only watching it run away sadly. Then Xiao Mai started digging traps. The previous 2 traps were ruined, but traps are still useful. This mountain clearly has more game than Mountain 1. She saw many mountain goods and planned to go back up tomorrow to gather more. It was getting dark when Xiao Mai finally finished digging her second trap. She didn't dare delay much because mountain nights are much more dangerous than days. She quickly carried her basket, filled with firewood, and hurried down the mountain. Lily, it's been so long. When do you plan to tell your family about us, huh? As Xiao Mai was walking into the woods of Mountain 1, she suddenly heard a man's voice. Brother Taiju, can you not be so impatient? We just confirmed our relationship. It's too soon to tell our families, a hesitant female voice replied.
I'm anxious.
We just confirmed our relationship, but I've been working for you in the team for months. I don't even eat the good food I find. I leave it for you. Everyone in the village knows about us, the man said, a bit hurriedly. Xiao Mai quietly moved closer, hiding behind a tree about 10 meters away from them, continuing to listen. It seems that the city girl, Shen Lily, and the village boy, Taiju, are getting close. Brother Tiejia, I didn't expect you to be like this. We just started being together, and you're already so petty. I'm really disappointed in you. After saying this, Shen Lily was about to leave, but Zhang Tiejia grabbed her and held her tightly in his arms. Let me go, you bad person. I don't want to be with you anymore. Boo-hoo, followed by scenes unsuitable for children. It's hard to tell, but people nowadays are quite skilled at this. They just kissed each other after all. Xiao Mai took the chance while they weren't paying attention and quietly slipped back home. She wasn't very interested in scenes like that. As for Shen Lily, at first, she had big dreams when she went to the countryside. But as the days of farm work dragged on, she started to feel overwhelmed. On her second day there, she called her family to say she wanted to go back to the city. But they only told her to stay in the countryside and didn't have the means to bring her back. Whether she did well or not, she had to rely on herself. Her family also asked her to remember to send money home for the new year, but they were struggling too. Shen Lily felt hopeless. She couldn't go back to the city, and she couldn't do farm work. Her hands had been rubbed raw countless times. She had cried so many times. Once, she hid behind a tree to cry secretly. Zhang Tiejia saw her while he was out for a break, and he felt a shameful flutter in his heart. He thought even city kids look so gentle when they cry. It's a kind of softness he couldn't quite describe. They looked both tender and pretty. The village women cried with snot and wailing, but he had never seen someone cry silently with tears streaming down their face like her. From that moment on, Zhang Tiejia started paying attention to Shen Lily whenever he had the chance. At first, he thought he didn't deserve the city girl and was too shy to speak. But after suppressing these feelings for a long time, he finally became fearless when the emotions burst out. One day, he finally saw an opportunity. It was raining that day. Everyone was rushing home from the fields. Shen Lily slipped and fell to the ground. Coincidentally, Zhang Tiejia was right behind her. He was so worried that he ran over without thinking and helped her up. Shen Lily had twisted her ankle, so Zhang Tiejia helped her to the health clinic. After bandaging her, he escorted her back to her place. Shen Lily kept thanking him, her voice soft and gentle. Over time, the two of them gradually started to interact more. When Zhang Taiju saw Shen Lily's sad little eyes while she was working, he couldn't help himself and went over to help her. He even secretly hid the eggs his mother cooked for him, so he could share them with Shen Lily. Shen Lily enjoyed the feeling of someone helping her, and she was happy about it. She didn't have much money and ate simple food daily. Receiving food from Zhang Taiju often made her feel very happy, and those days felt wonderful. However, this good time didn't last long. Within a month, villagers started gossiping behind their backs, saying she and Zhang Taiju were dating. Shen Lily began to feel nervous. She never planned to get married in the village or live with a local farmer. She thought she might return to the city someday. Accepting Zhang Tieju's kindness didn't mean she was dating him. Even the 3 young women living with her asked if she was dating Zhang Taiju. She said no. To stop the rumors, she talked to Zhang Taiju and asked him to stay away from her, as she didn't want others to misunderstand. Zhang Taiju believed she could feel his sincerity and kept trying to persuade her. But Xin Lily was firm and said she wouldn't marry someone from the countryside. Seeing no hope, Zhang Taiju sadly left. After someone helped her with chores, Xin Lily suddenly had to do everything herself. She couldn't accept this big change. She only managed for less than half a month before she couldn't take it anymore. No one was around to help her anymore, so she looked at Zhang Taiju again. At first, Zhang Tieju's mother tried to stop him from getting too close. But Zhang Taiju couldn't resist. After a few days, he gave up and stopped hiding. At first, he secretly helped her because of his mother's pressure, but later he stopped hiding it altogether. Zhang Taiju was smart enough to ask Xin Lily about their relationship. He wanted her to clarify whether they were a couple. She initially teased him, saying she needed to test him first. But after less than a month, Zhang Taiju gave up and made things clear. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? If not, just say so today. Otherwise, am I a fool for always helping you? Zhang Taiju asked as he put down his farming tools and stood there. Brother Taiju, I haven't decided yet. Xin Lily hadn't finished speaking when Zhang Taiju turned and walked away. Brother Taiju, don't go, Xin Lily said urgently, quickly grabbing Zhang Taiju. Zhang Taiju was forcing her. They had been working together for 2 or 3 months. He wasn't earning his share of work points and kept coming to help her every day. In the end, it had to be her husband to benefit from his help. He's not a fool to give away his own benefits. Seeing no way to delay further, Xin Lily closed her eyes and said, I'm willing. After a few seconds, when she saw no response, she opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Taiju. This time, Zhang Taiju was smarter. He asked coldly, willing to do what? Be clear and straightforward. I want to be your girlfriend, Xin Lily said, then immediately regretted it. But Zhang Taiju didn't give her a chance to regret. When he heard her agree, he became very excited, turned around, and went to share the good news with his mother. As for Zhang Tieju's mother, Mrs. Chun, she didn't like this city girl at first. She wasn't good at working and kept flirting with her son. She worried that if he married her, she would be a troublemaker. But no matter how much she disliked her, she couldn't oppose her son. After all, a son grows up and leaves his mother, and a daughter grows up and leaves her family. Her silly son had worked for her for so long, and at least he didn't come home empty-handed. Plus, they weren't married yet, so she couldn't say much. So, after some struggles, Zhang Taiju and Xin Lily officially became a couple in the village. Zhang Taiju was 22 this year, the right age to get married. The harvest was good this year, and only rice and soybeans remained to be harvested. His family planned to wait until the rice was harvested and the weather got colder, then let him marry. Zhang Taiju wanted to discuss his marriage with Xin Lily first, and her family also needed to be consulted to see their attitude. That's how Qiao Mai saw the two of them in the small woods. When Qiao Mai got home, she forgot about today's events. She usually didn't have anyone to gossip with, except Sister Xiaolan when she was free. So, her information was quite limited. When she arrived home, she couldn't stop thinking about eating meat. She was really craving it. She used to think she could do without meat, sometimes even choosing vegetables to lose weight. But now, she hadn't eaten meat for half a month and was craving it badly. There was no more talking. She quickly started washing pots, boiling water, and peeling rabbits. Tonight, she planned to braise rabbit meat and make spicy scrambled eggs for herself. When handling rabbit meat, she blanched it, stir-fried to remove water, added brown sugar for color, sprinkled salt, poured in soy sauce, and cooked for a few minutes before adding water to simmer. While the meat was simmering, Qiao Mai also prepared other wild chickens and rabbits. She kept the chicken gizzards, kidneys, and liver separate in a bowl, planning to make a special dish with these organs during the new year. After simmering for half an hour, Qiao Mai added some potato chunks to the pot. This meal would be enough for her to eat 3 or 4 times. Once she finished her meal, she went to the backyard. What was she doing? She was going to harvest watermelons and muskmelons. Yes, earlier that morning, Chow Mai noticed a watermelon had split open. She had thought it was unripe and didn't pick it, but today she saw it was fully ripe inside. She was very happy. Because she was in a hurry to go hunting, she left the split watermelon in her space and went out. After eating, she took out the watermelon and broke open the crack to eat half. Oh my, it was so sweet. It was a natural, pollution-free watermelon that hadn't been grafted, and it wasn't too sweet or harsh on her throat. After eating the watermelon, Chow Mai couldn't wait to go to the backyard to harvest more. She had planted many watermelons, and since her land was fertilized with chicken manure, the watermelons grew very well. The smallest ones weighed about 15 or 16 jin, most around 20 jin. Not only watermelons, but the muskmelons were also ripe, sweet, and crunchy, very delicious. In total, Chow Mai harvested 58 large watermelons and 2 baskets of muskmelons. Haha, it was a big harvest. Tomorrow, she planned to deliver 2 watermelons to second uncle's house and 2 to sister Shilon's. The rest she would keep and enjoy slowly. Since she had space, she could store them safely without worrying about spoilage. The next day, when Chow Mai delivered watermelons to second aunt's house, she was given a big bowl of sauce. She still didn't know how to make Northeast-style sauce, but Northeastern people couldn't live without it. Second aunt said she could come back later to get more sauce because she made a lot. Although she said that, Chow Mai felt a bit shy to ask for sauce directly, and since she wasn't a true Northeastern person, she didn't always dip her food in sauce. Usually, she just dipped a little if she wanted, and if she didn't want it, she didn't. Then she went to sister Shilon's house to deliver more watermelons. Meow Meow was so happy when she saw them. She seemed to have rarely eaten watermelon before. Nowadays, many people use their land to grow corn and vegetables. The most eaten fruit is tomatoes because planting watermelons takes up a lot of space. If they plant watermelons, they will have less grain. Only a few families are willing to dedicate land to grow watermelons or melons. Uncle Wheat, your watermelons are so big. You're really good at this. Chow Mai happily accepted the compliment from a 5 or 6-year-old child because she also thought she was doing well. This year's watermelons in your family are really good. Next year, when grain is less tight, I will plant a few too. Who doesn't love to eat fruit? It's just because of life's needs. Try the salted duck eggs my sister-in-law made. My ducks started laying eggs around July or August this year. I don't plan to sell them, just keep some for myself. They go well with porridge, and brother Jianjun loves this. After giving Chow Mai the watermelons, Lu Shilon also handed her 5 salted duck eggs. Sister-in-law, just give me 2 or 3. Your ducks don't lay many eggs, and mine are about to start laying too. I'll also pickle some when that happens. We all need to eat. These days, duck eggs are more expensive than chicken eggs. Lu Shilon felt that the 2 watermelons Chow Mai brought were worth more than her duck eggs, so they hesitated a bit before accepting each other's gifts. Sister-in-law, when my ducks start laying eggs, teach me how to pickle them. I don't know how to do it yet. It's not hard. Just come find me when the time comes. In the past few days, Chow Mai went to Mount 2 to gather mountain goods. The soybeans in her backyard needed to be harvested soon, or the shells would burst open and the beans would fall to the ground. While she was harvesting soybeans at home, the villagers were harvesting rice. Since there weren't as many rice plants, not everyone needed to work together. Chow Mai stayed at home peacefully harvesting soybeans. After harvesting, she had to shell the soybeans. Her family didn't have a special tool for shelling, and breaking the shells and picking out the beans later was troublesome. It a bit before accepting each other's gifts. Sister-in-law, when my ducks start, I don't know how to do it yet. It's not hard. Soybeans in her backyard needed to be harvested soon. Beans would fall to the ground. Soybeans at home, the villagers were harvesting rice. Since she should be at home now, Old Man second called out to Chiao Mai and then spoke to the man and woman behind him. Sir, this is... Chiao Mai was a bit confused, not sure why her second uncle brought these two people to her house. Could they be new young workers? She hadn't heard of any new arrivals. Hello, are you Comrade Chiao Mai? The woman looked excited when she saw her. Yes, I am. And you are? Great. Comrade Chiao Mai, I am the daughter-in-law of the old lady you helped recently. My name is Huang Mei, and this is my husband, Lu Guoyang. Huang Mei held Chiao Mai's hand warmly. Our child was just vaccinated recently and has recovered well. We wanted to come thank you earlier, but my husband had to work overtime at the factory, so we had to delay. Old Man second saw that they really knew each other and decided to leave since they had brought her here. Thank you so much, uncle. Please help us find the way, Lu Guoyang said, handing Old Man second a cigarette. It's nothing, just a small matter. Besides, I'm happy to see my niece doing good deeds. You can chat first. Call me if you need anything, Mai, he said, and then left. Big brother, big sister, come inside and sit, Chiao Mai said as she poured 2 cups of hot water and brought them over. No need to trouble yourselves, little sister. We came mainly to thank you. If you hadn't caught the thief in time, our Zhuang might not have been able to get his vaccine on time, Huang Mei said, still feeling anxious when she talked about it. The hospital was just waiting for the payment to give the first dose of the vaccine. Even if they could pay later, the hospital might not hold onto the vaccine for long. Big sister, I told your mother that it was no big deal. You came all this way, and I just happened to see the thief run past me when I heard your mother call. I helped because I could, and anyone else would do the same, Chiao Mai said honestly. She didn't think it was a big deal, and she was a bit surprised that they came to thank her. Honestly, she felt a little flattered. Girl, if you ever need help in the future, Huang Mei and I will definitely assist you. I work at a machinery factory. You might not have much free time, but your sister works as a sales clerk at the department store. If you want to buy something popular, just tell your sister, and she can save it for you. Lu Guoyang said this as he entered, and his words carried weight. Chiao Mai was indeed a little tempted. Since her sister works at the department store, maybe she could help her buy things she needs. Both sides wanted to maintain good relations, one sincerely grateful, the other eager to help. They chatted happily for an hour before ending the visit. Girl, my family doesn't have much money for taking care of the kids, so don't be offended by what I brought. It's just a small gesture. Huang Mei took out a basket she brought, revealing some snacks, a pound of brown sugar, and 2 cans of yellow peaches. Mei Jia, you're being too polite. We're sisters now. These are for my nephew to eat. He just got better from illness and needs to regain strength, Chiao Mai said, holding Huang Mei's hand to stop her from giving more. At this point, Lu Guoyang couldn't stand watching them argue and said, I think you two should stop. This is a gift. Chiao Mai, you should accept it. If my sister and I come again, we won't come empty-handed. Just take it this time. Seeing that both of them genuinely wanted to give, Chiao Mai didn't refuse. She said, wait a moment, I have some homegrown vegetables for you. Please don't refuse. Huang Mei and Lu Guoyang nodded, thinking that their own vegetables were mostly just some greens, so giving a few wouldn't matter. Building good relationships requires give and take. Chiao Mai went to the east room, looked around, and took out a watermelon and 4 fragrant melons from her space. Mei Jia, Guoyang Ge, you came at the perfect time. I just picked these a couple of days ago. They're really delicious. Take them back and let my grandpa, grandma, and Zhuang try them, seeing her carrying a big watermelon with a few fragrant melons on top. Both of them were surprised. These were very valuable. Although it's the season for watermelons, city folks usually can't buy them. They're hard to transport and don't last long. Plus, everyone is busy filling their stomachs now. Growing watermelons isn't common, and her family has no relatives in the village, so it's hard to get such fresh produce. Chiao Mai saw the two of them waving their hands to refuse and quickly looked sad, saying, if you don't want it, you can take your things back. I truly want to give this, and I live alone at home. The rest is enough for me to eat, so please don't refuse. In the end, the two of them accepted it. One reason was that Chiao Mai had gone so far to offer, and they didn't want to be ungrateful. The other was that they wanted to take it home to share with their elderly parents and children. Finally, they returned with baskets, carrying a heavier load than when they came, covered with cloth. If they met someone unkind on the way, it was possible that the melons could be stolen. Xiao Mai saw them off and then went back inside to put away the things they brought. There was no need to hide anything. These weren't secret or forbidden items. They would be eaten normally, so there was no worry about them expiring. Meanwhile, at home, after Huang Mei and her husband returned, Zhuang saw the big watermelon they brought back. He started drooling and eagerly asked to eat it. All right, my grandson wants to eat, so I'll cut it for him," said Zhuang's grandmother, Mrs. Zhou, the same elderly lady who had her money stolen last time. "Where did you buy this watermelon? It looks so fresh." Yes, it did. The watermelon looked very fresh, perfectly ripe, and very tempting. "Mom, we didn't buy this watermelon today. We went to catch that little thief girl's house. This watermelon wasn't bought. She grew it herself," Huang Mei replied. "Why did you take something from her when you went to deliver things?" asked Zhuang's grandfather, Uncle Liu, with some disapproval. "Dad, you don't know. That girl is very honest. I told Mei not to take it, and her face immediately looked sad. She said we were unkind. Well, we had no choice but to accept it," Lu Guoyang quickly explained. He didn't want to be misunderstood. His father was always honest, and if he didn't explain, he might get scolded. "Oh, that girl seems to be a good person. We really met a kind person. You two shouldn't forget her kindness. In the future, we will need to stay in touch. If we can help, we should," Mrs. Zhou said, feeling that Xiao Mai was a good, kind, and considerate girl. "Grandma, hurry up and cut the watermelon. I'm almost starving," Zhuang said impatiently, waiting eagerly. The adults kept talking, and he couldn't wait. "Oh, let my grandson wait no longer. Grandma will cut it for you right now." She then tiptoed to the kitchen to get a knife. When they finally ate the watermelon, they found it very tasty, crisp, sweet, and juicy. If not for worried about the kids getting diarrhea from eating too much, Zhuang would have eaten himself full. Today was another rest day for the victory team. Xiao Mai carried a bag of soybeans, heading to the workshop at Xinglin Commune to press oil. She gave Grandpa Zhang 2 cents. The soybeans were heavy, and carrying them all the way seemed not worth it. When she reached the bus, she saw 2 young women also on board. Xiao Mai nodded to greet them. One was 18, from Shaanxi, named Sun Xiao, and the other was 20, from Sioux City, named Wang Yuan. Xiao Mai didn't know much about the others and hadn't interacted with them much. The 3 of them sat on the bus waiting for a while. Today, Lu Xiaolan also took Miao Miao to the commune. When she saw Xiao Mai, she sat with her. Miao Miao especially liked her because Xiao Mai often gave her tasty treats. Soon, 2 villagers arrived, and since the cart was full, old Zhang left. "What's in that big bag you're carrying?" Lu Xiaolan saw a large burlap sack next to Xiao Mai, bulging with contents. "I'm planning to press some soybean oil. Without oil in my stomach every day, I feel restless," she said. Then she noticed everyone was looking at her, as not many people pressed so much oil at once. "Does the soybean oil smell bad?" But back in the good old days, we used to render pig fat, which was delicious. After rendering, you get fat residue, perfect for dumplings. Lu Xiaolan recalled the pig fat residue, her mouth watering. She then asked, "Are you pressing so much for later? Maybe save some for winter to grow bean sprouts or make tofu." Now, a person only needs about 2 gene of oil a year, but Xiao Mai's pressed oil could last 20 families a year. Lu Xiaolan had lived a hard life and couldn't imagine Xiao Mai cooking every day with lots of oil. "I grew some soybeans this year. They don't yield much oil, so after pressing, it's probably enough for me for a year. I live alone and I don't usually have pork, so I just press some soybean oil," Xiao Mai replied. She didn't argue with Lu Xiaolan. She didn't think pig fat was good and eating too much wasn't healthy. Plus, she didn't have much pig fat to render. She liked soybean oil better. However, people nowadays do not think the same. She doesn't need to change anyone's thoughts. Xiao Mai disagrees with some modern ideas, but she is trying to be more tolerant and understanding. Yes, now that you're the only one at home, the burden isn't heavy. Don't throw away the leftover soy pulp after pressing the oil. People can still eat it. Lu Xiaolan thought about Xiao Mai's situation. That's true. She can eat enough, and her family isn't hungry. It's different from her own family. Xiao Mai felt a bit embarrassed. She was planning to bring the soy pulp back to feed the chickens. Turns out, people can eat it too. Why do you have time to go to the commune today, sister-in-law? Previously, Xiao Mai saw Lu Xiaolan busy at home. She often worked on household chores even on her days off. This was the first time she saw her go to the commune. Well, I haven't been that busy lately. The garden at home is almost done. Meow Meow kept asking to go out and play. Since today is my day off, I took her to the commune for a walk. We also bought some salt and snacks for the kids. Lu Xiaolan truly cares about her children. Maybe because she only has one child, she tends to fulfill most of her child's wishes. Other families might not have the extra money for snacks, or if they do, they might not be willing to spend it. Kids get bored staying at home every day. It's nice to take them out for a day of fun. Xiao Mai knew Meow Meow didn't usually play with the other children in the village. She often played alone, so she was happy to go out and play. When they arrived at the commune, after others got off the vehicle, Xiao Mai asked Grandpa Zhang to help her send the soybeans to the workshop with the ox cart. Grandpa Zhang waited outside, as he was just waiting for the right time to head back. Xiao Mai's child was well-behaved, and he was happy to help out. At the workshop, Xiao Mai asked about the price of pressing oil. The staff said it costs 1 cent per pound of soybeans for processing. They weighed the soybeans, 121 pounds in total, with 120 pounds of soybeans and a sack that weighed a pound. The old sacks were heavy, so they deducted the weight of the sack. The staff asked if she wanted an oil barrel. Xiao Mai didn't have one at home. We have oil barrels here, costing 1 yuan each, with a 50-pound capacity. Would you like to buy one? Yes, please, comrade, she replied. Buying an oil barrel is a good investment because it can be used for many years. After paying 2.20 yuan, the staff turned on the machine. They poured the soybeans into the machine from the top opening, and the oil pressing began. Half an hour later, the oil was ready. From 120 gene of soybeans, she extracted 49.5 gene of soybean oil, almost overflowing the oil barrel. No wonder the villagers don't use soybeans to make oil. The yield isn't even half. Finally, Xiao Mai packed the oil barrel into a burlap sack, along with the soybean cakes, covering the barrel so others wouldn't see it when she traveled home. She was worried that if others saw her full barrel of soybean oil, they might think badly of her. She had to hide the danger and keep everything safe. When Xiao Mai carried the big sack outside, she saw Uncle Zhang sitting on a bullock cart at the workshop gate, waiting for her. She went over to thank him, then placed the sack on the cart and waited with him for others to arrive. On the way back, a village woman saw Xiao Mai's sack and tried to open it. Xiao Mai quickly stopped her. Ma'am, what are you doing? Do you think this is your sack? Xiao Mai said coldly. Oh, you little girl. Why are you so stingy? Can I take a look? The woman replied, annoyed that Xiao Mai stopped her. No, you really can't look. This is my sack. No one can see inside without my permission, Xiao Mai said plainly, showing she wouldn't let her. The woman got angry. You're so funny. You think I want to look? I just made some soybean oil, and now you're hiding the sack like it's a secret. If you don't want to look, then don't. Did I ask you to see? I can put my soybean oil wherever I want. If you're unhappy, we can go to my second uncle's house and see if your habit of grabbing others' things is right, Xiao Mai said confidently, not afraid of her. All right, enough arguing. Third aunt, you're really in the wrong. You shouldn't just go through other people's things. If someone more serious saw you, they might even call the police, thinking you're a thief, Lu Xiaolan said, annoyed with the woman's bad habit of snooping. Hearing that Xiao Mai mentioned her second uncle, the village head, the woman hesitated. When Lu Xiaolan said she might call the police, she finally shut up. Not only did she stay silent, but the others in the car also stopped talking. Luckily, they arrived soon after, as it wasn't a long trip. The older woman just stopped the car and got out, walking away as if chased by a rabbit. However, Xiao Mai was still taken home by old Zhang. Originally, Lu Xiaolan wanted to help carry her, but old Zhang said it was easier to just send her directly, since it wasn't far. So Lu Xiaolan didn't wait for Qiao Mai and took Miao Miao home instead. When Qiao Mai reached her door, she got out of the car, thanked old Zhang, and took 3 candies from her pocket to give him. Old Zhang, you really helped me a lot today. Keep these candies and enjoy the sweetness, but don't fight with me, okay? Old Zhang wanted to speak, but was stopped by Qiao Mai. He's not much of a talker anyway, so he just nodded and accepted the candies. Alright, old Zhang, I'll take that as a yes. No need to be polite. Hey, old Zhang, you don't have to be so polite with me, haha. After old Zhang left, Qiao Mai unlocked the door, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and then put the burlap sack into her space. Once inside the house, she took it out again, finding a lazy way to handle things. Qiao Mai poured about 5 gin of soybean oil into the oil tank, while the rest was stored in her space. She didn't plan to eat the soybean cakes. Instead, she kept them to feed the chickens and ducks, helping them stay healthy. The oil pressing was finished, and the weather was starting to get too cold for just a jacket. She needed to wear a wool sweater underneath. Next month, it might snow, so she had to bundle the cabbage in the yard with straw to protect the core. Before the snow, she also needed to harvest the potatoes and cabbage. The corn she planted in the backyard hadn't been shelled yet. Qiao Mai was slowly doing it now. She would peel some when her flour supply was running low, so she could eat it. She was too busy to do it all at once and planned to finish after the winter. It was only noon. In the afternoon, Qiao Mai planned to go to Mount 2 to check the traps for game, mainly to cut some trees. She needed to finish making the vegetable boxes and gather more firewood. After lunch, Qiao Mai carried her old companions up the mountain. First, she checked the 2 traps. They had caught something. Qiao Mai hasn't come for 4 or 5 days. I don't know what might have fallen into the trap. Inside the first trap, there was a wild chicken. Its foot got tangled in the grass when it fell, which might be why it didn't fly away. It is still flapping its wings, trying to escape. There are also 2 rabbits. One seems to have died. When we caught them, that one was indeed dead. Qiao Mai dug a hole and buried it because she didn't want to eat the dead rabbit's meat. Then she went to the second trap. Wow, this trap really surprised me. There was a silly roe deer and a wild boar. The wild boar was much bigger than the last one, probably around 300 pounds. Both the roe deer and the wild boar were barely alive, and I don't know how they both fell into the trap. Qiao Mai didn't hold back. She jumped in and used an axe to kill the roe deer and the wild boar. She then stored them in her space. Afterward, she fixed the wooden spikes at the bottom and covered everything with grass. She was full of energy and went to cut more trees. She chopped 5 trees in total. Qiao Mai thought that was enough. It was getting dark, so she decided to tidy up and head home quickly. As soon as Qiao Mai got home, 2 unexpected visitors arrived. Qiao Mai was glad she was a bit tired today. If she had brought out the wild boar and other game before she got home, someone might have seen them. Sun Jiqing, Wang Jiqing, do you have something to say? The visitors were Sun Qiao and Wang Yuan, who had gone to the commune with Qiao Mai earlier today. They usually didn't keep in touch, and Qiao Mai wasn't sure why they came to see her. Comrade Qiao Mai, sorry to bother you so late, Sun Qiao said, seeming a bit more outgoing than Wang Yuan. She spoke first. It's like this, Comrade Qiao Mai. We've been in the village for over half a year now. The meat coupons we brought from home are almost used up, and we don't have much oil for cooking. Sun Qiao paused. Qiao Mai didn't say anything and just listened quietly, letting her continue. Today we saw you pressing oil, so we thought maybe we could trade some oil with you, Sun Qiao said, unsure if Qiao Mai would sell to her. She was worried that if they made a private deal and got caught, they could get into trouble. Today I saw Qiao Mai pressing oil. She and Wang Yuan felt very excited. They are young workers who just arrived this year and don't have much land of their own, so they planted some vegetables in the yard. After returning home today, they discussed with another young worker, Zhang Xiaoli, and planned to ask Qiao Mai if she could sell them 2 gin of oil. They couldn't afford more. Since Shen Lily is not very trustworthy normally, the 3 of them asked her about buying oil. Seeing that she didn't seem interested in paying, they didn't pursue it further. Xiao Mai obviously couldn't agree right away. She could sell the oil or not. She kept some for herself. She wasn't running out of food. These young workers are quite sneaky. If she sold the oil and they reported her later, she would be in trouble. Also, girls tend to be more cautious and less straightforward. She didn't dare to agree, without thinking. After some thought, Xiao Mai shook her head and said, "Sorry, you two young workers. The amount of oil I pressed today isn't much. You don't know, soybeans have a low oil yield. The oil I pressed today will last me a year, and I need to save it. If I give you some, it won't be enough for me." Wang Yuan still wanted to try to persuade her. "Comrade Xiao Mai, we only want to exchange for 2 jin and it definitely won't be cheaper than outside. You won't lose out. You usually live alone and your income is limited. If we exchange, you might also get some benefit and your life could be a bit easier." She spoke very carefully, not directly asking to buy, but suggesting an exchange. Xiao Mai thought for a moment and shook her head again. "I'm just an ordinary person. Even if I was willing to sell to you, it's illegal. If I get reported, I would lose everything." Seeing that they only wanted 2 jin, she considered it. "Also, during the new year, the team will slaughter a pig. You can make lard then and it will be even more fragrant. Comrade Xiao, it's still a few months before the new year. Besides, we don't earn much work points regularly, and we don't know how much meat we'll get during the holiday. Just do us a favor and help satisfy our craving," Sun Xiao said. "We definitely won't tell anyone. After all, we're involved, and if we say anything, we won't benefit," Wang Yuan added. "Well, alright. But you must keep this a secret, or we'll all get into trouble. I only have this much soybeans, about 200 jin, and after pressing the oil there's not much left. So I can only exchange with you this once." Of course, Xiao Mai still had a lot of soybeans, about 200 jin, but she couldn't say that. She wasn't stupid. "I don't know the current price of soybean oil outside. This is my first time pressing soybean oil. If you pay me less, I won't exchange it." Xiao Mai doesn't know the outside price of soybean oil, but she knows the price of soybeans, 8 mao per jin. Based on the oil extraction rate, 1 jin of oil costs about 1 yuan and 90 mao. Plus processing fees and her labor, she needs at least 2 yuan per jin to avoid losing money. How about this, Comrade Xiao? Outside pork costs 1 yuan per jin with a meat coupon. 2 jin of pork can make about 1 jin of lard. So, your 1 jin of soybean oil can be priced at 3 times the pork price, plus 1 coupon. We don't have other coupons, so whatever we have, we give you. Does that sound okay? Of course. Xiao Mai isn't really short of these 2 jin of oil, but she really needs the 6 yuan. Stay calm, stay calm. So, in a hesitant and reluctant manner, the 2 young workers exchanged 2 jin of oil. Seeing Xiao Mai look unhappy, they thought they had made a big profit. But Xiao Mai, she gained 6 yuan plus 2 soap coupons. No matter how they looked on the outside, they were both very happy inside. Actually, it's not entirely Xiao Mai's fault. She just earned her first 100 yuan but spent it all in one night. So now, she treasures money even more. Anything that can make money she likes. After sending off the 2 young workers, Xiao Mai locked the door from inside. She needed to prepare her prey after dinner, just in case someone came through the open door. She wouldn't be able to clean up quickly enough and hide the tricks if someone saw. Since she had a big task ahead, Xiao Mai didn't light a fire. She put a bowl of thick porridge in her ceramic basin in the space. The leftover rabbit from last time was still there, so she added another bowl. She also added some stir-fried green beans, meat, vegetables, and staple food, all ready to go. While cleaning the rabbit and wild chicken, Xiao Mai worked quickly. She had gained enough experience over the past year. The roe deer went smoothly, but when it came to cleaning the big wild boar, it was really exhausting. The main difficulty was how heavy it was. Just scraping the hair and turning the boar over tired her out. The process was hard but satisfying. The bigger the boar, the happier she was, because it meant more money. After finishing, it was already midnight. Since Xiao Mai was alone, she had to boil water and clean up, so her efficiency wasn't very high. After tidying up, Xiao Mai placed each item into its own basket. Her storage space has 2 rows of baskets, 2 layers high, with no items above. The bottom baskets include one with pork and another with venison. The top row has a basket with rabbit meat and another with chicken, with rabbit meat being the most common. Xiao Mai hasn't counted exactly, but all the meat is whole and stored together. She sometimes eats a little when she's craving. She also stores vegetables from the summer garden, one type per basket. There are so many that she knows she can't finish them all, so when winter comes, she plans to carry out a bold plan. On the far side, there is a neat pile of firewood that Xiao Mai chopped and stacked high. Next to the firewood is dried corn from her backyard harvest this year. She only stored half in her cellar, hiding the rest to avoid suspicion if someone asks about her corn. Near the dried corn is a basket of fresh corn, which she keeps for cooking. This summer, she cooked a pot of fresh corn and found it tasted very different from the old dried corn, more fragrant and chewy. She can easily chew 4 or 5 ears at once, so she decided to store a basket of it to enjoy slowly. To the right are 7 large baskets filled with watermelons she grew this year, each holding 6 or 7 big melons. Even though her baskets are large, they can't hold the biggest watermelons she grew. Next to the watermelons are 2 baskets of fragrant melons. Xiao Mai often snacks on one daily to boost her vitamins. On the right side of the firewood, she stored mountain produce she gathered this year. There are 2 baskets of dried hazelnuts, 2 baskets of dried small yellow mushrooms, and 1 basket of fresh small yellow mushrooms. She also stored a basket of fresh hazelnuts, 3 bags of chestnuts, 3 bags of walnuts, 5 jean of her own dried red dates, and wild vegetables she picked in spring, which she dried because she lacked space. She didn't gather many, mostly half baskets. On the far left, she set aside wild vegetables for her chickens and ducks, hanging them around on racks because there were too many to fit in baskets. She cut and hung them up, and now the wild vegetables are taller than she is. Next to the vegetables, she stored pig grass she harvested this year. She was busy and didn't gather much pig grass, so it's only about half as tall as the wild vegetables. Xiao Mai had previously harvested honey from the millet-pressed soybean oil today and had her money receipts. On a nearby shelf, there were 7 or 8 ceramic bowls filled with dishes prepared by Xiao Mai: stewed green beans, stir-fried green beans, stewed potato chunks, braised eggplant, stir-fried celery, cold cucumber salad, loofah soup, and tomatoes eaten like fruit. Whenever she had free time, Xiao Mai would show off her cooking skills. There was also a bowl of thick porridge on the rack above, a basket of cornmeal cakes, and the entire 100 square meter space was gradually filled with her creations. If she added more, she'd have to stack higher, as the bottom was almost full. After inspecting her space, once more, Xiao Mai proudly retracted her consciousness. It was time to sleep. She had worked all day and felt more tired than after a long day of work. Just as she was about to settle down, she let out a small snore. Last night, she went to bed late, but today she woke up early anyway. When she stepped outside, she saw a bit of frost on the ground. It was late September, and the weather in the northeast was getting colder. She needed to bundle the cabbages quickly and also peel the potatoes before they froze, so she wouldn't be caught unprepared. Today, Xiao Mai still had a lot to do. In the morning, after feeding the pigs, she started bundling the cabbages. It was easier to do, and she finished in about an hour. This year, she planted around 400 cabbages, but she wasn't sure how they would turn out in the end. After bundling the cabbages, Xiao Mai was about to dig up the potatoes. No, she was craving braised pork belly.
She had wanted it for a long time.
Even if the King of Heaven came to stop her, she wouldn't give up her desire for braised pork. So now she was going to stew some meat. Last night, while preparing the pigs, Xiao Mai had set aside about 20 jin, roughly 10 kilograms, of pork belly, more fat, less lean meat. She also had some crushed rock sugar bought from the department store. She planned to stew it all at once. Doing it in one go was easier, and she could enjoy it slowly over time. She lit the fire, cut the meat into pieces, blanched it, and scooped it out. 2 hours later, the bright-colored, tender, glossy braised pork was ready. Xiao Mai couldn't wait and took a piece straight into her mouth. She chewed happily, thinking how delicious it was. Why hadn't she realized how good braised pork was in her previous life? It was so tasty it almost made her cry. She also took a spoonful of cold cucumber salad from her space. Eating only braised pork might get boring, so she added 2 boiled corn cobs. Today's lunch was truly a feast. After eating and drinking enough, Jo-mai felt no more worries. She grabbed her iron shovel and headed to dig up the potatoes with full energy. The black soil in the northeast is very fertile. The potatoes and millet grew well because they were not cared for much. They all grew very well, with few small ones. I spent the whole afternoon digging, and by sunset, I had only finished half. This is because the millet was careful when working. She was worried some potatoes might be left in the ground unnoticed. So, after digging each potato plant, she would use her hand to check the soil again, making sure no potatoes were left behind. After about 10 busy days, the potatoes were dug up. The wooden boxes needed for the east room were also finished. She also went to the mountain and collected a lot of dark, rotten leaves to make rich soil. This soil is more nutritious than the soil in the field. She filled all 12 wooden boxes with this mountain soil, stacking them in 2 layers. The bottom layer was empty for now because she planned to move the chickens and ducks into this room. She also brought back a lot of straw from the brigade. As the weather got colder, she planned to cover the ground in the east room with thick straw and build a simple chicken and duck pen with wooden boards, leaving some space in the middle for her to tend the vegetables. Once she planted the vegetables, she would bring the chickens and ducks over. Otherwise, the first batch of chickens and ducks would start laying eggs, and if it got too cold, they might stop laying, which would be a loss. In the yard, Xiaomai kept cutting the chives, which now weighed about 300 jin, a Chinese weight unit. Because of the cold, the chives weren't growing much. So, she transplanted some chive roots into the wooden boxes to keep them growing. She planted 3 boxes of chives and 4 boxes of lettuce, which taste good dipped in sauce. Lettuce is bland but helps with digestion, and northeastern people love eating it. Xiaomai liked it even more. She also sowed 3 boxes of rapeseed. When they grow, she will stir-fry small rapeseed greens. She planted 2 boxes of cabbage, so she could have small cabbages about the size of her palm. These grow quickly, and she can harvest several crops in one winter. After planting the vegetables, she watered them and moved the chickens and ducks into the east room. Then she lit the stove. The smoke pipe that Xiaomai asked Xiao Jianjun to install is working well now. It takes about an hour to warm up the east room, and she can feel the temperature rising. But once the stove is lit, it must stay on. If it goes out, the temperature drops, which would affect the vegetables' growth. On the day she lit the stove, light snowflakes started falling in the northeast. Except for some workers, everyone else was preparing to stay indoors for the winter. But Xiaomai is one of those workers who still need to feed pigs every day, even though the pigs now eat twice a day instead of 3 times. Usually, others envy her because she is free after feeding the pigs. However, on snowy days when she also has to go out to feed the pigs, she becomes the one who is envied. As a young person in the 21st century, who wouldn't like to stay in bed and sleep in during winter, install is working well now. It takes she can feel the temperature rise. The stove is lit. It affect the vegetables' growth. The stove, light snow falling in the northeast. Except for some workers. Winter. But Xiao instead of before heavy snow falls, and when the temperature is just around freezing, Xiaomai went to the pine forest to cut some dead branches and pine trees. Pine trees are good for starting fires. While in the forest, she also found something valuable, pine cones. However, most of them were empty when opened. It said that pine nuts are harvested every 3 years for a small harvest and every 5 years for a big one, so this year probably isn't a good harvest year. This year, she needs to use 2 stoves. Xiaomai has been gathering firewood for a long time. The pile of wood in the yard is as high as the wall. Still, when she lights the outdoor stove at night and sleeps on the kong, a traditional heated bed, she feels uncomfortable. The reason is that she has been here almost a year. In spring, She planned to save up cloth tickets and cotton tickets to make herself a new quilt, but she hasn't managed to do it yet. Xiao Mai is getting impatient. Even though she doesn't have a heroine's aura, she has been busy every day since she arrived, working hard with her back bent. It doesn't make sense that she still doesn't have a new quilt. So she took out her small savings, her tickets. She counted her cloth tickets and cotton tickets. She has 10 feet of cloth, enough to make a large quilt, though maybe not enough for the lining. She plans to go to the county to buy more later. She has 4 jean of cotton tickets, which is enough. So, what is she waiting for? Tomorrow, she will buy cloth and cotton. The snow has melted, and no new snow has fallen, so she should go now while the roads are good. Early the next morning, Xiao Mai went straight to Second Uncle's house to ask him for an introduction letter. Second Uncle asked her what she was going to do in the county. She said her family's quilts are too thin in some places, and she has a few cotton tickets in her hand. She plans to buy some cotton to add to her quilts. The second uncle nodded understandingly. These days, people often use the same quilt for 20 years. Over time, the cotton inside hardens and clumps, causing the quilt to become uneven in thickness. So, the second uncle quickly took out a letter of introduction. Xiao Mai thanked him and headed straight for the county town. When she arrived at the county department store, Xiao Mai went directly to the second floor. First, she went to the fabric counter and bought blue cloth to make a quilt cover. Since her fabric coupons were limited, she quietly asked the clerk if there was any flawed fabric. She wanted to use it for the lining. When asking, she secretly slipped 2 dimes to the clerk. Unfortunately, flawed fabric was cheaper and didn't require coupons, and it was popular among people without connections. She had to use money to buy it. The clerk's face initially looked stern, but when she touched the fabric, she immediately whispered for Xiao Mai to follow her. Xiao Mai was happy. This was her chance. She followed the clerk to a small storage room. "Look at this," the clerk said. "This white fabric has some blue dye that won't wash out. It has to be discarded. My sister-in-law wanted it, but since I don't get along with her, I'd rather sell it to you. No coupons, 5 cents and 2 per yard. Do you want it?" The clerk didn't really want to give it to her sister-in-law. She wasn't sure if she'd get paid on time, and she wouldn't benefit much from it. Since Xiao Mai only asked a small question and slipped her 2 dimes, she wondered why she wouldn't sell it. Xiao Mai didn't mind the dye stain. Since it wouldn't wash out, it wouldn't stain her. The main thing was that it was very cheap. Yes. Sister, please measure 10 yards for me. Such an opportunity was rare. If she had more money, she'd buy it all. All right, that's 5 yuan and 20 cents. The clerk measured 10 yards of fabric and even left a little extra, about an inch. Xiao Mai paid the clerk 5 yuan and 50 cents. With such a good deal, she hurried to take it. "Sister, I'll buy this fabric to show my gratitude. The rest of the money is for a red ribbon for my sister." The clerk was happy to hear that. "Oh, girl, you're so kind. I don't usually do this, but if you need anything else, come back to me. I'll make sure you don't get cheated." "Don't worry, sister. I feel like I've known you forever. I'll definitely come to you if I need help again," Xiao Mai said, making the most of the opportunity. "If you want to buy other things, I can help you keep an eye out for them later. Just give me a heads up in advance." This girl is very generous. She gave me 50 cents, which is almost half my daily wage. Selling to her is just as good as selling to my relatives. Not only does she run errands, but she also earns some extra money. The two didn't talk for long. The storage room isn't a place for chatting. After politely saying goodbye, Xiao Mai went back to buy cotton. But when she reached the cotton counter, she was told there was no stock. Xiao Mai was stunned, but didn't mind the clerk's impatient look. "Andy, isn't there any cotton in the department store in our town?" "Yes, this year there's less cotton. The government is focusing on the provinces and cities. If you want to buy some, you need to go to the city," the clerk explained, sounding a bit annoyed. What should she do now? She had finished buying fabric, but couldn't find any cotton. Is it really so hard to make a quilt? Feeling disappointed, Xiao Mai went downstairs. Huang Mei was chatting with a colleague at the snack counter when she looked up and saw Xiao Mai. She called out to her, but when she saw that Xiao Mai didn't hear, she kept calling. "Huh, Chiao Mai finally realized someone was calling her. She turned around, still looking a bit dazed. Huang Mei couldn't help but laugh at her silly expression. "I've called you several times. What are you thinking about so intently?" "Oh, Sister Mei, long time no see." Chiao Mai felt a little embarrassed for being caught. She then walked over to Huang Mei. "Yes, it's been a while. You haven't visited me in a long time. Zhuang's grandma still mentions you now and then," Huang Mei said, tapping Chiao Mai's forehead. "Are you here to buy something?" "Haha, you can't blame me for that, Sister Mei. I was planning to buy some things and then visit you. I even brought some vegetables. See, I forgot you were working today, so I ran into you before even getting to your house," Chiao Mai explained. She was planning to bring a bunch of chives to Huang Mei's home. No matter how much she bought, maintaining their relationship was important. "I wanted to buy some cotton, but the sister upstairs said there was no cotton available in our town this year." "Sai, come on, let's go home with me. It's noon, and I just finished work. We can have lunch together," Huang Mei said, pulling Chiao Mai along. "Thanks, sister, but I don't need to eat. I brought some chives for you to try at home," Chiao Mai replied. "Now, food at home is very precious, so I usually don't go to others' houses to eat. No need to worry, I must go. Although my sister's family isn't rich, they wouldn't refuse to share a meal with you. Otherwise, you can take the chives home, and we can pretend we don't know each other." After saying this, she deliberately looked unhappy, making Chiao Mai feel helpless. In the end, she had no choice but to follow Huang Mei. When they arrived at Huang Mei's house, they received a warm welcome. Zhuang didn't know this aunt, but he remembered the watermelon they ate before. It's been almost 2 months, and he still remembers the taste. When he found out the watermelon was from this aunt, he suddenly thought of her as a moving watermelon. For lunch, there were 2 dishes: dried green beans with potatoes and cured meat with eggplant. The main food was steamed sorghum rice, which was considered quite fancy at that time. "My, it's so cold now. How can you still buy fresh chives?" "I haven't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time," Huang Mei said. She often went to the department store, so shopping was convenient. But after October, fresh greens like chives became hard to find. Mostly only cabbage and potatoes were available. "Yes, child, these chives are really good. It's hard to find fresh ones now," Zhosher said, surprised when she saw the bunch of chives. Nowadays, most families rely on dried vegetables they sun-dried in summer. She hadn't seen such fresh vegetables in a long time. Chiao Mai swallowed her rice and said, "Annie Mei Jia, you really can't buy these outside. I grew them myself at home. Chives need a humid environment to grow well, and the temperature has to be just right. If you grow chives at home, how can you live in a house?" Zhosher knew quite a bit about how chives grow. "Auntie, I live alone now, and I have an empty room. I thought leaving it unused is a waste, so I planted some chives there. I thought I could change the taste when I crave them. This is the first harvest of chives. I ate some yesterday, and they were really tasty. Since I was in the county today, I brought some for you." Zhou sure understood what she meant. The girl was really good at managing life. Even living alone, she could figure out things to do. "That's quite impressive. How much can you grow in that room?" "You probably brought us quite a lot," Old Lu asked directly. The bunch of chives weighed about 3 jin, and the room wasn't very big. Chiao Mai wanted this effect too. She gives people things, but she doesn't want others to think she is lacking. Instead, she shows her care through small details. Chiao Mai scratched her head and smiled. "It's okay, uncle. I still grow cotton at home. When the next batch is ready, I'll keep some for myself." She didn't deny it, just implying that she mostly brought things for them. "Oh, this child is so honest. When she leaves, I should give her some small gifts." During the meal, Huang Mei also talked to Chiao Mai about cotton. "You want to buy cotton, but right now, our county really doesn't have any. This winter, it hasn't appeared in our department store. My mother even wanted to make a cotton jacket for the kids, but I asked around, and they said no. This year, there was very little cotton grown in the Northeast. When it arrives in the city, there won't be any left for us." Hearing this, Chiao Mai understood that the county really couldn't buy cotton. There's nothing she can do now, so she'll think of other ways later. Anyway, she isn't in a hurry. After the meal, Huang Mei had to go to work. Xiao Mai didn't stay long and prepared to leave. As she was leaving, Aunt Zhou took out 2 pieces of lotus root. Xiao Mai was surprised when she saw the lotus root because she hadn't seen it since she arrived here.
She almost forgot what it tasted like.
Then she quickly reacted, covering her basket and trying to run. She really isn't good at arguing or pushing back. But she miscalculated this time. Huang Mei was blocking at the door. My mother gave you this, just take it. We're close, so no need to be polite. When you gave us chives, we didn't refuse. Your sister is right. This lotus root is just for freshness. Someone gave it to Gulianga before, and we still have some. Just take these 2 pieces, no need to think it's too little, Aunt Zhou said, pulling Xiao Mai's hand and placing the lotus root in her basket. In the end, Xiao Mai had no choice but to accept. She left with Huang Mei. My mother-in-law is straightforward. She likes someone, she really wants to give her everything good. Just keep it, our family already likes you very much. You might not believe it, but Huang Mei really likes Xiao Mai. From the first time they met, she felt they got along well. Well, I listened to your sister. I also think talking with you all is very happy. Maybe this is fate. Xiao Mai's curious little eyes once again made Huang Mei laugh. As they talked, they reached the alley entrance. One needed to go west for work, and the other east to go home, so they parted ways. It was already past 4, and it was getting dark. On her way back, Xiao Mai was much faster than when she had come. Even so, as she reached the commune, snow started to fall again. She took advantage of the light snow to run a little. When she got home, heavy snowflakes began to fall. She brushed the snow off her head and body, then checked her stove in the east room. It was still burning. If she stayed out a little longer, it might go out. She quickly added some firewood, caught a few wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks, and broke some bean cakes to feed them. Then she went to the west room to light the stove. This year, she wasn't short of firewood. Both stoves burned so much that they wouldn't run out. So, Xiao Mai decided not to suffer unnecessarily. She lit the fire, and the room was warm. Why suffer for no reason? But she still had to go through some hardship now because the pig was waiting to be fed. She told herself to hold on a few more days until she slaughtered the pig. As she walked, she huffed and comforted herself. She didn't manage to buy cotton, so she couldn't make a quilt. She put that idea aside for now. Instead, she took out a dozen or so prepared rabbit furs. Since she couldn't make a new quilt, she started sewing a layer of rabbit fur inside her old cotton jacket from last year. When the weather got colder, she could wear this jacket outside. She was sewing the original owner's cotton jacket, which was a bit loose, and adding a layer of rabbit fur inside to fit perfectly. She also needed to sew up her cotton pants and cut 2 pairs of rabbit fur insoles for her shoes. This winter, she wouldn't be afraid of the cold. It sounds easy, but it was hard to do. Sewing the rabbit fur required careful cutting, and Xiao Mai had little experience. Finding enough rabbit fur was difficult, and she didn't want to ask others for help. So she worked alone, struggling and sweating for a whole week to finish. Ignoring her crooked sewing, the cotton pants and jacket she wore kept her very warm. Even now, at -10°C at night, she was still sweating when she wore them. Xiao Mai happily took off her clothes and carefully put them in the bed cabinet. She thought she could go rabbit hunting again next year and needed to hunt more. With enough rabbit fur, she could make good money. In the cold northeast, without warm clothes, it was hard to survive. After finishing this big task, Xiao Mai started husking corn. She wasn't as busy anymore. She had completed all the necessary work. One morning, after feeding the pigs, Xiao Mai went to the east room to add firewood. After placing the feed for the chicks, she saw a small white object. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. The white object was still there.
Oh.
Her chickens had laid eggs. Oh my, after raising chickens for half a year, they finally laid eggs. Xiao Mai carefully looked at the straw pile and found 3 eggs. They weren't very big, just a little larger than quail eggs. Since the chickens had just started laying, the eggs weren't big yet. But this made Xiao Mai very happy. Out of the 10 chicks she bought, 8 were hens and 2 were roosters. Among the 6 ducks, there were equal numbers of males and females. So if everything went well, she could get 8 eggs a day. The ducks hadn't started laying yet, and the 20 chicks she bought in autumn were only 3 months old, so they probably wouldn't lay eggs until after the new year. She put the 3 small eggs in her pocket. Then, she watered the vegetables in the house. The vegetables were growing very well. The biggest were the lettuce, and she had already harvested some bok choy and small cabbage. She planted another batch. The bok choy and small cabbage tasted great when stir-fried, especially since she used a lot of oil, which she had already eaten 20 gin of. At noon, Chow Mai boiled the 3 eggs. There weren't enough to fry, so she just boiled them to eat. 5 days later, her hen started laying eggs every day. Now she collected 8 eggs daily. She boiled one for herself each day, and the rest she stored in her space. It took 10 days for the 3 ducks to start laying eggs. When they first laid eggs, Chow Mai quickly caught 2 male ducks and killed them.
Why keep them?
They only eat and don't grow meat, wasting food. After killing the ducks, she didn't rush to eat them. She stored the meat in her space, planning to roast a duck for dinner when she had the chance. She wasn't very fond of meat right now anyway. There was plenty of meat in her space, so what was the point of eating more? She planned to slaughter 1 duck during the new year and stew it for a meal. For now, she kept it with the other hens. Just as Chow Mai was busy with her daily work and harvest routine, Huang Mei and Lu Guoliang came unexpectedly.
This surprised Chow Mai.
The weather wasn't cold now, and villagers usually stayed indoors if they could. Their sudden visit must mean they had something important to discuss. When they entered the house, Huang Mei said, "Oh, my Z, your house is so warm." As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of heat hit them, and her frozen hands slowly started to warm up. It's indeed warm here. Chow Mai has been burning the stove for almost a month, and the house is thoroughly heated. The fire in the stove never goes out, and sometimes even when sleeping, the bed feels too hot, so Chow Mai moves to the edge of the bed to sleep. Goodness. It's so cold outside, and you two are just arriving now. Come quickly, get on the bed and keep warm, she said, quickly opening the inner door to let the two take off their shoes and get on the bed. Huang Mei didn't hesitate and went straight onto the bed. She considers Chow Mai as a close sister and didn't think much about it. Lu Guoliang felt a bit shy. As a grown man, he didn't feel comfortable getting onto a young girl's bed. Chow Mai noticed Lu Guoliang was uncomfortable and said, "Brother Guoliang, don't be shy. The bed is warm, and if you and Sister May sit on it, you'll feel warm in no time. I treat you like a brother, so there's no need to act formal." Seeing that Chow Mai didn't mind him, Lu Guoliang relaxed. He took off his shoes and sat with his wife. As soon as he sat down, he felt the continuous warmth heating his back, much warmer than at home. Chow Mai's life is much better than theirs. "Girl, this bed is really warm, much better than the one in our county town," Lu Guoliang said sincerely.
"Huh, that's right.
"I get cold easily in winter, and I spend a lot of time chopping firewood just to make sure I have enough for the cold season," she replied. "The bed is warm, but it also consumes a lot of firewood." Chow Mai poured 2 bowls of brown sugar water for them. "This sugar was brought the last time you visited my house. I thought I'd use it to show my gratitude. Why are you making this?" "My brother, and I just need some hot water. The brown sugar is for you to strengthen your health.
Don't be stingy with it.
Drink it all, and I'll get you more later," Huang Mei said when she saw Chow Mai bringing the sugar water. "But we really came here for something this time." Huang Mei took a sip of the brown sugar water, feeling warm inside. "What is it, sister? Do you need help?"
"Just tell me."
"I'll do whatever I can." Chow Mai sat opposite them, with a small table between the three. "Just tell me, you know more about it." Huang Mei nudged Lu Guoliang with her elbow. "All right." Lu Guoliang nodded and then said to Chow Mai, "Listen, girl. I have a good brother who works at Songsher Machinery Factory. His wife also works there. This month, she's about to give birth, but the factory only gives 1 month of maternity leave. They are a bit pitiful, both orphans from the chaos of war. Now, with no elders at home to help, if she goes back to work right after her month of confinement, she might have trouble taking care of the baby. The weather is getting colder, and taking the baby to the factory every day might cause illness or other problems. So, they decided that after the baby is 100 days old, she'll go back to work. Lu Guoliang, feeling thirsty, took a sip of sweet water and continued, but she can't keep taking leave forever, or her position might be taken. So, they talked to the factory leaders and found someone to cover her shift until she goes back to work after 100 days. My brother wrote to me asking if I know anyone suitable. It's not a bad deal. His wife earns 35 yuan and 7 cents a month. The substitute worker would earn a bit less, 29 yuan, and some receipts and documents are included. I'll give all this to you. Chiao Mai's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she held back and kept listening to Brother Lu. But, the new year is coming in 2 months. If you go, you'll have to spend the new year in the city, Lu Guoliang finished. Huang Mei added, yes, girl, the money sounds good, but leaving home and work to stay in the city for 60 or 70 days and celebrating the new year away from home, that's something to think about carefully. Nowadays, people are very attached to their roots, especially during the new year. Everyone wants to be home with family. But she also thought that Chiao Mai didn't have many ways to earn money in the village, and since she was alone at home, maybe she could help if she went. Chiao Mai didn't mind missing the new year at home. She just needed an excuse to go to the city. She also wanted to sell some of the stock in her storage space, hoping to get a good price there. Besides, she was alone at home. Wherever she celebrated, it was the same. But if she left, what about the vegetables, chickens, and ducks in her east room? They had just started laying eggs, and she needed to keep them. The 20 chickens she bought after the new year would also start laying eggs soon, so she couldn't kill them. She needed to think carefully. After pondering for a while, Chiao Mai got off the bed and said, Sister Mei, Brother Guoliang, please wait while I think about it. I'll go prepare some food first, and after eating, I'll come back. Huang Mei and her husband were not here to mooch food. They quickly stood up, trying to pull Chiao Mai back onto the bed. Sister, don't do this. My brother and I will leave soon. We won't eat here. Oh, Sister Mei, if you leave before finishing your meal, you'll be blown by the cold wind all the way home. It's already noon, and I don't have many good dishes to serve you. Whatever I make, you just eat. It also gives me time to think about whether I should go or not, so I won't have to run around again. Chiao Mai pushed Huang Mei down, tugged at her clothes, and left. She went to the east room and pulled out 2 heads of lettuce. The lettuce had grown big, each weighing about 3 to 4 pounds. That was just from her casually plucking a few leaves. They could have been even bigger. The 3 of them had enough, with 2 pickled vegetables. She also pulled some small bok choy Chinese cabbage and a bunch of chives. Chiao Mai quickly stir-fried the bok choy, then fried the Chinese cabbage with pork fat. Now that she had eggs, she made scrambled chives with eggs. Although the vegetables looked plain, she used plenty of oil, so the dishes were shiny and oily. The main food was 6 corn cakes, usually hung in the house to keep mice from stealing them. When the food was served, Huang Mei and her husband's surprised expressions couldn't be hidden. My goodness, they had been eating only cabbage, potatoes, and radishes for 2 months. It was the first time in a long winter that they saw such fresh vegetables. Looking at the lettuce, which Chiao Mai had torn into pieces, washed, and placed in a basket, all standing upright, it was clear they were freshly picked and just eaten. Lu Guoliang held his chopsticks, unsure what to say. Look at that, even in winter, they could eat small green vegetables. Their 2 workers didn't have heavy burdens, yet they weren't doing as well as a young girl living alone.
Wang Mei understood Lu Guoliang.
You're so capable. Did you grow these vegetables yourself? She wanted to confirm, even though she already believed it. Yes, Sister Mei. I grew them myself. I plant a batch, enough for a few meals, then plant more. I can only get fresh vegetables once a month, but it's worth the wait. Today, you and my brother came just in time. If you had come a few days later, I would have eaten all these myself. Chiao Mai nodded, indicating they didn't grow much, so it wasn't a big deal. Sister Mei, Brother Guoliang, come on, try my cooking. Growing these isn't hard, just take some firewood. Huang Mei and Lu Guoliang nodded understandingly. Yes, it's not surprising to see this dish, but what makes it special is that it appears in an unusual season, making it quite valuable. Today's meal was quite impressive. Not many people are willing to use so much oil for cooking nowadays. Although Chiao Mai didn't know how to cook before, she has gradually learned over the past year. The dish may not be perfect in color, aroma, and taste, but at least it smelled good. In the end, everything was eaten up. After finishing the meal, Chiao Mai put down her chopsticks and said to the two, "Sister May, Brother Guoyang, I've decided to take that job. I want to earn some money for myself. Working for a couple of months should be enough to support me for a year. Of course, it's not enough. But 58 yuan is a lot. Most villagers only spend 20 or 30 yuan a year on food and drinks." So, Chiao Mai was speaking based on the standards of the villagers. Lu Guoyang said, "All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll write a letter to my brother later to ask when you should go, how to arrange your food, clothing, and accommodation, and what you need to bring. That way, you can prepare in advance." After thinking for a moment, he added, "You're just a girl who's never been out, so don't be afraid when you go to the city. The job is simple, just screwing in bolts. The more difficult technical work is not for you, which is why they're paying you less. Screwing in bolts."
She can do that.
She had worked in factories screwing in bolts during summer and winter breaks before. She just didn't know if it's the same as working with the machinery now. They talked for a while. Lu Guoyang and Chiao Mai told her to stay at home and wait for news. Then they prepared to leave. It was around 4 o'clock, and it was getting dark. They still had about 2 hours to walk back to the county. By the time they got home, it would be almost night. Chiao Mai packed 10 eggs for them, telling them that her family's chickens had started laying eggs a few days ago. She gave the eggs to them to help Zhuang strengthen his health. Of course, there was some back and forth, but in the end, Huang Mei accepted the eggs. If Chiao Mai truly wanted to give something, she wouldn't keep it. Besides, since these two brought her good news, she should thank them. Being grateful and returning kindness is the right thing to do. After seeing off Huang Mei and her husband, Chiao Mai locked the door. Since the city is due to give birth at the end of the month, and she needs to rest afterward, she has at least a month at home. She plans to work hard, plant more vegetables, and maybe go to the mountains a few times to hunt for game. Going to the city is not easy, so she wants to earn enough money while the government's restrictions are still lenient. That's the best plan. The pickled vegetables at home are still good, especially in the morning with porridge. They are delicious. When she leaves, she plans to take some with her. Chiao Mai has already decided what to do with the chickens and ducks. She will ask Sister Xiaolan if she can help watch them for a while, either for free or paid. The firewood at home is enough, and she can't gather wild vegetables now. She might find someone to buy some rice bran, probably from her uncle, since the village's rice threshing should produce plenty of rice bran. She also plans to keep some cornmeal to add nutrition for the animals. This year, Chiao Mai successfully intercropped corn and soybeans. Half an acre of corn yielded about 500 jin, a Chinese weight unit. The team's average yield per acre is around 600 jin, so her yield is about 1,000 jin per acre. It seems this planting method can continue next year. The 500 jin of corn was ground into 100 jin of bran and 200 jin of cornmeal. The remaining 100 jin is stored in the cellar, and another 100 jin is kept in her storage space. Chiao Mai has been busy this past month. The team slaughtered a pig, and since it's getting cold, they won't fatten it anymore. Probably it will get thinner. Because the team raised many pigs this year, the pork allocated to her was more than last year. She received 3 jin of pork and 2 jin of mutton. This year, Chiao Mai earned 1,720 work points from feeding and slaughtering pigs. The team also had a good corn harvest, and she received 380 jin of corn. She got only 45 jin of rice from rice planting. She is very satisfied. Since she arrived here, she never ate rice. Now her diet is richer. On the night she received the rice, she steamed a pot of rice. She kept most of it in her storage, but she left a bowl out. The next morning, she made egg-fried rice, and she's been eating rice for several meals. She's finally satisfied her craving for rice. She used to be from the south, where rice is common, but here she eats mainly corn. Who could stand that? Chiao Mai also harvested 2 rounds of vegetables. She pulled up all the lettuce and stored it in the space. The chives, bundled in 1 jin each, were neatly placed in the chives basket in the space. Then she packed away the wooden boxes, as she didn't want more people to know she was growing vegetables at home. She didn't even tell Sister Xiaolan and her husband. She thought it's better to keep things simple and avoid unnecessary trouble. Fewer people knowing means less danger. She also wore her wool-lined cotton pants and jacket and went up the mountains several times. The traps were covered and filled with snow, so they couldn't be used. Therefore, Jomai had to rely on a slingshot or homemade wooden arrows to hunt. In the past month, she caught 3 rabbits and 5 wild chickens. Once, Lu Guoyang came to visit and told her the exact departure time. She was to leave on November 20th and probably wouldn't return until after the Lunar New Year. She needed to bring her quilt and familiar toiletries. Her food could be exchanged for food tickets. The two of them found her a small single room near the machinery factory, sharing a yard with others, but she could cook her own meals. On the day of departure, Lu Guoyang would wait for her at the county train station. His brother would reimburse the travel expenses. Overall, the city would cover her transportation and accommodation, but she had to take care of her own meals. Jomai thought it was good to have a separate room. It would make things easier for her. The day after Lu Guoyang left, Jomai went to Lu Xiaolan's house and explained the situation. She asked Xiaolan to help by bringing some firewood to the east room and feeding the chickens and ducks every day.
No problem, Maisie.
You can go ahead and leave it to me. I'll make sure the chickens and ducks are well taken care of, Xiaolan said. You're going to the city, right? How many people in our village get to go so far? You're doing the right thing. We should be grateful for this opportunity. Maybe you'll find a good partner there, haha.
Jomai smiled helplessly.
That's how people in the village are. Men marry when they're grown. Women marry when they're of age. They all think she should find someone too. Don't tease me, Sister Xiaolan. By the way, I've left some chicken and duck feed in the east room. If it's not enough, you can go to the wood shed and get more. I also left a bag of rice bran there. They need water to drink, so if it runs out, either you or Brother Jianjun can go fetch more from the well, Jomai said. Currently, the chickens and ducks drink water from the well, but some families used river water, which is of lower quality and can make the animals sick. Darn, what's the big deal? I'm not doing this for nothing. Later, the two of us will go back with you to see how you feed them. I'll feed them just like you do, so they won't have trouble adjusting after you leave. Xiao Mai also thinks this is a better way. But when Lu Xiaolan and Xiao Jianjun saw Xiao Mai's flock of chickens, they were stunned for a long time. My goodness, I didn't expect Xiao Mai to raise so many chickens. The ducks are okay, only 3. The one male left was slaughtered by Xiao Mai a few days ago, but those chickens, there must be about 30 or 40, right? No wonder Xiao Mai needs to light the stove every day. Some of the chicks are half-grown, and it's too cold for them to survive. Why do you raise so many chickens? That must use a lot of grain, Lu Xiaolan asked hesitantly. Her family only has 4 chickens, which don't lay many eggs now. Usually, they rely on eggs from them to earn money. They give a few eggs every few days for the children to eat, and the adults are reluctant to eat them. It's not that they don't want to raise more, but even 6 or 7 chickens are enough. If they had more, their grain wouldn't last. Hee, sister-in-law, it's not that much grain. Before it snowed, I fed them wild vegetables every day. Sometimes I grabbed a handful of cornmeal. Before the corn stalks were cut, I let them roam in the backyard. They could eat enough every day. Now that it's cold, I have to feed them bran every day, Xiao Mai explained. A few days ago, after distributing the grain, he went to buy bran from second uncle. A sack of bran, 100 jin, cost 2 yuan. Xiao Mai bought 2 sacks. This isn't private money. It's public funds, allowed by the state. Also, sister-in-law, my big chickens have started laying eggs. Usually, they lay 8 eggs a day, sometimes 7. When that happens, just put them in the west room cellar. It's warmer there, so they won't freeze. Lu Xiaolan nodded seriously. These eggs are money, so they must be taken seriously and handled carefully. After discussing the care of the chickens, Xiao Mai and Lu Xiaolan went back to the west room. He brought out a bunch of chives for Lu Xiaolan and her family. Xiao Mai received 2 surprised looks. After explaining, Lu Xiaolan also felt a bit ashamed but excited. She wondered if she could also grow some chives at home. After talking with Chiao Mai about this idea, Chiao Mai shook his head. Sister-in-law, you know I live alone here. Things might change in the future, so I just keep this house as it is. Growing chives inside the house needs a damp environment to grow quickly. Over the years, the house will become unlivable. Nowadays, houses in the village are not very spacious. Each family has several members. For someone like her, living alone in a big house is already good. Luckily, her parents built the house earlier, so there are extra rooms. But Lu Xilan's family can't do that. She doesn't only need this one child. Now, there's a room with no one living in it, but when Meow Meow grows up in a couple of years, she will need her own space. If the house where she grows chives becomes uninhabitable, she will have to spend money to build a new one. Compared to building a house, the chives grown in winter are not very important. Xiao Jianjun also thought it made sense, so he and Lu Xilan gave up on the idea. Mai's right. Growing chives is a small matter, but building a house is a big one. Lu Xilan was disappointed but knew she couldn't do it. She lost interest in talking further. Anyone would be happy to have something to do during this long winter. If she grew chives, she could secretly sell some. But now, the money is gone, and she feels very upset. Xiao Mai had no choice but to be honest. November 20th was coming soon, but today was already November 19th. Xiao Mai had taken everything she could carry, her bedding, clothes, packed them into a bundle. She also packed half of the preserved vegetables into her space, and the rest she stored in the cellar. When she returned, she could still eat them. Winter hadn't passed yet, so they wouldn't spoil. That night, Chiao Mai took another bunch of chives to second uncle's house. Sister-in-law Xiaolan had already given some, so it was only right to give some to the people who always took care of her, second uncle and second aunt. She also took a bunch there. Naturally, she had to explain herself, then told second uncle she planned to go to Song City the next day and asked him to write her a letter of introduction. Why are you going to Song City all of a sudden? Second uncle and Xiao Mai sat cross-legged on the Kong heated bed. Second aunt was in the kitchen washing dishes. When Xiao Mai arrived, they had just finished eating. Uncle, do you remember the time I helped catch that thief? Second uncle thought for a moment. It seemed to have happened in summer. He nodded. The couple who once took you to my house came to see me. They said they have a friend in Song City, and only the two of them live there with their children. That's how it happened, and Zhou Mai and Uncle Air explained the whole story carefully. After hearing this, Uncle Air took a puff of his cigarette and asked, if this is true, it's a good thing. But Song City is a whole day by train from here. When you get there, you'll be in a new place. What if it's a scam? This shows that family members don't envy how much money you can make. They care about your safety.
Uncle Air really cares.
Don't worry, Uncle. I later contacted that family a few times. They seem honest. They think this job suits me, and I can earn some money. They also want to thank me for helping them before. That's why this good thing came to me. I wouldn't go so far alone otherwise. When I settle in, I'll write you a letter. If anything goes wrong, I'll come back immediately. Since my niece said it so confidently, it probably is fine. Now, the pigs in the team are gone, so I don't need to feed them. It's good to go out and earn some money. Later, if I have money, I won't worry. It's not easy for villagers to go out, but just because I haven't been there before, I shouldn't hold the kids back. Thinking this through, Zhou Weiguo wrote an introduction letter for Zhou Mai. Uncle, can you write me an empty one and stamp it? I'm afraid if something happens while I'm gone, this is the only introduction letter I have. It might not be useful anymore. Child, making an empty introduction letter is against the rules. Besides, when you go out, just honestly fill in for someone. Nothing will happen. Although he said that, Uncle Air already took another piece of paper and stamped it with the official seal of the Xinglin Commune Victory Brigade office. Zhou Mai carefully kept the two introduction letters in her pocket, like treasures. Hee, Uncle, I knew you loved me the most. What's wrong? Your uncle loves you, but your Aunt Lu doesn't. Just then, Aunt Lu Guifang came in. Hearing Zhou Mai say that, she teased her.
No, Aunt.
Uncle loves me the most. But Aunt Lu, you love me the most. Seeing Aunt Lu come in, Zhou Mai hugged her arm and said, "This is true. She doesn't have many relatives, but Zhou Weiguo and Aunt Lu Guifeng are the most caring elders and love her the most." Lu Guifeng gently tapped Xiao Mai a few times and said, You really are a petty person. Is the letter of introduction ready?" "Yes, it's ready. My grandpa is very efficient when he handles things," she replied, making both Xiao Weiguo and Lu Guifeng laugh. "That's good to hear. You're leaving tomorrow, and you'll be gone for so many days. Be sure to take good care of yourself while you're out. If you need anything, write a letter, and my mother will send it to you. Is the money enough? Do you need me to bring you some?" Lu Guifeng was still worried about Xiao Mai. The distance to Song City was far, and if something happened, they wouldn't know in time. "Don't worry, Auntie. The team just paid me a few days ago, over 18 yuan. I haven't spent a single cent. Rest assured, my grandpa and I are fine," Xiao Mai said. She still had over 20 yuan in her hand. Since she got her space, she hadn't sold anything and was just waiting for a big opportunity. Besides, she was out to earn money, not to spend it. Lu Guifeng listened and nodded. A few days ago, the team gave her over 18 yuan. If she was careful with her money, it would last her a year. She wouldn't need to spend her own money to go to Song City. Take these eggs. I've boiled them for you. Bring them along for the road. They say a poor family has a rich road. Since you're not taking money, take these eggs. If there's no food to buy on the train, you can snack on them," Lu Guifeng said, placing 10 eggs in a cloth bag. It was her and her husband's way of showing care. "Auntie, you forgot? My chickens are laying eggs too. I have eggs at home. Keep these for yourself and my grandpa to eat," Xiao Mai said, placing the bag on the bed. Second Auntie quickly put the bag into Xiao Mai's arms. "Child, you have them, so take them. I gave you these, so you should accept them. What's wrong? You used to come to Auntie's house often for meals, and now you're grown up and distant, huh? Experience shows that older people are wiser." Xiao Mai wasn't as sharp as Second Auntie, and with Second Uncle helping out, she finally accepted the eggs, thinking she'd bring some back for the old couple when she returned. Once she understood, she felt no burden and accepted everything willingly. The next morning, before dawn, Xiao Mai set off with her bag. Her bedding and clothes weren't heavy, and today Second Uncle asked Uncle Zhang to see her off to the county town. Usually, she didn't get such treatment. Second Uncle told old Zhang to send her to the train station, wait until she boarded successfully, then come back. Xiao Mai felt very touched when she heard this. At first, Xiao Mai could chat a little with Grandpa Zhang while sitting on the ox cart. But the wind was too strong, and as soon as she opened her mouth, the cold wind rushed in. All the warmth she had was blown away by her stomach. Eventually, both of them just kept their mouths shut and said nothing. When they arrived at the train station, it was only 8 in the morning. As soon as Xiao Mai reached the station, she saw Lu Guoyang. He was wearing a sheepskin hat and the military coat he had worn when visiting her house. He was stomping his feet back and forth, looking a bit funny. "Grandpa Zhang, that person is the one coming to pick me up. My second uncle also knows him. You should go back now, or you'll catch a cold in this weather. Go home early and stay warm," Xiao Mai said as she handed Grandpa Zhang an egg. She had warmed it up herself that morning, after her second aunt gave it to her last night. Eating cold eggs in the morning isn't good. When she left, she also held an egg in each hand and kept her hands warm in her pockets with the eggs. It worked well. Now, at the train station, she still had some warmth left. Grandpa Zhang knew what kind of person Xiao Mai was. He accepted the egg but insisted on waiting until she went into the train station and until the man came out before leaving, so he could feel more at ease. "Brother Guoyang, have you been waiting long?" Xiao Mai wrapped herself very warmly with a scarf. Lu Guoyang didn't recognize her at first and looked around when he heard her voice. "I'm right here, in front of you," Xiao Mai said, making Lu Guoyang smile. Lu Guoyang blushed and tugged at his hat, saying, "Not long ago, I just arrived too. I want to tell you that the train ticket is for 9 o'clock. It will arrive around 7:30 tomorrow morning. When you get off, my brother will meet you at the platform. His name is Shani. He's a bit dark-skinned, about 1.75 meters tall, and 28 years old. Keep an eye out for him. Lu Guoyang walked into the station while talking to Chiao Mai. She also remembered Shanyi's appearance and features, so she could ask about him after getting off the train. After Lu Guoyang helped Chiao Mai buy her train ticket, they sat on a bench waiting for the time to come. Lu Guoyang then took out a brown paper bag from his pocket. Inside were 2 steamed flatbreads. Here, girl. This is a special breakfast my mother made this morning. I'm lucky to share it with you, haha. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have made these pure white flour pancakes for me, he said. Recently, Aunt Zhou didn't know where to buy 5 jin of white flour. She didn't let anyone eat it, saying she wanted to save it for making dumplings for the new year. Even her beloved grandson, who was eager to eat thick soup, wasn't given any. When she heard that Chiao Mai was going to the city, she couldn't come back for the new year either. This morning, she quietly baked 3 pancakes. She kept one for her grandson, since he had been craving it for so long, to satisfy his hunger. The other 2 she gave to Lu Guoyang to take with him. When the time comes, her son and Chiao Mai will each have one. The pancakes are big enough that one is enough for a grown man, and Chiao Mai can have one too. To keep the pancakes warm, Lu Guoyang put them inside his military coat. Brother Guoyang, making these pancakes isn't easy, right?
We don't grow wheat here, she said.
There is wheat in the northeast, but not in their county or the neighboring county. Usually they grow corn and rice. It seems the counties south of Song City grow wheat. That's right. My mother also doesn't know where she got 5 jin of flour. The last time I ate white flour was many years ago, Lu Guoyang recalled. The last time he ate white flour was when he was a teenager, always busy running around, climbing mountains or crossing rivers. He wasn't home until mealtime. Now he has responsibilities for his family, with elders at home and children to care for. After a moment of distraction, he handed a pancake to Chiao Mai. Girl, eat it while it's hot. It won't be as tasty when it cools. Thanks, Brother Guoyang. Please thank Aunt Zhou for me, Chiao Mai said, holding a pancake much larger than her face. She took a bite, and the fragrant wheat flavor spread in her mouth. It was delicious. She wondered if she could get more white flour to make dumplings, pancakes, or steamed buns someday. When they finished eating, it was almost time. Girl, keep your valuables safe. Trains are crowded, and there might be pickpockets. When you sleep tonight, stay alert. Don't fall into a deep sleep. I can only see you off here, Lu Guoyang said, handing her his bag. They stood at the train carriage door. Don't worry, Brother Guoyang. I'll be careful, she replied. When you arrive, write me a letter to let me know you're safe. If Shun Yi or anyone else does something wrong, tell me. I'll deal with him. When you're outside alone, your safety comes first, Lu Guoyang, usually quiet, couldn't help but remind her a few more times. Those still waiting to board, please do so quickly. The train will leave in 5 minutes. The train conductor was shouting on the platform with a loudspeaker, saying, Not on the train yet. Brother Guoyang, I'm leaving now. You should head back, said Chiao Mai. After saying goodbye, she got on the train. Since it wasn't the busy holiday season, there weren't many passengers, but the smell wasn't very nice. Some children were crying, some people had chickens and ducks with them, and others were chatting, making a lot of noise. After finding her seat, Chiao Mai put her bag on an empty space and sat down. Her seat was by the window. At this time, the window wasn't fully sealed, so some fresh air from outside came in through the crack. Chiao Mai was quite happy with her seat, especially since she was wearing a fluffy rabbit coat, so she wouldn't be cold when it got colder at night. Looking over at Lu Guoyang, after seeing Chiao Mai off, he also left the train station. Just a few steps outside, an old man stopped him. Lu Guoyang was about to keep walking when he heard the old man ask, Are you the person who sent Chiao Mai? Lu Guoyang didn't recognize him and didn't admit anything. Do you need something? The old man, Zhang, saw that the young man was cautious, so he introduced himself. I'm from the same team as Chiao Mai, a village driver. This morning, I took her here, and her grandfather asked me to wait until she got on the train before leaving. Hearing this, Lu Guoyang realized he had misunderstood and offered a polite smile. Sorry, sir. This is my first time meeting you, so I didn't recognize you. I was a bit rude just now. Please don't mind. Zhang waved his hand repeatedly. It's nothing. It's normal to be cautious. Since you haven't met me before, it's good to be careful. Grandpa, Xiaomai just got on the train and left. She should arrive in Song City around 7:30 tomorrow. She'll write a letter to her family then, so don't worry, Lu Guoliang said, adjusting his hat and tightening it a bit. The wind was making his head cold. All right. I'll go back and tell the team leader, Zhang said, having received the news he wanted. He planned to head back now. He had been outside for over an hour, and his old bones were tired. Take care, Grandpa. Lu Guoliang replied, then turned and headed towards the machinery factory with his hands in his pockets. He still had to work today. He had specially taken 2 hours off in the morning. If he took a whole day off, his salary would be deducted, but occasionally, taking a few hours off for personal matters was fine. Zhou had just sat down when a man in a Zhongshan suit sat beside her. He had a pen tucked into his chest pocket, and his collar was frayed. He looked quite refined. Zhou glanced at him briefly, and then ignored him. Sitting next to a cultured person felt safe and peaceful. By noon, the train was filled with the smell of various foods. Some people ate tofu rolls dipped in soy sauce, others ate corn cakes with green onions, and a few, who had better conditions, ate eggs. Of course, Zhou second aunt had boiled her an egg to eat on the way, and she didn't want to disappoint her. While she was eating her second egg, a woman across from her was holding a crying child asking for an egg. Zhou paid no attention and kept eating. Hey, girl, do you have any extra eggs? The woman asked, trying to soothe her child. Yes, Zhou replied, taking another bite. Then give me one. Zhou looked at her, waiting for her to say more. Hurry up. Don't you see my grandson crying for an egg? The woman said, getting a little anxious because Zhou kept eating her egg and hadn't given her one.
No, ma'am.
If your grandson wants an egg, why don't you ask me for one?
Yomai was speechless.
She thought the woman wanted to exchange something with her, but it turned out she was just asking outright. Such shamelessness was new to her. You're the only one eating eggs. If I don't ask you, who else would I ask? The woman said confidently, not seeming to think she was doing anything wrong. Everyone around was watching them, curious to see how Zhou would handle the situation. Ma'am, I have no money. Please give me 10 yuan, Zhou said, holding out her hand. If you have no money, why should I give you any? Am I your father or mother? The woman snapped. She was annoyed that Zhou wouldn't give her an egg and now wanted money. She thought she was being unreasonable. She hadn't even asked for money from others before. Oh, you know that too? If you don't have eggs, why should I give you one? Am I your father or mother? Zhou retorted, repeating what Xiao Late had told her earlier.
Ha ha ha.
Puffed. Others chuckled.
Exactly.
No family is rich enough to give things for nothing. An egg costs several cents, someone said. Watching the people around the train gossip about her, Xiao Lei felt both embarrassed and angry. Plus, Xiaomai responded to her with sharp words, which made her even more furious. She slapped her own child twice. Eat, just eat. Are you a ghost? You ate eggs, so what? Xiaomai ignored her insults as long as they weren't directly aimed at her face. She didn't care if they were subtle jabs. She wasn't someone who enjoyed being insulted. After slowly eating 3 eggs, Xiaomai hiccuped. The child across from her cried even more painfully. He was still young and didn't understand why his mother hit him just because he wanted to eat eggs. Until the afternoon, when the elderly couple got off the train, no one caused trouble anymore. To avoid attracting too much attention, Xiaomai didn't eat eggs that night either. Instead, she took a cornmeal cake and slowly nibbled on it with hot water. The cake was cold. She didn't dare eat the hot one from the compartment. After sitting all day, if the cake was still hot, even the man beside her would notice something was wrong. After dinner, the lively carriage gradually quieted down. By 9 or 10 o'clock, snoring sounds filled the air. Xiaomai had been walking along the aisle all morning and afternoon, but now she dared not walk around freely. Although she didn't have many valuables, her personal safety was more important. So she sat quietly in her seat pretending to rest. She didn't dare fall asleep completely, but until she got off the train, nothing happened. When she heard the conductor announce that the train was arriving at Song City, she shifted her numb bottom slightly. The man beside her had already stood up, ready to get off. This was a good chance for Chiao Mai to stand and reach for her bag on the luggage rack. As she carried her bag off the train, a cold wind blew. All her fatigue and tiredness vanished instantly. She shivered from the cold. First, she rubbed her dry, sore eyes, then looked around for someone. She asked 3 or 4 people, but couldn't find Shinny. Then, a man dressed in a black padded coat and wearing an old man's hat approached her. "Excuse me, are you Comrade Chiao Mai?" His voice was uncertain, but she heard him clearly. "Are you?" Chiao Mai turned her head and looked up. She was only about 1.6 meters tall, much shorter than him, so she had to lift her head to speak. "Hello, I am Shinny. I believe Brother Lu has told you my name." Shen-Yi knew he had found the right person and then told the other his name.
Hello, Comrade Shan-Yi.
"I've been looking for you. I asked several people earlier, but no one knew where you were, haha." Actually, it's not surprising that Chiao Mai didn't recognize him. It's winter, and he's dressed very warmly, so it's a bit hard to find someone you've never met before. Hello.
Come.
I'll hold your bag. You must be tired after such a long train ride. I'll take you to your place first. After you put down your things, let's go eat. You should rest today, and tomorrow we can go to the city's machinery factory. How does that sound? Chiao Mai was indeed tired and had no objection to Shen-Yi's suggestion. So, the two headed toward Chiao Mai's temporary home. After walking for about half an hour, Shen-Yi stopped outside a yard and told Chiao Mai to wait. Chiao Mai looked around. The house and the wall were built with green bricks, and there was a red wooden door, which had faded to a light red over the years. "Let's go inside and take a look," Shen-Yi said, stepping forward. He entered through the big gate, turned right, and took out a key to open a side room door. "Comrade Chiao Mai, since you won't be staying here long, there aren't many people interested in renting. This is one of the better places my wife and I could find for you. This east side room is a single room with a stove. I've brought some honeycomb coal for you. It's just inside the room. Since it's cold, you can light the stove every day. It will help you cook, boil water, and keep warm." Chiao Mai followed Shen-Yi into the house. It was about 20 square meters. On the left side near the back wall, there was a single bed about 1.2 meters wide, with a straw mat on top, about 5 centimeters thick. In the middle of the room, there was a stove with a chimney, so it wouldn't produce dangerous gases at night. Facing the bed was a table with a stool, and at the left of the door was a wardrobe. That was all the furniture in the small house. On the stove, there was a small pot. Chiao Mai was very pleased. They had only asked him to help for 2 months, and they had already prepared everything so thoughtfully. There was nothing more to say. "Comrade Shen-Yi, this is too good. You've thought of everything," Chiao Mai said sincerely. Don't worry about the simple setup. And don't call me Comrade Shen-Yi. It sounds too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Shen-Yi-ga. Outside, I'll also tell people you're my younger sister." He was happy to find someone reasonable to help his wife. Seeing that the other person didn't make any unreasonable demands, he felt relieved and became more satisfied with Chiao Mai. "Girl, I might not be able to come over often. If you need anything, just come to number 203 Yongtai Hadong. My wife is at home watching the kids, and after work, I have to go back and take care of her and the children," Shen-Yi added. "Brother Shen-Yi, from now on, I'll call you brother." "No problem. Tomorrow, you can take me to the machinery factory. I just want to find my way around. I'll try not to trouble you too much," Chiao Mai said. She understood Shen-Yi's situation and knew she needed to do her own job well. She also had her own things to take care of. After having beef noodles at a state-run restaurant, they each went home. Chiao Mai was about to pay, but Shen-Yi refused. He said, "On the car, dumplings. Off the car, noodles." This was his way of treating her to a welcome meal as her big brother. Chiao Mai couldn't refuse. She thought she'd buy some things for the kids when she had the chance, to keep good relations and also build connections in the city. When Chiao Mai returned to her rented room, she first lit the stove with a few corn cobs. Once the fire started, She put a piece of coal on top. Then she fetched a bucket of water from the yard's tap and brought it inside. She didn't know the people in the yard, so she just smiled and didn't say anything. She only planned to stay for 2 months and didn't intend to get too close to the neighbors. Inside, she poured some water into a pot. She had been on the train all day yesterday and hadn't washed up, feeling dirty. So now she took the chance to change her underwear and socks. When the water boiled, she washed herself and her clothes. After washing, she hung the clothes on a line inside the room. She thought it was better to hang her private clothes inside. After finishing these chores, Chiao Mai made her bed. The room warmed up, making her feel sleepy.
She decided not to eat dinner that night.
She sealed the stove, locked the door from inside, and took off her cotton pants and jacket, only wearing a shirt and pants. She lay down in bed. Oh, she was so tired. She hadn't slept well last night. Usually, she kept a regular schedule at home, but staying up late like this was really hard for her. After a good night's sleep, Chiao Mai got up when she heard voices and the clattering of dishes in the yard. Shun Yi said he would come in the morning to take her to the machinery factory, so she could get familiar with the way. She needed to prepare her own breakfast at home, as the factory only provided lunch, which also required tickets. She would have to make her own dinner at night. Chiao Mai said all that was fine. She had plenty of food stored in her space, so she could eat whatever was available. When she went out to fetch water with a basin and a toothbrush cup, she was approached by her neighbor, an old lady from the next room. The lady looked sharp and mean, and Chiao Mai instinctively felt she didn't like her. She planned to ignore her, but the old lady came closer and said, "Oh, you're the girl who rented the room next door." Chiao Mai frowned but thought it was better not to cause trouble, so she just nodded and didn't say much. "Hey, how much do you pay for rent each month?" "I want to tell you, old Zhang, the landlord, isn't a good person. If you don't compare prices, you might end up paying too much," the old lady said with a sneer, her eyes darting around as if she was thinking about something. "As long as it's reasonable, that's fine," Chiao Mai replied, feeling she had enough water and ready to leave. She wondered if the landlord had a grudge against her. "Bah, what a thing. Talking to you, and you act so proud. You're so plain-looking, and you're even acting tough with me," the old lady spat and cursed as Chiao Mai went inside. Luckily, Chiao Mai didn't hear her, or she might have learned why the flour was so red. Just after Chiao Mai finished washing up, Shani came to find her. When she stepped outside, the old lady kept staring at them. Chiao Mai couldn't take it anymore and turned to ask, "Ma'am, you've been watching me and my brother. Is there something you want?" The old lady was caught off guard when Chiao Mai said she was her brother and that she was watching them. She snorted, "What's wrong? Can I look? If you're not guilty, why are you afraid of others watching?" Chiao Mai rolled her eyes. "Afraid? If you keep staring at me, I might go to the police and report harassment. It's fine to look, but if you keep staring, that's harassment. If I see you staring at me again, don't blame me for being rude." The old lady didn't understand this. She thought, how can that be illegal? I'm just an ordinary person. I wouldn't dare to confront the authorities. Since no one in the yard helped, ever since Aunt Qian was brought here by her son from the countryside, she has been causing trouble every few days, which annoyed everyone. But today, surprisingly, the young girl who moved in yesterday was so impressive that she quickly calmed the old lady with just a few words. After leaving, Shun Yi gave Chiao Mai a thumbs up. "Girl, you're really amazing. That old lady is known to be difficult, but you managed to calm her down so easily." Chiao Mai is good at arguing, but she felt a bit awkward accepting such praise from Shun Yi. She thought, it's more about hitting the right spot to scare her, and she'll be obedient. The more you show her kindness, the more she'll take advantage. Shun Yi nodded, saying he could learn from her in the future. TSK. Even after just a short time, Shun Yi had already picked up a strength from Chiao Mai. "Did you sleep well last night? Is there anything else I can bring you?" "I slept well, thanks to the honeycomb coal you brought. It kept the stove warm." Chiao Mai thought having a stove was nice, but since her family usually burns firewood, a stove wasn't really necessary. "That's good. My wife told me this morning before I left that if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." We'll do our best to get it for you. After all, you came all this way to help us. Shun Yi and his wife are on good terms with Lu Guoyang because of their good character. Seeing how attentive Chiao Mai was right after arriving, they truly appreciated her effort. Big brother, please thank your wife for me. I'll visit her and my nephew another day. I have everything I need now, so don't worry about us, Chiao Mai said. She had brought everything she needed from home, so there was really nothing else she required. After leaving the alley, she turned right and walked down another street until she saw the Songsher Machinery Factory. It was much larger than Guangming County's factory, even more impressive than the main gate of Guangming County. Grandpa Zhao, this is my sister. She's here to fill in for my wife for a few days. I asked her to register with you so you can get to know each other. Shunyi handed a cigarette to Grandpa Zhao at the gate. Grandpa Zhao smiled and took it, then went into the small room at the entrance. She took out a notebook and said to Chiao Mai, "Come, girl, write your personal information based on the requirements here. Once you're registered, you can go in. There's no other way. It's just my family here.
It's so cold today.
If my wife had to bring the kids to work, they would probably catch a cold in just a few days," Shani said with a frown, complaining. "All right, sir, I've finished writing." Chiao Mai handed over the notebook. Old man Zhao looked it over, found no issues, and then allowed Shin Yi to take Chiao Mai inside. "Goodbye, sir." "See you later," Shin Yi said, and Chiao Mai smiled and waved goodbye to old man Zhao. People say the king of hell is easy to deal with, but little ghosts are tricky. Chiao Mai thought being polite to factory staff might help her work. Shun Yi first took Chiao Mai to the workshop and found the team leader, Wang Yong, a man around 40 who looked quite serious. Shun Yi explained the situation to Wang Yong. Since Shun Yi had already spoken with the factory leaders, Wang Yong knew that the team member, Fu Chunwan, Shun Yi's wife, had asked Shun Yi's sister to fill in. Without much questioning, he let Chiao Mai come in. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Shun Yi and his wife told others that Chiao Mai was a girl from Shun Yi's hometown. These days, everyone tries to help their relatives if there's money to be made, so they behaved accordingly. "Mai, come here. I want to introduce you. This is your team leader, Wang Yong. From now on, he will be in charge of your screw tightening work. If you have any work-related questions, you can ask Brother Wang." Shunyi called Chiao Mai over and made the introduction. "Hello, team leader Wang. Please take care of me in the future," Chiao Mai said with a smile and shook hands with Wang Yong. Wang Yong saw that Chiao Mai was confident and poised. He thought she made a good first impression. She looked honest and hardworking, which would make his work easier. As a team leader, Wang Yong disliked unreasonable coworkers who didn't follow principles. His busiest time was dealing with messy issues. He naturally liked someone like Chiao Mai, who seemed to cause less trouble. Still, he decided to observe her work carefully before making any judgments. You seem promising. You have a 2-day trial period. If you can get the hang of the work within these 2 days, your salary will start from today. If you haven't learned it by then, you'll have to look for another job. The Matsushiro Machinery Factory isn't a place where just anyone can do subcontracting work. You need to be capable of doing the job, or else the factory wouldn't be able to pay you wages for nothing. It's not like they have nothing to do. Chiao Mai understands the factory's rules and nods, saying, "Okay, Leader Wang. I will work hard to learn." Shun Yi saw that everything was arranged and told Chiao Mai, then went back to his workshop. Shun Yi is responsible for assembling machines, which is a technical job. His salary is a bit higher than his wife's, 45 yuan a month. Both of them can earn money, they have a house, and life is pretty good. After Shun Yi left, Chiao Mai started working. Earlier, Wang Yong had already shown him how to tighten screws. Honestly, it's not very technical. It just takes some strength. Different types of screws need different wrenches, and you have to be careful not to miss any or tighten them too loose, as that could affect the quality of the whole machine. After a day of work, Chiao Mai performed quite well. At least Wang Yong was pretty satisfied. He didn't talk much, focused on the work, and picked up the skills quickly. But he wasn't sure if he would keep up this good performance the next day. There's still a 1-day trial period, so he planned to observe for another day. At 4:30 p.m., Chiao Mai finished work and left. Since it gets dark early in the northeast, even at 4:30, It was already very dark. The workers at the factory were all heading out. Chiao Mai followed them. She planned to take a walk outside to get familiar with the surroundings of the factory before going home to cook. This time, she didn't go to the grain office of Xingling Commune to exchange grain coupons. Instead, she decided to exchange her grain for coupons directly in Matsushiro because it was more cost-effective there than in Xingling. After leaving the factory, Chiao Mai strolled along the road back to the compound. She had hurried in the morning and didn't have time to look around carefully. Along the way, she saw a grocery store, a coal supply shop, a photo studio, the Matsushiro Forward state-run restaurant, the Matsushiro department store, the post office, a tailor shop, and more. Just this street was much busier than Gwangmin County. But now it was dark, most shops were closed, and only the Forward state-run restaurant was still open. She looked inside and saw a few people probably during dinner time. State-run restaurants usually don't close early. On this slow and relaxed walk back home, it was already 5:15 p.m. There weren't many people in the yard anymore, but almost every room still had lights on. It seemed they had already eaten. Looking around, only her small room was dark. When she entered, Chiao Mai turned on the light. The bulb wasn't very bright, giving off a yellow glow, but it was much brighter than an oil lamp. After lighting the stove, she scooped some water from a bucket and checked the rice. Tonight, she planned to make rice porridge. While waiting for the fire to burn, she checked the windows and saw that the hair she had tucked in her hair in the morning was still there, which made her feel at ease. When she first arrived here, Chiao Mai was very cautious. She clipped a strand of hair on the window and locked the door from outside. Since she didn't clip her hair, normal people wouldn't try to break in, and there would be people in the yard during the day. But the window was different. Someone pushing it open might make others think she had opened it herself. When the porridge was ready, Chiao Mai also cooked a potato and grabbed some dried beans. These foods were suitable for the season, so she could eat them without worry. As always, arriving in a new place, she was very careful. After eating and washing up, she lay in bed. Tonight, she didn't sleep early, but lay there thinking about her big plan to make money. There was about a month left before the new year. Ideally, she should start selling her stock about 2 weeks before, to make the most money. But she didn't have much money now, so she couldn't wait until then. She had just arrived in Song City and hadn't figured out the situation yet, so she couldn't act rashly. She needed to stay calm. Since that was the case, she planned to scout the location this week, see where it was best to sell, and find a place with more workers. She needed to sell some things first to have some money. She also needed to buy cotton. She had the tickets, but not enough money. Next week, she would sell her stock. She also needed to think carefully about what to sell and check the prices at the grocery store. When she sold her items, she wanted to set good prices. This week, Chiao Mai followed her plan. After work, she wandered around the area every day, exploring new places. On her third day of work, Wang Yong told her she had passed her probation. When she got her salary, she could go directly to the HR office to collect it. Salaries were paid on the last day of each month. With her employee ID, HR would pay her based on her workdays. Since she only arrived on the 21st of this month, she would have to wait until the end of next month to receive her salary. During this time, she also wrote separate letters to second uncle and Lu Guoyang to check on their well-being. She told them she was doing quite well in Song City, that Shun Yi and his wife had prepared everything for her, and that her living conditions were warm and comfortable. She rambled on for a whole page, and, during work, Chiao Mai passed by the post office and dropped the letter into the mailbox. This day was Chiao Mai's first day off since she started working. Her schedule was 1 day off per week, always on Sunday. Today, Chiao Mai was lucky to sleep in. Usually at home, she had to get up early to add firewood to 2 rooms. Even if she wanted to sleep late, she had to finish adding firewood first. But in Song City, Chiao Mai didn't have to do anything. She slept until 10 in the morning. After waking up and washing up, Chiao Mai put on the cotton coat that belonged to the original owner, wrapped a scarf around her neck, painted her face with carrot juice to look yellow, and thickened her eyebrows. Then, when there were fewer people in the yard, she hurriedly left the house, carrying a basket to hide what she was carrying. Xiao Mai planned to go to a residential area in the city to sell things. That place had many people, so she thought it would sell better there. She took a bus for 2 cents. When she got off, she saw a crowd pushing and shoving ahead. From about 10 meters away, she saw it was a grocery supply store.
Xiao Mai was also amazed by this scene.
She didn't know what was being sold inside, but so many people were lining up to get in. However, no matter what was being sold, Xiao Mai wasn't interested. She didn't lack anything and decided it was better to finish her task quickly. She only had 1 day off, so she wanted to cherish this opportunity. As Xiao Mai carried her basket past the crowd, she heard someone shouting, "Stop pushing. Can you not cut in line? I've been waiting in line since after 4 in the morning and still didn't get in. What should we do? There's only a limited supply of cabbage today. If I wait too long, I might not get any at all. Oh my goodness, I finally got out." Buying these 2 cabbages was really hard. The speaker was a woman with messy hair, which had been tangled by the crowd. Xiao Mai couldn't help but glance at her. But when she saw the 2 cabbage heads the woman was holding, both looking old and torn, she was stunned. Is it true? Now people even have to fight over such cabbages? The smallest cabbages I grow are bigger than the ones she's holding, Xiao Mai thought to herself. You won't believe it. Xiao Mai really didn't expect that city folks find buying vegetables so hard and so many people are fighting to buy them. With her pile of vegetables, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Everyone, don't push. The cabbage and radishes are all sold out today. Come back next time, said the vendor, then she closed the window. Next time, who knows when that will be. It's so hard to get fresh vegetables now. Why can't they bring in more stock? My family hasn't had fresh vegetables in a long time. We've been eating pickled vegetables for over 2 weeks. The adults can handle it, but the kids can't. The vegetables were sold out, and those who didn't get any were complaining loudly. Xiao Mai saw a woman in her 40s nearby, fixing her hair and complaining about not getting vegetables. She pretended to be casual and asked, "Auntie, did you also miss out on buying vegetables?" The woman quickly responded, "Yes, those women are so pushy. I was standing in line nicely, but I got pushed to the back." She looked at Xiao Mai, who was neatly dressed, and asked, "Girl, are you here to buy vegetables too? Next time, you should come earlier." I arrived at 5 o'clock, and the line was already long. Xiao Mai quietly said, "Auntie, I'm not here to buy vegetables, but I have some eggplants, chives, and tomatoes." Before she finished, the woman's eyes suddenly looked sharply at Xiao Mai. Startled by this serious look, Xiao Mai thought about running away. But then she saw the woman grab her arm tightly and say in a low voice, "Girl, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." Xiao Mai tried to pull her arm free and said, "Let go of me. I don't want to go with you. I don't even know you." She was really scared. She didn't expect that just asking someone a question would lead to being grabbed. It seemed that city life was much stricter than in the countryside. But her basket was empty, so even if she was caught, she couldn't be taken away. Thinking of this, Xiao Mai felt a little relieved. The woman, who was Li Hua, saw how scared Xiao Mai was and realized she had misunderstood her. She smiled and explained, "Girl, don't be afraid. I understand what you meant just now, but there are too many people here, so it's not safe. I'll take you somewhere safer. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." After speaking, she let go of Xiao Mai's arm. She was so excited earlier because she hadn't bought any vegetables. When she suddenly heard the girl say she had vegetables, especially rare ones at this time, she got excited and instinctively grabbed Xiao Mai, afraid the big, fat meat might run away. But this caused a misunderstanding. Xiao Mai heard her say this and felt a little relieved, but she didn't fully trust the woman. She planned to run away immediately if things didn't look right when they met later. As long as she had nothing in her hands, no one could catch her. After walking for a few minutes, Xiao Mai saw Li Hua say, "Miss, we've arrived. This is my workplace. Let's go to my office to talk. No one can see us there." Xiao Mai looked around and saw it was a civil affairs bureau. As long as it wasn't a police station, she was fine. She followed her inside. In the office, she saw a man wearing glasses greeting the woman. "Li Jia, aren't you off duty today? Why are you back?" Li Hua smiled and said, "I met my sister on the way here."
She brought me some things.
She didn't want to go home, so I had no choice but to bring her here. After a few words, Li Hua led Xiao Mai into her office. Miss, no one is here now. Can I see your vegetables? Li Hua pointed to the chair opposite and signaled Xiao Mai to sit. Xiao Mai placed her basket on the table, lifted the cloth covering it, revealing a bunch of fresh-looking chives, 3 eggplants, and 4 or 5 bright red tomatoes. Li Hua looked into the basket and couldn't help but admire the vegetables. Miss, where did you get these vegetables? It's rare to find such fresh produce in winter. Xiao Mai said, Ma'am, if you're interested in buying, we can discuss the price. As for where the vegetables come from, they come through official channels, but I can't tell you the details. Private transactions are like that. If you like it, you buy, but you can't ask where it came from, or it would break the rules. Li Hua realized she had spoken out of turn and smiled awkwardly. What are your prices? Is that all you have? Xiao Mai replied, Eggplants are 50 cents a pound, chives are $1.50 per bunch, and tomatoes are 80 cents a pound. Ma'am, please look at the prices and see if you can accept them. If you can, tell me how many you want. Wow. Your prices are quite high. That's about 5 or 6 times more expensive than in summer, right? Well, since I really want these vegetables, I'll offer you a dime off per pound. I'll buy more and even bring a few friends. How about that? Li Hua listened to the price but didn't feel much emotion. Still, she had to pretend it was very high to make bargaining easier. She knew that for items with no market demand, no matter how expensive, if she wanted to buy them, she had to accept the high price. Hearing this, Xiao Mai covered the basket with a cloth and pulled it away, intending to leave. Since you can't accept this price, forget it. Growing these vegetables isn't easy, especially in this cold weather, so the cost is quite high. I only sell the best, and you can see my vegetables are very fresh. These are still new, just picked recently. I'm not worried about selling them. After saying this, she tried to leave. She had already estimated the prices in her mind. Selling a little is better than nothing. She wanted to earn some money first, mainly saving the rest for the end of the year when people are willing to spend more, especially around the new year, so sales would be easier. Hey, kid. Why are you so honest? In business, bargaining is normal. If you don't agree, don't leave. I want these vegetables, and I'll pay the price you said. Li Hua didn't expect Xiao Mai to be so straightforward and to leave so quickly. She had never seen someone so direct. Well, since the price wasn't settled and she almost lost the deal, she had to accept it. In the end, Li Hua bought everything in Xiao Mai's basket. Xiao Mai placed a small weight in the basket and weighed each item. The chives cost 1 yuan per jean, the eggplants were 3 taels per jean, totaling 6 yuan 50 cents, and the tomatoes were 1.5 jean, totaling 1 yuan 20 cents. The total was 2 yuan 85 cents. Xiao Mai took 2 yuan 80 cents, and she didn't ask for the 5 cents. Sister-in-law, I can't lower the price for you. Just give me 2 yuan 80 cents. I can still decide on the 5 cents. Xiao Mai clapped her hands and handed over a sweet date. Li Hua initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but since Xiao Mai said so, she realized she could only accept that price. Losing 5 cents wasn't a big deal, and she felt better about it. Girl, do you still have more? These vegetables will be gone after 2 meals at my sister-in-law's house, and I want to buy more. Li Hua's grandson was only 2 years old, and her daughter-in-law was pregnant again. Even if others didn't eat, her family still needed to add some nutrition. The tomatoes could still be eaten as fruit in winter. But the vegetables in Xiao Mai's basket were too few, and she had some friends she wanted to ask if they needed any. After so many years, she had never seen such tender vegetables in the cold northeast weather. She definitely wanted to seize this opportunity. There are some, but I might only be able to come around 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Today, Xiao Mai still wants to go somewhere else to sell her goods and expand her circle. No problem. How about I wait for you here again tomorrow at 6 o'clock, Li Hua said. This was not an issue. It was much better than waking up early to queue for vegetables and still not getting any.
Okay, क्या हो मेनू dead?
Then she asked, Andy, do you still want some vegetables? If you do, I can bring some for you. I saw you didn't manage to get any today. Oh, dear girl, tell me what other vegetables you have. I thought you only had eggplants and chives.
she said. It was a happy surprise. If she only ate chives and eggplants, it would be too expensive. Having some cabbage would be perfect. I also have a little cabbage and potatoes. Not much. I wasn't planning to sell them. The cabbage and potatoes cost 1 cent per jean, Li Hua said. She was happy to hear that. The grocery store sells cabbage for 5 cents per jean with a coupon, but Xiaomai sells hers for 1 cent per jean without a coupon, which is much cheaper than the black market's 2 cents per jean. Li Hua didn't bargain this time, because she knew Xiaomai's vegetables were good. The cabbage and potatoes wouldn't be much different in quality. She told Xiaomai to bring more vegetables tomorrow and to bring her friends. After they agreed, Xiaomai left. To keep up the lie, Li Hua even saw her off to the door. Then she took the vegetables she had just bought, wrapped them in cloth, and went home. Today, her grandson could finally eat some fruit. If he saw it, he would be very happy. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiaomai headed straight to the residential area she had previously checked out. It was almost midnight. She planned to sell for an hour and then go to the state-run restaurant to have a meal and try the cooking there. This time, Xiaomai no longer carried a basket. She found a quiet corner and took out a basket. Inside, she placed 15 bundles of chives, about 20 eggplants. She decided not to sell the tomatoes anymore. She also put in 50 cucumbers. The basket wasn't full, and covering it with a cloth made it look unremarkable. In the alley, she saw a man in his 30s who didn't look like he was short of money. She approached him quietly and asked if he wanted vegetables. After she told him what she had, he decided to buy some. Although these vegetables weren't popular in summer, they were very precious at this time. She might not get another chance soon, so she had to seize the opportunity. Soon, most of the vegetables in Xiaomai's basket were sold. Some paid with money, others paid with coupons. She accepted any coupons she could use. These coupons could be used in Guangming County too. After selling the millet, Xiaomai's stomach started to rumble. She didn't hesitate and immediately headed to the nearest state-run restaurant. When she arrived, it was just past mealtime and only 2 people were eating, a man and a woman. Xiaomai thought they looked unfamiliar and seemed to be trying to make conversation, probably on a blind date. She went to the counter and ordered a bowl of radish stewed with beef brisket and a bowl of rice. It cost a total of 1.80 yuan plus a small amount for meat and grain tickets. She found a corner to wait for her food and also ordered 10 steamed buns to take home and eat slowly later. She was craving bread after a long time without it. When the radish and beef stew was ready, the delicious smell reached Xiaomai before she even moved closer. The chef was very skilled. Even though Xiaomai had improved her cooking skills a lot, she still felt she was far from a professional chef. The bowl contained mostly beef brisket, about 3/5, and the rest was radish. It was a good deal. Xiaomai even soaked her rice in the broth and ate it all. After finishing, she let out a satisfied burp. As expected, the waiter gave her a disapproving look, but Xiaomai didn't care. She believed in maintaining her dignity and saw no need to argue. After eating, Xiaomai went to Song City's 3rd department store. She only knew this store's location, and it was close to her home, so she could take a bus directly there. The Song City 3rd department store has 3 floors. The first floor sells watches, jewelry, wedding supplies, snacks, pots, pans, and other daily necessities. The second floor offers clothes, fabrics, cotton, and similar items. The 3rd floor has bicycles, radios, and household appliances. Xiaomai went straight to the 2nd floor. As soon as she arrived, she saw a display of pure white cotton on a shelf behind the counter. She took out all her cotton tickets because if she didn't buy now, some of her tickets might expire soon. "Hello, comrade. I want to buy 5 jean of cotton," she said. 5 jean of cotton tickets, 15 yuan, the clerk replied quickly. That means each jean costs 3 yuan, which was quite affordable. Xiaomai counted out 15 yuan and handed over all her cotton tickets. After processing her order, the clerk collected the money and handed her 5 pieces of cotton fluff, each weighing 1 jean. No weighing was needed. Although 5 jean wasn't much, the stack was quite large. Xiaomai had to carry it on her back because holding it in her arms would block her view.
When she finished buying, the clerk said there were only 8 jean of cotton left. They wouldn't sell out again soon, so if she came a few days later, she might not be able to buy any more. Xiao Mai felt very lucky she didn't delay. She sold some vegetables and had a little money. Otherwise, with only about 20 yuan, she really couldn't bring herself to spend 15 yuan on cotton. When Xiao Mai reached the first floor, she bought 2 jean of brown sugar. She planned to give it to Shun Yi at work tomorrow. Besides, this couple is so thoughtful and caring that she wanted to return the kindness. Although she was careful with her money, since they didn't ask her to bring coal, she couldn't complain. She also bought 10 eggs, which was a small gift. After leaving the department store, Xiao Mai went to a quiet place. Seeing no one around, she put all the cotton into her space. The cotton was too noticeable, and if she took it back, she would have to carry it openly in front of others, which was too troublesome. So, she decided to put it in her space to save trouble. That day, Xiao Mai walked a lot. Even though her body was quite fit, her feet felt a bit sore and swollen. In the evening, she boiled some water and soaked her feet well. When she lay on the bed, she let out a comfortable sigh. These happy days are truly like living in heaven. The next day after work, Xiao Mai waited outside Shun Yi's workshop for a while. When Shun Yi came out and saw her, he asked, "Girl, why are you waiting here? It's so cold outside. Next time, just come into the workshop and find me if you need anything." "It's nothing. We finish work at the same time." "I didn't wait long," Xiao Mai said as they walked together. "Is there something you need? Do you want me to do something?" Shun Yi hadn't seen her for a while. Knowing she was doing well at work, he didn't want to bother her too much. When he saw Xiao Mai, he instinctively thought she might be in trouble. "Actually, yes. Shun Yi, I brought some things. Can you help me take them to my sister-in-law?" she said, taking out a bag and handing it to Shun Yi. "What is it?" Shun Yi asked as he opened it. Inside, there were many eggs and a package wrapped in brown paper. He tied the cloth bag and was about to give it back to Xiao Mai. She quickly stepped back a few steps and waved her hand. "Shun Yi, I haven't visited my sister-in-law since I came here. I should go see her, but I was worried about bothering you. So, can you help me take these things back? It's just a small token of my gratitude. I really appreciate how kind you and your wife are to me. Without you, I wouldn't have this job." After saying that, she didn't wait for Shun Yi to reply and quickly walked away. After Shun Yi returned home carrying some things, Fu Chuan thought Shun Yi had bought them. She playfully said, "I've just finished my month of confinement, so I shouldn't eat so well. Haven't we used up this month's egg and sugar coupons? How did you buy these things?" Shun Yi was chopping and washing cabbage when he heard her and replied, "I didn't buy these. Xiao Mai bought them. She said she wanted to thank us, gave me some things, and then left." Shun Yi sounded a bit helpless, as if the child was too honest. "Really? Thank us? Why should she thank us? If anyone should thank her, it should be us," Fu Chuanwan said with confusion. Just as she finished speaking, the baby started crying. Fu Chuanwan hurriedly went to soothe the child inside. It turned out the baby had soiled itself. She skillfully took out the diaper ring and changed the baby with a fresh one, which she had warmed by the stove. She wasn't worried about it getting cold. After tidying up the baby and feeding it milk, the baby fell asleep. The baby was only about 40 days old and loved to sleep. After her confinement, Fu Chuanwan often took the chance to do some household chores while the baby was sleeping. "Wife, dinner is ready," Shun Yi whispered as he entered the room. He then saw the diaper ring he had just changed and said, "Leave the diaper ring here. I'll wash it later. Since you're just out of confinement, try to keep dry." Since giving birth, Fu Chuanwan kept feeling how lucky she was to have such a caring man. Although they didn't have elders helping with the children, Shun Yi never let her do any chores after work. He always made sure she ate well and drank good things first, worried about her and the baby catching cold. He preferred to find work elsewhere so she could rest at home for the full 100 days. A man who cares so much for his wife like Shun Yi was rare among her colleagues and neighbors. During dinner, Fu Chuanwan had a bowl of egg custard in front of her and wanted to eat with Shun Yi. He disagreed, saying, Wife, even though you've finished your confinement, you should still rest more. That way, you'll be healthier when you're older and less likely to suffer. Besides, Chiao Mai brought this to help you recover. By the way, why does Chiao Mai want to thank us? Fu Chuanwan asked, bringing up the previous topic. Probably because we thought things through carefully. We arranged everything we could for her place. She's a good girl. According to Wang Yong, she works diligently and doesn't bother me when she has free time. Now she's giving us things. Brother Guoyang has good judgment, Shun Yi replied. Shun Yi ate a piece of cornbread and some cabbage. He worked all afternoon and was very hungry.
Well,
If you say so, maybe I'll go see how the weather is before the new year. Since people came, I haven't paid much attention. It's all you working hard. Fu Chuanwan thought that since Shun Yi was so polite, she should also be considerate. At least during the new year, she should visit. Otherwise, spending the holiday alone might feel a little lonely. Chiao Mai made a profit of over 70 yuan after trading with Li Hua and her friends and colleagues the next day. She decided not to take more risks and just wait until the end of the year to sell her goods at a good price. She had been working honestly for half a month and started to feel the festive atmosphere. Everyone was slowly stockpiling things for the new year. Today someone brought back a piece of cloth, tomorrow 2 jean of sunflower seeds, the day after some sweet potatoes. At this point, Chiao Mai felt she should show her skills. Her desire to make money was growing stronger. One evening after work, Chiao Mai wore a scarf and went to a steel factory on another street. She quietly asked nearby if anyone wanted meat. The chances of a deal were very high. She sold rabbits for 8 yuan each, with 2 tickets, wild chickens for 7 yuan each, with 1 ticket, roe deer meat for 2 yuan per jean, and wild boar meat for 1.8 yuan per jean. Vegetables were a bit more expensive than before, and the mushrooms she collected earlier were very popular. She sold dried mushrooms cheaply, 2 yuan per jean for a big bag, and 40 cents per jean for fresh ones. Most people could afford them. Every night, after work, Chiao Mai went out to do her secret business. If she weren't physically strong, she probably wouldn't last more than a few days. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, just after finishing a deal in the dark, she heard someone behind her say, "Finally found you." It wasn't easy to track you down. The voice was calm, but Chiao Mai was scared. She thought her secret dealings had been discovered, so she ran quickly. The person behind her immediately chased after her, shouting, "Don't run, stop." Would Chiao Mai honestly stand there? Of course not. She used all her strength and ran westward. She knew this area well and wanted to find a place with many houses to lose her pursuer. It was frightening. Recently, she had been careless. She hadn't encountered any trouble before, so she relaxed her vigilance. She realized she still needed to be careful. Finally, when I ran to the entrance of an alley, the person behind couldn't keep up. You stop running. I want to find you.
Buy
some things. Huff. Huff. Chiao Mai suddenly slammed on the brakes, checked her ears, and thought she might have heard wrong. What did he say? No, I can't admit it. What if he's just trying to trick me? You're really funny. Instead of going to the department store or supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, you come to me, a common person. I also want to buy something. After saying that, she rubbed her nose with her finger. She was tired after running for so long. Don't you recognize me? I was the one who bought 20 jean of roe deer meat from you last week, and I also gave you 2 special wine tickets for Mao Tai. Nowadays, Mao Tai is famous, but it is also very expensive. Since people are often hungry, they don't have a high demand for alcohol, so wine tickets are often exchanged or sold for money. Hearing this, Chiao Mai remembered that there was indeed such a person. It was mainly because the Mao Tai special wine tickets left a deep impression on her. She had always wanted to buy Mao Tai wine, but didn't have the special tickets. Now she finally got 2, so she couldn't forget. It's you. If you had said so clearly at first, I wouldn't have thought the police were here to arrest someone. Chiao Mai started scratching her head nervously, a gesture she often makes when embarrassed. The man, after hearing her words, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who was it that turned around and ran after hearing just one sentence? Did you give me a chance to speak? Luckily, it was nighttime, so Chiao Mai couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, she would definitely have to give him a piece of her mind. Seeing that the other person didn't speak, she knew she had just said something unreasonable. Cough. Tell me, what do you need this time? Lu Chuanjia, the man, said, It's like this. I want to give a gift to someone. Ordinary things aren't appreciated by that person. I just want to ask if you have anything unusual. Actually, Lu Chuanjia approached her with a bit of hope. The roe deer meat she sold last time was delicious and fresh, but his family's old man wasn't lacking meat. After a few bites, the freshness wore off. His grandfather fought in wars when he was young, so he's eaten all kinds of wild meat, and roe deer meat is no exception. Hearing this, Chiao Mai hesitated and then quickly checked her space. She looked through her items, but wasn't sure which ones the other person would find valuable. So she picked a few and said, I still have some tender corn, a few watermelons, and some fragrant melons. Do you want? Yes. Name a price. I want all three. Just tell me the price. I knew it. Finding this person was definitely the right choice.
Now where should I get that thing?
That girl doesn't know where she got it from. The old man's favorite food is tender corn, but unfortunately, there's no space at home. He also doesn't allow others to go and mess with other people's crops. Every year, he eats the little that others give him, whether he likes watermelons and melons or not. He just loves eating them. Chiao Mai didn't expect this person to be so straightforward. It seems he's not short of money. Then I won't worry about the price. I've never sold these before. I originally planned to keep what I grew for myself to eat for a year, which would be just right. Tender corn, 150 each. I can only sell you 20 stalks. Watermelons are about 20 jin each, 18 yuan per watermelon. I only have 2. Melons are 1 yuan each, and I can sell you up to 15. Chiao Mai based her prices on the stock in her space, and what she wanted to keep. Okay, no problem. Can I get them now? Lu Chuanjia mainly wanted to eat watermelon. This year, a friend brought him a watermelon, but he didn't get enough. No way. I only have a little vegetables left now. Come back tomorrow evening. Chiao Mai silently rolled her eyes. Then, give me all the vegetables too. Calculate the total, and we can meet here again tomorrow at 5:30. Is that okay? Lu Chuanjia hadn't bought groceries for his family before. Buying some might make his mother happy. In the end, Lu Chuanjia paid Chiao Mai 20 yuan and took all the remaining vegetables. The two confirmed their meeting for tomorrow at 5:30, then went their separate ways, each to their own home and mother. The next evening, when Lu Chuanjia carried the tender corn, watermelons, and melons home, his family was shocked. It was hard to believe he could bring back such things in the cold winter. It really challenged their understanding. Lu Chuanjia told his family that a friend from the south brought them, because these things are hard to store, so there weren't many. Old Master Lu saw the tender corn and praised his grandson for being filial. But he didn't really love eating corn that much. When he was young, he almost starved to death. A kind person once gave him a tender corn stalk, which he chewed raw. At that moment, he thought it was the best food in the world. How could one corn stalk quench thirst and fill his stomach at the same time? That single corn saved his life and allowed him to have his big family now. So, his love for tender corn isn't just about taste. It's more like a deep sense of salvation. After experiencing several close calls, Chiao Mai sold almost all her inventory in the storage space on the 25th day of the lunar month. She decided to stop selling for now. During her trip to Song City, she earned a total of 1,253.76 yuan, plus some miscellaneous receipts. Her wallet is full, and she feels secure. She hasn't sold many eggs yet, so she plans to keep them for herself while in Song City. Before leaving next January, she will see how many eggs are left and decide whether to sell them. When she returns home, the 20 chickens she bought later will start laying eggs, just in time to catch up. There are only 5 days left before the new year. Although Chiao Mai is in Song City alone, she still wants to celebrate properly. Last year, she only ate half a wild chicken and thought she was doing well. But this year, she's doing even better, so she won't neglect herself. She sorted through her receipts and decided to spend some. She plans to visit one department store each day in Song City. She will buy nearly expired candies, White Rabbit, fruit, and tangerine candies, 1 jean each. She will also buy nearly expired yarn to knit in the future. She bought some cotton fabric because it's comfortable, enough to make 2 clothes and a new bed sheet, plus an extra quilt. She considered buying a bicycle ticket, but decided to buy it later in Guangming County, where she might need to ride out and meet people. She will buy 3 pairs of rain boots, 2 for herself and 1 for Uncle Air. She will buy 4 sweatshirts, 2 for herself and 2 for Aunt Air. She plans to buy 3 pillowcases, 1 for herself and 2 to give to Brother Janjun's family as a thank you for raising chickens for so long. She will buy 4 more pillowcases, remembering to include Sister May's family, who helped her find her current job. Oh no! She also needs industrial tickets. She will buy 2 more thermoses, 1 made of iron sheet. She'll see if Aunt Air's family or Sister Xiaolan want to buy her old thermos. She only needs 2 at home. Every time Chiao Mai visits a department store, she feels like she's missing something. Now that she has some tickets, she can buy what she wants without worry. She refuses to cheat herself. Although she doesn't buy much, spending less than 100 yuan in total, her money is spent wisely. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Chiao Mai was resting. The weather was nice, so she took out the quilt to air it. At this moment, Fu Chunwan arrived. Shun Yi was also off today, so Fu Chunwan asked Shun Yi to watch the children. She took some time to visit Chiao Mai. Last time, she sent a gift and said she wanted to visit, but she only came today. Are you Chiao Mai? Fu Chunwan recognized her right away based on Shun Yi's description as soon as she entered the yard. Hello. Are you? Chiao Mai was just finishing airing the quilt and was patting it when she heard someone speaking. She turned around and saw a woman in a blue cotton coat with a braided hairstyle, beautiful eyes, and a smiling face. She looked about 24 or 25. Hello. I am Shun Yi's wife. My name is Fu Chunwan. I wanted to come see you earlier, but the baby was too small and needed care. So I waited until now. Fu Chunwan explained why she was only visiting now. Oh, so you're the sister-in-law. Come inside and warm up, said Chiao Mai. It turned out she was Shun Yi's sister-in-law. She thought she should treat her well. They hadn't visited her home before, and now she was the first to come see her here. Sister-in-law, when you come to my place, who will take care of the children? Chiao Mai quickly served Fu Chunwan a bowl of red sugar water. Shun Yi is at home today, and he's resting. I saw the sun was nice today, so I thought I'd come see you before the new year. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll see if I can get it for you. Fu Chunwan took a sip of water. She was really thirsty after walking here. She hadn't been out for a while, and walking that distance made her a bit uncomfortable. Then Fu Chunwan took out a cloth bag and took out 4 small apples. They weren't as big as modern apples. These apples, don't think they're few. They were brought back by a friend of Shun Yi's from another province. There were 10 in total. I brought you 4. They're sweet and sour and quite tasty. Sister-in-law, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Please take it back and share with Shun Yi. Chiao Mai quickly pushed the apples on the table toward Fu Chunwan. Since she came to the northeast, she had never seen fruit sold here. These apples were rare. There were only 10, and she was only given 4. How could she accept so much? Little sister, just accept it. Compared to the apples, the eggs and brown sugar you brought us back earlier are even more valuable, and they happen to be just what I need. I can't really eat or drink this apple, so if you have nothing to do, just take it as a snack. If you don't accept it, are you implying that you think I, your sister-in-law, took too little? Fu Chunwan said, frowning. Chiao Mai knew Fu Chunwan wasn't truly angry, but she also didn't know how to argue. Even after living in the Northeast for over a year, she still couldn't handle those formal words. There was no way around it, so she decided to accept. All right, sister-in-law. Since you said so, I'll be bold and accept it. But you can't refuse the gift I bought for my nephew for the new year. If you do, then you can also take this apple back home. Chiao Mai originally planned to visit Shun Yi's house tomorrow, but since Fu Chunwan came today, she decided not to go. What is it? Why are you giving me something when I come to your place?
Fu Kunjuan asked. puzzled.
Sister-in-law, even if you didn't come today, I plan to visit you tomorrow. Since you're here today, I won't go tomorrow. Just take the things back with you, Chiao Mai said, then walked over to the wardrobe, opened it, and took out a piece of sky blue fine cotton cloth. Sister-in-law, this is a piece of cloth I bought for my nephew. He's still young and has delicate skin, so I chose the soft, fine fabric that won't hurt his skin. I'm not very good at sewing, so you can take it home and make clothes for the kid later. Chiao Mai felt a bit embarrassed. Nowadays, women are said to have many skills, and most can do sewing and needlework. But she couldn't. She had a tough childhood, and although many donated clothes were worn out or ill-fitting, she never had to make her own clothes. Now, she was just an outsider who was far behind others in sewing skills. Wow, this fabric is really nice. It feels comfortable, and it must be expensive, right? Fu Chunwan initially wanted to refuse, but when she touched the fabric, she swallowed her words. As a mother, she always wanted to give her child the best, even though she and Shin Yi both earned money. The house they bought when they got married was almost paid off, but they didn't have much savings left. After marriage, they had a child, so they didn't worry about food and clothing, but she was reluctant to buy such good fabric for her child. She kept touching it with admiration. Seeing Fu Chunwan so fond of the gift, Chiao Mai knew she had chosen something that truly touched her heart. This made her feel proud, as she often enjoyed picking out presents. Isn't it great, sister-in-law? I saw this fabric and liked it so much, even though it wasn't cheap. I didn't buy much, just enough to make a little outfit for the child. Sister, I won't pretend with you. I really like this fabric. My son hasn't worn such nice clothes before. It's all thanks to you, little sister-in-law, Fu Chunwan said honestly. She was straightforward and spoke her mind. Chiao Mai didn't mind at all. In fact, their brief interaction made her like Fu Chunwan even more. Sister-in-law, if you like it, take it. No need to be polite. Since I can give it to you, it means I have plenty. We're not just acquaintances for one time. We should help each other so our relationship gets better and better. Chiao Mai always believed in helping others and expecting the same in return. She thought everyone should live independently and not sacrifice themselves just to please others. All right, sister, you're right. I won't be polite either. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. Come to my house, and we'll have a family reunion dinner. You don't need to prepare anything at home. After all, you came all this way to help us, and we can't ignore you during the holidays, Fu Chunwan said, feeling a little sorry for the girls spending the New Year alone. Like Shun-yi said, she was a good girl and deserved sincere kindness from them. Sister-in-law, I won't go tomorrow. I want to spend the New Year with Shun-yi and my nephew. I plan to sleep in and relax at home during these days off, Chiao Mai replied. She was right. She planned to sleep until she woke up naturally, then cook her favorite meat and vegetable dishes. Since she had been busy every day since arriving here, she wanted to indulge herself and rest during the holiday. Fu Chunwan thought Chiao Mai was shy about going, but Chiao Mai explained again, and Fu Chunwan finally gave up. After chatting for a while, Fu Chunwan prepared to leave. She had children at home, so Chiao Mai didn't insist. She handed the fabric to Fu Chunwan, put it in her pocket, and saw her out. On her way back, Grandma Qian was still standing there watching. Chiao Mai looked at her blankly. Seeing that the old lady didn't say anything, she was too tired to bother. She closed the door to block her view. Grandma Qian scowled and said, "What's so proud about?" She's always hanging around with all kinds of people. So, Grandma Qian often vented her anger by gossiping about Chiao Mai in the yard, saying she didn't know what she was doing. Usually, she didn't interact much with the people in the yard. Today, someone brought her some things, and tomorrow, someone else would bring her more. Most people in the yard knew what kind of person Grandma Qian was. Her words were often untrustworthy, but there were still 2 or 3 women who liked to talk behind others' backs. These women often gossiped about everyone in the yard. After Chiao Mai went inside, she took out some supplies from her space. She cooked what needed to be cooked, stewed what needed to be stewed. She worked until dark, preparing dishes like 3 fresh vegetables, a sweet and sour pork, a small chicken with mushrooms, and pork ribs with pickled vegetables. These were all her favorites, meat and vegetables. It was much better than last year, when she only stewed half a chicken alone. Xiao Mai had a rich New Year's Eve in Song City. Meanwhile, her second uncle from Shengli Brigade in Guangming County was also thinking of her while having a family reunion dinner tonight. "I don't know if my Z can have a good New Year's in Song City all alone," said Xiao Weigua, taking a sip of sorghum wine, with a worried look in his eyes. "Dad, she has a job and a salary in Song City. Maybe she's living quite comfortably." "You're just worrying too much," said Xiao Hai's wife, who was also Xiao Weigua's youngest daughter-in-law. She felt unfair that her father-in-law was still thinking about that girl during the holiday. The girl was an orphan, working for a high-ranking family, earning just over 20 yuan a month. She probably was living quite well, so there was no need to worry. She also wondered what kind of eyes the people who hired her had. Could she really do the work? If they asked her, she would happily take 20 yuan. It could only be said that Li Xiaodi was overthinking and dreaming too much. Her old-fashioned idea of valuing boys over girls had become part of her. She was a woman herself, but she looked down on others and looked down on herself.
If you can eat, eat.
If you can't, just shut up and go home. "Everywhere you go, you have a say," said Xiao Hai, noticing his father's bad mood. He quickly scolded his wife before his father could say anything. Sigh, I wonder why he fell for Li Xiaodi back then. It was probably because he was too young and thought she looked nice. He thought marrying her would bring some face, so he ignored his family's objections and married her anyway. At first, he thought Li Xiaodi was a good person and took good care of him. But over time, he saw how rotten her thoughts were. She even left her own daughter to fend for herself. The child was only a few months old. If he hadn't come back in time, the girl would have starved. That time, he was really angry and lost his temper. When Li Xiaodi saw he was serious, she cried and knelt, begging him to forgive her and promise she would change. Her tears softened his heart, and he gave her another chance. Once a person's way of thinking is set, it's hard to change. After so many years, he no longer loved her, but he couldn't divorce her. Besides, they had 2 children. So, they just kept going like this. Everyone has to pay for their youthful recklessness. Li Xiaodi felt a bit embarrassed when her husband scolded her in front of the whole family. But she couldn't leave either. Tonight, her mother-in-law cooked some good dishes. Usually, she didn't bother to cook at home, so she wanted to eat more and not miss out. The others had already seen this kind of thing many times and didn't pay much attention to Li Xiaodi. "Dad, if you're worried, I can write a letter to Maisie from the post office someday and ask how she's doing over there. But she'll be back in a month, so no need to worry too much." Xiao Jiang understood his father's feelings. His uncle only had this one child. After the new year, she was only 17 and had gone so far alone. Of course, he was worried. No need to write a letter. It costs money, and she'll be back in a month. Then we'll be at ease. Second uncle also knew his older brother was kind-hearted. But now, every family was having a hard time, so they tried to save every penny for the children. "Old man, don't worry. This girl is smart. She won't get into trouble wherever she is. Just let her go for 2 months and we'll wait and see." Second aunt also loved her niece very much. She always thought of them and would give her some things when she returned. She wasn't greedy or proud just because her husband was the village's team leader. She worked hard and didn't slack off. Who wouldn't like such a good girl? Zhou Weigua asked again. She stayed here. "Last year, I saw she liked to eat that, but she can't cook it. When she comes back, the weather will still be cold, so it won't spoil. This year, Annie gave Joe my 30 sticky bean buns. If there are more, they won't have any left. The conditions are like this. Even if her husband is the team leader and earns full work points daily, their family still has to plan their food carefully. They worry that if they eat too much one day, they might go hungry again later. They've experienced this for 3 years and are quite used to it." Li Xiaodi rolled her eyes while eating. She thought her mother-in-law was really biased. She didn't even get a share of the sticky bean buns. How could she expect to be taken care of in old age? As for Zhou Jianjun, to help cook for Zhou Mai's family, the 3 of them basically moved into Zhou Mai's house. Of course, they only stayed in the east room or slept on the bed in the west room. Zhou Jianjun and his wife are not the type to be overly affectionate, and they're good at raising their children. Today, Lu Xiaolan finished cooking and brought the meal to Zhou Mai's house, mentioning Zhou Mai. Dear, maybe next year we can save some money and build a small side room like Zhou Mai's house. It would be warm in winter and we could raise more chickens. Look at how many eggs we collect each day now, said Zhou Jianhua after eating some rice. He was also envious of Zhou Mai's success. Okay, next year let's work a bit harder. In winter, at least we'll have some work to do. We get over 20 eggs a day, sell them to the supply and marketing cooperative for 5 cents each. That adds up to about $1.40 per day, or $42 a month, much higher than a worker's salary. It costs some grain, but we can plant more sweet potatoes in our land to feed the chickens, Lu Xiaolan said, feeling eager. She planned to learn from Zhou Mai how to raise chickens better. Far away in Song City, Zhou Mai happily finished her New Year's dinner, washed up, soaked her feet, and then lay in bed enjoying her holiday. After the New Year, Zhou Mai had little to do. Besides going to work, she spent her time thinking about what to cook. In just half a month, she gained 4 or 5 jin, about 2 to 2.5 kilograms. People tend to look for something to do when they have free time. Zhou Mai wanted to go to the county, where wheat is grown, to exchange some wheat. She decided quickly and took a bus on the 14th day of the lunar month to the nearest county. The bus smelled strongly of gasoline, and as soon as she got on, she almost had to get off because of the strong fumes. Finally, she covered her nose and rushed inside to find a seat by the window, feeling the cold wind blowing all the way. After 3 bumpy hours, she arrived at the neighboring Hongaliang County, where they only plant 1 crop of wheat each year. Xiao Mai planned to trade some meat for wheat, not too much. About 200 jin would be enough for her to eat. After getting off the bus, Xiao Mai first squatted by a wall and vomited for a while. She couldn't help it. The ride was really exhausting. Luckily, there weren't many people, so she could choose a seat by the window. She couldn't imagine how crowded and suffocating it would be if the bus were full. Once she felt better, Xiao Mai carried her basket, which held about 20 pieces of wild boar meat weighing around a jin each. She planned to trade 1 jin of pork for 10 jin of wheat, whatever she could get. Since this was her first time in Hongaliang County, she wasn't very familiar with the area. She just followed the road she got off on and walked for about 10 minutes until she saw the supply and marketing cooperative. It was quite busy inside. She waited at the alley nearby, quietly asking people if they wanted to trade meat. Some thought she was silly, but some agreed. Eventually, she met a fair-minded man. When she asked to trade, his eyes suddenly turned sharp and fierce. Xiao Mai sensed trouble and, before he could speak, she ran away. The man quickly followed. After about 5 minutes, whether because he softened or for some other reason, his pace slowed down. Xiao Mai's attempt was unsuccessful. She only managed to trade for about 40 jin of wheat after asking 10 or so people. In the end, she didn't dare to linger in Hongaliang County and returned to Song City hungry. Xiao Mai was not willing to give up. On her next day off, she went to another county near Song City to trade for wheat. That county was clearly wealthier than Hongaliang County, and the exchange rate was better. After 3 days of running around, she finally traded all 200 jin of wheat. However, in 2 days, her substitute work would be over, and she would return to Guangming County. After work this afternoon, Shani was waiting for her at her workshop, calling her to come to his house for dinner. Your sister-in-law has prepared all the food at home, waiting for you. You didn't come last New Year's Eve either. You're leaving soon, so you can't ignore us, right? Shani said. Since he put it that way, Xiao Mai couldn't refuse and went with him. Shen Yi's house wasn't far from the city's machinery factory. But at the first street, where Xiao Mai turned, their usual routes home were different. They walked about 15 minutes to reach it. Here we are. Hurry up. Your sister-in-law and Dandan are at home. Shen Yi opened the door and invited Xiao Mai inside. Wife, Xiao Mai is here. Have you finished cooking? As Shen Yigong entered the door, he immediately started calling out. Everything's ready. We're just waiting for you two to come back. Oh, girl, come in quickly. You must be frozen on the way here. Fu Chunjun pushed aside the door curtain, wearing a blue apron around her waist. She wiped her hands on the apron before pulling Chiao Mai inside. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry to bother you today, Chiao Mai said. She came empty-handed, not prepared at all. She had planned to bring some things after work and then go home, but she was invited earlier. Oh, we're all family, no need to be so formal. By the way, girl, you've been here so long but haven't visited my house yet. Today is just to get to know each other. Next time you come to Songshire, just come straight to your sister-in-law's place. I'll take care of your food and stay. Fu Chunjun brought out some cooked bacon with stir-fried cabbage, then went to the kitchen and brought back a big scallion scrambled eggs, a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a dish of stewed dried beans. The meal was quite rich, with 2 meat dishes among 4. Usually, people wouldn't eat so extravagantly. Sister-in-law, you've made so much. I feel a bit embarrassed, Chiao Mai said. She was worried she might eat up a whole month's worth of meat and eggs in one meal. Girl, don't worry. We can afford this at home. Plus, Shunigong has been working hard lately, so it's good to give him some extra nourishment, Fu Chunjun said. She brought out 3 bowls of rice, and the 3 of them sat outside. The stove was on, so it wasn't very cold.
Exactly.
Girl, eat more today. My sister-in-law, and I can handle this amount of food. Come on, serve yourself, don't be shy, Shen Yigong encouraged. All right, I won't say much. Anyway, thank you, Shen Yigong and sister-in-law, Chiao Mai said after taking a bite of shredded potatoes. She gave Fu Chunjun a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. It's just as good as an estate-run restaurant, tangy and spicy, so delicious. By the way, where's Dan? Since she entered, she hadn't seen the couple's children, so she asked about them. Just finished nursing and sleeping. Now he sleeps very soundly, 2 or 3 hours at a time without waking up, Fu Chunjun said with a smile. Her son was easy to take care of from a young age. Even when she stayed at home with him, it wasn't so hard. Well, sister-in-law, you're lucky. I heard that when children sleep more when they're young, they become smarter. In her past life, Chiao Mai saw a doctor say that a child's brain development is very important at this age, mainly through sleep. So, better sleep means a smarter child. It's not completely wrong. Haha, girl, I like hearing that. I hope your little one can take your good words and grow up to be a smart kid. Who doesn't like others to praise their children? Anyone who hears this from Chiao Mai would feel happy. Girl, I really appreciate you coming to help these days. If it weren't for you, I'd have to go back to work right after giving birth. I'm fine, just worried the baby might not handle it, Fu Chunwan sincerely told Chiao Mai. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I'm here to work. Besides, the factory pays us. We're not working for nothing. Since we took this job, we should do our best. Otherwise, you and Brother Shin Yi would be in a tough spot, right? Chiao Mai always acts like this. Since she's helping others and also earning some benefit, she makes sure to do her best. She wouldn't bother with lazy tricks. Chiao Mai and the others talked more and more easily. Fu Chunwan was also a straightforward person. She said they should stay in touch often, and when winter comes and Chiao Mai has free time, she must come back to Song City. Chiao Mai wanted to sell goods and make money, and Fu Chunwan gave her a good reason to come to Song City openly. She happily agreed. On the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, after working another day, Chiao Mai finished her 2 months and 10 days of substitute work. She received her 2 days' wages for this month, then said goodbye to the team leader, Wang Yong. Wang Yong asked her to leave her contact info and address, saying that if there's suitable work in the future, she would be considered first. Chiao Mai was very happy to hear that. She didn't want to stay in the village and raise pigs. Mainly, she had performed well, almost no mistakes, worked quickly, and didn't cause trouble for Wang Yong. Wang Yong was very satisfied with her and was happy to give her a good recommendation. If she ever needed help, it's better to find someone familiar than someone with unknown character. Shin Yi bought a train ticket for Chiao Mai to return to Guangming County on the 4th day of the 2nd month. On the 3rd day of the 2nd month, Chiao Mai packed her things and also took 5 jean of flour to Shin Yi's house. She had already said everything she needed to say during dinner the night before. Fu Chunwan wanted her to stay for dinner, But Chiao Mai refused, saying she needed to pack her luggage and buy some necessary items. After returning home, Chiao Mai went to the third department store to buy some things she needed, like blankets and clothes, which she planned to organize when she left tomorrow.
She still needed them tonight.
On the morning of the fourth day, at 7 o'clock, Chiao Mai packed her bag and headed alone to the train station. Shen Yi had planned to see her off, but Chiao Mai didn't want him to take leave for her, as he still had to go to work today. Fu Chunwan also took her children to work today. The train station was not far, about half an hour on foot. Shen Yi saw that Chiao Mai was determined and didn't insist further. Before she left, he brought her 3 steamed buns, made from the flour her wife had sent earlier that morning. The buns were still warm when he delivered them. On the morning of the 5th day of the 2nd month, Chiao Mai hurriedly arrived in Guangming County. First, she visited Huang Mei's house, leaving 4 pillowcases behind. She declined the invitation from Aunt Zhou and Uncle Lu to stay for a meal and carried her bundles straight home. It was February and the temperature was still around freezing. The snow that had fallen earlier had melted somewhat, making the roads muddy. Chiao Mai couldn't change her shoes halfway, as her cotton shoes had already taken in some water and her feet were icy cold. She didn't want to switch shoes and endured the discomfort for 2 or 3 hours until she reached home. The doorbell rang loudly. Inside, Lu Xilan and her family were at Chiao Mai's house. Lu Xilan heard the doorbell and quickly buttoned up her cotton jacket before going to open the door. Sister, you're finally back. I've been thinking about you for several days. Lu Xilan exclaimed happily when she saw it was Chiao Mai. She hurriedly opened the door to let her in. Lu Xilan had been counting on Chiao Mai's return for the past few days and had been worried about her. Haha, sister-in-law, are you all doing well? Is everything smooth at home? Chiao Mai also missed her family very much. They say a gold nest or silver nest isn't as comfortable as one's own doghouse. No matter how good the city is, it doesn't compare to being at home. That's why Chiao Mai hurried straight home after dropping off her things at the train station. Everything's fine. It's still cold outside. Your Jianjun and I have been keeping the stove burning in the East Room for you. You haven't come back in over 2 months. The little chickens have changed a lot. You should put down your things and come see them quickly, Lu Xilan said proudly. Although she doesn't raise her own chickens, these chickens, except for the roosters, lay eggs diligently every day. What does this show? It means she's been taking good care of them. She couldn't wait for Chiao Mai to see. Don't say that, sister-in-law. I'm outside and not thinking about much, but I really miss the people at home. Wait for me. I'll put down my things and come right away. Chiao Mai quickened her pace. She went inside first, threw her bag on the com, a traditional bed, then quickly changed into a pair of cotton shoes, carrying the old ones to the East Room. Once inside, she saw Xiao Jianjun feeding the chickens. Brother Jianjun, thank you and my sister-in-law for all your hard work these days. You've raised these chickens and ducks really well. They're much fatter than when I left, Chiao Mai said, placing her wet cotton shoes next to the stove in the East Room to dry faster. Now the chickens are grown up, each weighing over 3 jin, about 1.5 kilogram. No trouble at all. It's much easier than farming, and it's not hard work, Xiao Jianjun said. He didn't find feeding the chickens and ducks tiring. It just meant staying up late and getting up early to add firewood, which wasn't a big deal for him. Are you hungry? Your sister-in-law hasn't cooked yet. We figured you'd be back these 2 days. We used to sleep in your room, but we moved back the day before yesterday. Check if there's anything that needs cleaning. You and Jianjun are so quick and efficient. You do a better job cleaning than I do when I'm at home. Brother Jianjun, I'll go to the West Room now. After you finish feeding the chickens, come over, Chiao Mai said, having finished inspecting her chickens and ducks. She was about to tidy up and then give them the things she brought. In the West Room, Lu Xilan helped Chiao Mai fold the quilts and put away the clothes. Your little chickens started laying eggs from December 19th. They've been laying steadily. At most, you can collect 20 eggs a day. The ones that don't lay are all roosters. The ducks mostly lay 3 eggs a day, sometimes 2. I've stored them in the cellar. You can go check later, Lu Xilan said, knowing that since Chiao Mai was back, she and her family didn't need to work here anymore, so she explained everything. Okay, sister-in-law. You and Janjun have worked hard these days. I bought 2 pillowcases from Songsher. They look nice. I haven't seen such patterns here. I wonder if you like them, Chiao Mai said, holding 2 blue and white checkered pillowcases. They felt thick, soft, and very comfortable. Most of the villagers now use a piece of rough cloth as a pillow cover, which has little stretch. Wow, Ma. Maisie, you brought us something? That must have cost a lot, Lu Shilon said when she saw the pillow cover earlier. She thought it was Chiao Mai's own purchase and felt a bit jealous. She didn't expect it was brought back for her. She thought about how much money that must have cost, then said, "This feels so soft. I've lived almost 30 years and have never felt such a gentle fabric. Big cities are different. Even pillow covers are so nice, sister-in-law. It didn't cost much.
It's just my little gift."
You should just accept it peacefully, Chiao Mai said. I really can't accept this. It's too valuable. I can't take it, she said, setting the pillow cover down. Her family usually charges for work done for Chiao Mai, so she didn't feel right accepting the pillow cover Chiao Mai gave. Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite? If we weren't close, I wouldn't bring you anything. You often think of me when you cook something delicious. If my cooking isn't good enough for you, and you think buying something is too much trouble, then forget it. If you don't want it, I'll just leave it here, Chiao Mai said, about to throw it on the ground. Hey, kid, how can you really just throw it away? This is a new pillow cover. Lu Shilon quickly stopped her. She also felt helpless about Chiao Mai's actions. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You know my temper. Since I bought this for you, I truly want to give it to you. When you come again, help me with pickling some vegetables and I'll give you more, Chiao Mai said. She didn't really want to throw it away. She was just pretending to be upset so Lu Xiaolon wouldn't feel awkward about accepting. Pickling vegetables is simple. If you say so, then I'll really accept it. But don't change your mind later, okay? Haha. Lu Xiaolon was happy to receive the gift. She hadn't received such good treatment even when she got married. By the way, sister-in-law, where's Meow Meow? I haven't seen her since I came in, Chiao Mai asked. She had only seen Lu Xiaolon and her husband, so it was strange that the child wasn't at home. She, during the new year, played with the kids in our village. Now that she's a bit older, she's more cheerful and willing to go out and play. She won't be back until after mealtime. Lu Xiaolon is always worried about her children. She worries almost all the time, even when her kids are at home and not going out. She feels anxious if they play outside all day and are not at home. Alright, I also bought a red hair ribbon for Meow Meow. It has a small flower hanging on it. I saw other kids in Song City using it, so I bought one for Meow Meow. Haha. Chiao Mai is thoughtful. Since both husband and wife bought one, they didn't mind giving one to the child. The ribbon costs 2 Mao, and Lu Xiaolon's family was very happy to pay for it. They felt it was worth it. A few minutes later, Meow Meow came back. When she saw Chiao Mai, she looked a little unfamiliar because they hadn't seen each other for over 2 months. Kids tend to forget easily, so she wasn't as close as before. But when Chiao Mai took out the red hair ribbon, Meow Meow was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. She started calling her aunt and big aunt in a cute way, making Chiao Mai laugh a lot. Even Lu Xiaolon felt a bit embarrassed about her child's behavior. After the 4 of them finished eating, Lu Xiaolon went home with her partner and the children. Chiao Mai saw them off and then lay down on the heated Kong bed. She was really tired after a long trip. She didn't even go to the cellar. She just lay on the warm bed and fell asleep until it was dark. When Lu Xiaolon returned home, she showed Xiao Jianjun a pillowcase. She was about to show off a little, but suddenly a bunch of things fell out. Xiao Jianjun picked it up and found it was a handkerchief. When he opened it, there were 8 yuan inside. The couple looked at each other, and after a moment, they spoke. Look at Chiao Mai. She didn't say how much money she wanted us to help her get. She worked for 2 months and didn't seem tired. In fact, our family has been doing better than usual. Her family keeps the house warm, and we haven't suffered much. I thought she gave us the pillowcase, so I didn't ask for money. But now, Lu Xiaolon was really upset with Chiao Mai. She felt uneasy holding the money. Last year, we worked all year and only earned about 30 yuan, and it was hard, tiring work. Xiao Mai gave us 8 yuan right away. It felt like free money, said Xiao Jianjun. He didn't know Xiao Mai very well before because they were different ages and didn't hang out much. But over the past year or two, he realized she was a good person. She was kind and considerate to everyone, always doing the right thing. Her dad, when spring comes, you should find some time to help her plow the fields or do some chores. She probably didn't want to ask us directly, but we shouldn't refuse her. We should help her family more, Lu Xiaolan suggested after thinking for a while. All right, I'll do as you said. Xiao Jianjun also thought it was a good idea. That way, he could feel more at ease about taking the 8 yuan. In the evening, Xiao Mai took the things she bought for Uncle Air and his wife over. She was going to eat dinner at Uncle Air's house. In the afternoon, Uncle Air asked his grandson, Xiao Zimao, to come and tell Xiao Mai. At that time, Xiao Mai was sleeping, and Xiao Zimao knocked for a long time before the door finally opened. Big sister, big uncle, I'm here. As soon as Xiao Mai entered, she started calling out. This time, Aunt Air wasn't busy in the kitchen. She had prepared the meal earlier because she had nothing to do in the afternoon, and now she was waiting for Xiao Mai to arrive so they could eat. Mai, come quickly, we're just waiting for you. Lu Guifeng heard Xiao Mai calling and hurriedly got off the bed to open the door and invite her in. Are you used to staying over in Song City? You look a bit taller. Lu Guifeng first looked at Xiao Mai carefully and then asked with concern. Auntie, I ate well and slept well over there. Of course I grew a little, haha. Xiao Mai didn't feel like she had grown taller, but she had gained weight. Uncle, you didn't come back for the new year this year. Are you and Annie doing well at home? Everything's fine. You've been away for so long, and I wonder how you spent the new year this year. Uncle Air said, though he saw Xiao Mai, he couldn't help but feel a little sad thinking about her spending the new year alone in Song City. Ha ha ha, Mai, you don't know. On New Year's Eve, my dad drank a little less because he was worried about you, Xiao Hai joked, also telling her that someone in the family was thinking of her. Li Zhaodi wanted to say something, but Xiao Hai tugged her sleeve. His wife was hopeless. Now, he just wanted to keep her from talking as much as possible. Uncle, Auntie, it's my fault. I promised to spend the new year at home next year. Xiao Mai said, her nose feeling a bit sore, and her eyes turning red when she heard that Uncle Air still missed her on New Year's Eve. In the past, she spent New Year like any other day, just playing on her phone and sleeping in her rented room. Now, she felt someone cared about her, and she had never experienced such warmth before. Today, you're here for dinner. Let's consider it a family reunion meal. I also invited your brother's family, Auntie Air explained. Hey, Annie, I listened to you and Uncle. By the way, I brought some things for you from Song City. After saying that, she reached outside. Li Zhaodi heard that Xiao Mai still had some things to bring back, and her eyes immediately lit up. She wished she could tear open Xiao Mai's cloth bag to see what was inside, but she didn't dare. She could only wait patiently as Xiao Mai took things out little by little. Grandpa, I saw some rain boots over there, so I brought you a pair. Later, you can ask Grandma to put in a pair of insoles for you. Xiao Mai first took out the big item and handed it to second grandpa. You're working hard to earn money, so why do you spend it all so carelessly? I have shoes to wear, he scolded with his words, but his eyes and hands betrayed his love for the rain boots. With these shoes, he wouldn't have to go barefoot in the rain or in the rice fields anymore. Grandpa, you can keep them to wear. Grandma, I saw some good t-shirts at the department store. I bought 2 for you to wear, made of soft, breathable cotton. Xiao Mai also handed 2 pieces of clothing to second grandma. Oh, child, why are you so wasteful with money? Just 1 for me is enough. Why buy 2? Lu Guifeng gently patted Xiao Mai's back. Like second grandpa, her mouth couldn't help but smile wide. The clothes felt breathable and much softer than her rough cotton clothes in summer. Then Xiao Mai took out 4 pairs of socks and gave them to her 2 cousins and sister-in-law. She also took out a pound of fruit candies for second grandma to share with the children. Whether it was because of Xiao Mai's gifts or something else, everyone enjoyed the meal very much, except Li Zhaodi. She felt it was stingy that Xiao Mai only brought her a pair of socks after her trip. She thought she should at least get a t-shirt. Here, I want to share my honest feelings. After reading some readers' comments yesterday, I felt a bit sad. They said the heroine was too generous. I want to say that the heroine gives money because people have helped her for a long time. It's not possible to do something without showing some gratitude. Giving money is the hardest part of human relationships. If you can give, then give. If not, then don't owe anyone anything. That's my view. Also, giving things to neighbors or friends is normal. If someone has good food, it's natural to share. It's not just the heroine who receives, she also gives. In daily life, we do the same. It's about mutual exchange. And, to maintain good relationships, you should bring something when visiting others. You can't go empty-handed, especially when they've helped you before. I believe people should be grateful. In the northeastern region, at least in my hometown, whenever someone travels far away and returns, they usually bring some gifts for their relatives. I write this to better reflect life in the Northeast. Please don't impose your own ideas too much on the story. Also, at first, my writing had very long paragraphs. Many readers suggested I make them shorter. I went back and revised some parts, but some chapters are still hard to change because of many reasons. In the beginning, I ask for your patience in reading. I have tried to shorten the paragraphs later, and I will continue to improve based on your reasonable suggestions. My goal in writing is to make everyone happy. I hope I can enjoy writing too. Since everyone is often tired from work, I hope my stories can help you relax for a moment. If anyone finds the story unpleasant, feel free to stop reading. Luckily Chiao Mai doesn't know Li Xiaoti's thoughts. Otherwise, with Chiao Mai's temper, she would have taken back those socks. Why are you so arrogant? I haven't eaten or drunk your stuff, and you're still complaining about the gifts I send. While having a meal at second uncle's house, Chiao Mai overheard some gossip about the new year at the old man's home. His daughter, Chiao Nan, was beaten by her husband's family on the 28th day of the lunar month. It was freezing outside, and she came back crying while holding her months-old baby. This made Aunt Chiao very angry. She couldn't believe her daughter, who had married into the Li family and given birth to children for so many years, would dare to be beaten. She immediately called her 3 sons and also asked Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai to join them. The 5 brothers went to Kaiguzi village to confront Li Geitu and settle the matter. The Li family had more than 10 members, but hadn't split up yet. Xiao Nan's family of 4 lived in the East Wing, next to the firewood shed. Li Geitu had 4 brothers and 2 sisters, all married. He was the 3rd son, stuck in a middle position, neither favored nor neglected by his parents. But this didn't stop Geita's mother from disliking Xiao Nan. The Qiao family looked quite good. When Li Geitu was choosing a bride, he liked Xiao Nan's appearance and gentle personality. He decided he wouldn't marry anyone else. His mother wasn't happy, complaining that Xiao Nan had a small backside and wouldn't be easy to raise children. But Geitu was determined to marry her. When Xiao Nan first entered the Li family, her mother-in-law started calling her a fox spirit behind her back. However, Xiao Nan was determined. She got pregnant in her first year of marriage, but she gave birth to a girl. Her mother-in-law, Zhang, was not very happy, but she didn't lack grandchildren. Since her daughter-in-law could still have more children, she didn't say much. When Li Dia, Xiao Nan's first daughter, was just 2 years old, a 3-year famine began. During this time, everyone struggled to survive, and the birth rate dropped sharply. People had no energy to think about having more children. After the hard years passed, Xiao Nan had a second child. Xiao Mai also contributed money for the celebration, but it was another girl. They named her Li Aria. She is only 7 or 8 months old now. Since Li Aria was born, Zhang couldn't hide her temper anymore. She started to criticize Xiao Nan. At first, the 4 daughters-in-law took turns cooking and washing dishes. Later, Zhang gave Xiao Nan more chores, like washing her and old Li's clothes. No matter how many clothes there were in the village, washing too many could damage them. So even if Xiao Nan washed clothes for 2 people, she didn't find it too tiring. But this annoyed Zhang. Since the daughter-in-law wasn't tired, she must be able to do more work. After work, she would go to cut grass or feed the chickens. Gradually, Xiao Nan was doing more and more work, while her sisters-in-law still only did their usual chores. Her mother-in-law started acting like the boss at home, doing nothing herself and constantly watching her work. Xiao Nan knew her mother-in-law was unhappy because she had only 2 daughters. At first, she tolerated it, but eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and told Li Gaimao. However, Li Gaimao told her to be patient and said that things would be better once she had a son. He explained that people nowadays preferred boys over girls. Xiao Nan had no choice. Her partner wouldn't support her, so she had to grit her teeth and endure. In winter, she carried Li Area on her back and washed the family's clothes in cold water. Her hands froze and developed many frostbite sores. Her mother-in-law didn't allow her to use hot water, saying it was too difficult to gather firewood. It was hard for any woman to wash clothes with hot water. After a while, Xiao Nan stopped asking to use hot water for washing clothes. In winter, washing with cold water caused Xiao Nan to miss her periods. In October, she didn't have her period and didn't think much of it. In November, she still hadn't come, and she thought she was pregnant again. She immediately told Li Gaimao the good news. Li Gaimao then told Zhang that his wife was pregnant and shouldn't do so much work. Zhang believed him. Xiao Nan resumed her usual life, taking turns cooking and washing dishes with her sister-in-law. In December, her period returned, which scared Xiao Nan, as she thought she had had a miscarriage. She told Li Gaimao to go quickly to the health clinic. The doctor said she was not pregnant at all. Her missed periods were caused by daily contact with cold water, which irritated her body. Now that she stopped cold water, her periods returned. Xiao Nan realized she had been mistaken. When she told her husband, Zhang got very angry. She thought Xiao Nan was trying to avoid work and was scheming against her. "You wicked girl, no wonder you can trap my son's soul. Now you dare to scare me? Just wait, I will beat you, little troublemaker," Zhang said as she reached out to slap Xiao Nan. Zhang had long disliked Xiao Nan's delicate face. This time, her slap hit Xiao Nan's face. Xiao Nan felt sad and angry. Her mother-in-law was insulting her, so she also got angry. She stepped out from behind Li Gaimao and fought with Zhang. "You old witch, you always look at me with dislike. Do you want to be with your son? Just sleep with him in the same bed. You always stare at his bed and watch everything he does. I see through you. Today, I will vent my anger." Xiao Nan worked hard at home every day. Zhang had been lazy for a long time and was not as strong as Xiao Nan. After a few rounds, Xiao Nan pushed Zhang to the ground. At first, the family saw the fight and tried to stop it. Zhang's other 3 daughters-in-law shouted, "Oh, sister-in-law, stop fighting. She's our mother." But when they tried to pull her away, they didn't use much force. Usually, they also resented Zhang and wished Xiao Nan could hit her a few more times. Their pulling was half-hearted. The men in the family saw the women fighting and didn't want to get involved. They were worried about accidentally touching something they shouldn't. So, they shouted and watched anxiously from the side. At that moment, on the 28th day of the lunar month, Li Gaimao's 2 older sisters returned home to bring New Year gifts. As soon as they entered, they saw their mother being pushed to the ground and beaten. Without hesitation, the 2 sisters joined the fight. Eventually, it became a 3-on-1 situation. The 3 women of the Li family severely beat Xiao Nan. After the beating, Xiao Nan's clothes were torn and looked terrible. Her face was covered with bloody scratches, and her hair was pulled out in several strands. Li Gaimao was heartbroken and kept saying no, no. However, Xiao Nan ignored Li Gaimao and, carrying Li Area, went back to her mother's house. On the way home, Xiao Nan felt more and more wronged and cried like a tearful person. Her appearance was truly miserable after being beaten. This shocked Qiao Shi and Qiao Weihua. When Li Area heard her mother crying, she also started crying. Qiao Shi comforted the younger ones first, and finally, when Xiao Nan stopped crying, Qiao Shi began to ask what had happened. Xiao Nan told her everything her mother-in-law did, including Li Gaimao's inaction. Qiao Shi was furious when she heard this. She ordered Xiao Weihua to call people from her 3 sons' homes and also went to call Xiao Weigua from Xiao Weigua's house. After the whole family heard Xiao Nan's story, they were all very angry. Xiao Weigua asked Xiao Dong to call Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai. The 5 brothers, along with Qiao Shi, went angrily to confront Lao Li's family. When they arrived at Lao Li's house, it was already dark. Xiao Dong didn't even call anyone. He directly kicked open the door. When they entered, they found the family having dinner. Note 1. Qiao Mai's father died very early. At that time, many people had sacrificed their lives, so the compensation was not much. After a bad harvest year, the mother and daughter had spent almost all the compensation money. 2. The value of work points is not fixed. It depends on the harvest of the year. The poorer the collective, the less valuable the work points. That evening, Li's 2 married-out daughters had already left. Qiao Shi saw that their family was not worried at all about her daughter returning home, nor did they say they would go to Shengli Brigade to bring her back. The anger that had already begun to fade suddenly flared up even more than before. Good for you, you old hag. You beat my daughter, and still have the nerve to enjoy your life at home. To hell with you. Qiao Shi, taking advantage of Zhang Shi not noticing, walked over and pulled Zhang Shi's hair, then slapped her twice. My name is Qiao, and I am angry with you for mistreating my daughter. You, an old fool, have been married into your family for many years. Although you haven't achieved much, you've certainly endured hardships. Yet, you still look down on her. How can you compare your old, dim lamp of a family to my daughter? While scolding, Qiao slapped him. After being hit twice and reacting, Zhang also started to fight back. Your daughter can't even have a son, and she still dares to go back to her mother's house. I didn't force the 3rd son to divorce her. I was lenient. She just has that face and goes around flirting with others. Zhang's words were pure nonsense. Hearing this, Qiao was furious. Not only did Zhang insult her daughter, but she also dared to ruin her daughter's reputation. Qiao kicked Zhang in the stomach. Zhang fell down and started crying loudly. Someone's attacking us. Our Laoli family is being bullied and attacked by others. They came to our house to cause trouble. Everyone, come and see. At this moment, many people had gathered in Laoli's yard. Laoli's family didn't dare to move. The 5 brothers from the Qiao family were watching nearby. Today, it was true that Qiao had made a mistake. 3 women fighting 1 man. And Qiaonan hadn't done anything wrong. No matter how you look at it, their family was in the right. Laoli was just sitting there, smoking with a furrowed brow. Then, Qiao Shi pulled off Li Gai Mao and hit him twice in the face. This is for my sister. If you hadn't kept watching my sister being bullied and not said a word, she wouldn't have suffered so much. It's only been half a year, and look at how thin your wife has become. Qiao Bei was also furious, with red eyes. But his older brother said that only one person needed to fight Li Gai Mao. If several people attacked, their families would become enemies forever. Later, Qiao Nan would have a hard time in her husband's family. They just needed to give Li's family a warning, so they would know that the Qiao family was not to be messed with. Qiao Shi saw that more villagers had come and was not afraid of making a fuss. She walked into the yard and started to complain. Villagers, you must judge fairly for my daughter-in-law Qiao Nan. She has never been sneaky or dishonest since she came to old Li's house. She usually doesn't visit her own family much, just afraid her mother-in-law would be unhappy. She's such an honest girl, but her mother-in-law keeps criticizing her. There are 4 daughters-in-law in that family, and my daughter-in-law does the most and hardest work. It's all because my daughter-in-law gave birth to 2 girls. Can you believe it? Even now, that old lady still favors boys over girls. Today at noon, it was even worse. Zhang Shi and her 2 daughters teamed up and beat my daughter-in-law. Boo-hoo. Qiao Shi couldn't help crying when she thought of how badly Qiao Nan was beaten. Tell me, is there such a mother-in-law or older sister-in-law? They're bullying our Qiao family. My daughter-in-law came back with no good skin on her face or body. What did she do wrong to deserve such bullying from old Li's family? Today, when Qiao Nan went back, many villagers saw her. She looked truly miserable.
Exactly.
Even if you're unhappy with your daughter-in-law, you can't beat her like that. When I saw her at noon, I was shocked. Her face was covered in blood. A villager said, surprised when he saw Qiao Nan's condition. Oh, I think it's wrong for the older sister-in-law from the Leaf family to get involved in family matters. That's just asking for trouble. Another villager strongly disapproved of the interference. Yeah, everyone was criticizing old Li's family. Zhang sure wanted to argue, but Qiao sure was right about everything. Yet she also felt she was wrong. She kept sitting on the ground crying. The rest of old Li's family looked ashamed and couldn't lift their heads. In the end, Qiao family won the argument. Before leaving, Qiao Shi threatened the Li family. If you don't give us a satisfactory apology, let your son stay a bachelor for life. Then she left proudly and confidently. When her daughter was beaten, Qiao Shi fought back and made her point. The matter was basically settled. Divorce was impossible. People today didn't think about divorce. After arguing and fighting, they would just go on with their lives as usual. Xiao Mai listened to second aunt's story, with her sister-in-law Zhou Lanhua adding from the side. They had heard everything from Zhang Lanhua when Xiao Jiang returned home. Hearing it made her both angry and amused. She clapped her thigh in frustration and laughter. Then what happened next? Did old Li's family come to apologize? Xiao Mai asked. Hey, on December 29th, Li carried 10 pounds of corn and somehow caught 2 fish. He went to your uncle's house, but your aunt didn't let your sister go back that day. If it had been so simple, old Li's family wouldn't have learned their lesson. Lu Guifang also thought her sister-in-law had done a good deed this time. No matter her character, she always cared for her children. On New Year's Eve, Li's brothers called his older sister-in-law over and said everything was fine. His sister-in-law also promised Nan that her mother-in-law wouldn't treat her like that again and told her to keep her worries to herself. Their older sister was waiting at home for her mother to return. So, she was brought back on New Year's Eve. Zhou Lanhua continued, repeating her mother-in-law's words. That's good. No matter what, hitting someone is wrong. And my sister Nanjia isn't going to have more children in the future. First she blooms, then she bears fruit. Her mother-in-law was a bit too anxious. Qiao Mai actually didn't agree with the idea of valuing boys over girls, but she didn't say much. She knew they wouldn't believe her if she told them that whether they had boys or girls depended on the man. So, she just nodded along with the older women and chatted for a while before going home. The next day, she took some time to visit her grandfather's house. She bought each family member a pair of socks and left half a kilogram of fruit candies. Her grandfather and his wife, along with Qiao Mai, had a normal relationship. It wasn't worth her buying special gifts for them. If it weren't for blood ties, she wouldn't even buy socks. She also asked about Qiao Nanjia, showing the care a younger sister should have. However, what Qiao Mai didn't know was that later, her grandmother-in-law heard that she bought rain boots for her grandfather and a shirt for her grandmother-in-law. She scolded Qiao Mai harshly at home. Some people just never get enough. They don't care about their niece normally, only wanting her to send them things. Qiao Mai wasn't stupid. She treated everyone well who was kind to her. She didn't care what others said. Living every day worrying about face was exhausting. Right now, in the Northeast, work hadn't started yet. Qiao Mai stayed at home feeding chickens and such. One day, she checked the cellar and saw that Sister Xiaolan had already filled 2 baskets with eggs and half a basket of duck eggs. She stored all the eggs in her space, leaving only 20 or 30 eggs in the basket. Eggs spoil easily over time. When she wanted to sell them someday, she would. But she wasn't short of money now. The eggs were enough for her to eat, and the rest she kept stored away. In the middle of the night, while Qiao Mai was sleeping soundly, she suddenly heard a loud thud. Startled, she quickly woke up, put on her clothes, and took out a spiked wooden stick she had made when she first arrived. She quietly opened the inner door and hid behind the door of the west room. Soon, she heard rustling sounds. She saw a small metal piece slip through the door crack. At this point, Qiao Mai was sure there was a thief in her house. She clenched her stick, held her breath, and waited. When the thief opened the door and took a few steps forward, Qiao Mai unexpectedly kicked him from behind, knocking him to the ground. Then she raised her stick and started hitting the thief on the ground.
Ow.
Damn it.
Ah.
That hurts so much. Stop. The thief didn't expect to be caught right after entering. He curled up, holding his head, and dared not move. Xiao Mai was too quick. As soon as he moved his head, he was hit again. She used some kind of forceful blow, and it hurt him badly. Xiao Mai didn't dare relax. After hitting him dozens of times, she twisted his hands behind his back and tied him up with a rope. After so many hits, the thief had no strength left to resist. Once he was tied, she also bound his feet. The thief lay on the ground, still cursing and swearing. Xiao Mai, feeling annoyed by his noise, stuffed his mouth to silence him. She looked at him for a while, but didn't recognize him. Regardless, after making sure the man was tied up, Xiao Mai went to Lu Xiulan's house. Knock, knock, knock. Sister-in-law, it's Xiao Mai. Sister-in-law. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Xiao Mai knocked several times before Lu Xiulan's voice was heard. After waiting a moment, Lu Xiulan hurried over in her slippers to open the door. Oh my, what's wrong, Mai? Is something the matter? Lu Xiulan was startled by the late-night knocking. Usually, someone coming at this hour meant something serious. Sister-in-law, has Brother Jianjun woken up? Someone broke into my house. Since your house is nearby, I thought I'd ask Brother Jianjun to come help me watch the person, Xiao Mai explained briefly.
What?
Someone broke in? Wait for a moment, I'll call your brother, Lu Xiulan said, then ran back into her room. Soon, Jianjun put on his coat and hurried toward the door. Lu Xiulan followed behind him. However, Xiao Mai didn't let Lu Xiulan go with them. Miao Miao was still alone at home, so she had to stay and watch the children. Lu Xiulan thought for a moment. She was worried about the children staying alone at home, so she told the two to be careful. After they left, she closed the door and went back inside. Brother Jianjun, just go straight to my house and enter. The thief has already been tied up by me. Now I need to go to my second uncle's house to see what to do. Xiao Mai had just finished hitting someone and was now in a hurry, sweating in the cold weather. Okay, be careful when you go. It's late, and the village isn't very safe, Xiao Jianjun warned. He thought about calling someone, but he was worried the thief might suddenly fight back, which would be more dangerous. So, it was better for him to stay and watch over the person. Xiao Mai walked for 5 minutes to her second uncle's house and called him. In the end, both the old couple came along. Xiao Weiguo walked in front with a serious face, thinking about the situation. His niece was alone at home, and if there were any bad intentions, it would be easier for someone like Xiao Mai, who seemed weak, to be targeted. When they arrived at Xiao Mai's house, Xiao Jianjun had already lit the kerosene lamp. The thief was still making noise, groaning and struggling. Xiao Jianjun ignored him. Although the thief was from the village, Jianjun disliked those who stole chickens and didn't work hard to live. After a while, the thief collapsed to the ground, exhausted and in pain all over, not knowing if he was bleeding. Second uncle, second aunt, Xiao Jianjun and his wife greeted them. Once inside, Xiao Weiguo pulled the torn cloth out of the thief's mouth. The thief saw him and looked scared.
Big.
Captain, lazy rascal. Xiao Weiguo looked clearly in the light and recognized him. It was a village vagrant known for loafing around all day, called Lazy Rascal by everyone. Good for you, rascal. Stealing chickens and sneaking into my niece's house. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think no one cares about Miaozi. Seeing who it was, second aunt grabbed a broom and started hitting Lazy Rascal hard. Xiao Weiguo didn't stop her. They had already reached his niece's house, and if he didn't give him a good beating, he wouldn't be acting like a proper elder. Auntie, I dare not anymore.
Please stop hitting me.
I promise I won't do it again, Lazy Rascal begged, tied up and rolling on the ground. Second aunt kept hitting him, without mercy. I told you not to steal. You ungrateful brat, she said, hitting him for a while until her strength was exhausted. Then, second uncle began to question him. Lazy kid, what do you want to do at Maizi's house? Xiao Weiguo sat on a chair, staring at Lazy kid with his eyes. It's not me. The villagers said that Xiao Mai went to Song City and made a lot of money. Lazy Kid hesitated and didn't dare to say more. So, you want to come to Maizi's house to steal money? Zhao Jianjun disliked such people very much. I was confused, village head. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this time. Lazy Kid cried, tears and snot flowing, whether out of genuine regret or just pretending. But this matter should be decided by the person involved, Xiao Mai. The second uncle asked Xiao Mai, who had been standing nearby, Mai, what do you want to do? Grandpa, since he knows I went to Song City, there are probably more than just him with bad intentions. They might be trying to bully me because I live alone. I plan to report to the police about the break-in and theft, so others can see that even if I live alone, I am not someone to be messed with. From the moment she moved here, Xiao Mai knew living alone was unsafe. But she always thought that her second uncle, as the village head, and her good relationship with his family would protect her from villagers trying to bully her. She never expected the first person to break into her house would be someone from the village. She still thought people were kind, but she forgot that greed can make people do anything, regardless of who they are. Second aunt also agreed, saying, That's right, old man. Lazy Kid sneaking into Maizi's house tonight to steal is against the law. Luckily, Maizi wasn't harmed. Who knows what could have happened? At first, Zhao Jianjun thought reporting to the police might be too harsh. But after second aunt's words, he thought it made sense. This way, the troublemakers in the village might calm down, and anyone thinking of stealing again would have to think carefully. The second uncle asked, Have you made up your mind? Yes, Grandpa. I must punish him severely, Xiao Mai said with a cold look in her eyes. All right, tomorrow morning I will go with you to the commune to see how the police handle it, the second uncle said, understanding Xiao Mai's meaning. As a young girl, if she didn't act tough, something similar might happen again in the future. Please, village head, Xiao Mai, I know I was wrong. I promise I won't steal again. Please forgive me this time. I'm begging you. This time, it's clear that the troublemaker is really scared. His voice even changed because he was frightened. But none of the four people paid attention to him. If only things had been different from the start. If he was trying to cause trouble, and Xiao Mai hadn't woken up, her reputation could have been ruined forever. Jianjun, you should go back. I'll stay here tonight to watch over Mai's house, Qiao Weigua said to Qiao Jianjun. No need, second uncle. I'll stay here with you, Qiao Jianjun replied. He wasn't sleepy anymore. It was about an hour and a half until dawn, so whether he slept or not didn't matter. There's no need. They're tied up now. They can't cause any more trouble. You should go back quickly, the second elder urged. In the end, Qiao Jianjun went home. Xiao Mai and the second aunt were also told to go to bed. Staying here was pointless, so they might as well sleep. When morning came, the second aunt called Xiao Jiang over to Xiao Mai's house. Xiao Jiang dragged the tied-up troublemaker, who had his hands bound, and followed Qiao Weigua and Xiao Mai to the commune. Several villagers saw this in the morning and asked what was going on. The second aunt explained, this troublemaker sneaked into Mai's house in the middle of the night to steal things. We caught him, and now we're taking him to the police station. Seeing everyone was shocked, she added, from now on, anyone who tries to do bad things in the village will face the same punishment, just like this troublemaker. They're all troublemakers. Honestly, her words really helped calm some of the dishonest villagers. Wow, they're all from the same village. Before they even stole anything, they were caught and taken to the police station. Xiao Mai is really tough. When Xiao Mai's mother, Chao, heard about this, she shrank back a little. She rarely kept quiet, but this time she didn't say anything. She used to dislike Xiao Mai and only gave her socks. When talking with others in the village, she'd say Xiao Mai had earned a lot of money from Song City, but she was stingy and only gave each person a pair of socks. This story spread quickly, and soon almost everyone in the village knew that Xiao Mai had made a lot of money. No matter how much the troublemaker begged on the way, no one paid him any attention. When they arrived at Xinglin Commune, the police station had just opened for the day. Suddenly, someone came to report a case. Police officers, I am Qiao Weigua, the captain of Xingli Brigade. I am here to report a case, he announced as he entered the police station. Introducing himself first helped gain the police's trust. Police Officer Zhao Lei, still a squad leader, sat up straight and asked, "Captain Xiao, hello. Could you please describe what exactly happened?" Xiao Mai saw her uncle was present, so she didn't need to speak and stood quietly behind, just like Xiao Zhang. Zhao Gua, her uncle, began to speak slowly. "Last night, this person tried to break into my niece's house to steal. Luckily, my niece was alert and escaped. He is a villager from our village. I admit I didn't manage things well. Our team shouldn't have let such a troublemaker go. In the past, he only stole small things and villagers would scold him but not take it seriously. But this time, he stepped up his game and started breaking into houses. I'm worried if we keep ignoring him, he might become worse. So today, we brought him here to the police station, hoping the police can help reform him." Listening to Zhao Gua's story, Zhao Lei learned that Ma Lai Zi was a repeat offender. This time, he made a big mistake by stealing from his niece's house, so he was taken to the police station. But Zhao Lei couldn't just believe Zhao Gua's words. He started questioning Ma Lai Zi. At first, Ma Lai Zi denied everything, but Zhao Lei was smart. After asking several times, Ma Lai Zi admitted that his family was very poor and had no food. He heard villagers say Xiao Mai had earned some money outside, and he was tempted. He didn't expect to get caught this time. Usually, he only stole a few eggs or some vegetables and villagers didn't bother to report it. But this time, he was caught. He was still too young and inexperienced in stealing, thinking it was easy to sneak into others' homes to steal money. Since Ma Lai Zi admitted to stealing but didn't take any money, the police couldn't sentence him. They could only detain him for half a month. Once he realized his mistake and the time was up, he would be released. Zhao Lei asked Xiao Gua and Xiao Mai if they agreed with this decision. After some discussion, they agreed. Xiao Mai didn't really want him to go to jail, just a few days of detention to teach him a lesson and to warn others in the village. When Xiao Mai and the others returned to the village, they didn't see Ma Lai Zi. This confirmed that he was indeed detained. From then on, everyone looked at Xiao Mai differently. They said she was capable of anything, but Xiao Mai didn't care. She never cared about what others said about her. However, after this incident, Xiao Mai thought she should get a dog for her family. That way, if anything happened, the dog could bark and alert her. A dog is a good protector for the home. It's hard to take care of this dog. Nowadays, people are poor and not many families have extra food to feed dogs. Xiao Mai can only wait patiently for a good opportunity. Since she didn't get the dog, Xiao Mai can't just sit and wait. When she first arrived, she thought her big wall was safe, but now she doesn't think so anymore. She went to the health clinic and spent 2 cents to buy a bunch of broken glass. The clinic was giving out 4 fluids, and the glass bottles there were either good or broken. Xiao Mai didn't want the good ones, only the broken glass. She bought 2 big boxes. The clinic didn't need them anymore, so she just took them for little money. After bringing the glass home, Xiao Mai called her cousins, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Hai, to help her stick the broken glass all over the wall with mud. Anything that didn't stick was just sprinkled on top. If someone dared to climb the wall, they wouldn't dare touch the glass, or they'd get hurt and make holes. She worked for 2 days. Now, the wall shines brightly in the sun. Xiao Mai also put a circle of wooden forks with sharpened tips at the bottom of the wall for extra protection. All she needs now is a dog. In March 1962, the team bought 10 piglets. Xiao Mai started feeding pigs 3 times a day. She stopped using the clay stove at home. The chickens and ducks inside the house didn't go outside, so they wouldn't get cold. After feeding the pigs, Xiao Mai had nothing to do, so she took out some cotton and cloth to figure out how to make a quilt. At first, she didn't know where to start, but then she found a way. She studied the quilts she had seen. They had a border around the edge, then a sheet, and in the middle was cotton. She saw that sewing through from one side to the other a few times was not very complicated. Xiao Mai felt she had figured it out, so she started making the quilt. Since it was her own quilt, she just wanted it to be warm, even if it wasn't pretty. She didn't mind if it looked ugly. When she got tired of making the quilt, she cut 2 pieces of watermelon or ate a sweet melon or a tomato. When she was craving snacks, she took out some wild food she had collected last year and fried it. Some she salted, making it salty and tasty. When her quilt was finished, her sewing skills had improved since last year when she sewed a rabbit fur coat. She was happy and put away the big, heavy quilt that weighed about 5 jean, around 2.5 kilograms. She also took advantage of the good weather to take apart the old quilt she was using. She washed the sheet, and the cotton inside had turned into cotton padding. No wonder her quilt didn't feel very warm. If she hadn't been heating the Kong, a heated brick bed, winter would have been very hard. Chiao Mai often used rough cloth to cut a piece of curtain, threaded it with wire, and hung it over the window in the inner room. She also ground all 150 jean of wheat she had bought into flour. The flour wasn't as white as modern flour, but you could clearly smell the wheat. It took her 2 full days to grind all 150 jean of wheat. She had to grind it 3 times before it reached a fine powder. After grinding, Chiao Mai started making dough herself, preparing to steam large buns. Earlier, when she was in Song City, Chiao Mai had asked Fu Chunwan for the method of making buns. She was afraid she would forget, so she wrote it down. Even though she followed the instructions carefully, the steamed buns weren't very soft and fluffy. This was probably because she didn't control the temperature well during fermentation, so the dough didn't rise properly. Luckily, it didn't affect eating. Nowadays, wasting food is considered a serious crime. In April, Chiao Mai started collecting wild vegetables, cutting pig grass, and tilling the land. This year, she worked even harder than last year. Since she had everything she needed now, she wanted to gather more. It would be good for her to eat it herself or feed the chickens. She also set traps in her free time. Her schedule was full. When her rare day off came, she still went to the county town. A few days ago, Lu Guoyang sent her a message saying that a colleague's dog had a litter of puppies. They were pure wolfhounds, good for guarding the house. Today, since Chiao Mai had time, she went to the county town to pick up the dog. She arrived at noon, just when Lu Guoyang finished work. Chiao Mai went straight to the county machinery factory to find Lu Guoyang. He didn't delay much and took her to his colleague's house. His colleague's wife was home. When they arrived, she let Chiao Mai choose a puppy. The 4 puppies were black and white. Chiao Mai picked one with a white patch on one ear and black fur elsewhere. When she left 5 eggs at the house as a thank you gift. "Oh, Brother Guoyang, this dog is really good. It's so energetic when it barks," Chiao Mai said, holding the puppy fondly.
Haha, yes.
There were 7 puppies in total. 3 have already been taken, Lu Guoyang said. His family didn't need a dog, or he would have kept one himself.
Well,
everyone likes good dogs. Brother Guoyang, I also brought some eggs for Aunt Zhou and the others. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where to get a puppy, Chiao Mai said, taking 5 eggs and stuffing them into Lu Guoyang's pocket. Lu Guoyang didn't think this was a big problem. He wouldn't take Chiao Mai's eggs. As he reached out to take an egg, Chiao Mai held his arm and said, "Brother Guoyang, don't be so polite. I have a few chickens at home, so it's easier for us to get eggs. If you don't want them, give them to the kids to help build their strength. That's all. I won't bother you at work. I'm leaving now, Brother Guoyang." She didn't give him a chance to reply and walked away quickly. When she got home, Chiao Mai put down the dog, which she named Snow Ear because only its ears are white, simple and clear. In the new environment, Snow Ear was a bit scared. It crouched on the ground without moving, only its eyes darting around. Chiao Mai didn't mind. Animals are like that. After a few days of getting used to it, it would be fine. In the afternoon, Chiao Mai built a doghouse for Snow Ear using leftover scraps from last year's wooden box making. The doghouse had many small gaps. She covered the top with a thick layer of straw and then pressed a layer of stones on top. Unless a strong wind blew the house away, it was good enough for everyday life. She also found 2 broken ceramic bowls, one filled with water and the other with some steamed buns she made a few days ago, broken into pieces for the dog. She placed the bowls at the door of the doghouse. Then she carried Snow Ear into the doghouse and left it there, not bothering further. In April, Chiao Mai gradually started planting vegetables, seeds, and grains in the front and backyards. This year, She added new varieties, including large chili peppers and a row of hairy gourds along the east wall. She also planted peanuts. Last year, Lu Chuanjie bought watermelons and helped her open a new market. So this year, she planted 2 more patches of watermelons in the backyard, making 3 patches in total and 2 patches of muskmelons. Xiao Mai wondered if she could visit another city this winter. The watermelon market was limited. She could only sell to relatively wealthy people. Ordinary folks wouldn't spend 18 or 20 yuan on a single watermelon. Selling was one thing, but planting was necessary. It's better to plant now than to have nothing when the time comes. She kept busy until May before she finally relaxed a bit. Usually, when she had nothing to do, her main activity was going up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. She ate some herself and fed the chickens. All the chickens had been moved to the backyard. She cleaned the east room thoroughly, and instead of throwing away the straw stained with chicken droppings, she piled it next to the manure pit in the backyard to compost. Last year, Xiao Mai couldn't get used to digging manure. This year, she covered her nose with a cloth and still managed to do it well. Now, without chemical fertilizer, these people's manure and chicken droppings are good fertilizers for farming. Today, Xiao Mai went to the mountain as usual. She wanted to check her new trap on Mountain 2 and also pick mushrooms. It rained yesterday, so she stayed home, fed the pigs, and enjoyed a comfortable rainy day. When she went out today, she saw many elders and children carrying baskets, backpacks, and sacks heading up the mountain. Xiao Mai also saw some nephews and nieces from the Qiao Dong and Xiao Shi families. When they saw her, they called her auntie. Xiao Mai was generous and gave them a few pieces of candy each. This time, she handed the candies directly to their hands, unlike last time when she just sent a pound of sugar to her eldest aunt's house. The children were very happy and jumped around. Don't go too far up the mountain. Just pick mushrooms where there are many people, okay? Your safety is the most important, Xiao Mai warned the little ones before leaving. Okay, auntie. When she reached Mountain 2, Xiao Mai caught 2 rabbits from her trap. After they recovered, she focused on picking mushrooms. Last year, she sold many mushrooms, and they didn't cost much to gather. She thought she could pick more if she could, so she moved quickly. Soon her basket was full. She poured the mushrooms into a sack and kept picking. Life went on slowly and peacefully. The cucumbers and beans in the yard needed trellises, the eggplants needed pinching, and the watermelons and melons needed pollination. Everything kept busy until June. However, in mid-June, a big piece of news shocked the village. The widow's son was pregnant. This was a big secret. The village women, who had sharp eyes, noticed that Sun's belly was only slightly bulging, about 4 months pregnant, and she was working in the fields when someone noticed. It was a scandal. After being reported, her reputation was ruined. Not only that, but other women in the village started suspecting their husbands might be cheating, causing many family fights. Since her pregnancy was discovered, Sun stayed at home and didn't go out. As villagers guessed who the father was, Sun became anxious because she had more than one lover. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Zhou Gang was lost in his desires when he heard widow's son say she was pregnant. At first, he didn't react, mumbling in confusion. Widow's son then said, Brother Gang, I'm pregnant. Don't be like this. This time, Zhou Gang understood clearly. His eyes brightened. What did you say? You're pregnant? With what? Widow's son playfully glared at him. What do you think? I have a baby now. Brother Gang, what should I do? Zhou Gang took his hand out of widow's son's clothes and sat on the Kong bed. Neither of them spoke. Zhou Gang was confused but not stupid. He was married. If the baby was born, not only would people gossip about him, but his family might also get into trouble. He only wanted to have fun with widow's son, not to have her give him a child. He wanted his wife to have the baby, so he could keep his head up. Brother Gang, say something. Widow's son waited impatiently. Xiao Lian, maybe you should hit him. We can't keep this baby, Zhou Gang suggested. Xiao Lian, also widow's son, didn't want to keep the baby. She was young and wanted to find a better future. If she kept the baby, it would be a lifelong burden. But she couldn't just get rid of it easily. She needed Zhou Gang to suffer a little. "Brother Gang, this is our child. How can you want me to abort it?" Xiao Lian cried, tears falling down her face. Her pain looked very real. Zhou Gang felt soft-hearted when Xiao Lian cried like that. He tried to calm her down. "Xiao Lian, I don't want to hurt you. But you know our relationship can't be seen in public. Do you want the baby to be born and be hated? You'll face a lot of scorn too." Seeing Xiao Lian cry even harder, trembling with emotion, he added, "All right, find someone you trust to go with you to get rid of it. I'll give you 15 yuan and some eggs. You can use them to nourish yourself afterward." 15 yuan wasn't a small amount for Zhou Gang. He usually didn't work much, so he didn't have much money. Luckily, he was able to make some, or else his wife would keep a close eye on his money. Without her watching, he wouldn't be able to go out and enjoy himself. Xiao Lian knew Zhou Gang could only give her that much. She decided to accept it, but she still cried a little and said some sad words, which made Zhou Gang feel guilty, and he comforted her tenderly. After 2 days, Zhao Qi from the neighboring village came over. Sun Xiaolian used her old tricks again, but Zhao Qi was different from Xiao Gang. Zhao Qi wasn't married yet, and genuinely liked Sun Xiaolian. He immediately said he would talk to his mother about marrying her. Sun Xiaolian didn't want to marry Zhao Qi, because if the child was Xiao Gang's, it could cause trouble when the child grew up. So, Sun Xiaolian refused Zhao Qi's idea. "Brother Zhao, I can't marry you like this. Your mother already doesn't like me. If I get pregnant before marriage, she will just scold me for being careless. Life after marriage would be hard." "Boo-hoo." She started crying. "Xiaolian, but you have my child. I should take responsibility for you. If my mother hadn't stopped me before, I would have married you already. You wouldn't have to suffer now," Zhao Qi said, wiping her tears with guilt. "Brother Zhao, if you really want to marry me, I can't let you be blamed. It's okay if they scold me, but I can't let you suffer because of me. So, Brother Zhao, we can't keep the baby," she said, crying even harder, as if she also didn't want the child. They kept trying to convince each other. In the end, Zhao Qi gave in to her tears and suggested he go with Sun Xiaolian to have an abortion, so he could take care of her. Sun Xiaolian agreed. She didn't have many friends, and even if she hadn't been pregnant before, she knew some women needed to rest after an abortion. Zhao Qi accompanied her, and she could also get compensation from Xiao Gang. It was a fair deal. That night, Sun Xiaolian secretly found Xiao Gang and told him not to look for her for now. She said she had a friend to go with her for the abortion and begged him not to come looking for her so no one would find out. When she was better, she would contact him. Xiao Gang felt more guilty after hearing this. He not only gave her the agreed 15 yuan plus 30 eggs he had collected from several households, but also took out 3 of his hidden savings to give her, so she could eat well at the hospital. Sun Xiaolian was touched and sweet-talked him. After they finished talking, they each went home. The next morning, Zhao Qi took Sun Xiaolian to the county for the abortion. 20 days later, when Sun Xiaolian appeared again, the villagers kept looking at her, examining her well-heeled waist. Sun Xiaolian lost her child, so she didn't care about what the villagers thought. Some overly nosy women even pulled her aside to ask where her child was. Sun Xiaolian responded firmly, "Auntie, if you slander my reputation like that, I can sue you. Everyone knows I am a widow, living honestly. How dare you accuse me of having a child? Accuse you? Who didn't see your big belly? Everyone knows you're pregnant. You haven't worked in days. Did you secretly have an abortion?" The woman looked at Sun Xiaolian with disdain. Sun Xiaolian was about to deny it, but the woman continued, "Oh, if you really had an abortion, isn't it the same as killing? What proof do you have that I was pregnant? I was feeling unwell recently. If you keep talking nonsense, I will ask the village head to judge." She then walked away angrily. Initially, there was no proof that Sun Xiaolian was pregnant. After losing the child, people said all sorts of things. Some said she never was pregnant, others guessed which man was the father, and some wondered how she had the abortion. This gossip spread so much that even Xiao Mai, a marginal figure in the village, heard about it. She had secretly discussed it with Sister Xilan, but they only talked privately. She wouldn't be foolish enough to ask the person involved for the truth. In the hot summer of June, even the cicadas stopped singing at noon. On this sweltering day, when no one wanted to go outside, the Victory Brigade received a new group of educated youth. This time, the villagers weren't as curious. Last year's newcomers had seemed fresh and glamorous at first, but over time, they felt no different from the villagers. The new educated youth didn't know how to do much, and they were both delicate and clumsy. There were 2 empty houses in the village. 5 people arrived, 3 men and 2 women. This time, no one needed to take them to choose houses. The larger house was assigned to the 3 male youth, and the smaller one to the 2 women. Last year, Shin Lily had married Zhang Taizhu during the Lunar New Year, but no one knew how long the remaining 3 women would stay. There was no news of them returning to the city. Every year, these educated youths came, but no one knew when they would leave. This made Xiao Weiguo very worried. Now, the newcomers had places to stay, but what if more arrived later? Worry came and went. In the end, Xiao Weiguo went to Xinglin Commune to find the office director. When he arrived, he found someone in the office. What a coincidence. Most people there were also looking for the director to discuss issues with the educated youths. The Victory Brigade was okay. As soon as the educated youths arrived, they immediately settled in. However, the Xiangyang Brigade didn't have so many empty houses. Last year's batch of educated youths borrowed places from the villagers and paid monthly food allowances. Because of this, there were many conflicts between the village and the educated youths. This year, 6 people were assigned to their brigade, but they still haven't been settled in. The educated youths were very upset. Director Ma listened to several brigade leaders complain and also felt overwhelmed. Since yesterday, when the educated youths were assigned, 5 or 6 people had come to see him about the housing issues. Finally, he was so bothered that he agreed to discuss with other leaders and said they would have a meeting at the commune the day after tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Seeing hope, the brigade leaders stopped arguing and waited to see what solutions the leaders would come up with during the meeting. Xiao Weiguo didn't know about Xiao Mai's worries. She was secretly training her young chickens at home. In April, she bought 30 chicks alone, 10 roosters and 20 hens. Now her family had 58 chickens, which was too many. She never let the chickens run into the front yard. Instead, she let them roam in the backyard and sneak into the cornfield, so no one could see how many she was raising. The chickens she raised before were doing well. They laid eggs in the nest. Now, Xiao Mai was mainly training the new chicks to come when she knocked on the feeding bowl. She wanted to raise the roosters for meat because wild chicken meat was tough. If possible, she wanted to treat herself better. All the vegetables in the front yard had been harvested. She didn't dry as many vegetables as in previous years because she found that dried vegetables didn't taste as good as fresh ones. Also, dried vegetables didn't sell for a good price. It was better to pick all the vegetables, sell the best ones at a higher price, and sell the less attractive ones cheaper. The vegetables that looked good but were not very affordable could be sold to people with average conditions, without affecting their meals. Last year, she planted too many loofahs, but there weren't many buyers. Vegetables like green beans, eggplants, and celery were more popular. So this year, she only planted 4 loofah seeds at the base of the wall for her own use. The remaining space was planted with green beans. The corn in the backyard has grown tall enough to reach the wolfberry bushes. Last year's old corn, which she didn't finish eating, is still there. She plans to sell the remaining corn at the end of this year and eat the new corn she grows this year. Although the space is not well ventilated and storing things helps keep them fresh, Xiao Mai still feels that last year's corn is no longer fresh. She calls her behavior of eating leftover corn, doing unnecessary things when full, meaning she is sharp with others but also strict with herself. After finishing chores at home, Xiao Mai begins training Shui. Every day, she takes it mountain climbing, gathering pig grass and wild vegetables. Now, after nearly 2 months, Shui has grown quite a bit, almost reaching her knees. It's a purebred wolf dog, so it looks a bit fierce now. The fiercer it looks, the more secure Xiao Mai feels.
Shui, walk faster.
You need more practice, she says. Her mountain climbing speed has improved a lot. When she first started, It took half an hour to reach the top, but now she can do it in 15 to 20 minutes. She eats well, having 1 or 2 eggs every day, alternating between corn, rice, and flour. Sometimes she even cooks meat for herself. Her small body is quite impressive. When they reach halfway up Mount 2, Chiao Mai ignores Shui Er and finds a place with many wild vegetables. She quickly starts working with her sickle. The wild vegetables are a bit old now, but she only cares about quantity, not quality, since she feeds the chickens. After 2 hours of harvesting, Chiao Mai is ready to go home. She adds another section to the space where she stores wild vegetables. This year, she has over 50 chickens and needs to stock enough food. Otherwise, she can't afford to buy all the grain. She eats wild vegetables now, and the vegetables with bugs from her garden are also given to the chickens. She doesn't consume much cornmeal daily, but she plans to keep feeding them this way through winter. Shui Er, let's go home, she calls. But Shui Er just barks loudly, standing there stubbornly. No matter how much Chiao Mai calls, it doesn't move. She's about to go over and pick it up when Shui Er suddenly pricks up its ears and becomes alert. At that moment, Chiao Mai realizes something is wrong. She stands still, looking around but sees nothing. After a minute, Shui Er stops barking and begins to whimper softly. She faintly hears the sound of wild boars nearby. Wow! Chiao Mai picked up the snow ear mushroom and ran down the mountain. She was already very scared. Last year, she was lucky to catch a wild boar in a trap. Even then, she had to chop it many times with an axe to kill it. If this really is a wild boar, it's different from the one before. One charge could crush her. She hasn't had enough life yet and doesn't believe she can defeat a big wild boar. Running away is the best choice now. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, she heard a wild boar scream. It probably just saw prey and got angry when it found nothing. Chiao Mai's legs didn't stop. She kept running and was glad she ran fast. If she had been more curious, she might not be alive now. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she didn't dare stop. This is Mountain 2, where no one from the village would come. The area at the bottom of the mountain isn't safe either. She only stopped when she saw people at the foot of Mountain 1. Then she told the grass-cutting people, "I just heard a wild boar scream. You should go home quickly. If the wild boar comes out, everyone will be in trouble." "My Z, where did you hear that?" "I didn't hear anything," said Xiao Go-dan, the most familiar person to Chiao Mai among the group. "I just went inside to use the bathroom and heard a wild boar scream. Let's go quickly. If it's a big wild boar, we won't be able to leave once it comes out," Chiao Mai lied casually. It's normal for villagers to find a quiet place to go to the bathroom. "Wow, there really is a wild boar? With so many of us, can we fight it?" "If we catch it, we'll have meat," said a child about 6 or 7 years old, with a runny nose, full of excitement about eating meat. Clapped Xiao Go-dan slapped the child's head and said, "Do you think wild boars are easy to catch? Not just us, even adults need several people with tools to handle a wild boar. No matter what, let's go home first." "Safety is the most important," said Chiao Mai. She didn't care if they listened or not. She had done her duty. Whether they listened or not was up to them. Seeing Chiao Mai leave, everyone else also started to go, as it was getting dark. It didn't matter whether they left early or late. They just slowly followed behind. What Chiao Mai didn't know was that 2 children didn't believe her and kept digging wild vegetables. One was Zhang Taitu, the second son of Zhang Wulai's family, and the other was a boy named Qiao Da, who was friends with him. The younger siblings were named Qiao Er and Qiao San, based on their birth order. They looked down on what Chiao Mai said, and even said she was sick. They often went up the mountain but never saw a wild boar. When she said she heard a pig squeal after going to the bathroom, they thought she was joking. They believed the silly stories. While they were mocking the children and insulting Chiao Mai, a wild boar from Mountain 2 followed its scent to the foot of Mountain 1. Its grunting sound immediately scared the 2 children. "Oh my, there's really a wild boar," Zhang Taitu said, trembling. "Run quickly, Taitu," they shouted. Then they started trembling and ran back to the village shouting, "Help! The wild boar is coming down the mountain," Their legs couldn't outrun 4 legs. Zhang Taitu tripped while running. Seeing the wild boar almost catch him, he cried out in fear, wetting his pants. His good friend Xiao Da also ignored him and ran forward, squealing. Just when Zhang Taitu thought he would be eaten by the boar, 7 or 8 villagers rushed over, holding sticks, shovels, axes, and other tools. It turned out that Xiao Mai, worried the boar might really come down the mountain, told Xiao Weiguo about it. He then gathered some people to check the mountain's foot. If the boar hadn't come down, it was no big deal. But if it did, many crops could be destroyed. Xiao Weiguo ordered a few people to go and look at the mountain's foot. At first, everyone thought the leader was overreacting. Xiao Mai hadn't seen the boar. She only heard the sound. Maybe she was mistaken, and it was a waste of time to go. But the boss's word was final. No matter what they thought, they had to go. A group of people calmly headed toward the mountain's foot. Before they reached, they saw Xiao Da crying and running back to the village. One person caught him and asked what was wrong. After hearing the story, they hurried over and saw the wild boar about to attack Zhang Taitu. After driving the boar away, Zhang Taitu was so frightened he started to have a fever. The next day, Zhang Wulai dragged Zhang Taitu to find Xiao Mai to settle accounts. Xiao Mai, come out. Xiao Mai, you little girl, stop hiding at home. I know you're there. Zhang Wulai stood at Xiao Mai's door and shouted. At that moment, everyone had just finished breakfast and was about to go to work. Seeing Zhang Wulai shouting there, they all stopped to watch the fun. What Zhang Wulai didn't know was that Xiao Mai wasn't at home. She was out feeding the pigs. So, Zhang Wulai shouted for about 10 minutes until his voice was almost hoarse, and only then did Xiao Mai leisurely appear. Why are you looking for me? Say what you need to say. At your age, you should have some manners. Standing at someone else's door and shouting is so embarrassing, Xiao Mai said as she saw a crowd gathered around her house. Curious, she walked over and saw it was Zhang Wulai and a kid. The kid looked familiar, but she didn't remember his name. Ha ha, if Zhang Wulai knew what embarrassment was, would he still be called Zhang Wulai? The crowd teased, laughing at Zhang Wulai. You little brat, not at home early in the morning, probably out causing trouble somewhere, Zhang Wulai said rudely, noticing Xiao Mai coming out. Xiao Mai squinted her eyes. She was sure she had no connection with Zhang Wulai. He was just here to cause trouble. Where am I causing trouble? Has your wife been unfaithful to you? Seeing a girl makes you talk nonsense, she said confidently. If he wanted to argue, she wasn't afraid. You, what are you talking about? Who told you to say such things? Zhang Wulai had never heard anyone speak so harshly. Men hated being cheated on the most, and this girl's words made him furious. What are you babbling about? I say what I want. If you don't like it, go home and brush your teeth properly before coming out. You complain about my smell, but your face is so full of yourself, Xiao Mai replied calmly. Wow, this girl usually doesn't talk much, but today she was so lively. Stop talking nonsense with me. I came today to ask for compensation. Because of you yesterday, that wild boar scared my iron head so much he got a fever. You owe us medical expenses and compensation, Zhang Wulai said proudly, standing tall.
What?
Did I hear that right? Xiao Mai really couldn't believe how shameless he was. No wonder he was called Zhang Wulai. The crowd once again was shocked by his audacity. Xiao Mai reached into her ear to make sure she wasn't hearing things or imagining it. Let's not talk about compensation first. Tell me, how did your iron head get a fever? How else? He was scared by the wild boar, Zhang Wulai said irritably. Then you should go ask the wild boar for compensation. You came to the wrong place, Zhou Mai said expressionlessly. You should be the one asking. You said the wild boar was coming, so why didn't you wait until the kids were home before leaving? You left my son Taitu there alone. If it weren't for him, he might have been caught by the wild boar and gotten scared or fallen sick. Zhang Wulai kept insisting he was right. Oh, so yesterday, everyone left except your son Taitu? I see. Your son is not very smart, just like you. The smart ones went home, and who's still waiting around to feed the wild boar? Zhou Mai added, people who are not clever should read more books. Don't embarrass yourself. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for being harsh. Yesterday, I kindly told everyone about the wild boar coming down. I was right, because I stopped the boar from damaging the crops. If I wanted to be serious, the team would have awarded me. And now you're acting up again, thinking you're so important. Exactly. Zhang Wulai, look at yourself. You even tricked my niece. Your thinking is so low. One day, I'll have my old man find you a job that can help improve your thinking. Stop wasting your energy for no reason. At this moment, second aunt heard the news and hurried over, worried that Jomai, just a young girl, couldn't handle this troublemaker. If Zhang Wulai were somewhere else, he would have started causing trouble. But today, he was really in a tough spot. Not only did Jomai scold him, but the team leader's wife also supported her. Who would bother to pick fights with Jomai? No matter how pitiful she was, she still had the backing of the team leader's second uncle. No one could bully her easily. Besides, Jomai wasn't afraid of trouble. As long as she had a reason, she could even go to the police. The previous troublemaker was an example. After he was released, he avoided Jomai whenever he saw her. Everyone go back to work. Be careful not to lose points later. Disperse now, second aunt told everyone, then, worried, she reminded Jomai a few words before heading back to work. She needed to talk to her husband about this. Zhang Wulai really was no good. Jomai was now mentally strong. After scolding Zhang Wulai, she pushed the matter aside. At noon, she happily made a pot of chive and egg buns for herself. She also delivered 4 to her second uncle and aunt. Her kneading skills had improved a lot, and the buns were hearty, big and filled with plenty of stuffing. The old couple hadn't eaten buns in years, so today, thanks to Jomai, each of them ate 2 buns and felt full. Xiao Mai was once again the talk of the village after this fight. Previously, she had sent Ma Lizi to sit by the fence, and people said she was heartless. This time, she argued with Zhang Wulai, and although everyone was just watching for fun, they also said Xiao Mai was sharp-tongued. Whether Xiao Mai was the victim or not, the villagers would talk about her. These people only cared about their own moment of amusement and didn't think about whether they were right or wrong. That's just human nature. Soon after, Xiao Mai became a hot topic again because she bought a car. She became the only person in the Victory Brigade to own a car. Xiao Mai had planned to buy a car when she returned from Song City. But then, Ma Lizi came to steal from her house. If she had bought the car then, everyone would have known she was earning money. Now, it's been several months, and her bicycle ticket is about to expire if she doesn't buy one soon. So, Xiao Mai took the opportunity to go to the county department store to buy a bike. When she arrived, she didn't see Huang Mei. Today was probably her day off. There were only 2 bikes on display, both Shanghai Yongji models. Xiao Mai didn't have many choices, so she picked one and paid 120 yuan plus a bicycle ticket. She also bought some daily necessities, a tube of toothpaste, since her toothbrush needed replacing, and a flashlight for 3 yuan plus 2 industrial tickets. She bought a few extra batteries and some toilet paper for a few dollars. Now, Xiao Mai had money, so she bought what she needed. After buying everything, Xiao Mai took her household registration and pushed her new bike to the vehicle management office to get it registered. Fewer people were buying bikes now, mainly to prevent theft. All new bikes had to be registered. Unregistered bikes were treated as stolen vehicles. If someone stole one and it was found, there was nowhere to find the owner. When Xiao Mai rode her new Yongji bike back to the Victory Brigade, everyone was shocked. Oh my, their brigade leader hadn't even gotten a bike yet, and this young girl had one. How much money did that take? Oh my, this bike is really new, said a villager, reaching out to touch it but hesitating. Don't ruin it, his wife warned. This bike is very valuable. Must have cost a lot, right? My, you're really rich, said another villager. That's right. I've spent all the money I saved over the years, and I borrowed quite a bit to get it. Maybe next time, I'll have to borrow grain from your family to eat, haha. Xiao Mai spent her money carefully and didn't want to cause trouble. She needed everyone to know she was out of money, whether true or not. She couldn't act like she was rich. People believe that showing off wealth and mocking others are common, and she had learned this lesson clearly before. Even in these poor times, She doesn't think most people are truly kind. After hearing what Chiao Mai said, many people's feelings balanced a bit. They thought if their families borrowed money, they could buy a bicycle too. But no one was as wasteful as her. She didn't earn much money and was still suffering from hunger. Anyway, Chiao Mai bought a bicycle. The second uncle was the happiest because now he didn't have to walk to the commune. He could just ride her bike, which took only about 10 minutes, and it wasn't tiring. Chiao Mai was generous. As long as it didn't interfere with her own use, she was happy to lend her bike to the second uncle and Lu Xiulan's family. After Chiao Mai bought the bicycle, some people's minds started to wander. They thought her family was too well off. She lived alone in a big room, not burdened by elders, and could earn work points. Now she even had a bike. She seemed like a good match for marriage. So, more people started visiting the second aunt's house, saying her nephew was promising, or her cousin was capable. Everyone spoke well of the young men they suggested for Chiao Mai. But the second aunt just listened and asked one question. Could she accept a marriage proposal where she would move into her husband's family? This question scared off most visitors. Gradually, everyone knew Chiao Mai didn't plan to marry. People said she wanted a son-in-law to move in. Many secretly criticized her for not knowing her limits, saying she shouldn't expect to marry into a good family when her own conditions weren't great. Now that life wasn't so hard, who would be willing to send their son to another family? However, among her suitors, a young man named Wang Shun, a recent arrival and a young educated worker, was interested. He found farm work exhausting, earning only 4 work points a day. An older worker told him that if he didn't earn enough points by the end of the year, he might have to pay money instead of getting grain. His family was poor, with 3 brothers, and his mother was busy taking care of his older brother and younger brother, so she wouldn't help him. If he married Chiao Mai, he could share some of her grain for food. Her family had a big yard and plenty of land to grow crops. She also had a bike, which made her look impressive outside. Wang Shun, who often dreamed big, created a chance encounter when Chiao Mai was about to go up the mountain to cut pig grass. "Comrade Chiao Mai, are you going up the mountain?" Today, Wang Shun dressed up specially. He washed his hair and shaved in the morning and wore his only clean white shirt, which had a worn-out collar if you looked closely. Yes, that's right. Chiao Mai didn't expect this young male worker to talk to her, so she was a bit caught off guard. "I'm going up the mountain too. Let's go together," he said, politely turning slightly to let Chiao Mai go first. To Chiao Mai, his gesture seemed a bit greasy. She held back her discomfort and politely said, "Wang Jiqing, sorry. I think it's better if we go separately. Otherwise, it might cause misunderstandings between a single man and woman." She nodded with a smile and was about to leave. But Wang Shun wanted others to misunderstand. He wouldn't let Chiao Mai go so easily. "Comrade Chiao Mai, we are innocent. We're just walking together. Don't worry about what others say." Chiao Mai looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Wang Jiqing, you should know how much gossip can spread. We're both unmarried, and if people find out, it might affect my reputation even if you don't pursue me. Honestly, Comrade Chiao Mai, I like you very much. I want to work hard for the revolutionary cause with you." Seeing that Chiao Mai wasn't convinced by his words, Wang Shun directly expressed his feelings, trying to look sincere.
Chiao Mai was stunned.
In her previous life, she was a single woman for over 20 years. Now, before she even turned 18, someone was already pursuing her. Could her appearance really be that attractive? It didn't seem likely. She had seen her original self, tough-looking, double eyelids, a good nose bridge, not a delicate oval face but with some edges. If she had to give herself a score out of 10, she'd give herself an 8. "Thank you for your feelings, Wang Jiqing, but I'm not interested in dating right now. And even if I were, you should know I only accept to be a concubine," she said honestly. "Comrade Chiao Mai, you just don't understand me yet. Once we get to know each other better, you'll be interested in dating. And I'm willing to move into your family." Wang Shun wouldn't really want to move in with her. If he could, who would be so dishonorable as to register their household at a woman's house? When he has the chance, he still plans to return to the city. "No need. I'm not interested in Wang Jiqing. You should find someone else to marry if you want." Unfortunately, Chiao Mai's words were quite harsh. who would want to look everywhere for someone to marry into their family. Xiao Mai was almost openly criticizing Wang Shun for being a freeloader. When Wang Shun heard Xiao Mai say the last part, his face almost couldn't hold up. Xiao Mai just stood there with her arms crossed, watching him perform. In the end, Wang Shun's face turned pale as he left. Just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, ugly but dreaming of beauty, Xiao Mai muttered as she went to cut pig grass. Recently, many people had come to her second aunt to set her up with marriage. She knew why because they saw her as a lonely girl, and she even bought a bicycle. If she married, all her family property would belong to her in-laws.
She was clear about this.
She could see through the bad intentions of these people, and even her second uncle and second aunt could protect her. But unexpectedly, Wang Shun appeared, willing to be a son-in-law just to be with her. It seemed rural life had broken his backbone. Sadly, although she was physically 17, her mental age was around 30. Wang Shun's little tricks didn't impress her at all. Even though information didn't spread quickly in this era, some people still knew things fast. When Song Shuyan came to buy eggs at Xiao Mai's house, he winked and asked her about Wang Shun. Since spring this year, after Song Shuyan and Zhao Junjie found out that Xiao Mai's family was laying eggs, they agreed that whenever they wanted eggs, they would come to her house. Xiao Mai agreed. They didn't buy many eggs, and since it wasn't their first time trading, there was no need to save all the eggs for winter. She told them each egg cost 8 cents, no receipt needed. It was cheaper than buying at the supply and marketing cooperative, and the eggs were fresh. The cooperative's eggs were more expensive, required tickets, and often ran out. Xiao Mai, has Wang Shun been looking for you lately? Song Shuyan was standing in the west room. Xiao Mai was in the cellar fetching eggs for him. This time, he wanted 14 eggs, 7 for him and 7 for Zhao Junjie. How do you know? Xiao Mai's voice came muffled from the cellar. A while ago, he asked us about you. It was shortly after you bought the bike, and we didn't think much of it at the time. We just told him what we could. He didn't bother you too much, did he? Song Shuyan was still a bit worried. If Wang Shun really had bad intentions, he would have indirectly helped him, so he felt a little guilty. He can't bother me much. I told him clearly that I don't want to think about marriage right now. Although Xiao Mai doesn't like Wang Shun, she doesn't usually scheme behind others' backs. That's good. Wang Shun seems a bit tricky, so you should be careful around him. Song Shuyan reminded Xiao Mai. They are now quite familiar friends. Xiao Mai is straightforward, and Zhao Junjie, and he enjoyed talking with her. All right, don't worry. I'll be careful. Xiao Mai handed the basket of eggs to Song Shuyan. By the way, pick a couple of cucumbers for you too. It's hot now, so you can make a cold salad or eat them as fruit to quench your thirst, she said as she dusted off the soil from her clothes. That's great. Zhao and I planted some vegetables this year, but they didn't grow very well. Luckily, we planted a lot, so we can still eat. The cucumber seedlings all turned yellow, and I don't know what's wrong. Song Shuyan felt a headache when he heard this. Neither he nor Zhao had much experience with farming. They were just guessing and trying. It's probably worms underground eating the cucumber roots. Next year, you should go to the health clinic and get some medicine to kill the pests. After that, planting again will be much better. These tips were shared by Sister Xiaolan, based on their farming experience. Song Shuyan learned several small farming tricks from Xiao Mai. He happily took home 6 cucumbers she picked for him. Next year, he plans to follow her advice to kill the pests, so he and Zhao can enjoy cucumbers they grow themselves. Xiao Mai didn't mind the matchmaking matter much. Instead, her second aunt and second uncle were more concerned about her marriage. Her mother, Xiao Mai, is almost 18. It's time to find her a husband. She spends her days either feeding pigs or cutting pig grass, so she doesn't have many chances to meet people. You should ask around nearby and see if there's a suitable family.
Tell her about it.
If it's a good match, she could get married next year. Since there were no elders left in Xiao Mai's family and her older brother was indifferent, he felt he needed to worry about her. Who knew how long she would be single? All right, these days I'll ask those close to me to help find out if there's anyone suitable. Second aunt's children are all grown up now, and she's quite experienced in managing Xiao Mai. This time, You should gather information first before talking to Mai. Don't just listen to others and rush to tell her like last time. Luckily, Mai didn't think much about it, or she might have thought we didn't want her to be happy. Xiao Weiguo remembered last year when old Wang from the Red Flag Brigade came. Talking about that, second aunt still feels a bit embarrassed. She blames herself for not checking things carefully and rushing to tell Xiao Mai. This time, she will make sure to gather all the details first. Honestly, after second aunt spread the word about finding a match for Xiao Mai, they carefully selected and actually found a good family. Second sister-in-law, trust me, their family is really good. If it weren't for the fact that his widow mother raised 5 children alone, and they were so poor they couldn't even feed themselves, she wouldn't let her son marry out. His mother came to me, saying she just hopes her son can eat enough and not starve. That family is well-liked in their village. You can go and check them out first. This is Yang Chunhua, who has a good relationship with second aunt Lu Guifang. She is also Qiao Guodong's sister-in-law. Old big sister. I think that's a good idea. When are you free to go see Yangshin? If they really are that good, I'll talk to Qiao Mai about it. Lu Guifang was also very pleased with Yang Chunhua's description. If what she said is true and not exaggerated, then it's really a good family. The details are, Yang Chunhua's family lives in Yangshin, not far from the Victory Brigade. Yesterday, she mentioned to her mother about the idea of her family taking in a son-in-law. Surprisingly, her mother suggested a suitable family. The Yang Tuku family, known for being very poor in their village. Yang Tuku passed away early, leaving his wife, Yu Chui, and 5 children, all sons. The oldest is 28, and the youngest is only 12. When Yang Tuku died, his youngest son was just 5. The widow has struggled to raise 5 children alone, unable to remarry, and they've been living on meager means for many years. Despite being poor, her children are obedient and well-liked in the village. They always help others in need and never turn away. Yu Chui speaks kindly and peacefully, and she has never had serious conflicts with the villagers. Everyone says that young boys eat their parents out of house and home. A few children didn't starve to death a few years ago because they were lucky, but now they eat too much. The small amount of food we have is barely enough, and we have to tighten our belts every day to barely ease the hunger. So, the widow said that if she found a suitable daughter, she would agree to let her son marry her, as long as he could eat enough. Her sincere concern for her son earned her praise from the villagers. Yang Chunhua and Lu Guifang talked about the widow's 3rd son, who is 20 years old. The widow's 4th son is 17 and would be a better match for Qiao Mai, but he doesn't want to leave his mother. He insists on staying at home to take care of her, so now only the 3rd son is suitable. Lu Guifang and Yang Chunhua went to Yangshu Tun the next noon. They came quietly and went straight to the widow's house, hiding behind the fence outside her yard. Mother, rest first. I'll fetch water. My older brothers are cooking, said Yang Laishou, the 3rd son of the Yang family. His father named his 5 sons based on happiness, prosperity, longevity, joy, and wealth. Originally, Yang Laishou was meant for a daughter, but Yang Tukuai had no daughter and only 5 sons. Be careful near the water. It's slippery, said the widow. She had been working all morning and was tired. Now that she was older, even light work was hard on her body after a while. Don't worry, mother. I'm grown up now. How could I not be careful when fetching water? Yang Laishou said with a smile. No matter how old you are, you're still my children. I have to worry about you. The widow replied gently. All right, mother. I'm leaving now, he said, lifting the shoulder pole with 2 buckets of water and walking out of the yard. At this moment, Lu Guifang and Yang Chunhua quickly turned away and walked in the opposite direction. How about it, second sister-in-law? Doesn't he seem quite filial? Not many young men are so proactive after work, doing chores at home, Lu Guifang agreed. Not only young men, but even her own husband often needs her to remind him to fetch water. Let's go and ask around the village. Lu Guifang thought she shouldn't judge just by this one side. This time, she was determined to find a good husband for her niece. That's the one. When I go back, I'll talk to Maisie. If she agrees, you can help by asking your family to have a look at her. Lu Guifeng asked a few people about Yang Laishou and his family. Everyone said they were good people, honest and hardworking. But they had many children, ate a lot, and no matter how much they earned, it was never enough. The widow didn't have money to help her son get married. That's okay. If Maisie really marries him, her family can visit occasionally without affecting her in-laws. That evening, Xiao Mai was busy weaving baskets in her room when Lu Guifeng arrived. Maisie, your skills are getting better. Look at how tight and strong this basket is, Lu Guifeng said as soon as she saw the basket Xiao Mai was making. The girl was becoming more capable. Haha, auntie, don't praise me too much. I'm just an amateur. Compared to Dogden's mother, I'm far behind, Xiao Mai said, feeling her skills had improved. But if she had to be honest, the best was still Dogden's mother from last year. She was very quick and made baskets and baskets without a single rough edge, very delicate. As farmers, we just need things that are useful and strong. Lu Guifeng sat on a small bench. Xiao Mai poured her a bowl of water, grabbed some dried sweet potatoes, and continued weaving baskets while chatting. Maisie, I want to tell you something, said second aunt, who hadn't forgotten her purpose for visiting. What is it, auntie? Just tell me. Xiao Mai kept working. Recently, your grandpa and I have been thinking about finding a good match for you. Yesterday, Aunt Chunhua came to see me. She said her family has 5 brothers and a widowed mother. They're very poor. The widow probably doesn't have money to help her son get married, so she told Aunt Chunhua that as long as her children can eat enough, they don't mind if they marry into our family. Xiao Mai stopped her work and looked up at her aunt by the faint light of the kerosene lamp. I thought I shouldn't just tell you without finding out more, like last time. So today at noon, Chunhua and I went to Yangshu village, where her family lives. First, we looked at the boy's house from outside. The yard was tidy. The boy is smart and hardworking. When I arrived, he was about to go fetch water. Lu Guifeng took a sip of water and continued. Then we asked a few people in Yangshu village about his family. They all said they were good people. When someone in the family has a problem, they help out. His widowed mother is also very kind and has never caused trouble in the village. Lu Guifeng glanced at Xiao Mai's reaction. She seemed quite calm, but she couldn't quite tell what attitude Xiao Mai had toward this family. Ma'am, anything else? Xiao Mai asked when her second aunt stopped speaking. Well, I think that child should be pretty good, so I came to ask if you're interested in meeting him. If you are, I can ask Aunt Chunhua to pass the message. After saying this, she waited for Xiao Mai's response. Xiao Mai didn't expect her second aunt to be so concerned about her marriage. But then she thought about it. Her elementary school classmate Xiao Shui got married last year. At her age, she was at the right time in the village to start looking for a partner. If she still married and had children at 24 or 5, like in her previous life, many people would be gossiping behind her back. Forget it. Since her aunt thought she should find a partner and had already checked things out, she might as well meet him. If he's really good, they can talk first and see if it's a good match. Ma'am, I really appreciate your concern about my affairs. I can't let you work for nothing. Please talk to Aunt Chunhua and set a time for us to meet. Xiao Mai held her second aunt's hand. She wasn't thinking about matchmaking now. She just felt grateful that her aunt was willing to go to so much trouble for her. In the future, she would take good care of her and her husband. There's no need to worry about whether it's a big deal or not. As long as you're happy, your dad and I will be satisfied. Okay, I'll let you know once I set the date. Also, don't stay up too late. You're still young, so you should sleep and rest more. I'm leaving now. Lock the door properly. Lu Guifeng was happy to hear there was hope. She knew how much effort her daughter put into this, and she wasn't expecting anything in return. She was just glad that Xiao Mai was grateful. Even if she had to run around, she would be happy. After seeing her second aunt off and locking the door, Xiao Mai washed up and prepared to lie down on the kong, a traditional bed. Her aunt was right, she was still young. Sleeping more could help her grow taller. She was only 1.6 meters now, but she hoped to grow to 1.65 meters with some effort. After leaving Xiao Mai's house, Lu Guifeng initially planned to go directly to Yang Chunhua's home. But then she thought she shouldn't be in such a hurry, as it might seem like the girl was too eager. So she decided to wait until the next afternoon. With that thought, she hesitated and slowly walked back home. I'm back. How did it go with my? Xiao Weigua, who hadn't slept and was smoking in the yard, asked. He wasn't afraid of mosquito bites. Oh my goodness, you old fool. You scared me just sitting there. Lu Guifang was lost in thought when Xiao Weigua suddenly spoke, startling her. Xiao Weigua felt speechless. Was it really her fault for not watching where she was walking? He didn't want to argue about it, so he stayed silent, waiting for Lu Guifang to speak. Lu Guifang patted her chest and said, I told my Z, and she said it's okay to meet. Tomorrow, I will talk to Yang Chunhua and set a time for them to meet. Yes. Our approval doesn't matter much. The most important thing is whether the young people think it's right. If they feel it's suitable, then it's truly right, said Xiao Weigua. He wasn't old-fashioned. In fact, as a team leader, he was quite progressive. Respecting young people's opinions was something many parents didn't do. You're right. Let's see if they can get along, Lu Guifang said as she went inside to tidy up the bed. This old man, at least, wasn't stubborn and was reasonable. Compared to other daughters-in-law, she had suffered much less hardship in her life. The meeting between Qiao Mai and Yang Laishou was scheduled for 3 days later at Xiao Weigua's house. To show respect, Qiao Mai wore a new short-sleeve shirt made by Air Dajia, black pants, and green rubber shoes she bought in Song City. Usually, she didn't like wearing shoes that covered her feet and only wore them in rain or when needed. Now, everyone wanted a pair. They felt proud to wear them. Qiao Mai didn't quite understand that feeling. She only wore them today to keep up with the times. At 8 a.m., Yang Laishou arrived. When Qiao Mai entered, Yang Laishou stood up nervously. She looked him over. His family wasn't well off. His clothes had a patch, and his knees were worn thin, but his shoes were brand new, freshly made. What she didn't know was that the pants he was wearing today were the best among his brothers. Others had patches, and his mother had sewn his shoes overnight. This was the best outfit his family could offer. After they met, neither of them spoke. To avoid awkwardness, Air Dajia quickly explained the situation. Qiao Mai didn't feel anything special. He looked normal, neither ugly nor handsome. His features were decent, about 1.7 meters tall. She didn't have specific requirements for a partner and had never seen a truly handsome man. Most were just ordinary people. Her auntie, the cucumbers I planted in the backyard are growing really well. Do you want to go see them? Lu Guifang wanted to give the two children some space, so she made an excuse and left with Yang Chunhua. Only Qiao Mai and Yang Laishou remained inside. Neither of them spoke at first, and the atmosphere was a little awkward.
Hello, Comrade Qiao Mai.
I believe Dajiang has already told you about our situation. I wonder what you think. Yang Laishou finally broke the silence.
Hello, Comrade Yang Laishou.
As you know, I am looking for a son-in-law who comes to live with us. Your family's situation isn't the most important to me. I value good character and chemistry more. So, I can't decide right now whether we can be together, Qiao Mai honestly said. Yang Laishou listened to her words, but didn't get the answer he hoped for. Still, he thought it was normal. Before coming, Chunhua told him that Qiao Mai's family was quite well off. Recently, they bought a bicycle. If they really got together, life would probably be better than at his home. It would just be the two of them living together, without elders giving orders. It's like living in a different place. At first, Yang Laishou felt that marrying into another family might be a little shameful. But his mother told him that as long as he showed filial piety, caring for her even if he married into another family was better than doing nothing at home. He could have a better life outside. Plus, after Chunhua explained things, his worries eased completely. When Qiao Mai came earlier, he learned more about her family. Just by her clothes, he could tell her family was quite well off. The pair of rubber shoes she wore were rare in Yangshu village. Only 2 households had them. Now, he didn't mind marrying into her family at all. In fact, he wanted to settle this relationship quickly, which is why he asked about it just now. It's okay, Comrade Qiao Mai. I understand what you mean. Let's get to know each other more, and you can see how you feel then, Yang Laishou said confidently. All right then. You go back to work now, and don't delay earning your work points. We'll talk again after a few days when you have some rest, Chiao Mai said. She didn't feel much herself, but she knew she couldn't rely only on feelings to choose a partner. What if she missed a good opportunity? So, she thought it was better to get to know each other more before making a decision. After they agreed, Chiao Mai told Da Jiang and went to the back mountain to cut pig grass. No matter what happens, she believed she must keep working hard at life. Meanwhile, Chunhua walked a bit with Yang Laishou. "Third brother, what do you think?" she asked, both out of emotion and reason. It would be good to tell Lu Guifeng about this later. "Gu, I think it's okay. We agreed to rest in a couple of days and then meet again." Yang Laishou scratched his freshly trimmed crew cut, feeling a bit shy as he spoke. "Oh, so there's hope. Let me tell you, Chiao Mai is really a good girl. She can manage on her own and live a happy life. She's also nice and quick to work." Yang Chunhua listened to Yang Laishou say they might meet again. She didn't refuse outright, so her interest in matchmaking grew, and she started praising Chiao Mai highly. When he got home, Yang Laishou also told Widow Yu about the situation. He thought that Chiao Mai's family was quite good, and if they really got together, he could bring some food to his mother when he visited. It would be a way to show respect. Widow Yu was very happy to hear this. Her son was always thinking of her and wanted to do good for her. After returning home, Yang Chunhua told Lu Guifeng that they might meet again. She thought it was possible for them to become a couple. Since the first meeting was arranged, they wouldn't interfere anymore. Whether it works out or not, they could only wait and see. Chiao Mai had been at home these days gathering vegetables she could harvest again and drying some to hide her true intentions. She only dried enough for herself. If someone asked why she didn't dry more vegetables or why she served fresh ones at a gathering, she wouldn't have a good answer. So, she dried some vegetables just in case. Soon, on her day off, Chiao Mai slept until 9 in the morning. She lazily got up, made herself a bowl of noodle dumpling soup, boiled an egg, and enjoyed it with her homemade pickles. After washing her bowl, she saw second aunt leading Yang Laishou over. "Woof woof woof," Snow Ear barked loudly at the stranger. "My, quick. Laishou is here. You two didn't plan where to meet, and this kid just came straight to my house. He said he wanted to help you with some work, so I brought him in." Second aunt saw the door of Chiao Mai's house was open and knew someone was home, so she took Yang Laishou into the yard. "Snow Ear," Chiao Mai called. Snow Ear whined, feeling a bit wronged, and went back to her nest. "Oh, auntie, you're right.
Sorry, Chomrade Yang Laishou.
I forgot where we agreed to meet. Hurry up, you two, come inside and sit," Chiao Mai said warmly. She was always friendly and welcoming to guests, unless there was a conflict. "No, comrade Chiao Mai, look and see if there's any work to do at home. I'll help you first. As a woman, you probably can't do some of the chores yourself, so just let me handle them." Yang Laishou came to make a good impression. He doesn't have much to show for himself, so he tries this way. "Oh, look at this silly young man, haha, he's quite diligent." Whether he gained Chiao Mai's good opinion is hard to say, but Yang Laishou's actions first won over second aunt. This young man is willing to help and knows how to take initiative, which shows he's good at managing daily life. Lu Guifeng, the mother-in-law, is increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. No need, no need. Guests are welcome, but there's no work for you here. Young comrade, come in and have some water. It's a day off, so take a good rest." Even if Chiao Mai had chores, she wouldn't really let him do them. She hasn't even started her day yet, and her backyard isn't suitable for outsiders. She can do everything herself, so there's no need to owe favors. If it's not appropriate, it feels like she owes him something. Yang Laishou saw that Chiao Mai didn't really want his help with chores, so he didn't push too hard and followed Lu Guifeng into the house. Inside, there was a large jar of preserved vegetables and a row of small jars, though he didn't know what was inside. The house had a stove and a table and chairs facing the door. The house was very clean. At the west wall, there was a half-woven basket, and nearby a wooden board, probably a cellar. In the middle of the room was a small square table, with 4 small stools around it. Usually, Chiao Mai ate here, but in winter, she moved the table onto the Kong, heated bed. Yang Laishou could only see the outer room of the west side, and didn't go into the inner room. But just by looking at the front yard in this room, He could tell Chiao Mai was a tidy person, always keeping everything clean. Chiao Mai poured 2 bowls of brown sugar water for them. After chatting for a while, second aunt prepared to leave. Although she wasn't working today, there was still work at home. She didn't want the 2 young men and women to stay alone in the house. As she hesitated on how to say this, Chiao Mai spoke first. Comrade Yang, how about we go out for a walk? Sitting at home all day isn't very interesting. Chiao Mai wanted to visit the county town. It had been a long time since she went, and since it was her day off, she didn't want to waste this good time. Plus, they needed soy sauce and vinegar, so she thought she might as well buy some. I think that's a good idea. Young people should get out more. Sitting here talking doesn't really tell you much.
Chiao Mai's suggestion pleased Liu Guifang.
Comrade Chiao Mai, do you really not need me to do anything? Don't feel shy. I came mainly to help you with something today, Yang Laishou asked again, still hopeful. Really, there's nothing. Comrade Yang, if you don't want to go out shopping, we can plan for another time, Chiao Mai said, a bit speechless. Is he a workaholic? So eager to work? Then let's go out for a walk. Where would you like to go, Comrade Chiao Mai? Yang Laishou was rejected again, so he suppressed his thoughts and followed Chiao Mai's suggestion to go out for a stroll. Let's go to the county town. I need to buy some soy sauce and vinegar, Chiao Mai honestly replied. On the way to the county town, they chatted casually. Chiao Mai felt a bit frustrated. She wasn't sure if she was naturally not interested in dating or if Yang Laishou just wasn't her type. She felt no attraction to him at all. Chiao Mai didn't feel anything, but Yang Laishou thought differently. The more he looked at Chiao Mai, the more satisfied he was. He liked her both for her family background and her personality. By noon, they reached the county town. Knowing her family was poor, Chiao Mai suggested they buy 2 fried flatbreads. Actually, she wanted meat buns, but today wasn't the right day for that. Yang Laishou had never bought food outside before. Today, he only had 50 cents, which his mother had forced into his hand. He knew that buying fried flatbreads required a food ticket, which he didn't have.
I'm
not hungry, Yang Laishou said, blushing.
I'm hungry.
We'll be home soon in the afternoon. How can I not eat? Chiao Mai was determined to eat. She wouldn't let herself go hungry. After saying that, she went to the window of the state-run restaurant. Comrade, 2 fried flatbreads, please. All right, that will be 3 mao, 30 cents, and 2 food tickets. The worker quickly wrapped 2 flatbreads in paper. Comrade Yang, I'll pay with the food tickets and you pay with money. 1 each, okay? Chiao Mai first discussed with Yang Laishou. If he was going to eat, she would pay with the tickets. If not, she would pay herself. Although she was a daughter-in-law who moved in, their relationship wasn't official yet. She didn't want to pay for everything herself. If he truly expected her to do that, he would be a man who relied on her financially, which she wouldn't accept. Okay, I agree, just as you say. Yang Laishou listened to 3 mao coins and quietly relaxed, feeling glad that today he only heard his mother say 5 mao coins. Otherwise, he would have felt embarrassed now. The 2 of them each had a fried pancake, sharing the cost equally. Chiao Mai ate without any worries. Yang Laishou held his pancake, feeling hungry but also guilty about eating it. He thought of his brothers still eating sweet potato bread at home and his mother, so he kept the pancake in his hand without taking a bite. Chiao Mai saw that he hadn't eaten and asked, "Why aren't you eating? Are you not hungry? Could it be he had eaten a big breakfast and was now hungry? Could a grown man really resist hunger? No, it's just, I was thinking about my mother and brothers. I feel bad eating this pancake when they're still eating at home." Yang Laishou didn't explain in detail, but Chiao Mai understood. If that's the case, then don't eat it. I'll give you 3 mao coins. I don't have enough for myself, so if you don't want it, I'll eat it all, Chiao Mai said, not spoiling him. If he felt embarrassed to eat, then he would eat it himself to avoid making him feel guilty. Playing this game with his sister, he should be a bit more mature. Yang Laishou didn't expect Chiao Mai to react like that. He stared at the 3 mao coins in his hand, stunned. Actually, Chiao Mai didn't think much of it. Your family is poor, that's your business. But he wasn't obligated to carry your burden. If this person felt guilty, it showed he had a conscience. But it also reflected that Yang Laisho wasn't fully prepared to see himself as a son-in-law. That wasn't what Chiao Mai was looking for. After Chiao Mai bought soy sauce and vinegar, they headed back. On the way, Chiao Mai silently crossed him off his mental list, so he spoke to him as an ordinary friend. Yang Laisho often mentioned his mother in his 5 sentences. Chiao Mai was glad he hadn't made their relationship official. This person still had some traits of a mama's boy, and if they married, it might cause many conflicts. Unaware of Chiao Mai's thoughts, Yang Laisho saw that Chiao Mai talked to him more on the way back. He thought Chiao Mai approved of him. Excited, he started talking more. Most of the time, Chiao Mai just listened with a smile. Having someone to chat with on the way home felt nice. The 2-hour walk today seemed to pass quickly. Comrade Yang, thank you for accompanying me to the county today. Let's end here. I'm heading back, Chiao Mai said at the entrance of Xingli Brigade Village. Okay, you go ahead first. I'll wait until you walk far away before I go back, Yang Laisho said, almost showing his full care for him. Chiao Mai didn't say much. After returning to the village, she went straight to Second Aunt's house. Grandpa, Grandma, are you home? Chiao Mai called out in the yard. After waiting a while and not hearing a response, she went to the door and called again. This time, she heard someone reply, a voice coming from the backyard. She then went to the backyard, where the elderly couple was pulling weeds in the cornfield. You're back. How was your walk? Second uncle asked first. Lu Guifang didn't say anything. Her look clearly showed she shared second uncle's opinion. Grandpa, Grandma, I think we are not very suitable for each other, Chiao Mai said, sitting on a stone bench behind the house. She was a bit tired after walking a long way.
What?
Was everything fine when you left today? Did that brat bully you? No, I'll go find him and settle this. Lu Guifang immediately thought that Yang Laisho had done something wrong to Chiao Mai and was ready to confront him. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Let Mai say her part first. Really, at your age, you're so impatient. Chiao Weigua held back his wife, signaling Chiao Mai to speak first. Grandma, don't worry. He didn't bully me. He was fine before you left, but now it's not suitable? Besides, he bullied you. What else could it be? Before Chiao Mai finished speaking, Second Aunt cut in. Chiao Mai knew Second Aunt was anxious, but she asked her to wait. Well, Grandma, although he's willing to marry into the family, today when we went to the county town, we found that our thoughts aren't very aligned. If I really marry him, his mother probably wouldn't be happy either. I definitely wouldn't be happy about that. If it causes conflicts, it's better to just give up now. I'm still young and not in a hurry to marry. I want to take my time and see how things go, Chiao Mai explained in words they could understand. Different thoughts? Mai, tell me more specifically, second uncle said, focusing on the main point. At noon, we bought fried dough. He didn't want to eat it. He thought his mother and brothers at home weren't full, but he was eating well outside. He probably felt guilty. In the end, I ate all the fried dough myself and gave him the money. You see, if we really get together, then if I cook a little better food in the future, he will feel guilty thinking about his mother suffering at home. What should I do? I don't want to rely on my own money to support his family, but if I don't give him anything, he will definitely act like that again. Chiao Mai explained her reasons, with some complaint. After she finished, the old couple fell silent. They used to think Yang Laisho was a good young man, thoughtful, filial, capable. But they viewed him with normal expectations and forgot that Chiao Mai needed to marry into his family. If they married, the son-in-law should be on the same side as Chiao Mai, not always thinking about his own family. They had misunderstood. Old man, what do you think about this? Lu Guifang thought for a long time. She felt Chiao Mai was right, but she still habitually asked her husband's opinion first.
Well,
since Mai says it's not suitable, then forget it. Mai is still young, not afraid of missing out on a good young man later. You should go and tell Yang Chunhua to visit the widow's house, Jiao Weiguo arranged. Okay, everyone is resting at home today. I'll go and tell her now. Lu Guifang stood up and brushed the dirt off her backside. Madam, wait a moment. I'll go home and get a few eggs. Can you help me take them to Aunt Chunhua? It's been a busy few days for her too, Chiao Mai said hurriedly. Whether the marriage happens or not, her second aunt and Aunt Chunhua had helped her a lot, so she wanted to show her gratitude. What are you talking about? I can just take the eggs directly to her here. You go back. Kids don't need to worry so much. Lu Guifeng laughed at Xiao Mai's mature attitude. No, I can't let you do that. Wait for me. I'll be right back, Xiao Mai said, and ran off. When she got home, she put down the soy sauce and vinegar she brought, picked 8 eggs from her space, and hurried back to her second aunt's house. Madam, you and my grandpa keep 2 eggs to eat. Please help me take these 3 eggs to Aunt Chunhua and thank her for me, Xiao Mai said breathlessly, placing 5 eggs on the table in the outer room and giving Lu Guifeng 3 eggs. Child, what are you doing? Isn't this embarrassing your grandpa and grandma? I don't have eggs at home, and I still need to eat yours? Hurry up and take them back, Lu Guifeng said anxiously when she saw the eggs being given to her family. Mai, listen to your aunt. Take the eggs back and eat them yourself, okay? Zhao Weiguo looked at Xiao Mai with disapproval. Sir and madam, the eggs from your chickens are yours. As your niece, I should bring you a few eggs to show respect. If you don't want them, you can sell them at the collection station for money. Whatever you decide is fine. I'm leaving now. Xiao Mai wasn't foolish. She knew that uncle and his family worried about their own matters every day. It was right for her to give a few eggs. She wasn't ungrateful. She understood who was kind to her. Look at this girl. Living alone isn't easy. Why are her hands so loose? Lu Guifeng didn't stop Xiao Mai, but turned around and started talking to Xiao Weiguo. This girl knows how to be grateful. Since she gave the eggs, we should accept them, Xiao Weiguo said happily, seeing his niece's good manners. Meanwhile, over at Yang Chunhua's place, Lu Guifeng told her about the situation, but Yang Chunhua still found it hard to accept. Wait, second sister-in-law, why is this not suitable? The 2 of them were fine before. Well, we only met once before, and didn't get to know each other well. Now, after a little more understanding, you can see if they're a good match. These eggs are from my Z. She asked me to deliver them, saying you've been worried about her these days. She wants you to take care of your health. Lu Guifeng finished her business and didn't stay long. If it's not suitable, it's not suitable. You can't expect to like someone after just one meeting. It's normal if it doesn't work out. Yang Chunhua couldn't figure out the reason. She took the eggs but felt she should tell the other person. She also told her family and then went to Yang Shuten to pass the message. When she arrived at the widow Yu's house, Yang Laishou had gone up the mountain to chop wood, so he wasn't home. Yang Chunhua told the widow about the mismatch. Sister-in-law, the 2 kids aren't meant for each other. I'll find a better match for Sanxiao later, Yang Chunhua said. Your aunt, do you know why the girl thinks they aren't suitable? Widow Yu thought her son wouldn't have to suffer anymore, but then things didn't work out. She wanted to know the reason. Sigh, the girl didn't say. They went to the county this afternoon, and after they came back, she felt it wasn't right. Maybe you should ask Laishou. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. I need to go home now. It's almost dark. Yang Chunhua looked outside. If she left now, she would arrive home just as it was getting dark. Your aunt, stay and have dinner before you go. The vegetables in the yard are ready. Try my cooking, Widow Yu politely invited her. Oh no, sister-in-law, you should get busy. I have to go now. Goodbye. Yang Chunhua refused the Widow Yu's invitation. The family was so poor, she wondered what she was even eating. At dusk, Yang Laishou carried back a bundle of firewood. The Widow Yu called him into the inner room. Third son, your sister Chunhua came this afternoon, she said, glancing at her son, noticing he was waiting for her to continue. The girl's family said you 2 are not suitable, so they want you to look for someone else. What? When we came back today, everything was fine. How come we're not suitable now? Yang Laishou suddenly got upset, raising his voice. Yang Laifu, the eldest, was watering the vegetable garden in the yard. Hearing his younger brother shout, he thought they were arguing and hurriedly dropped his bucket and ran inside. What's wrong? What are you arguing about? Yang Laifu asked anxiously as he entered the house. Go water the vegetables outside. We're not arguing. The Widow Yu rolled her eyes at her foolish son and sent him out. Hee hee, I thought you 2 were arguing. It's good that you're not. I'll go work outside, Yang Laifu said with a silly smile and left again. The widow you continued the previous topic. The girl's family didn't say why they think you're not suitable. Son, tell me, what happened when you went to the county today? It's nothing much, just Yang Laisho recounted everything that happened during their trip to the county. So, when you were eating the pancake, you didn't want to eat it? Were you thinking of bringing it back for us? The widow you, being a woman, understood women's feelings. Yes, but I didn't say anything. When Xiao Mai saw I wasn't eating, she took it and ate it herself, then gave me the money, Yang Laisho said. He had never encountered such a situation before and was confused by Xiao Mai's actions. It felt like she shouldn't do that, but he didn't know how to say it. After hearing her son's story, the widow you realized where the problem lay. Her lips moved slightly, her mind filled with mixed feelings. After a long pause, she said to her son, "Forget it. I'll find you a suitable girl in the future." "No, mother, tell me why. I think Xiao Mai treats me okay. Why suddenly are we not suitable?" Yang Laisho was anxious, scratching his head and ears.
Ah, silly child.
Since they want to find a son-in-law who comes to live with them, it's clear they want a life together. You just enjoy some good food and think about our family. If they do get married, will they be happy to bring their things to our home? They probably want someone who is dedicated to living with her. The widow also couldn't blame her son. She thought there was nothing wrong with being filial to her mother and caring for her brothers. The only mistake was that he was looking for someone to marry into the family, which was a bit unfortunate. Now, after the matchmaking, Xiao Mai has closed her door and is enjoying her peaceful life alone. Today, she plans to go hunting in the mountains, tomorrow to explore, and the day after to gather wild vegetables. She's stockpiling plenty of vegetables, so she won't run out. She doesn't want her chickens to go hungry. They're like her little savings account for food. Xiao Mai built a big, simple stove in her yard. She doesn't care much about how it looks. She just uses it once. She burns firewood underneath, hanging 2 ducks inside. She was busy earlier and didn't have time to make roast duck. Last year, she slaughtered 3 ducks, which have been stored in her space. Today, she's preparing them herself. Last night, she rubbed salt all over them and let them marinate overnight to absorb the flavor. Before roasting, she brushed honey on them. After slow roasting for an hour, the delicious smell made Xiao Mai drool. When she took out the roasting rack with the ducks, she quickly put one into her storage space so that next time she eats it, it will taste just as fresh as newly cooked. While working with her hands, Xiao Mai grabbed a duck leg and took a big bite. Wow, the flavor was amazing, so fragrant. When she got tired of eating meat, she dipped some lettuce in sauce, or nibbled on pickled cucumbers or garlic eggplant. She had several kinds of pickles in small bowls, ready for her to grab whatever she wanted. After munching on half a roast duck, Xiao Mai started to hiccup. She couldn't eat any more. She hiccuped again and put the remaining half back into her storage space. Supporting her full stomach, she didn't even bother to clean up her dishes and ran outside for a walk to help digestion. Life like this is truly heavenly. In September, the corn harvest was abundant. Xiao Mai went out to work again. This year, she worked just like everyone else in her team, busy during the day with team tasks and at night tending her own small plot. Her corn was planted around the same time as the rest of the village, so she had to harvest it quickly. If she waited too long, the birds might eat it or it might fall to the ground and spoil. After half a month of busy work, the corn harvest was finished and the rice and millet in the team's fields were no longer involved. She was busy harvesting soybeans, cutting down the hairy millet to dry in the sun, and digging up peanuts. The pumpkins were ripe, about 20 pounds each. This year, she has flour and can try making pumpkin buns. She's already tired of pumpkin porridge and doesn't want to see it for a while. Winter melons also had a good harvest. She planted 10 winter melon seeds and grew 50 or so large and small winter melons. She plans to sell some in winter, but she can't eat them all herself.
What?
Make winter melon candy?
No.
First, she doesn't know how, and second, it uses a lot of sugar. It's better to buy some other sweets if she wants treats. There's no need to make things difficult for herself. This year, she harvested quite a few watermelons and cantaloupes. To store them, she stayed up all night weaving many baskets. She also built shelves on each layer to prevent the heavy watermelons from crushing the ones below. Once all the fruits and vegetables were harvested and the yard was cleaned up, only the cabbages remained standing in the yard. She also put on her small padded jacket in the morning. It was warm enough at noon, so it wasn't too cold. She then got up early and worked late to gather mountain produce. This year, pine nuts were abundant, so she planned to gather some snacks for herself. The pine forest is on one side of Mountain 1. When she arrived, many people were already collecting pine nuts. She went straight to the top of the forest. While others picked from below, she picked from the top down. Fewer people, more nuts. She kept picking and secretly praised herself for being clever. But her method only lasted half a day. Soon, others started copying her. She didn't care and kept working hard. The pine nuts belonged to the village. Whoever picked them could keep them. She decided that if she picked a lot, she would sell some. If only a few, she would eat them herself. If she only watched others, she wouldn't have to do anything all day. After 2 days of gathering pine nuts, they were almost gone. She then went to Mountain 2 to gather chestnuts and hazelnuts, and also chopped firewood. She needed more firewood this year because she would stay at home during winter. Both houses needed heating, and she would burn more firewood than last year. When the light snow started falling in October, she returned to her routine of feeding the pigs twice a day. This October, she moved the chickens and ducks into the east room because, out of the 30 chicks she bought this year, 20 hens have started laying eggs. To protect their nests and keep the egg production steady, Chiao Mai had to keep them inside the house, and she also lit the stove. This year, Chiao Mai cleverly made straw nests for each chicken. Last year, she bought 20 chicks, including 3 roosters. This year, she bought 30 chicks, with 10 roosters. She decided to kill all 13 roosters because keeping them would be a waste of food, and they had grown to similar sizes, so it was more practical to slaughter them. Every day, the hens that lay eggs include the 8 from the first batch, the 17 from the second batch, and the 20 new hens. On busy days, she collects up to 45 eggs. On slower days, around 40. The ducks still lay 3 eggs every day. Chiao Mai made 48 straw nests, lined up next to the smoke pipe in the east room, 1 for each chicken, with no fighting over nests. Since the stove is on, she also plants vegetables. Otherwise, burning firewood would be a waste. The more vegetables she grows, the better. It's October now, and the temperature is around freezing. The snow melts quickly after falling. Today, Chiao Mai was peeling peanuts at home. She planted a good number of peanuts, dried them, and has been busy with other chores. Now, she's peeling the peanuts to make peanut oil. After that, she plans to sell the rest in the city before the new year. Lu Xiaolon came to visit Chiao Mai that day. She wanted advice. Earlier this spring, she and Xiao Jianjun planned to build a small side room to raise chickens. Recently, after stopping work, Xiao Jianjun gathered some friends to help build an east side room, which was finished just a few days ago. Originally, Lu Xiaolon and her husband didn't plan to build the rooms so early, as it wasn't the end of the year, and the team hadn't distributed wages yet. They didn't have much money, just over 30 yuan saved from years of frugal living. To build a house, they'd need at least 20 yuan plus money for chicks and feed. They decided to wait and see if they could build it next year. After learning their plans, Chiao Mai agreed to lend them money. It was already May, and she told them to buy chicks and raise them first. When everyone was less busy, they could build the house. This way, the chickens could be raised over winter and start laying eggs. Since policies are not strict now, they should raise chickens quickly and not delay, as future policies might change unpredictably. After hearing this, the couple felt a sense of urgency. They gritted their teeth and borrowed 20 yuan from Chiao Mai, also writing a loan note. They promised to repay her as soon as they had money. Chiao Mai joked that if they had no money, they could pay her back with chickens, and she agreed. They hurried to finish building the house before the cold weather set in. "Maisie, you're busy," Lu Xiaolon said as she brushed the wet mud stuck to her shoes in the yard before going inside. Hey, sister-in-law, nothing much now. I'm peeling some peanuts. Why are you here? Is the house finished? Chow, my new Shilon's family was starting to build a house. She hadn't visited recently, and didn't know if it was done. Lu Shilon sat on the kong, a traditional bed, and helped peel peanuts. It was just finished yesterday. I was thinking of asking Brother Jianjun to set up the stove today. But since you have ideas, I came to ask for your opinion. Haha, I'm just an amateur messing around. Let's go, sister-in-law. I want to see your new house, Chiao Mai said. She didn't dare say she was giving advice. She just had that idea. She didn't have much experience, but she was curious. When they arrived, they saw Shilon's house was a bit bigger than their east room, with a higher roof. At that moment, Jianjun was thinking about where to place the stove. Brother, sister-in-law, your house is big. Don't put the stove on one side like mine. That makes the other side colder. I think it's better to place it in the middle. The temperature will rise faster, and the house will stay warmer with less temperature difference. What do you think? Chiao Mai said after looking around. If that's the case, then the smoke pipe can't go around in a circle. Jianjun understood her point. But if they did that, they couldn't make a circular pipe like in Chiao Mai's house. Jianjun, if you really want it in the middle, just insert a chimney straight up. No need for a pipe circle. It will still be warm. Chiao Mai thought of this method on the spot. She didn't want to change the stove after it was built, but it wouldn't affect its use. Jianjun thought about it and decided to start working with the 3 people to prepare the stove. Meow Meow also helped carry and move things. In less than 2 hours, everything was ready. Now that it's cold, we need to hurry and bring the chickens inside. We don't want them to freeze, Lu Shilon said to Jianjun. Okay, today I'll light the stove to dry out the dampness in the house. Tomorrow I'll bring the chickens in, Jianjun replied. He was worried the chickens might get sick if they stayed outside, as they depended on them. In May, he secretly bought 30 chicks from another commune, 5 males and 25 females. 1 chick died because it wasn't healthy. He and his wife thought, since they were raising chickens, they might as well raise more. If future policies become stricter, they might not be able to raise so many later. So, while policies are relaxed, they decided to raise as many as they could, earn some money, and improve their life. Only then would they feel confident enough to have more children. If everything went well, their chicks would start laying eggs next month. At this critical time, they couldn't afford any mistakes. Usually, they didn't tell Meow Meow about raising chickens, fearing she was too young to understand and might accidentally reveal secrets. Only Chiao Mai knew they had 29 chickens. They considered her part of their little secret, so they trusted her a bit more now. By the way, Brother Jianjun, sister-in-law, you can go to the brigade to buy some rice husks. They're good for feeding chickens and can save grain. Also, chop up some rotten cabbage leaves to feed them. They love it, Chiao Mai said, based on her experience last year. Yes, I'll ask the brigade leader this afternoon how many rice husks are left. If there's enough, I'll buy more. I plan to learn from your family. Later, I want to plant some vegetables on the roof and raise chickens downstairs. You're so clever, girl. How did you come up with such ideas? Haha, Lu Shilon said, having learned from Chiao Mai. Her educated mind was quick. Chiao Mai didn't want to take all the credit. It was similar to a greenhouse in her previous life, but now, buying plastic sheeting required industrial tickets, and it looked obvious. It was easier to grow vegetables inside the house. As long as no one entered, no one would know what was happening inside. That evening, Chiao Mai stayed at Lu Shilon's house for dinner. The couple insisted she stay. She said she needed to go home to add firewood to the stove, but Lu Shilon went back to her house to do the same. Seeing they truly didn't want her to leave, Chiao Mai had no choice but to stay and eat. For dinner, Lu Shilon cooked a fish stew and also made a dry bean and potato stew. Chiao Mai, besides trying braised fish once last year at a state-run restaurant in Songsher, hasn't really eaten fish in the past year. Sister-in-law, this fish tastes really good, Chiao Mai said. She actually wanted to ask where they got the fish from, hoping she could also get some to satisfy her craving. Usually, she only eats chicken and rabbit meat, so she's a bit tired of it. This year, she didn't catch a wild boar and almost got trampled by one. Yes, it's delicious. Eat more. We can't get fish here. The only fish in our river are small crucian carp, Lu Xiaolan replied. She was grateful and decided to cook the fish that had been stored for a few days. If it weren't for Chiao Mai lending them money and giving them a way to earn money, they would still be working hard digging in the soil. I knew it. The fish is tender and smooth, not fishy at all. Where did you catch it? Chiao Mai asked casually. This was caught from the reservoir next door. A friend of Jianjun's gave it to us. When his friend's friend was releasing water from the reservoir, they caught some fish and sent a few to Jianjun's friend. Today, they brought us one for you, Lu Xiaolan explained. She had planned to freeze the fish for the new year, but tonight, to entertain Chiao Mai, she decided to eat it now instead of waiting. Chiao Mai asked a few more questions about the reservoir. She learned that water is released once a month, and many people go fishing then. Each person is allowed to catch no more than 5 fish. She kept this in mind silently. After dinner, around 8 or 9 p.m., Chiao Mai prepared some hot water in a large pot, quickly washed herself, and then went to bed. In the cold winter, a warm room and a cozy bed are the best comforts. Craving roasted sweet potatoes. Tomorrow, she plans to roast a few more so she can enjoy them anytime she wants. Now, Chiao Mai's favorite daily activity is to get up in the morning and collect eggs from the east room. As soon as she enters, she finds a chicken or duck egg in each nest waiting for her. If there was more space, she thinks she could raise 50 more chickens. She has over 40 eggs packed in a small basket. Her storage basket can hold 1,000 eggs, which she plans to sell later. After collecting eggs, Chiao Mai went to feed the pigs. Once she finished, she headed to Erdenyang's house. She wanted Erdenyang to make her a rabbit fur hat. Last year, she only wore a scarf, and her ears got frostbite. This year, she needs to stay warm, or it will be very uncomfortable when spring comes and it gets warmer. The frostbite area itches and hurts. She brought 2 pieces of rabbit fur and a piece of rough blue cloth, along with a little cotton. Not much cotton is needed to make a hat. She has had the rabbit fur for 2 years, saving it all this time. Surely she can make 2 hats from it. Erdenyang listened to Chiao Mai and agreed easily. She told her to come back in a few days to pick up the hat. Making a hat is not hard, and she can finish it quickly. After returning from Erdenyang's house, Chiao Mai started roasting sweet potatoes. This year, she planted a few, just enough for herself. She picked about 20 medium-sized sweet potatoes from the cellar. She roasted some on 2 stoves in 2 different rooms. Roasting so many at once takes time, so she roasted 2 batches, which was enough. In early November 1962, Chiao Mai wore the new hat her second aunt made for her, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and dressed warmly in rabbit fur cotton pants and a cotton jacket. She rode her big permanent bicycle straight to the county town. She wanted to buy a fishing net. Sister Xiaolan said that the water reservoir next door and the county reservoir release water on the 10th of every month. She planned to go see if she could catch some fish then. Meijie, I'm here.
It's been so many days since I saw you.
Did you miss me? Haha. As soon as Chiao Mai entered the department store, she saw Huang Mei and quickly went over to greet her. Oh, my Z. Why are you here? In this cold weather, I haven't seen you shopping in a long time. I missed you, Huang Mei said happily, looking up from arranging goods. Meijie, I want to buy a fishing net. I don't know if the department store has any, Chiao Mai replied. Come on, I'll take you to Xiaozheng's place to ask. She handles all these miscellaneous things, Huang Mei said warmly, pulling Chiao Mai along. Xiaofang, are you busy right now? Huang Mei asked. No, I'm not busy. Sister Huang, what's up? Xiaofang was knitting a sweater, feeling a bit bored. Well, my sister wants to buy a fishing net. Do you have any left? Huang Mei asked directly for Chiao Mai. Yes, I do. How much does your sister need? There's not much left, Xiaofang said, hiding the sweater under the counter. Once she starts working, she can't knit anymore. Zhang, I don't need much, just about 8 meters long. Chiao Mai quickly told what length she wanted. Now, all fishing nets are sold by the same width, measured per meter. 1 meter costs 8 cents, plus an industrial ticket. 8 meters cost 6 yuan and 40 cents, or 8 tickets. But if you don't mind, we also have some slightly damaged nets, sold as imperfect goods, at 15 cents per meter, half an industrial ticket. Zhang Xiaofeng quoted the price, hinting at the defective items for Huang Mei's benefit. Xiaofeng, where is the defect? Is it big or small? Huang Mei brought Xiao Mai over to buy her something cheap. They were all familiar, and relatives or friends buying from each other's stalls usually get some help. It's not big. There's a hole in one part of the net, bitten by a mouse. You can fix it yourself at home. It won't affect use, Xiaofeng explained. Fewer people buy nets these days, and her family didn't need it. The damaged net had been stored in the warehouse for a while. Mai, is it okay to take the one with the hole? If it can't be used, we'll buy a good one. Huang Mei asked for her opinion. It's fine, sister. I'll fix it myself when I get home. It won't delay use. Let Xiaofeng help me get the defective one, she said. She wouldn't use it many times anyway. As long as it works, her standards weren't high. Thanks to Huang Mei's favor, Xiao Mai saved 2 yuan and 40 cents and 4 industrial tickets. No wonder everyone said sales clerks are popular. She was the first to use her connections to get a deal. When leaving, Xiao Mai gave Huang Mei a bag of things to take home and eat. Before Huang Mei could refuse, she left quickly. She generally avoided conflicts. She wasn't good at arguing. She gave Huang Mei a bunch of dried beans and 2 newly sprouted lettuce leaves. They weren't worth much, just fresh food to eat. Passing by the state-run restaurant, she happened to see a pot of steamed buns coming out. She bought 15 more buns. Even though Xiao Mai had flour, she hadn't made her own meat buns because she didn't have pork. When craving meat buns, she bought them in the county town, using some meat coupons she still had from the market. Eating buns gave her some freedom. Xiao Mai also remembered to go to the commune's oil pressing workshop to extract peanut oil. When she reached Xinglin commune, she carried a basket with 80 jin of peanuts, ready for pressing. This time, she bought a barrel at the workshop for 1 yuan. From 80 jin of peanuts, she could get about 40 jin of oil. The smell was so fragrant. If it made cooking tastier, she might plant fewer soybeans and more peanuts next year. On the 9th day, Xiao Mai went to her second uncle's house to get an introduction letter to Guangming County. Her second uncle looked puzzled and asked why she was going again since she had just gone a few days ago. Xiao Mai explained that she originally wanted to buy some salt to make pickled vegetables, but bought too little last time. She planned to go again today to buy more. Her second uncle didn't doubt her and even left the official seal with her, telling her to finish writing and stamping the letter herself because he needed to go to the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mai quickly stamped the official seal on 8 or 9 sheets of paper, then tore them off and secretly stored them in her space. She silently apologized to her second uncle in her heart. When Xiao Weiguo returned, Xiao Mai showed him the completed introduction letter. He had no objections, so she folded it up and put it in her pocket. The most important part of the introduction letter was the village official seal. Who wrote it was less important. Usually, Xiao Weiguo kept the seal with him at all times. Unexpectedly, his lax attitude gave Xiao Mai a chance, and she only had herself to blame for trusting her niece too much. On her way home, Xiao Mai thought she wouldn't need to tell her second uncle everything in detail anymore, and she felt very happy. Haha, the big fish from Shuya County, I'm coming. Instead of going straight home, Xiao Mai first visited Lu Xiulan's house. She planned to stay in Shuya County for 2 days, so she asked Lu Xiulan and her husband to help by lighting the fire and feeding the chickens. Lu Xiulan had worked on a farm for over 2 months last year and was now raising chickens herself, so she was very experienced. Xiao Mai felt assured leaving her at home and told her not to worry. After making arrangements at home, Xiao Mai rode her bicycle early the next morning into Shuya County, braving the cold wind. Shuya County was easy to recognize. It was just north along the official road from Guangming County. The trip could take about 3.5 hours by bike. Just outside Xingli Brigade, there was a small incident. Xiao Mai saw Yang Laishou and 2 men collecting manure on the road. They probably were his brothers. When they saw each other, there was some awkwardness. Xiao Mai nodded and quickly rode away. Yang Laishou watched her leave, lost in thought. Yang Laifu and Yang Laishi asked him what was wrong. He shook his head without replying. Yang Laishi looked at Qiao Mai's back with envy and said, "When will our family be able to buy a bicycle?" "It looks so impressive." Yang Laifu slapped the back of his head and told him to pick up manure properly. "Next spring, the fields will need fertilizer, so he should gather more now to make the soil richer later." Yang Laisho looked bitter, feeling like he had lost a valuable treasure.
He felt more distant from Qiao Mai.
With Qiao Mai in front, he didn't care much for the 2 women his mother found for him. But he had no choice. If he wanted to marry, he would have to find someone who asked for little bride price. His conditions wouldn't be very good. When Qiao Mai arrived, she forgot about this matter. She asked around for the water reservoir's location and then hurried there. When she arrived, the reservoir was releasing water. Many people were gathered around, some with buckets, some with fishing nets, some with water scoops, and others with fish spears. It seemed like anything useful was being used. Qiao Mai didn't rush to take out her fishing net right away. She didn't know much about fishing and had never fished before, so she decided to watch first. The fishers lined up along the water's flow, stretching about 100 meters. At the reservoir's outlet, she saw many fish jumping, but fewer fish were visible further downstream. Some people caught 5 fish and then left because they couldn't stay longer. There would be checks on the number of fish caught at the entrance, so there was no point in staying and freezing. When one person left, the next took their place. After watching for a while, Qiao Mai looked for a spot to try fishing herself. She first tried to imitate others using a fishing net, but after an hour of trying back and forth, she hadn't caught anything. A man nearby couldn't stand watching anymore. "Miss, you won't catch anything by sunset if you keep like that. You're wasting that big net," he said, then caught a fish, which made Qiao Mai very envious. "Big brother, can you teach me how to use this net?" "It's my first time fishing, and I really don't know how," she said anxiously. She wondered why she couldn't catch fish even though everyone else seemed to be doing it easily. "Look, first, your way of casting the net is wrong, and you're not applying enough force. You need to do it like this." The man, full of hearty northeastern spirit, quickly pointed out her mistakes and taught her the best way to fish with a net. Qiao Mai learned from him for a while. After he caught 5 fish, seeing that she was learning well, he left. Qiao Mai, based on the new fishing technique she just learned, was not very experienced but decided to try fishing. After a few attempts, she successfully caught a fish. As it was getting dark, the number of people at the reservoir gradually decreased. Qiao Mai saw her chance and quickly killed the fish she had caught, hiding her body and reaching into the water bucket to store the fish in her space. She continued casting her net to fish. At this moment, Qiao Mai hoped her space could hold living creatures, so she wouldn't have to kill them. Unfortunately, her space was just a container and nothing more. She didn't care if she could see the fish in the dark. She kept repeating the actions of casting the net and pulling out fish. She didn't know how many fish she had caught. When the temperature dropped at night and she was starting to feel cold despite her rabbit fur coat, she stomped her frozen feet, rubbed her stiff hands, and carried a water bucket with 5 small fish inside. She planned to stay overnight at the guest house and come back again tomorrow. When Qiao Mai handed the water bucket to the staff for inspection, the staff couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Those few small fish were probably her worst catch compared to everyone else. "Miss, you might catch a few more fish tomorrow, but you need to go further down. The fish you caught are too small. It's only enough for 2 meals at home," the staff kindly advised her. Usually, the most fish are caught on the day the reservoir is drained, and it's easier to catch them. The next day, when the reservoir is closed, no one cares how many fish are caught. It all depends on your skill. After that, fishing becomes harder, and no one usually comes the next day. "Thank you, big brother. This is my first time fishing, so I don't have much experience. I'm so happy just to catch a few." "Haha, I'll be going now, big brother," Qiao Mai said. She must have caught some big fish, right? After the temperature dropped, the fish moved slowly, and she had a great time catching them. The big ones weighed about 6 or 7 jin, and the smaller ones about 2 or 3 jin. She released 5 small fish into the water and kept the rest. On her way back, she wanted to ride her bike to the county town but was worried that if someone saw her riding a bike in the dark, they might think she was a monster and try to catch her. After some thought, She decided to walk instead, as it wasn't far. There is a letter of introduction, so staying at the guest house is very convenient. After paying 3 mao for the room and 5 mao as a deposit, the front desk told Chiao Mai that there was a thermos in her room and she could get hot water from the hot water room. The hot water supply would stop before 9 o'clock the next morning. After thanking them, Chiao Mai took the room key and went to find her room number. When she opened the door, she found the room was simply furnished. There was a table, a chair, and a metal bed with blue sheets and blankets. The room was not as warm as her home with a stove. Chiao Mai boiled a kettle of hot water, took out her wash basin and foot basin to wash herself, then refilled the kettle with hot water. She put on her long underwear and went to bed. Usually, she was used to sleeping alone on a big Kong heated bed, so staying in a new place made her a bit uncomfortable and she had trouble sleeping. She didn't feel very safe outside her home. She didn't fall asleep until very late. The next morning, after washing up, Chiao Mai checked out and headed straight to the reservoir. She had traveled so far just to catch more fish. She needed to return before dark, so she didn't have time to visit the water and county towns. Today, the reservoir was almost empty of people. Yesterday, they had just released the water, and a thin layer of ice had formed. Chiao Mai walked downstream for a while, then found a spot where she could break the water surface with small stones to fish. She then started her diligent work for the day. There were few fish today. After 3 hours, she caught about the same amount as she did in 1 hour yesterday. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She took out a steamed bun from her space to eat, hiding it in her basket. After eating, she packed up and prepared to go home. When she arrived home, it was just getting dark. She had walked a short distance, looked around, and saw no one. She took out her bicycle and started riding quickly. When she got home, the stove in the east room was burning brightly, probably because Lu Xiaolan or someone else had just added firewood. Chiao Mai lit a piece of burning wood, brought it to the west room to start the stove, added more firewood, and filled the pot with water for washing later. She also went to visit Qiao Jianjun's house to say hello, so they wouldn't worry that she hadn't returned. These past 2 days, Chiao Mai was really tired, especially her feet. She had suffered a lot. After soaking her feet in hot water for 20 minutes, she finally felt relief. She didn't even want to eat dinner, and just lay down to sleep peacefully. The next day, Chiao Mai ate breakfast, collected eggs, fed the chickens and pigs, then started sharpening her knife to prepare for the big fish. She wanted to clean all the fish she had caught, so they would sell better. Before processing the fish, Chiao Mai carried a pole with a water jar and filled it with water. Then she began boiling water, scraping fish scales, and cleaning the guts. She worked all day. When she finally stood up, her legs were trembling. She had processed 3 baskets of fish, which weighed about 200 or 300 pounds. Next month, she would go fishing again. The fish looked plenty, and if she kept some for herself, it would be fine, but selling them wouldn't make enough money. Today, when she visited Jiao Jianjun's house, their chickens had started laying eggs. Some eggs hadn't hatched yet. The couple, like Chiao Mai, loved collecting eggs every day and counting how many hens had laid eggs. Chiao Mai told them not to sell all their eggs to the Xingling commune. If too many eggs were sold there, people might suspect something unusual. She suggested selling some around the area or in the county town, since the buying price was the same everywhere. Lu Xiaolan and her husband listened carefully. Thanks to Chiao Mai's reminder, they almost sold all their eggs at the commune's buying station without thinking. By November, snow covered the northeast everywhere. It had been snowing for days without melting. Chiao Mai often stayed at home thinking about making tasty food. Today, she cooked chestnuts. Tomorrow, she planned to eat chilled watermelon. The day after, she would stir-fry some hazelnuts, and later, she would stew chicken or rabbit. When she visited Dajiang's house again, her face looked noticeably rounder. If she hadn't kept exercising every day, she might have gained even more weight around her waist. Today, Chiao Mai went to Dajiang's house to learn how to sew shoes. Her feet had grown a bit. Last year, her cotton shoes felt tight. Luckily, she bought 1 pair of rain boots a size larger and another pair 2 sizes larger.
Wow, Maisie, you look so good. You used to be too thin, but now your face has some flesh. Just keep like this. Eat more and keep your body strong, Lu Guifeng said happily when she saw Chiao Mai's face a little plumper. She thought it was better to be a bit chubby. Nowadays, people preferred children to be a little rounder, especially older folks. After speaking, she took out a basket from the bed cabinet. Inside were roasted pumpkin seeds. She pushed the basket toward Chiao Mai and told her to eat. In second aunt's eyes, Chiao Mai is like her own daughter. This child often brings her and her husband some treats, especially when she finds something good to eat. Only a real daughter would do such things. Oh my! Chiao Mai saw the pumpkin seeds and suddenly remembered that the dried corn husks from her home were still piled up in the storage room. She thought maybe she forgot something. No, when she goes back, she must fry those husks too. The new year is coming soon, and the sponsors will want to buy some snacks for the children. Hee, second aunt, I stay at home every day doing nothing, so I just keep gaining weight, Chiao Mai said, feeling a little embarrassed by her aunt's admiration.
Poor thing.
If your parents were still alive, you wouldn't have to suffer so much at such a young age, Lu Guifeng said, her eyes turning red. Now that Chiao Mai is managing her life alone, Lu Guifeng feels she has endured a lot of hardship, and her heart feels heavy. Aunt, it's okay. I have you and second uncle. You treat me just like my parents. That's enough. Later, I'll bring some good wine and tasty food to visit my parents' grave and tell them I'm doing well, Chiao Mai said, feeling touched by her aunt's kindness. She couldn't help but hug Lu Guifeng. Ha, look at me. Why are you crying? As long as you're doing well, we're happy. Lu Guifeng wiped her eyes. As she got older, she found it harder to control her emotions.
Haha, that's right, Aunt.
From now on, just wait and see. Me eating delicious food and drinking good wine, Chiao Mai said proudly, lifting her head. Ha ha ha, you little girl. We'll be looking forward to that. Lu Guifeng laughed, amused by Chiao Mai's playful attitude.
All right.
By the way, Aunt, look at me this year. I've grown taller, my feet have grown too. The cotton shoes my mother made for me before are already tight. I want to learn how to make shoes from you, so I can make a pair that fits. Wearing shoes that are too small makes my feet hurt, she said, pouting childishly.
Liu Guifeng pinket kiao mais no se.
You, by the time you finish making those shoes, it'll be a long time. I've already made some for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Now, Lu Guifeng no longer needs to make shoes for her sons. With a daughter-in-law around, she made a pair of shoes for herself and her husband this winter. She also made a pair of cotton shoes and a pair of regular shoes for Chiao Mai. She had noticed that her granddaughter's big toe was a bit cramped when she wore shoes. So, during the winter, she made her 2 pairs of shoes to help her. Lu Guifeng opened another cabinet and took out 2 pairs of shoes. Your mother is gone and no one teaches you sewing skills. You're busy every day.
I found some free time to make these for you.
They're a bit bigger. Try them on. This time, Chiao Mai was about to cry. She didn't expect Annie to be so thoughtful. She was clumsy with words and, besides being sharp when arguing, she rarely said nice things. She only choked out, "Oh, Annie, these shoes look very proper." When Chiao Mai put her feet into the cotton shoes, her feet felt warm and her heart felt happy. "Auntie, they fit perfectly and they don't pinch my feet." After saying that, she stepped around on the Kong in her new shoes. So comfortable. "Auntie, your skills are amazing." Seeing how happy Chiao Mai was, Lu Guifeng also felt very pleased. She was glad that her handmade shoes made Chiao Mai so happy. Since Annie had finished making the shoes, Chiao Mai decided not to learn how to sew soles. That work looked tiring and difficult. She thought it was better to accept Auntie's kindness and enjoy it. Chiao Mai carried 2 pairs of shoes and hummed, "Having Auntie's child is a treasure," as she headed home. Once home, Chiao Mai started working. She carefully picked through her cotton, sifted it, and then began roasting it. She used a small fire, stirring the cotton slowly in a big pot. It took about 4 or 5 minutes to roast 1 pot. She roasted about 10 pots, filling 2 large sacks. She poured some into a basket,
planning to give some to her second uncle's family and Lu Xiaolan's family before the new year. The rest, she kept to eat herself. She was afraid that if she didn't sell some, she might get impatient and sell everything. Last year, she sold all her cucumbers, which left her without any for half a year. Only after new cucumbers came did she start eating again. On the 12th day of the 12th lunar month, Chiao Mai said that Shun Yi from Song City needed to go back to his hometown. It was inconvenient to bring the children, so she asked Chiao Mai to help take care of them for a few days. They would return in about half a month. The trip was short, and last year Chiao Mai had gone to Song City and returned safely. Uncle also gave her some instructions and happily provided her with a letter of introduction. 2 days before going to Song City, Chiao Mai went to Shuixian County. She was helping with water release and learned how to fish. She caught a big haul of fish, knowing she would be heading to Song City soon, so she needed to gather more goods to earn more money. This year, Chiao Mai still relies on Lu Xiaolan and her husband to take care of her family of about a dozen people. This year, they said they wouldn't take any money. Chiao Mai was worried and planned to bring them some gifts when she returned, so they wouldn't think she was taking advantage of their kindness. She doesn't like owing favors. The next day, Chiao Mai asked old Zhang to drive her to the train station in the county. Before leaving, she gave him 2 pieces of fruit candy. Old Zhang carefully put the candies into his cotton jacket pocket. His grandson would be very happy when he saw them. Without a candy ticket, they couldn't easily buy sweets, so this was special. After boarding the train, Chiao Mai planned to stay in Song City for 2 days and then go to the neighboring city. She hadn't decided which city to visit first. She decided to take it step by step and see how things went. To stay low-key this year, Chiao Mai ate 3 plain steamed buns on the train. Luckily, the train provided hot water. Without it, cold buns with cold water would have hurt her throat. In the afternoon, 2 young men sat next to her, one on each side. At first, Chiao Mai didn't pay attention. She had just gone to the bathroom and was sitting quietly with her eyes closed. Since she kept her eyes closed, the 2 men thought she was asleep. About half an hour later, Chiao Mai overheard a big piece of news from them. She was so excited that her eyelids twitched several times. It turned out the 2 men were headed to He City, and they needed to transfer in Song City because there were no direct trains to He City from Guangming County. "Qiangzi, do you think there are many coal mines over there this year?" one young man asked quietly. "I think there must be a lot. Otherwise, my cousin wouldn't have sent a telegram asking us to go work there again this year," the man across from him replied. "Yeah, last year we worked there for a month and had a good year. We can't work a whole month this year, but it's better than staying at home," Qiangzi whispered. "I heard that in winter, people don't need to buy coal. They just pick up coal that falls off the coal carts on the road. That's enough to last the whole winter." Hearing this, Chiao Mai's mind moved. She listened to a few more words about the coal mines. Maybe they were afraid of too many people overhearing, so they stopped talking after a while. Chiao Mai was happy. She was worried about where to go next. Now she had made her decision. She would go to He City to pick up coal. That way, she wouldn't need to wake up at night to add coal to her stove. It would be a real convenience for someone who liked to be lazy. After arriving in Song City, Chiao Mai first checked into a guest house. After tidying up her appearance, she went out to do business. This year, meat was scarce, so she mainly sold vegetables and some eggs she had saved, about 5 baskets. When she saw people being stingy and trying to bargain, she would take out the crooked and ugly vegetables. Not because she wanted to spend less, but because quality reflects price. Spending less usually means lower quality. If people want good things, they have to pay for them. Otherwise, many can't afford them. When she met people who seemed to come from well-off families, Chiao Mai not only sold meat and vegetables, but also asked if they wanted watermelons or melons, promising they would be big and sweet. These special items were easy to sell because she knew exactly what people liked. If someone looked at her prices and seemed hesitant, she would immediately say she wouldn't sell to them. Her stock was limited, so if she didn't sell to someone, it was okay. Seeing her firm attitude, the customer would usually buy one, even if reluctantly. Especially for those giving gifts, the watermelons she brought were very popular. These days, Gift-giving requires originality, so she sold half of her stock without much effort, offering unique items that others couldn't easily find. It's true that in a big city like Song City, people have high spending power. In just 2 days, Chiao Mai sold half of her stock. She planned to wait until she returned from E-City to sell the rest, especially since the new year was coming, and she could raise the prices a bit. After staying at the guest house for 3 days, Chiao Mai bought a train ticket to E-City. She spent a day and night on the train, feeling numb by the end. She was now missing the high-speed trains and planes from her previous life. When she arrived in E-City, she felt the temperature was even colder than in Song City. She tightened her scarf around her hat and put on her gloves, then asked around for the location of the coal mine factory. Due to the recent discovery of new coal mines, E-City was in need of many workers. Many outsiders came looking for jobs, and people like Chiao Mai asking for directions were common.
A coal mine factory, huh?
You need to take the bus over there. It takes about 2 hours from here. Here, this is the next bus. One runs every hour. A passerby who saw the bus heading to the coal mine pointed it out to her. Thanks, big brother. As she was about to say brother, she already rushed onto the bus. She didn't want to wait for the next bus in an hour. The street was too cold. The noisy bus traveled for 2.5 hours and finally, Chiao Mai saw the coal mine factory. It was quite large now, like a small town. Along the road, she saw a supply and marketing cooperative, a restaurant, and a school. As she reached this area, she noticed some coal ash on the ground, all turned to gray. It seemed that the coal pickers couldn't bother to collect the ash, so they just left it there. From time to time, Chiao Mai saw coal trucks passing by and people carrying burlap bags, picking up coal. But this wasn't what she wanted. If she had to follow these people every day, picking up coal behind the trucks, she wouldn't be able to gather enough coal for even an hour of her own use in a day. After getting off the bus, Chiao Mai asked someone about the location of the coal mine. The person was a bit cautious and asked why she wanted to go there. Chiao Mai looked sad and said, "It's because my partner has been working in the mine since winter. He hasn't written a single letter home. I'm really worried. I begged the team leader for a letter of introduction and came all this way to see how he's doing, whether he's eating enough and staying warm. But I haven't heard anything, and it's making me very anxious." The woman didn't doubt her and told Chiao Mai that she could only walk to the mine. There are trucks going there every day, but they don't carry passengers, so Chiao Mai would have to walk. It would take about 2 hours. After learning the way, Chiao Mai thanked the woman sincerely. She found a guest house nearby, planning to go there tomorrow morning. It was getting dark, and it wouldn't be safe to go now. It was also very cold at night, so she couldn't sleep on the street. The guest house looked fairly new, probably built because of the coal mine. Later, more buildings appeared around it. The new guest house seemed sturdy. Chiao Mai felt there was little noise inside, and the soundproofing was good. Last time she stayed at a guest house in Shuai County, she could hear everyone walking past the door. By around 6 the next morning, Chiao Mai set out for the mine. If she left too late, she would arrive around noon. After walking for nearly 3 hours, she finally saw deep tire tracks on the road. There was a lot of coal spilled on both sides of the road, some covered mostly by snow. From time to time, coal trucks rumbled past. Chiao Mai stood by the roadside and started tossing coal into her burlap bag. Luckily, no one was fighting her for the coal, especially around the bends where there was even more coal. The coal carriers probably didn't bother to stop and pick it up, which worked in her favor. While collecting coal, Chiao Mai wondered why no one came here.
There was so much coal around.
Why bother picking up that tiny amount from the roadside of the coal mine? She only realized what was happening after she had collected 3 sacks and saw someone coming from afar to chase her away. It turned out that the people near the coal mine factory didn't want to come and pick coal, but the factory workers didn't allow anyone to come to this side of the mine to collect coal. Just as Chiao Mai was about to finish her 4th sack, after putting in 2 or 3 pieces of coal, she saw a man rushing over quickly, running while shouting, "What are you doing? Don't you know you're not allowed to pick coal here? Hurry up and pour out the coal from the bag." Big brother, sorry, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to pick coal here. I came from Songsher. Boo-hoo. Tears suddenly came to Chiao Mai's eyes. Since October, My partner has been at the coal mine factory, and I haven't heard from him. Not a single letter. I'm worried, so I came to see. But when I got here, I couldn't find him. Now I was about to go back and ask around, and I saw so much coal on the road that no one wanted. I thought I could pick some to take home, maybe save some firewood. After speaking, Chow Mai poured out the coal from the bag. Sorry, I caused you trouble. I'll pour it out now. I don't want to cause you any difficulty. Tears also welled up in her eyes as she did so. The man, Sun Wei, looked at Chow Mai and felt sorry for her, especially seeing those 3 pieces of coal, which softened his heart. How about this? If you want, our mine needs someone to pick up the coal along the roadside and carry it back to the factory. We pay 8 mao a day. When you're done, we'll settle your wages. How about it? Do you want to do it? Isn't that a good opportunity? Of course she would do it. But she needed to find out how exactly a day would work. Big brother, I want to do it, but I currently live in the guest house near the coal mine factory. If I stay there every day, I might not be able to afford it, Chow Mai said nervously, twisting her clothes. No problem. Come with me to the office. I'll ask the logistics team to find you a small shelter to stay in. Our workers are provided with meals. When the time comes, just show your proof to get your food. Also, you can see if your partner is really not here during these days of picking coal, Sun Wei suggested. Having food, a place to stay, and work. What more could I ask for? Thank you so much, big brother. By the way, what time do I start working? If she could stay here, she could secretly store some items in her space, and once she finished picking coal, she could leave, truly free. Tomorrow you start work. You will work from 8:30 a.m. to noon, with a 1-hour lunch break. Then, you will start again at 1 p.m. and finish at 4 p.m. Since you agree, I will take you to the logistics office. Your work hours are the same as the miners. As a woman, you don't need to wake up early and work late like those miners. After completing the procedures, you need to stamp your handprint at the logistics office after work every day, similar to modern clocking in. They also gave you 10 burlap sacks. Once you fill them, someone will come to pick them up. You also received a work certificate, which you can use to get meals and show when verifying your identity. The shelter is behind the dining hall. All the houses there are for women. You can ask Xiao Sun to help you find an empty one. The ones without signs are unoccupied. Just pick one. It has blankets and other essentials inside. Old Zhao from the logistics office explained this to Zhou Mai and then signaled that they could leave. When they reached the back of the dining hall, Zhou Mai saw many makeshift shelters, even stacked on the mountain. Since she would only stay a few days, she chose the one closest to the dining hall and near the coal collection area. The shelters are built with logs, corn stalks, and straw, covered with a layer of felt. Sun Wei saw that Zhou Mai had chosen one and didn't follow inside. He gave her a lock and told her to hand it over to the logistics office after work. Everyone is allowed to take 1 basket of coal each day. Since they are at the coal mine, they don't lack coal for heating. On cold nights, it's essential to keep the fire going. Each person signs their name on the list when collecting coal. After Sun Wei left, Zhou Mai went into her shelter. It looked similar to a guest house, with a black basin behind the door, probably for collecting coal. In the middle of the room, there was a small fire basin for burning coal. This spot is safer because it's away from straw and other flammable materials. The shelter is well ventilated, so there's no worry about gas poisoning. At night, she must cover herself with a blanket. At noon, Zhou Mai took a rice bowl to get food. She didn't use the prepared bowl in her shelter, but used her own. The kitchen staff gave her 2 cornbread buns and a bowl of cabbage, mostly cabbage soup with no oil. The food is so simple that many workers at home can't even eat like this. After eating in the dining hall, Zhou Mai washed her dishes and then took her belongings for a walk around the area to get familiar with her surroundings. When she left the dining hall, there was an office building in front, a row of houses. Turning left, there was a road leading into the mountains. Most workers were inside mining coal, while a few were drivers responsible for transporting coal back to the factory and bringing empty carts back. Some workers handled loading and unloading coal. To the right of the dining hall, there was a small mountain of coal. The workers came here daily to collect coal and sign their names at a nearby small tent. Xiao Mai wasn't interested in the office or the area on the right. She decided to walk into the mountains. After walking 20 or 30 meters, she saw only a dark cave entrance guarded by someone. It was probably not allowed for her to go inside, so she had to turn back home. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, she took a basin of coal. When fewer people were around, she quickly gathered a lot of coal into her space.
Haha, she thought.
She still had some options here. Back at her shelter, she had little to do. She tidied up her bed and lit a fire in the brazier. Within an hour, she felt the shelter warm up, no longer just a place where her breath turned to white mist. There was nothing else to do inside. What should she do? Maybe weave some baskets. The coal she just collected was piled up in the space and looked messy. She decided to start. She took out some twigs from the space and began weaving baskets for the coal. Since she was here, she definitely wanted to bring back more coal. There were only a few days, so she had to work hard. All afternoon, Xiao Mai wove 5 or 6 large baskets. She estimated each could hold about 200 jin, a Chinese weight unit. After dinner, she continued weaving baskets. Since they provided meals here, she didn't mind the food, whether good or bad. Why bother eating her own food when she could eat theirs? That would be silly. After dinner at the dining hall, she took advantage of the night to gather another pile of coal and put it into her space. She returned to her shelter and kept working. The brazier was burning, keeping her warm. She slept peacefully. The next morning, she woke up at 7, washed up, and went to the dining hall for a bowl of corn porridge. She ate a steamed bun and some pickled vegetables, then took her work tools, a burlap sack, and went to collect coal. She kept the habit of picking 3 pieces and then putting one into her space, choosing large pieces. She worked diligently all day. In the end, 9 out of 10 burlap sacks were filled. Xiao Mai went to the logistics office, signed her name, and took a few more sacks. Her shift was over for the day. Overall, this work is not tiring and can also bring some extra money. Xiao Mai really likes it. If this mine was near her home, she would definitely do some work there. Unfortunately, once she has collected enough, they won't need her anymore. She'll have to wait until their coal stockpiles again before they need more help. Xiao Mai finished collecting coal after 9 days. She gained a lot, about 40 baskets of coal stored in her space. If she used it carefully, it could last 3 or 5 years. If the willow branches she used for making baskets hadn't run out, she could keep making baskets and collecting coal. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Xiao Mai went to the logistics office to get her salary, which was 7 yuan and 2 mao. They also told her she could come again in a month to collect more. They asked if she was interested in coming back, but she politely declined because it was too far from home and she had enough coal stored for now. On her way back, Sun Wei kindly saw her off and asked if she had found a partner. Xiao Mai looked sad and said no. She asked many people, but no one knew her. Sun Wei patted her shoulder comfortingly and then found a truck heading to the coal mine. He asked the driver to take Xiao Mai back. Xiao Mai was happy because she didn't have to walk for hours. She knew Sun Wei was kind. She gave him 3 pieces of rock sugar, shyly saying they were the best she had.
She hoped he wouldn't mind.
Sun Wei happily accepted them, but she didn't know if they would meet again in the future. After getting on the truck and greeting Sun Wei, the driver left. The trip back to the coal mine took less than an hour. Xiao Mai didn't stay long and took a bus straight to He City. The new year was coming soon, so she wanted to sell the meat and vegetables from her space in the next 2 days. Last year, she didn't spend the new year at home, but this year she had to go back. She sold most of her goods in 2 days. She kept 20 watermelons and half a basket of fragrant melons for herself. She kept her rooster and the duck she hadn't cooked yet. She sold the rabbits and wild chickens she hunted. She kept about 30 fish and enough vegetables to last 4 or 5 months. Surprisingly, she sold quite a lot of wild vegetables, which she didn't expect. Xiao Mai sold the nuts at 1 yuan per jin, and peanuts cost the same. More people bought these at the end of the year than 10 days ago in Song City. She decided to sell only at the end of the year because earlier sales were slow and a waste of her words. On the evening of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Chiao Mai lay on a bed of money and banknotes at the guest house, acting like a mouse that had stolen oil. This was the happiest day of the year for her. Feeling happy enough, Chiao Mai started counting her money and notes. Last year, she earned over 1,200 yuan, and she felt confident she could earn more this year.
Ha, Imrik.
I'm rich. Chiao Mai cheered silently in her heart. She didn't forget she was in a guest house, so she kept her excitement quiet. She had 1,635.25 yuan, almost 400 yuan more than last year. Her yearly expenses were about 50 to 60 yuan, which was not small, but she spent with confidence. She kept her money in a special wooden box. Most of the notes were from He City, which she couldn't use in Song City. So, the next day, Chiao Mai went shopping at the He City department store. She bought a large, portable water bottle, 2 of them, 3 pairs of cotton shoes, 1 size larger for comfort, 3 pairs of leather gloves, 1 for her second uncle and 1 for her second aunt, some pastries, since Song City didn't have them, and she also bought 3 jean of nougat, which she loved. She had 15 jean of cotton tickets, so she bought all the cotton. No, that was too much. She decided to buy only these things. She carried a large basket in front and a bag of 15 jean of cotton on her back. She walked for about 30 minutes. Because she looked too conspicuous, many people on the street stared at her when she left the department store, making her cautious. She deliberately took a longer route. After finishing her shopping, Chiao Mai went to the black market.
She had just discovered it by chance.
Everyone there looked sneaky, whispering and glancing around nervously. It was definitely a black market. She didn't come for anything else, just to find the 2 guards and tell them she wanted to exchange her notes. She wanted all her notes converted into national currency. The guards looked at each other. One asked how much she wanted to exchange. If it was a small amount, they could do it there. If it was a large amount, they would need to ask his older brother for help. Chiao Mai held a stack of notes about 3 centimeters thick and said, "All of these, exchange them." "Wait here, I'll go find my older brother," one of the guards said to her.
Kiao Meno dead.
After about 10 minutes, the man returned and led her into a yard. It was run down, and from the outside, it looked abandoned. Inside, a middle-aged man sat on a chair. He looked very ordinary, with no special features. After seeing Chiao Mai come in, she stood up and made an inviting gesture, then poured a cup of tea for Chiao Mai. "According to my younger brother, you're planning to exchange for national tickets, right?" Zhang Shanghai, the leader of the black market, asked. "Yes, I want to know how the exchange works," Chiao Mai replied as she sat down. "Exchanging local tickets for national tickets requires a 30% service fee. Are you okay with that?" Zhang Shanghai had experience with ticket exchanges, but it was rare for someone to exchange so many at once like Chiao Mai. "All right, see how many national tickets I can get. Exchange as many as possible, but don't give me tickets close to expiration," she said. Getting 70% of what she wanted was better than wasting everything on her hands. She was eager to go home, and tonight's train ride would mean she'd arrive just in time for the New Year's Eve celebration. "Oh, brother, do you have pork?" Zhang Shanghai was having his men count the tickets. Chiao Mai thought she hadn't eaten pork in a long time. The pork in her space was already finished. Since she was in the black market, she decided to buy some to take home. "Yes, it's 1.81 yuan per jean, farm-raised." "How much do you want?" Zhang Shanghai said. The price was higher than what Chiao Mai sold, but she had to buy it. Farm-raised pork is more fragrant than wild pork. "I want 100 jean fresh meat," she said, estimating she'd eat it for a year. "Don't worry, I, Zhang Shanghai, do honest business. The pork is definitely fresh," he assured her. Chiao Mai stayed in the yard for half an hour. She exchanged the tickets, spent 180 yuan, and carried out 100 jean of pork. She covered the basket with a cloth. As soon as she left the black market, she put the tickets and pork into her space. Then she headed to the train station. The train to Song City left in 2 hours, so she wasn't in a hurry. When she arrived in Song City, she bought a train ticket back to Guangming County. With 3 hours to spare, she planned to visit Shun Yi and his wife. They hadn't seen each other in a year. Usually, they only exchanged letters. As the new year approached, she brought 2 fish as a gift. Today is the 29th day of the lunar month. When she arrived at Shun Yi's house, the couple and their child had just finished work and returned home. They didn't recognize her at first. "Oh, girl, why did you come suddenly? I haven't seen you in a year, and I wouldn't recognize you now," Fu Chunwan said first. She quickly went to the door to greet Xiaomai, carrying her child.
Haha, Happy New Year, sister-in-law.
"Happy New Year, brother Shani. I'm passing through Song City on my way home. I have to catch a train soon. I just wanted to come and see your family of 3, she said. Xiaomai also held up the fish in her hand. "I'm very happy you can come. You can take this fish home later. We usually buy what we want to eat. The 2 fish together weigh at least 10 jin. This gift is too heavy. We can't accept it." "Ah, sister-in-law, this isn't for you to eat. It's for your child. They say kids who eat fish are smarter, right? You can't speak for my big nephew, can you, Dandan?" Xiaomai gently touched Dandan's face, but unfortunately, Dandan couldn't talk yet, only making sounds. Xiaomai and Shunyi talked for about 10 minutes, then made an excuse to leave for the train. Fu Chunwan packed her a bag of hawthorn berries, saying they weren't too sour and were quite tasty, so Xiaomai could take them as snacks. She hesitated but finally accepted. After leaving Shenyi's house, she walked through the alley, where the smell of delicious food was everywhere. Everyone was preparing for the new year, cooking all the good dishes to share with relatives. Xiaomai noticed a curled-up person in a recessed corner of the wall. There was blood on their head, which looked scabbed over. In this cold weather, the person was only wearing a torn, short-sleeved padded jacket, and their pants had many holes. They were trembling constantly. Sigh. In her past life, she hadn't done many good deeds, and now she found herself in this poor era. During the new year, she thought she should do something kind. Xiaomai took out 2 roasted sweet potatoes from her bag and walked over, placing them beside the person. "Eat these while they're hot. They won't taste good once they cool down." After saying that, she turned to leave. When Jiao heard someone speaking, when he looked up, he only saw Xiaomai's back and the 2 steaming sweet potatoes at his feet. His nose twitched, and a bold decision formed in his mind. He picked up the sweet potatoes and chased after her. "Please wait." When Jiao squatted for a long time, his legs numb. He struggled to stand and staggered toward Xiaomai. She was walking ahead when she heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, she saw it was the young man from before. His face was also bloodstained, holding the 2 sweet potatoes she had just given him. His hands were muddy, bloody, and covered with frostbite, clear signs of a hard winter. Does he not want the roasted sweet potatoes? Not willing to eat this free food? Several ideas flashed through Xiaomai's mind. No matter what she thought, she just stood there waiting to see what this person wanted to do. "Wait a moment, When Jiao hesitated as he spoke. Finally, he made up his mind, closed his eyes, and said, "Can I go with you?" "Huh? Did I hear that right?"
Xiaomai was stunned.
She only gave him 2 sweet potatoes out of kindness. Why is he following me now? "No, little brother, we don't know each other. Don't you think it's too sudden to say something like that?" Xiaomai said. "I know, but I can't help it right now. I just ask you to take me in for a while. I won't be a burden. I can work or do anything," Wen Jiao explained. He had been the pride of his family for 19 years, but now he was down on his luck and had no choice but to resort to this. "No way. I can barely take care of myself, let alone take care of you." Xiaomai refused without hesitation. When Jiao pursed his lips and said nothing, just watching her. "Look, you can't just stare at me like that. I don't even know your full name or what you do. As a girl, I can't just bring a stranger home. Is that reasonable?" Xiaomai said, feeling speechless. Does she look that naive? "My name is Wen Jiao. My family had some problems, and now it's just me. I have nowhere to go. I can't tell you everything now, but if you let me come with you, I will tell you what I can. I will also work for you. I just hope you can give me some time," Wen Jiao explained. He had no home to return to and was being hunted for being an outsider. He wasn't from Song City, and if caught, he would be taken away. Xiao Mai was the only person who helped him after he faced danger.
He wanted to try.
When he turned his life around, he would repay her. Xiao Mai's heart moved. If she took him home, could she say she found her future son-in-law outside? You're on your own at home? What about your parents? Xiao Mai decided to ask about his basic situation first. Yes, just me now. My parents are gone and my brother is missing, Wen Jiao said. Come with me, and you'll be my future son-in-law, Xiao Mai said playfully. Of course, she wasn't serious about marriage. She was cautious about it. But she wanted to have a reason to bring him home, maybe to avoid an arranged marriage. If he couldn't accept it, they could part ways. Future son-in-law, does your family agree? He didn't really care. Right now, he was only thinking about revenge. He wasn't planning to consider marriage. If this woman needed him to be a son-in-law to agree to take him away, he didn't mind. At least his first impression of her was good. Well, my family just wants me to find a son-in-law. Think about it. If you're okay, come with me. If not, I'll go alone. Xiao Mai straightforwardly gave him two choices. All right, but you have to help me get a household registration. I can't use my old identity anymore. Wenzio's older brother was under investigation because of his sensitive identity. When they met last time, his brother told him to hide somewhere for a year or two. Once things settled, he would send a message from the old place. Did you do something bad? Xiao Mai looked at Wenzio suspiciously. She didn't want trouble when she went home.
No, don't worry about that.
It's just that my family's background is sensitive. For safety, I want to change my name, Wenzio said. He's a good young man and shouldn't be falsely accused. After arguing for a while, Xiao Mai reluctantly believed him about 70%. She used a letter of introduction from Shimli Brigade to help Wenzio get a referral. Then they bought a train ticket back to Guangming County. Wenzio obediently followed behind Xiao Mai, afraid of doing something wrong or upsetting her, which might cause her to send him away. They didn't talk much during the trip. Luckily, Xiao Mai had 10 steamed buns in her basket. They ate 3 meals and finally arrived back at Shimli Brigade before dark on New Year's Eve. So your home isn't in Song City? Hee, I thought you lived there, Wenzio said with a silly smile.
What?
You want to find someone from the city? Sorry to disappoint you. I'm a real farmer, with ancestors who were poor farmers for 8 generations, Xiao Mai said proudly. After spending the day together, Xiao Mai could see that Wenzio was a bit naive, but also smart and honest. Most importantly, she liked his looks. Wenzio was over 1.80 meters tall. Xiao Mai couldn't tell exactly how tall, but he was tall. He had short hair, sharp yet clear eyes, probably because he grew up in a good environment and hadn't suffered much. His nose was straight, lips average, and his face had defined features, giving him a noble look. That's not a problem. It doesn't matter where you're from. Wherever you go, I'll go with you. It might sound a bit vague, but Wen Jiao really meant it. He's grateful just to be taken in, so he can't be picky. There's no need to be so polite. If someone asks, just say you met me in Guangming County. The rest, just follow my lead. Xiao Mai doesn't want too many people to know about Wen Jiao's situation. Later, he plans to create a family background for him and have the second master register him officially, so he can stay and work in the victory team. When they return home, Xiao Mai's house is warm and cozy. Wen Jiao has been hiding all winter, and finally, he ran to Song City hoping to visit his uncle and aunt. But when they heard about the trouble at home, they wanted to send him away. He resisted and ran off. The warmth in the house made Wen Jiao shiver uncontrollably. Where are your parents? I should go say hello to my uncle and aunt. Wen Jiao enters the house and sees no one else. He feels that since he's at Xiao Mai's home, he should greet the elders. If you want to say hello, you should go over there. Xiao Mai thinks it's too late now. It's almost New Year's Eve, and preparing a good meal is difficult with a stranger in the house. He can't relax anymore. Wen Jiao hesitates, realizing that Xiao Mai is also a poor person. He stammers, Then there's no rush. He then gathers his courage and asks, Is there anything I can help with? I can do anything. Xiao Mai thinks for a moment and says, Today is New Year's Eve. We have some dried vegetables and 2 fish. I'll steam some rice and we can eat something nice. If you're capable, work hard next year and we can have a better life. When Jiao thought they would still be eating simple food tonight, he followed Xiao Mai and ate 3 meals of steamed bread. It wasn't that he disliked it. He just thought that since Xiao Mai's family only had bread, that was the best they could offer. Poor families often eat whatever good food they can carry on the road. This food is really good. Don't worry, next year, I will work hard. Not only will you have fish on New Year's Eve, but I will also make braised pork for you. When Jiao promises. Okay, I'll soak the dried vegetables first. You can boil some water and wash up. I'm going to visit my second uncle's house. When I come back, we'll cook. Xiao Mai leaves. He hasn't been home for nearly 20 days. Tonight, he rushes back for the new year, so he must go say hello and tell Wen Jiao about his situation. By the way, have you decided on a new name? Later, I will talk to my second uncle to see if changing your household registration will be difficult. Xiao Mai plans to give her elderly parents a heads up. Anything is fine. I haven't decided on a name yet. Maybe you can choose one for me, Wen Jiao said. He was only changing his name temporarily. Once his brother was better, he would go back to his original name. Wen Jiao was the name given by his parents, and he couldn't just abandon it. How about Gao Yi? That way, it won't be easy for others to find out your real identity. If you change it, make it a complete change, Xiao Mai suggested, choosing a name based on current naming trends. From now on, call him Gao Yi so no one gets confused. Alright, then I'll call you Gao Yi. Do you want me to go with you? Gao Yi asked. No need. You can't go now anyway. Later, just boil some water and get ready. We don't have clothes for you to wear right now. I'll see if I can make you a new outfit tomorrow. Gao Yi's clothes were really worn out, stained with blood and full of holes. When he gets back, he can wash them himself. Xiao Mai went into the inner room, pretending to take out 2 pairs of gloves. These were bought for her elderly parents in E-City. She also carried a bag of roasted sunflower seeds and headed to second uncle's house. When she arrived, second uncle's family was preparing dinner. Since it was New Year's Eve, dinner was later and more lavish than usual. The Jiang and Hai families were all inside. The children were running around in the yard. When they saw Xiao Mai, they called her Andy and continued playing. At this moment, Xiao Mai couldn't help but think how lively second uncle's family was. Inside, second uncle and second aunt were very happy. Oh, you say you only went out for a few days, but look, almost a year has passed. Those 2 are really something. Don't they want you back sooner? Lu Guifeng said with a bit of a scold, pretending to complain. Uncle, auntie, I'm back now. As soon as I arrived, I hurried here because I was worried about you. I'm already 18 after the new year, a grown-up now. Please don't worry too much, Xiao Mai said with a cheerful smile. Yes, you're 18. You should come back for the new year. Since you're here, your aunt has already prepared the meal. Finish eating here before you go back, second uncle said. Wow, Grandpa, I will eat later. This time I went to Song City and bought a pair of gloves for you and my mother-in-law. They are very warm to wear. In the future, if you and my mother-in-law go out in winter, just wear them. I also fried some snacks for everyone to try. Xiao Mai handed the gloves to Lu Guifeng, with the snacks placed on the Kong. Oh, Mother, the gloves that my Z bought look so warm. They must have cost a lot of money, right? Sister-in-law Zhou Lanhua happily touched the fur around the gloves.
Exactly.
Sister-in-law, you don't know. When I went to the department store, many people were fighting to buy gloves. I didn't care about anything, didn't choose the color, and just grabbed 2 pairs that looked like they would fit Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Mai exaggerated a bit, but she wanted them to know she was the one who fought for these 2 pairs. There's no more. Jiao Jiang, and I don't have much ability. My parents are lucky to be able to enjoy life with you. Zhou Lanhua thought she couldn't treat her own mother as well as she treated her own daughter, let alone her parents-in-law. So, seeing how filial Xiao Mai was, she sincerely felt she was not as good as her. No wonder the old couple always thought about Xiao Mai. This girl is very loyal and caring. You all just live happily together. My Z has this filial heart, and my husband and I are happy. But my Z, you can't spend money recklessly in the future. Otherwise, next time, your grandpa won't let you go out. The little money you earn isn't enough to buy things for us. Mother Lu, who had lived for over 50 years, had never worn such good gloves. In winter, she usually just wore homemade mittens. She had to cherish these gloves and use them carefully. Sister, are you only thinking about my parents when you go out? Do we have anything of ours? Li Lady looked for a while but didn't see Chiao Mai take out anything new, so she couldn't help but ask. What do you mean, second sister-in-law? Do you think I go out and don't care about my parents? I may not have parents anymore, but my uncle and aunt treat me well, and I remember that. It's right for me to be filial to them. If you do something for me, I'll bring you something. Even with her cousin Chiao Hai present, Chiao Mai still responded firmly. Every time Li Lady saw her, she looked down and didn't look her in the eye. Luckily, her second uncle divided the family, or this woman would cause even more trouble. Just shut up. Everything has your share. It's embarrassing that you always ask your sister for things every day. Lu Guifeng was angry at her young daughter-in-law for being so unreasonable. Girl, I just asked if you're angry. Li Lady still thought she hadn't done anything wrong. Chiao Mai had at least given her a pair of socks last time she went out, and she didn't want to wear them. Before returning home to show off, her mother cried and said life was hard. She softened her heart and didn't keep the socks. If you don't want to eat, just go back. It shows you have a mouth. Chiao Hai also felt embarrassed because of Li Lady. As a son, he never bought anything good for his parents. His cousin bought something, but his silly wife still asked others for things. How could he have the face to let his sister-in-law and cousin ask for things? If you don't want to say, then don't, she said. It was impossible for her to go back. The best meal of the year was tonight's dinner, and she didn't want to leave. Seeing Chiao Hai speak, Chiao Mai didn't insist anymore. The second uncle's family was used to Li Lady's behavior. They would tell her off, and she would be quiet. No one paid attention to her. Zhou Lanhua was also helpless. Her sister-in-law was scolded every time, but never learned her lesson.
Sigh.
Uncle and Aunt, you eat. I'm going home now. I already cooked at my house, so I won't eat here. I'll come to visit you tomorrow. Qiao Weigua and Lu Guifeng disagreed. The children were here, so how could she go back? They insisted Chiao Mai stay and finish her meal before leaving. Chiao Mai politely refused several times before leaving. At home, Gao Yi had already cleaned himself up. When Chiao Mai entered, Gao Yi was warming himself by the stove. He was only wearing a black knitted shirt. Although the house was warm, he still felt cold, so he was boiling water and warming himself. You're back? How's my household registration? Can it be processed? Gao Yi was most concerned about this now. I haven't said yet. Tonight, there are too many people at the second uncle's house, so it's not convenient. Don't worry, stay at my place for now, she said, frowning at Gao Yi's clothes. Aren't you cold? Gao Yi looked sad and said, Yes, I'm cold, but my cotton-padded jacket is so dirty. I don't want to wear it after I wash myself. Chiao Mai had no choice. There were no clothes for him at home. She thought for a moment and said, Go to the inner room first. The bed is warmer there. I have an extra quilt. You can cover yourself. Chiao Mai climbed onto the Kong bed and took down the quilt from the cabinet. Here, just make do and cover up. This is all we have at home. Gao Yi felt a bit shy about getting onto the Kong and asked, Comrade Chiao Mai, maybe I should sleep in the next room? I see there's another room over there. When Gao Yi mentioned this, Chiao Mai suddenly realized that her family only had one Kong and no extra bed. What should she do? Don't think about the next room. It's not suitable for sleeping. Let me think. Chiao Mai was trying to figure out where Gao Yi could sleep. She still handed him the quilt, saying, It's so cold today. Don't get sick. Otherwise, you'll need medicine. After thinking for a while, Chiao Mai came up with a not-so-perfect idea. How about this? I hang a curtain in the middle of the Kong. You sleep on the west side, and I sleep on the east side. The Kong was quite big, and if each of them slept on one side, there would still be about 2 meters of space in the middle. Seeing this, Gao Yi felt it was okay since Chiao Mai was so generous. He took the quilt and moved to the east side, close to the wall. Stay warm on the Kong first. I need to prepare some food. Chiao Mai said. They had been busy all day, and if she didn't cook now, the New Year's Eve would pass. Gao Yi offered, I'll help you. He had already said he could do chores before coming. He didn't want to let a girl do everything right after arriving. No need, just stay on the Kong and keep warm, Chiao Mai replied. Wearing a thin shirt in this cold was not smart. There would be plenty of work to do later. He should rest now. Just as Gao Yi was about to fall asleep, Chiao Mai finished cooking. She set the table on the Kong, with a bowl of eggplant and dried tofu stew, a fish, and some spicy and sour shredded cabbage. The New Year's Eve dinner was simple and a bit humble, but there was no choice. Her family had someone unfamiliar, so she had to be extra careful. When Gao Yi saw the meal, his stomach also growled. Comrade Chiao Mai, will eating like this be too much for you? Since his brother's accident, Gao Yi had been avoiding trouble, and his food and shelter were not guaranteed. He hadn't eaten a proper meal like this for months. If it weren't for his hope of reaching his uncle's house supporting him, he wasn't sure if he might do something illegal along the way. On this day, Chiao Mai still wanted to have a sense of ceremony. This is her third New Year's Eve since crossing over. Luckily, someone is eating with her tonight. In her past life, and this one, she is the first to have someone celebrate the new year with her, which touches her heart a little. Okay. Chiao Mai got off the bed and went to the cellar to bring out a small jar of sorghum wine. She bought it this spring when she visited the supply and marketing cooperative. She originally planned to use it for making wine, but she didn't finish it. At first, the two of them had their own worries, but after 2 glasses of wine, they started to feel a bit tipsy. Gao Yi vented his frustrations from the past 4 or 5 months, and Chiao Mai listened to his story. I come from Shanghai. My parents passed away early. I was raised by my older brother and sister. Later, my brother joined the army, so I lived with my sister. But this summer, someone started coming to my house asking about my brother. He never told me about his work in the army, so I didn't know what to say when they asked. They kept questioning me several times, and once they even drew a gun. My sister stepped in front of me to protect me. As he spoke, Gao Yi was already crying. He's only 19, and after such a big change, he's become quite depressed. After I buried my sister, I was very nervous every day at home. Until October, my brother came back in the middle of the night.
He told me he was on a secret mission.
The enemy might try to threaten him, but he couldn't take care of me right now. He told me to hide somewhere and wait for him to return so he could avenge my sister. I was angry at him. If it weren't for him, my sister wouldn't have died for me. But then I realized, if possible, my brother probably didn't want us to go through all this. He's the one who suffers the most. So I packed my things overnight and headed to Song City. I didn't dare buy tickets or take the bus, afraid of being caught. Gao Yi took another sip of wine, wiped his tears, and continued, until a few days ago, on the day you met me, I went to my uncle's house. When my parents were still alive, I used to visit my uncle and aunt. After my parents died, I sent them some things every year. They only replied with letters and never bought us anything. I should have seen what kind of people my uncle and aunt were long ago. I was too naive or still held some hope for them. Chiao Mai helped Gao Yi by scooping some fish onto his plate. This child is truly pitiful. I didn't expect that after I found his home, when I said I wanted to stay there for a while, my aunt suddenly turned hostile and spoke harshly. I told her this was my uncle's house, and my uncle makes the decisions. Then my aunt grabbed a stick and tried to chase me out. My uncle just sat there without saying anything. We started fighting. After I knocked them down, I was afraid the police might come, so I ran away while they were still on the ground. I only met you after that. Gao Yi has told everything he can about himself. He's pretty drunk now. Chiao Mai lets him vent, and she also feels relieved. As long as his background is clear, no matter what happens at home, people in this remote countryside usually can't find out much. She gives Gao Yi a safe place to stay. Gao Yi also helps her by blocking her mother-in-law's plans for her to get married. They help each other. Chiao Mai drags Gao Yi to the east side of the Kong, a traditional bed, covers him with a quilt, and tidies up the table. She finds a piece of cloth in the space that's about the same size, then cuts a piece of wire outside the house. She threads the cloth onto the wire, then nails 2 hooks on the north and south walls. She twists the wire into a simple curtain. After adding firewood to both rooms, Chiao Mai lies down. She drank 2 glasses of wine tonight, and she hasn't rested well these days. As soon as she lies down and covers herself, her eyelids start to feel heavy. When Gao Yi wakes up, Chiao Mai is gone. She told him last night she would go out to visit relatives today, so she probably already left. This is the most restful sleep Gao Yi has had in half a year. He no longer has to wander or be afraid. He touches the warm Kong and feels the warmth of home again. Looking at Chiao Mai's side, she first went to her uncle Chiao Weihua's house. This New Year's visit, her older cousin Chao Shuping didn't cause any trouble. Maybe she was upset after her daughter was beaten by her in-laws, so she's not so competitive now. Then she went to her second uncle's house. When she arrived, her second Aunt Lu Guifang still gave her a red envelope. This time, she was no longer afraid of owing favors and accepted it openly. "Uncle, I have something to tell you." At this moment, second Aunt Lu Guifang was still receiving young visitors outside. Inside, only she and the second uncle were present. "What is it?" The second uncle rolled a dry tobacco cigarette and prepared to smoke.
"Well,
"I found a man to marry and move in," she said. It sounded good in her mind, but actually saying it out loud felt a bit awkward. Zhou Weiguo stopped rolling his cigarette halfway and thought he was hearing things. "This time I went out, and when I came back I met Gao Yi. His parents are gone, and he's all alone at home. He can't even go back. So he said he's willing to be my son-in-law. I think it's good, so I agreed," Zhou Mai briefly explained. "Did he tell you that? Did you believe him?" Zhou Weiguo didn't expect his niece to be so naive. What if she gets tricked? "Yes, I met him when he was almost starving. I didn't know him before, so he has no reason to lie to me," she replied confidently. "Are you sure his background is okay? You've only known him for 2 days. Zhou Weiguo was genuinely worried. "Grandpa, there's no problem. If you're worried, you can come to my house and see for yourself. He looks honest, and I believe a person's eyes don't lie," Zhou Mai said firmly. "Is he at your house now?" "Then take me to see him," Zhou Weiguo said, about to get up and put on his shoes. "Grandpa, I have something else to tell you." Zhou Mai sat closer, planning to speak quietly so others in the next room wouldn't hear. "What's the matter?" Zhou Weiguo asked, pulling his leg back when he heard there was more to say. "Grandpa, it's like this. Since he's married into our family, I need to be prepared in case he tries to run away. So, I thought you could help him get registered, make him a household member here. That way, if he doesn't have a household registration book, he can't run away," Zhou Mai whispered. Zhou Weiguo was starting to see his niece in a new light. She was trying to find a way to keep him close. "Take me to see him first. If he's a good, honest person trying to settle down, I'll go to the commune in a few days and get his household registration sorted. If he doesn't pass my test, you can keep looking. I'll find someone suitable for you," Zhou Weiguo said sincerely. "Okay, Grandpa. Let's go see him first," Zhou Mai agreed. After all, her second uncle had lived many years and was good at judging people. When they returned to Zhou Mai's house, Gao Yi was busy washing the old, torn cotton-padded jacket he had worn last night. When they entered, the cold wind made him shiver. "Gao Yi, let me introduce you. This is my second uncle, the leader of the Victory Brigade," she said, then turned to close the door and told her second uncle, "Uncle, this is Gao Yi.
Take a look and see what you think."
Zhou Weiguo looked serious and examined Gao Yi from head to toe several times. Gao Yi stood straight and allowed Zhou Weiguo to look him over. Inside, Zhou Weiguo felt confident about Gao Yi, but he couldn't show it. Knowing people's faces doesn't mean knowing their hearts, so he decided to talk more before making any judgments. Zhou Mai signaled for both of them to sit down. There were 2 chairs in the next room just right. "Well, I heard you're planning to marry here. Are you really ready?" Zhou Weiguo asked as he took a sip of the sweet red sugar water that Zhou Mai had poured for him. "Yes, sir. Don't worry, I will treat Zhou Mai well in the future," Gao Yi replied. He had never been in a relationship before, and now he was meeting the family, feeling a bit surreal. "Does your family agree?" Although he knew Gao Yi had no family left, he still wanted to test him a little. "Sir, I am alone at home," So for me, marriage is like becoming a son-in-law. It's not much different and I can decide for myself, Gao Yi said. His brother didn't know when he would come back, so Gao Yi's main goal now was to stay calm and get through this period. Everything else could be figured out later. After talking for a while, Zhou Weiguo had learned everything he needed. He decided to let Zhou Mai spend a few days with Gao Yi. If everything went well, he would settle Gao Yi's household registration, which would eliminate one worry. After seeing off the second uncle, Gao Yi was curious about how Zhou Mai had talked to him. It seemed a bit different from his own situation. Zhou Mai proudly said, "The mountain people have their own clever plans. Go wash up quickly. I still have a family to visit for New Year. When I come back, I'll make you some new clothes," Zhou Mai said. He hadn't even gone to Lu Xiulan's house yet. He and his wife had helped him for nearly 20 days, so they deserved to send some gifts. "I'll lock the door from outside. You're dressed so lightly, so try not to go out," Zhou Mai warned before leaving. When they arrived at Lu Xiulan's house, Miao Miao was playing in the yard, with a small ponytail. When she looked up and saw Zhou Mai's aunt coming in, she greeted happily, "Auntie Mai, Happy New Year." Miao Miao, Happy New Year." "Come on, open your pocket. Auntie will give you some candy." Zhou Mai pretended to take out 4 or 5 pieces of candy from inside her padded coat and put them into Miao Miao's pocket. "Mai, come inside quickly." "Miao Miao, stop playing now. It's too cold outside." "Don't catch a cold," Lu Xiulan said as she came out of the house when she heard Zhou Mai's voice. "Mom, I want to play a little longer. If I get cold, I'll go inside," Miao Miao said, not wanting to stop playing yet. "It's really getting harder to manage as I get older." "Maizi, come in quickly," Lu Xiulan muttered. "Good New Year, sister-in-law and brother Jianjun." "Haha," Chiao Mai greeted the couple first. Good. You too. How was your trip to Song City?" Everything went smoothly. Lu Xiulan saw the lights on in Chiao Mai's house last night and knew she had returned, so she didn't go over. "It went well, sister-in-law. You and brother Jianjun have worked hard these days." Now Lu Xiulan and her husband also raise chickens and have to help with her family too, so it's not an easy job. "My husband and I can handle it. It's not too hard," Jianjun replied. Because they raise chickens now, they burn the stove every day, and the house stays warm and comfortable. It's much better than before, when they dare not burn too much firewood and just manage to get by. "No matter what, I want to thank you and my sister-in-law. I brought some date paste cakes from Song City and some milk candies." "Not many, just a little treat for you," Chiao Mai said, holding out 4 date cakes and half a jean of white rabbit milk candies as a gift. Stop. Maizi, we can't accept this kind of thing. Take it back with you. If you keep giving us things like this all the time, I won't be happy to stay friends," Lu Xiulan said, knowing how grateful she was. Just because Chiao Mai had loaned her 20 yuan without hesitation and even helped with ideas, she couldn't accept gifts. She was just burning fire and feeding chickens for a few days, nothing big. "It's true. Because of you, I had a good New Year. The money from selling those eggs is enough for us to live well. Since you're here, I want to return the money I borrowed from you earlier. It took me so long, but here it is." Jianjun took out 2 big notes and handed them to Chiao Mai. Chiao Mai took the money and put it in her pocket. "It's all one thing. If you guys don't accept it this time, how can I feel comfortable asking for help in the future? Don't push me away. Since I brought it, I genuinely want to give it. Unless you don't want it. You're quite the talker now, huh? Haha. Well, sister-in-law, I won't refuse. I'll accept it," Lu Xiulan said, knowing what kind of person Chiao Mai was. She didn't want to argue over small things. "That's right, sister-in-law. Since I give it, it means I have it. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to ask you for anything," Chiao Mai joked. Zhou Mai talked with Lu Xiulan at her house again. It turns out Lu Xiulan is 2 months pregnant. The pregnancy is still early and no one knows yet, but Lu Xiulan couldn't help but tell Zhou Mai. Zhou Mai is discreet and a good person to share secrets with. The couple's life has improved since they started raising chickens and selling eggs, so they decided to have a second child. Now, Zhou Jianjun also doesn't let her do heavy or tiring work. She has gained some weight recently. Then, they urged Zhou Mai to find a partner soon. After the new year, she will be 18, so she's not too young anymore. Jo Mai just nodded and mumbled in response, then quickly ran away. On her way home, Jo Mai met Zhang Taitu and Xiao Guden. They had split into two groups. Zhang Taitu looked a bit guilty when he saw Jo Mai, but she didn't mind. Considering her father Zhang Wulai's attitude, Zhang Taitu's current appearance was already okay. Xiao Guden ran over to say Happy New Year to her. Jo Mai gave him 2 pieces of rock sugar, told him to be careful and stay safe while playing outside, then went home. As she walked away, Xiao Guden's friends came over to ask what Jo Mai had given him. Xiao Guden clenched his fist and denied giving anything, saying they just exchanged a few words because of the new year. He wasn't stupid. If he said Jo Mai gave him candy, the candy might not last, and it could cause trouble for Jo Mai. It's clear that Xiao Guden was well taught by his widow mother. When Jo Mai reached home, she didn't go into the west room right away. Instead, she headed straight to the east room. Her chickens and ducks hadn't been fed yet, and she couldn't let her precious animals go hungry. She dug out 2 scoops of cornmeal, mixed in 5 or 6 scoops of rice husks, and added hot water to make chicken feed. When the chickens and ducks rushed to eat, Jo Mai picked the eggs she collected today. The newly cut chives could be harvested again, and she also chopped 8 or 9 large lettuce leaves to dip in sauce for lunch. After finishing her chores in the east room, she carried a basket of eggs and some vegetables into the west room. Gaoi looked at all the eggs with surprise. When his sister was around, his older brother would send money or vouchers each month. His sister would use the vouchers to buy eggs, usually no more than 10 eggs at a time. But this was the first time he saw someone fill a whole basket like that. Gaoi pointed at the basket of eggs with his wrinkled fingers from washing clothes and asked, "This?" Jo Mai sternly told him, "These are from our own chickens. Don't tell anyone." She needs to give Gaoi a warning, just in case he slips up and causes trouble. Now she regrets bringing him home. It's so troublesome. "Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone else," Gaoi said seriously. Then he asked, "Aren't the laws against raising so many chickens? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" "Yes, I am. That's why I told you not to say anything. I stay in the village every day. If I want to live a little better, I have to rely on these chickens. The inspections aren't strict right now, so I hide them for now. When the inspections get stricter, I'll stop." Xiao Mai paused and added, "If it weren't for raising these chickens, I wouldn't have brought you here. I can't even feed myself, let alone support another person." She wanted to make sure he understood how important these chickens are and not to think her money comes easily. "All right, don't worry. I keep my mouth shut, and I'll help you earn money in the future. I won't just eat for free," Gaoi said confidently. A girl like her shouldn't be in Song City, where food is precious, yet she still bakes sweet potatoes for him. Last night's meal was good, and now he understands they have more chickens than they need, and they sell some for money. "Go inside, I'll measure your height and size and quickly make you a set of cotton clothes." "It's not good to stay inside all the time," Xiao Mai said, ignoring his promises. She only cares about what he does, not what he says. Luckily, she used up all the cotton tickets in E-City. Otherwise, she wouldn't have anything to make him clothes with now. After 2 days of working hard, Xiao Mai finally finished making Gao Yi's cotton pants and jacket. "Try it on and see if it fits," she said, handing him the clothes and going to wait in the other room. Gao Yi held the clothes, which weren't sewn very tightly and had some crooked stitches, and smiled like a fool. "They're a bit big, but very warm," he said as he put on the clothes and came out to talk to Xiao Mai. "It's better if they're a little loose. If they fit perfectly, they might not be as warm. You can fix your pants yourself. Wear them over your cotton pants to keep them clean. I'll make you an outer coat to wear over that," Xiao Mai said. She didn't plan to make him 2 sets of clothes. He hasn't contributed anything to the family yet, and she's already taking care of his food and clothing. It's not worth it. Soon, she'll send him out to feed the chickens. Actually, in the past 2 days, Xiao Mai hasn't let Gao Yi rest. She took out some corn and had Gao Yi grind 100 jin of fine cornmeal and 50 jin of coarser grains. She also had him grind unhulled rice. If Gao Yi didn't do any work, Xiao Mai would be angry. She has worked hard here for 2 years, and her main goal isn't just to raise a young master. No matter Gao Yi's family background, once he comes to her house, he must work. Gao Yi also doesn't like to be idle. As a grown man, he should be strong and upright like his older brother, Wen Jiding. Even if he's fallen on hard times now, he shouldn't lose his pride. So, when Xiao Mai asks him to work, he doesn't hesitate. Can I go outside to walk around? I haven't been out since I came here, he asked. When he goes to the bathroom, he quickly puts on Xiao Mai's small cotton jacket and runs outside. After finishing, he quickly comes back, but each time, he gets very cold. Go ahead. After you walk around, go to the east room and add some firewood to the stove. Also, pick up the eggs and other things, Xiao Mai said before going back inside to work on clothes. When Gao Yi steps outside, a cold wind blows. This time, he's dressed warmly, so he's not afraid of the cold. The yard is full of snow. Between the firewood shed on the right and the west room, there's a pile of firewood covered with a straw mat. In winter, it snows a lot, so if you don't cover the firewood, it gets wet and can't be burned. The tall pile of firewood looks impressive to Gao Yi. In winter, Xiao Mai arranges for Snow Ear to stay in the firewood shed. When Snow Ear first arrived, he barked loudly at Gao Yi. Now that he's been here a few days, besides watching him warily when he sees him, Snow Ear doesn't bark anymore. There's nothing much to see in the front yard now. The garden is abandoned, and everything is bare except for snow. Gao Yi has never seen such a scene in Shanghai, but after a few days here, he's gone from being curious to feeling it's normal. He walks to the backyard, which is also empty except for a large chicken coop. In the northwest corner is the toilet, usually not smelling much, since it's far from the house and covered. There doesn't seem to be much to see. Gao Yi covers his cold ears and goes to the east room to pick up eggs. This is his first time entering the east room. As soon as he steps in, a warm wave hits him. The floor is full of chickens, and there are 3 ducks inside. Oh my, and the eggs in the straw nests, Gao Yi is stunned. This is so wonderful. At this moment, Gao Yi had already begun to admire Xiao Mai. This woman was very capable. Looking at the vegetables growing in those wooden boxes above, lush and green, made people feel happy. Gao Yi couldn't help but walk over, touch the boxes, look here and there, acting like a country bumpkin in the city, looking very inexperienced. After admiring for a while, Gao Yi picked up the basket hanging on the wall to collect eggs. He became more and more addicted, his mouth stretching wider and wider. Xiao Mai would probably be annoyed, thinking he looked like a fool. When Gao Yi finished collecting eggs and returned, he excitedly told Xiao Mai that from now on, he would take care of feeding the chickens and collecting eggs. Xiao Mai had no objection. She was happy to let him do it, as it was easy for her, and it was also a kind act to bring him back. By the way, Xiao Mai, should we put the eggs in the cellar? Gao Yi hadn't been down to the cellar yet, but he saw Xiao Mai go down a few times. Every time, it made him curious, and today he wanted to see it too. Yes, there's a special basket for eggs down there. When you put them in, be gentle so you don't break them. Since the temperature is low, the eggshells are fragile, and a slight bump can crack them. Okay. Gao Yi took a flashlight and went down into the cellar. He carefully stepped on the cellar floor, looked around at the things inside, and finally had to admit that even though his family was well off, they didn't have as many things as Xiao Mai did. Gao Yi touched the inside of his cotton-padded jacket. Xiao Mai had sewn a pocket inside it for him. His money and tickets were kept there. He only had about 100 yuan now. The family savings and gold bars were hidden by his older brother. If he only gave Xiao Mai 100 yuan, she probably wouldn't mind, right? But Gao Yi was overthinking. How could Xiao Mai dislike money? Of course, the more money, the better. As for what Xiao Mai stored in the cellar, there really were quite a few things. There were 2 jars of salted duck eggs. One jar was full and sealed with mud, waiting to be eaten in a few months. There was a bag of roasted sunflower seeds, about 10 pumpkins, and right next to them, 6 or 7 winter melons. Nearby, there was a basket. Gao Yi looked inside and saw 2 dried chickens and a piece of pork weighing about 2 jin, roughly 1 kilogram, mostly red meat with some fat. 2 fish, already cleaned, hung on the wall. There was also a large basket filled with eggs, almost full. Gao Yi had never seen so many eggs even in a department store. The duck eggs were put into the jar with salted duck eggs. Looking to the side, I saw a wall of cabbage, probably about 100 heads. Underneath the cabbage, there were 3 baskets of potatoes and 2 baskets of sweet potatoes. Then there was grain from Chiao Mai, more than 10 bags of corn kernels, and a bag of freshly ground cornmeal, half a bag of corn bran. Nearby, there was a large sack of rice, also recently husked. On the wall, about 20 pounds of flour were hanging, though I didn't know where Chiao Mai had gotten it. What surprised Gao Yi the most was that Chiao Mai had so much oil, 2 barrels of soybean oil and half a barrel of peanut oil. Wow, where did this girl get so much oil? It could last for many years. Chiao Mai also stored some mountain goods. Anyway, on the second day Gao Yi arrived, she went down to the cellar and put everything visible there. But that wasn't all. Otherwise, it would have scared Gao Yi. Since the 2 of them had to live together every day, she couldn't just conjure things out of thin air. After using up the supplies in the cellar, she planned to eat only coarse grains and vegetables. She was determined not to expose her space just for the sake of taste. It's too dangerous. She didn't trust anyone in this world, especially not a stranger like Gao Yi. After Gao Yi finished arranging the eggs, he walked over to Chiao Mai, who was still sewing clothes on the kong, a traditional bed. Gao Yi stood by the kong, took out 100 yuan and some receipts, and handed them to her. What's this for? Chiao Mai was a bit confused by Gao Yi's actions. When I went out, I only had about 100 yuan left. Here's 100 yuan for you. These receipts are for you to use first. Since I'm staying and eating here, consider it as part of the living expenses. Gao Yi saw that she didn't take the money, so he placed it on the kong table. All right. If you need money, just tell me. I'll keep this money for now. Chiao Mai wasn't particularly noble. Gao Yi paying for her meals was only right. She ate much better here than most people. Seeing her accept the money, Gao Yi felt a bit more at ease. It was as if paying her made him feel more confident about staying in this house. Did you earn all the stuff in the cellar yourself? Gao Yi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity.
Yes.
Now that it's winter, things are a bit more relaxed for us. But come spring, it'll be busy again. As soon as I open my eyes, I have to work from dawn till night. All these are things I've saved up little by little. Chiao Mai wasn't lying. She had been working hard from the moment she woke up, no laziness. She didn't want to suffer later. When she first arrived, she was so hungry it burned her stomach, and she never wanted to experience that again. From now on, I will work with you. It will be easier for you too. I don't know much about farm work yet, but I can learn when the time comes. Since coming to the countryside, he can no longer rely on others for everything. In the past, his siblings supported him, but now he must adapt to this new environment. After staying at home for a few days and celebrating the Lantern Festival, Chiao Mai went to second uncle's house. During these 10 days, she had grown to like Gao Yi. He was willing to learn the tasks he couldn't do, kept himself clean, and was respectful. Because of this, Chiao Mai decided to help him get his household registration. When she arrived, the old couple asked if she had made a decision. After Chiao Weiguo returned home, he told his wife about this matter. Usually they didn't like to visit, but now that Chiao Mai was here, they showed concern. Grandpa, Grandma, I think he's good. If he ever does anything wrong, I will divorce him and find someone else, haha, Chiao Mai joked. Girl, you can't just change your mind easily. Once you're married, you need to accept each other and understand each other to have a long-lasting relationship, Grandma advised kindly. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, you two. Grandpa, when you're free, please take Gao Yi to the commune to handle the household registration, Chiao Mai said, understanding their worries. Some might think she chose her partner too quickly. Tomorrow is fine. You two go to the commune with me. Bring the household register from home, and I will prepare the necessary documents, second uncle said. He usually preferred not to delay things, so if tomorrow was clear, they would do it then. Please don't ask me about the detailed process of registering a household. I only wrote a simple version. Let's keep it light and fun. Okay, I will come around 8 a.m. with Gao Yi. I'm leaving now, Grandpa, Grandma. Chiao Mai set the time. Actually, her grandparents woke up around 6 a.m., so 8 a.m. was not too early, and they could arrive at the commune just in time for work. After returning home, Chiao Mai told Gao Yi that they could go to handle his household registration tomorrow. However, the registration would be under her household, so Gao Yi's status would be considered her son-in-law. Gao Yi had no objections. Before returning home with Chiao Mai, she explained everything clearly. Since he had agreed, he wouldn't change his mind. Once his household registration was settled, he planned to find a way to return to Shanghai. He wrote his current address at a place agreed upon with his brother. Once his brother Wen Jiding was free, he could come directly to Xingli Brigade to find him. The next morning, Chiao Mai heated 2 eggs and 2 steamed buns. Gao Yi fed the chickens. After breakfast, they went to meet Xiao Weiguo. When they arrived at the second uncle's house, Lu Guifang carefully looked at Gao Yi. This young man looked very energetic. In the entire village, there was no one more handsome than him. She immediately liked her nephew-in-law. Unexpectedly, the second aunt was also a person who cared about looks. Seeing Gao Yi's bright head, Lu Guifang went inside to get a hat for him. "Child, put this on quickly. This is your second uncle's old hat. It's a bit worn, but it will keep you warm. Don't dislike it," Lu Guifang said warmly as she put the hat on Gao Yi's head. Chiao Mai felt a little embarrassed. She was just thinking about making a cotton coat for Gao Yi and hadn't remembered to make him a hat or a muffler.
"Thank you, madam.
Now my head won't be cold when I go out," Gao Yi said with a silly smile. It was fine when he just stepped out, but after walking for a few minutes, his head felt very cold. The hat from the second aunt was very timely. "Everything is ready, let's go. The road has snow, so it's not easy to walk. The sooner we go, the sooner we return," said the second uncle. The 3 of them braved the strong wind and reached the commune. They were frozen through. That's how winter is in the Northeast, cold and often windy. So anyone with a fur-lined cotton coat was really warm, like Chiao Mai. On the way, she only felt her face a little cold. She wasn't too cold overall. Only Xiao Weiguo and Gao Yi were truly frozen. When they entered the commune office, Xiao Lu from the household registration office saw it was Xiao Weiguo. They exchanged a few words, then asked Chiao Mai for her household register. After adding Gao Yi's name and stamping it, Gao Yi's household registration was officially completed. At that moment, Gao Yi officially became a member of Xingli Brigade. His heart finally settled. He was no longer afraid of being checked when he went out. "Grandpa, today is the day I register my household with Chiao Mai. Let's treat you to a meal. You've been working hard with us." Gao Yi felt he should invite Xiao Weiguo to dinner. If it weren't for his help, he might have been caught when trying to register, which could have exposed everything. "Eat your fill and go home. You two are now a family, so be kind to Maisie in the future. She's a girl, and it's not easy for her." Xiao Weiguo didn't want to spend money on the younger generation casually. Saving that money was better. "Grandpa, I will definitely treat Xiao Maisie well, but we need to eat too. It's already noon, and we're all hungry," Gao Yi insisted. "Yes, Grandpa, you are our witness. Let's give Gao Yi a little face. Eating a meal won't ruin us," Xiao Maisie added from the side. In the end, Xiao Weiguo couldn't refuse the 2 young people, so they went to a nearby state-run restaurant for lunch. The restaurant didn't have many dishes, just rice, steamed buns, spinach and egg soup, pork stewed with potatoes, and dried beans with eggplant. Gao Yi ordered 1 serving of each. Xiao Weiguo felt a pang of sympathy. At his age, he had only been to a restaurant a few times. He had always been thrifty, almost to the point of splitting every penny in half. "Grandpa, I want 2 liang of wine."
"Not much, just a little for us to share," Gao Yi said.
How many old men from the Northeast didn't like to drink? Usually, Xiao Weiguo only drank a little when he was happy at home, and he didn't drink every day. So when Gao Yi suggested drinking, he didn't stop him. He was really craving it. With 2 grown men, they weren't worried about finishing the food. When they were full, the plates and bowls were already cleaned. Since winter, Xiao Weiguo and Lu Guifang had only eaten 2 meals a day and never ate until they were very full. Today, they had a rare, satisfying meal. On the way back, Chow Weiguo wanted to ask Gao Yi about his future plans, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he started rambling. So, the three of them stopped talking and just walked home quietly. When Xiao Maizi and her brother returned home, the stove was almost out. They each stoked their own stove, fanning and adding firewood. After tidying up, Gao Yi went inside and looked at Xiao Maizi with excitement. "Can I hug you? I don't mean to disrespect you. I'm so happy, and I really appreciate you," Gao Yi said. He was genuinely happy and grateful to Xiao Maizi. He couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to give her a big hug. Right now, she was the only one he could share his joy with. "Just once and hold on tight," Xiao Maizi replied, understanding Gao Yi's feelings over the past half-year. After getting permission, Gao Yi gently hugged Xiao Maizi. He didn't dare to squeeze too hard, afraid she might hit him. For Xiao Maizi, it was the first time in her life being hugged by a man. Her heart was pounding wildly, and her face turned pink. All right, stop hugging me so much," Xiao Mai said loudly to hide her shyness. Gao Yi had no choice but to let go of Xiao Mai. He had to because she was the boss. "By the way, Xiao Mai, I want to go back to Shanghai someday soon." He wasn't sure if she would agree, but he needed to go back. Seeing her look at him with a confused expression, he continued, "My older brother doesn't know when he'll be back. Since we're in Guangming County now, I want to leave him a message, so he can contact me later. Do you want to come with me?" Xiao Mai understood. As long as he wasn't planning to use her and then leave, she could accept a reasonable reason. She wasn't a feminist who demanded everything to go her way. If Gao Yi wanted to leave after using her, wouldn't that make her a softie? "When do you plan to leave? How long will you stay?" she asked. If possible, she also wanted to visit Shanghai from the 1960s to see if it was still more prosperous than other cities. "Let's go in a week. I'll stay for 2 days and come back. It's not convenient for me to stay too long there," Gao Yi said. He also wanted to burn some paper offerings for his sister, but 1 day wasn't enough, so he planned to stay 2 days. "All right, then tell second uncle when the time comes, and ask him to write a letter of introduction to Song City." Gao Yi would write the letter himself for his trip to Shanghai. She didn't want the people here to know Gao Yi was from Shanghai, to keep him safe. In the past few days, Xiao Mai took Gao Yi up the mountain twice. The first time, they returned empty-handed after setting a trap. The second time, they caught a rabbit in the trap, and Xiao Mai also shot a wild chicken with a slingshot, which impressed Gao Yi even more. He admired Xiao Mai even more. Back home, she wondered, can you clean the rabbit and wild chicken? If Gao Yi could do it, she wouldn't have to do this bloody work in the future. "I can clean the wild chicken but not the rabbit," Gao Yi said. He had helped his sister kill chickens at home before, and wild chickens were the same, but he had never cleaned a rabbit before. "Then you clean the wild chicken first. I'll handle the rabbit later." "Watch and learn," Xiao Mai said. If he didn't know how, she could teach him. It was no big deal. After they finished cleaning the animals, Xiao Mai cooked half a wild chicken for dinner, along with scrambled eggs with chives. They each had a bowl of rice. Thanks to the recent feeding, Gao Yi's lost muscle had grown back a bit. Put the chicken and rabbit meat outside in the snow to freeze. When you want to eat them, take them out.
Kia Mai was tanning rabbit skins.
When she caught the second rabbit, she decided to make a rabbit fur hat for Gao Yi. Okay, Gao Yi agreed. If when he first arrived, Xiao Mai had asked him to bury meat in the snow, he wouldn't have understood. But last time, Xiao Mai explained that storing meat in the snow keeps it fresh longer and prevents mice from stealing it. He then realized the wisdom of the people in the Northeast. After Gao Yi buried the meat, Xiao Mai sat on the kong, a traditional bed, planning to have a serious talk with Gao Yi. Time was tight, and they had quickly decided to live together, but they didn't really plan to get married. Still, since Gao Yi had registered his household, she had to think carefully about how they should live together in the future, what kind of relationship they should have, and how to handle it if Gao Yi left. All these things needed consideration. "Come over and sit. Let's talk," Xiao Mai said, placing a basket of sunflower seeds on the table. "Talk about what?" Gao Yi took off his shoes and climbed onto the kong. "Let's talk about us. Have you ever thought about how long you'll stay here?" Xiao Mai asked directly. Honestly, I don't know how long I can stay. I still have family, but I don't even know how my older brother is doing now. Basically, we are both in the same situation. No close family anymore, Gao Yi replied. He also didn't know when Jiding would resolve his issues. Have you thought about what you'll do after your family matters are settled? Qiao Mai was eating sunflower seeds, thinking about trying different flavors this year. Are you asking what will happen to us? Gao Yi looked up at Qiao Mai. Seeing she didn't answer, he knew he was asking the right question. Before I came here, I already promised to be your son-in-law. I won't go back on that. No matter what happens with my brother, you saved me. That's a fact. Of course, if later we find out we're not suitable to live together, I won't delay you and will give you compensation. If it works out, then we can spend our lives like this. He thought for a moment and added, I've never had a girlfriend before, so I might not do everything right. You can tell me if I need to change anything. I'll try to improve. And what if your brother comes back and disagrees? Qiao Mai could make her own decisions, but Gao Yi's family had an older brother who was like a father figure. Gao Yi would definitely listen to his opinion. Gao Yi asked Wen Jiding when he was about 11 or 12 why he wasn't married yet. At that time, Wen Jiding just said he didn't want to delay someone else's daughter. Later, as he got older, he learned the truth from his sister. If Gao Yi knew he was going to marry into the family, it wouldn't be surprising if he suggested that a child take the Wen family name. Since Gao Yi said that, the two of them decided to try to get along. Honestly, Qiao Mai is lucky to find someone like Gao Yi. She's not a wealthy or beautiful lady, so living a simple life is the best. People shouldn't have unrealistic hopes. Now that they've talked openly, Gao Yi plans to stay in Xingli village. When he goes out with her in the future, he will know how to introduce himself. Okay, let's talk about these things later. For now, let's focus on the present. We're leaving tomorrow. Do you think we need to pack anything? Qiao Mai asked. Nothing much. Just make sure to prepare some food for the trip. We shouldn't go hungry on the way. It takes 2 days by train to get there, Gao Yi said, seeing that Qiao Mai didn't object. Then I'll make some pancakes, a few rice balls, and some steamed bread, Qiao Mai said. She couldn't eat steamed bread for 2 days in a row. It was too boring. Plus, with Gao Yi here, she didn't have to worry about anyone bothering her. In the afternoon, when Qiao Mai went to her second uncle's house to get the introduction letter, she mentioned their plan to go to Song City. Gao Yi wanted to marry her and planned to go back to Song City to visit his family's grave, so she took 2 introduction letters. This time, her second uncle personally wrote the introduction letter. Qiao Mai didn't find a chance to secretly stamp a few copies this time, which she felt a little regretful about. Then, Qiao Mai took Gao Yi to Lu Xiulan's house. She asked them to help take care of her home, and also wanted to introduce Gao Yi to them. Since she had a good relationship with Qiao Jianjun's family, she thought it was proper to let them know. At Lu Xiulan's house, after the introduction, Qiao Jianjun and Lu Xiulan talked with Gao Yi for a while. Then Lu Xiulan pulled Qiao Mai into the inner room. Oh my, you're so quick. How come you suddenly have a son-in-law? Lu Xiulan asked, full of questions, not knowing where to start. It's not that fast, sister-in-law. We knew each other before the new year. Just recently, we confirmed our relationship, and I brought him here. How about that? Pretty serious, right? Qiao Mai said casually. Lu Xiulan gently tapped Qiao Mai's head. But this kid looks more serious and energetic than those you used to meet. That tall guy, he clearly looks like someone who works hard. In the future, life will be easier for you. When Yang Laishou and Qiao Mai had their matchmaking, Lu Xiulan also saw him briefly. She thought he was okay, but compared to Gao Yi, he was clearly much younger and less impressive. That evening, Lu Xiulan and her husband insisted on inviting them to dinner. Since it was their first visit, they couldn't just leave after a few words. Gao Yi looked at Qiao Mai for help. Sister-in-law, it's fine to have dinner, but you need to wait until we come back. Later, you and brother Jianjun can bring Miao Miao to my house to eat. We still have to pack our things because we're leaving early tomorrow. Even though Lu Xiulan's family was doing well, Qiao Mai didn't want to take advantage of her. She was pregnant and knew there would be many expenses ahead. All right then. We'll wait for you to come back. Do you need me to help? Lu Xiulan saw they didn't plan to stay and didn't insist further. No need. Sister-in-law, just rest well. When you're healthy, you can help me have a big, chubby nephew, haha. Nowadays, people like to hear about having boys, and Gao Jianjun's family was really planning for that. Don't worry, you two go ahead. My family and brother Jianjun are here to take care of everything, Lu Xilan said as she saw them off. Yes, go ahead without worries, Gao Jianjun agreed with his wife. I'm very confident. Sister-in-law, you and brother Jianjun have helped me so much. I won't say more. When we return from Songsher, everyone will come to my house for a meal, Xiao Mai repeated before leaving, glancing around to see what she could prepare for guests. After they arrived home, Gao Yi asked, Do you usually ask them to help when you go far away? Yes, they are very kind and keep their words. Since last year, they've also started raising some chickens just like me, she replied. Then she looked a bit sad. It's hard to earn more money in the village. We tighten our belts and work hard every day. If we don't find ways to earn more, we won't have money for medical treatment. Thinking about the original owner who died over meal, and her mother, who couldn't afford to go to the hospital and died from suffering, as well as the many people who starved to death in recent years, her mood sank deeply. Gao Yi has not experienced much hardship. Even during the years when he was starving, his sister only reduced their meals, so he couldn't truly understand what it was like. But since he came to Xinli Brigade and saw everyone wearing patched clothes, with dark, thin, and tired faces from years of hard work, he realized that farmers' lives are not as easy as he thought. Xiao Mai told him that most families eat only a fixed amount of food, and very few can eat until they are full. Few people, like Xiao Mai, can eat well at every meal. Gao Yi thought Xiao Mai was much stronger and better than himself, who used to just stay at home eating and hanging out with friends. Xiao Mai baked 10 pancakes, made 20 rice balls filled with pickled vegetables, and prepared 15 cornbread loaves. These should last them about 4 days. Their food was packed in 2 bundles. If one was lost, they still had the other. They also took 20 yuan, planning to buy tickets and a place to stay, along with 2 or 3 pairs of underwear and socks for change. They didn't need to change their cotton-padded jackets because, even if it wasn't very cold in Shanghai, Gao Yi said they wouldn't sweat in them. Both prepared a dinner of rabbit stew before leaving for a week. They thought they might not eat or sleep well during the trip, so they wanted to rest at home first. At 7 the next morning, old Zhang was waiting at their door. The two quickly packed up and got on old Zhang's ox cart. Grandpa Zhang, I'm sorry to trouble you again, haha, Xiao Mai said. She was now familiar with old Zhang and could chat a little on the way. No trouble at all.
Just serving the people.
Is that the son-in-law you found? Old Zhang asked Xiao Mai when he saw Gao Yi. Yes, isn't he good? Xiao Mai answered confidently, no longer nervous about such questions.
He's really a good young man.
I've never seen such a handsome young fellow before. You two look perfect together, old Zhang said secretly, admiring. When Xiao Mai was introduced to others before, people talked behind her back, saying Yang Shuten's son was good, and if he married into her family, it would be a good deal for her. But Xiao Mai said it wasn't right, so they thought she was too picky. Now look at this young man. He's much better than Yang Shuten's son. He's tall and good-looking, and just looking at him makes people like him. Xiao Mai is really lucky. Haha, of course. Grandpa Zhang, when we hold the wedding banquet, remember to come and have a toast. No matter how close Xiao Mai and Gao Yi are now, Xiao Mai always shows respect to Gao Yi in public. Old man Zhang, I heard that every time Xiao Mai goes out, you are the one who takes her. Now that I see her, I want to thank you on her behalf, Gao Yi said last night after hearing Xiao Mai mention old man Zhang. Seeing how well Xiao Mai and old man Zhang get along, he knew they had a good relationship. Then he took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to old man Zhang. Xiao Mai looked at Gao Yi with suspicion. Oh, this young man is really good at talking. It's all my duty to do this. You keep this good cigarette. If I smoke it, it would be a waste. Look at that. Xiao Mai's kid is nice, and the young man he chose is generous. Gao Yi has been smoking fine tobacco for most of his life, but has never tried this delicate cigarette. Most people can't afford it. But it's just a cigarette. Old man Zhang, you keep it, Gao Yi said. Giving a whole box was unlikely. Sharing one cigarette was already very generous. Gao Yi doesn't smoke. When he went to the commune that day, he bought a box of cigarettes while using the restroom at the supply and marketing cooperative. He thought that if he ever needed to ask for something, he could just offer a cigarette. Being polite with gifts is common, so Chiao Mai didn't know Gao Yi had bought a box. Old man Zhang took the cigarette, but didn't dare to smoke it. Instead, he tucked it behind his ear. This was also a way for older men to show off quietly. Hiding the cigarette in their pocket was subtle, but everyone could see it. Putting it behind the ear was more obvious, a silent way to show off. At the train station, after thanking old man Zhang again, the two of them each carried a bundle into the station. They didn't dare carry it on their backs, fearing someone might cut the bag open and steal it later. They bought 2 tickets for the 9 o'clock train to Song City. After finding their seats, they took out 2 pancakes and started eating. They had woken early and hadn't had breakfast yet. Xiao Mai also took out a small aluminum lunchbox with her homemade pickled cucumbers and shredded mustard, which went perfectly with the pancakes. Opposite them sat 2 old men, looking like officials. One of them, while eating, couldn't help but ask, "Young man, could you give me a few bites of your pickled vegetables?" Northeasterners love salty vegetables. The old man wasn't used to such a light breakfast. He didn't mind not seeing the food, but seeing the 2 young people eating so deliciously made him crave it too.
Gao Yi glanced at Chiao Mai.
Seeing her nod, he helped each old man with 2 bites of the vegetables. There are quite a few pickles at home, but I only brought 1 lunchbox. After eating these days, they will be gone. They are mainly used for eating bread and steamed buns, so Gao Yi didn't give much. However, the 2 people didn't leave Chiao Mai's pickles untouched. When they got off the train halfway, they gave Gao Yi a bottle of orange slices and left without waiting for a reply. Gao Yi quickly hid the bottle when no one was looking, because leaving it openly on the small table might attract unwanted attention. After arriving in Song City, they bought the next train ticket to Hush City. As they neared Hush City, Chiao Mai clearly felt Gao Yi's tense mood. Chiao Mai patted Gao Yi's arm to comfort him, telling him not to be nervous. Gao Yi forced a smile and said he wasn't really nervous, just overwhelmed by his inner frustration. His sister was killed by a group of bad people, and he felt powerless. He didn't even know who they were, which made him feel very defeated. The train to Hush City has arrived. "Passengers, please disembark," the announcer's voice echoed. "Let's go." "Don't worry, I'm with you," Chiao Mai said as she stood up. "Yes, give me the bags. You sit and rest. You've been on the train for a long time." Gao Yi took both bags to share the burden. Xiao Mai thought the bags weren't heavy and decided to go with Gao Yi. It's encouraging when a man takes the initiative to help. After getting off the train, Gao Yi pulled down the ear covers on the old man's hat and tied the strings to hide his face. He was worried someone might be watching at the station. Now, safety was the top priority. They took a bus outside the station, rode for an hour, then got off and walked with Chiao Mai for half an hour into an alley. Behind a wall in the alley, Gao Yi counted the bricks. Then Chiao Mai saw him step on a stone and carefully remove a brick, feeling that it was hollow inside. It seemed when Jiding hadn't come back yet. Gao Yi then placed the written password inside, sealed the brick tightly so it couldn't be seen from outside. This move left Chiao Mai stunned. The wall was built much better than her previous makeshift hiding spot in the bed cabinet. This was truly impressive. After securing the brick, Gao Yi moved the stone back to its original spot, restoring the wall to normal. "Let's go. I'll take you for a walk. Who knows when we'll come back next time," Gao Yi said. Gao Yi's suggestion was just what Chiao Mai wanted. Since getting off the train, she had felt the busy, lively atmosphere of Shanghai and seen the horse-drawn carriages and their drivers. At this time, the big movement hadn't started yet, so women still wore dresses in many colors. Even in winter, they dressed fashionably. The foreign-style buildings built here also made Shanghai unique. Western-style houses could be seen everywhere. Compared to other cities, Shanghai felt much more lively and vibrant. Gao Yi took Chiao Mai to the West District. He knew fewer people there than in the East District, so it was safer. "Where do you want to go shopping?" Gao Yi, who grew up in Shanghai, had seen everything and didn't find any place particularly fun, so he followed Chiao Mai. Is there anything interesting to see? I've never been here before, so I don't know where to go. Chiao Mai thought for a moment, but was unsure. Then let's go to the old street. We can walk around there. Afterward, we can visit the old department store nearby, which has many things, Gao Yi suggested after thinking. Okay, let's go to the old street, Chiao Mai agreed. She mainly wanted to experience life in this era of Shanghai. She felt lucky, thinking only she might have the chance to see her country's development and prosperity. At the old street, there were some snacks. Chiao Mai saw what she wanted to eat and bought some. The two of them walked and ate as they went. When they reached the end, they went straight into a department store. The department store was an old building, looking strong and full of history. It had 5 floors. They looked around inside. Chiao Mai bought some traditional Shanghai cakes and also bought Gao Yi 2 wool sweaters so they could exchange and wear them. She bought herself 3 sets of underwear and 5 pairs of underwear, which were more fashionable than those in the Northeast. She also bought a plum blossom watch for 180 yuan, along with a watch ticket. She didn't find much else interesting, but when she saw the special Maotai liquor, she bought 4 bottles to keep as collectibles. Do you have enough money? If not, I can go get some for you, Gao Yi asked, worried because Chiao Mai had already spent over 200 yuan and might run out of money.
Why?
Don't you have enough money? Chiao Mai asked. Gao Yi only had about 100 yuan on him, and he had given her that. How much more could he have? I don't have much on me, but I have some saved up at home. If you need it, I can go back and get it, he said. No need. When you're safe later, you can get it then. I don't have anything else I want to buy now, she replied. Chiao Mai replied, all right, next time I come, I'll just give you all the money to manage. Gao Yi saw that Chiao Mai was clearly uninterested in other things, so he knew she wasn't lying. She really had nothing else she wanted to buy. Although Chiao Mai and Gao Yi weren't very close, hearing him say that made her smile a little. The two of them ate a real Shanghai meal at a state-run restaurant, ate treasure duck, crystal shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, and 2 bowls of rice. Chiao Mai ate fresh food, while Gao Yi ate with memories. After dinner, they booked 2 rooms at a guest house. Gao Yi was worried and told Chiao Mai to call him if she needed anything at night. He was staying next door. Chiao Mai nodded carelessly and closed the door with a bang. So comfortable. As soon as she entered, Chiao Mai lay on the bed, sprawled out. She had been on a train for 2 days and had spent another day traveling. She was exhausted. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Chiao Mai sat up. It's me. I've boiled a pot of hot water for you. You can soak your feet to relax, Gao Yi said outside the door. Chiao Mai got up, opened the door, and took the hot water. Thanks. You should soak your feet too. You haven't had an easy time these days. After closing the door, Chiao Mai mixed some hot water with cool water in a basin and soaked her feet for 15 minutes. She finally felt alive again. After soaking, she felt refreshed all over. She slept well through the night. In the morning, Gao Yi came to wake her up. They agreed to try Shanghai's breakfast today and needed to leave early, or they might miss the breakfast shop. Gao Yi took Chiao Mai to an old, well-known place. They each ordered a bowl of wontons and a basket of shengjian, pan-fried buns. Chiao Mai loved the shengjian and planned to buy more later when Gao Yi left, to store in her space. After eating, Gao Yi left. He was going to burn some paper for his sister, Wenwan. Chiao Mai didn't feel comfortable going with him, so they decided to do their own things and meet again before dinner at the guest house. After Gao Yi left, Chiao Mai went back and ordered 10 baskets of shengjian to take away, 60 in total. She secretly ate her fill to satisfy her craving, or she wouldn't know when she'd be back next. Then she went to an old department store. Yesterday, she saw sanitary pads there but didn't dare buy them in front of Gao Yi. After using cloth strips for 2 years, Chiao Mai still couldn't get used to them. She preferred using sanitary pads. When she arrived at the market, she bought a bunch of pads, using up all her vouchers. Those supplies would last her at least 5 or 6 years. She packed the pads into a basket and, when no one was around, secretly hid them in a small space. After leaving the general store, Chiao Mai strolled forward. She then saw a bookstore. Inside, she saw various study guides for students, poetry, essays, and books about farming areas. Xiaomai was particularly interested in the farming books.
She didn't need the others.
Maybe she could find useful books about farming. She slowly looked through the shelves. One book titled Complete Guide to Farming caught her eye. She picked it up and flipped through it. One page explained reasons for yellowing lettuce leaves and how to fix it, and another page described ways to increase cucumber yield. Wow, this book is really good. It's full of useful knowledge, perfect for someone like Xiaomai who has no farming experience. She could also show it to Gao Yi so he could learn how to grow vegetables. It was like a pillow sent by someone when you're sleepy, just what she needed. She decided to buy it. She looked for other books but spent almost an hour in the store. She realized the only book she could really use was the Complete Guide to Farming. Still, she was happy to have found something useful. Having a gain is always good, especially when it's such a practical book. Should she buy books for middle and high school? To prepare for college entrance exams in 10 or so years.
No.
Xiaomai knew her own limits. Besides, by then she would be 30 years old. She wouldn't have the energy to study. Her dream in life was to earn more money and be a happy landlord someday. After leaving the bookstore, Xiaomai continued walking along the street, enjoying the scenery of Shanghai. She watched children playing and listened to their families speaking Shanghai dialect, sometimes scolding. Although she didn't understand the words, she still enjoyed the lively scene. Seeing some local snacks being sold, Xiaomai bought a few to try. If they tasted good, she planned to buy more to store. When everything was nationalized in the future, she wouldn't be able to enjoy these treats anymore. Looking at Gao Yi, he missed 2 buses and walked for a while before reaching Wenwan's grave. Just as he was about to speak, he started to choke up. His sister was so young, only 22, and hadn't had a chance to enjoy life. He blamed himself. If only he had reacted faster and pulled his sister away that day, he might have been able to trade his life for hers. After calming down, Gao Yi burned some paper offerings for Wenwan, bringing her favorite foods from when she was alive. Then he began to talk about what had happened to him during this time. Big sister, I might not be able to come back to see you for a long time. I don't know how our eldest brother is doing now.
I'm very worried about him.
Once he's okay, I'll come back with him to see you and Mom and Dad. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, remember to send me a dream. Gao Yi also burned paper offerings for Wenwan's parents, shared some conversations, and, noticing the sky was getting dark, he headed back home. On the way back, his mood was low. When he reached the guest house, he started to feel better. Living people should look forward, not dwell on the past. That evening, the two of them went to a state-run restaurant for another meal of Shanghai cuisine. Gao Yi asked Xiaomai if she needed to buy anything. I don't need to buy anything. The daily necessities are mostly available in Guangming County, and they're even cheaper than here. Xiaomai bought the most needed sanitary pads, solving a big problem. The rest were non-essential items, so there was no need to buy them and carry them back from so far away. Since there was nothing else to buy, Xiaomai didn't need money. After finishing their meal, Gao Yi and she went back to rest. They needed a good sleep tonight because it would take 2 more days of travel to get home. The next morning, they ate outside before getting on the bus. The rice balls and steamed buns had cooled down, so before boarding, they ate some hot dumplings. The dumplings here were filled with shrimp and pork. Xiaomai hadn't eaten shrimp in a long time, so this was a nice treat. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived in Guangming County. As soon as they got off the bus, they both shivered. The temperature in Shanghai was warm, but in Guangming County, even though it was almost February, it was below 0, more than 10 degrees below freezing. After getting off, they put on their hats that had been left outside for a few days. Today, Xiaomai didn't have Zhang Lao pick her up. She and Gao Yi walked for 2 hours before reaching home. Xiaomai was used to this kind of journey, but Gao Yi still found it tiring. When they got home, he sat on the Kong heated bed and didn't want to move. Just exercise more, and you'll get used to it. The transportation here isn't very convenient, mainly relying on walking. When Xiaomai first arrived, she was also very tired from walking to the commune and climbing hills slowly. Over the past 2 years, she has become much faster, and more energetic. From now on, I want to exercise as much as you do to get my body in good shape, Gao said. He remembered that second uncle had mentioned that in spring, they would need to turn the soil, which is hard work. The land isn't fully prepared yet, so without strength, it would be difficult to do. Okay, when I have free time, I'll go to the mountains with you. We can hunt and also strengthen our bodies, Gao replied. Eat more meat and build some muscle, hehe. By the way, we need to sell our eggs soon. We should sell them in a few days, Chiao Mai said. Tonight, she planned to prepare things, and tomorrow she would invite second uncle and Jiao Jianjun's family over for a meal. Gao had never sold eggs before. The basket in the cellar was already full, and they had started filling a second basket. They would need to find several places to sell so many eggs. Gao, go to Jianjun's house later and tell them to come for lunch tomorrow. I'll talk to second uncle, Chiao Mai said. They split up to get things done. When she returned, she still needed to prepare lunch for the next day. Okay, Gao agreed. Before leaving, Chiao Mai asked him to bring some sesame cakes from Shanghai for Miao Miao. She also prepared a gift for second uncle's family, for pieces, small but heartfelt. As Gao was leaving, he saw Zhiging youth Wang Shun. Seeing that Gao had just come from Chiao Mai's house, Wang Shun felt a bit jealous. He couldn't understand why Chiao Mai would choose such a talented young man over himself, instead of a local villager.